Here's your pass to the Globe Theater. This is the Globe Theater, the radio playhouse especially for men and women of the armed forces of the United Nations. Just as the Globe Theater has meant the best in entertainment since the days of Shakespeare, today it means the best in radio drama for servicemen and women all over the globe. Here to tell you about tonight's play is your host at the Globe Theater, Herbert Marshall.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Your favorite seat is ready and waiting for you here at the Globe Theater. No extra charge for lodgers. And tonight's bill is one that I trust will be well worth the hearing. There is one type of character that every actor longs to play, whether he be Sir Aubrey Smith or Roddy McDowell. That is the role of the quick-witted, romantic adventurer who moves through Monte Cristo-esque experiences, confronted with innumerable dangers, but usually confounding his adversaries by sharp thinking and subtle humor. Always, of course, there is a lovely girl who makes the confounding all the more worthwhile. As I say, such is the part that every actor longs to play. Now, there are decided advantages about being your host here at the Globe Theater, for that means that I'm also the casting director. And when a fat, juicy part of the title I've just described turns up, whom do you suppose was chosen to portray it? Well, not Sir Aubrey Smith or Roddy McDowell. I need only add that the title of this play is The Man Called X. What happens is of an exciting nature, I think you'll agree. So, let's up the curtain and let the play begin.
Tonight, he finds himself involved with murder, music, and a blonde Madonna. But at the moment, he and Nancy, his best girl, are sitting in a booth in a smart cocktail lounge in Midtown Manhattan.
Ken, darling.
Yes, dear.
You'll get a kink in your neck staring at that blonde. Why don't you just go over and sit with her at the bar? I won't mind.
Nancy, I look at other women only to remind myself that not one of them can compare with you, my sweet.
Oh, that's better, Angel.
Pietro?
Yes, sir?
2 martinis with onions.
Yes.
I don't know why I ever fell in love with you, Ken. You know, I should have gone for a really attractive gent. Like that one over there.
Where?
At the bar, sitting next to that blonde gal you've been ogling. You see him?
Yes. Why, great Scott. Bill Nesbitt.
Huh? Somebody call me?
Bill, over here.
Oh, for the love of Ken Thurston, I haven't seen you
Since last college reunion. Nancy, this is Bill Nesbitt, my old roommate, and the best all-American tackle ever. Bill, this is my fiancée, Nancy Bessington. She thinks she's a reporter.
I'm glad to meet you, Nancy.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
I've been following your career, Ken. Congratulations. You always were interested in solving unsolvable puzzles.
How about you? I understand you're the finest synthetic chemist in the country.
I've done a little in synthetics.
Your drinks are fine. Join us, Bill.
What? And take him away from his beautiful blonde?
What blonde?
That girl sitting next to you at the bar.
Oh, she's not with me. I don't even know her.
Oh, and fine. Sit with us, huh?
Well, I've still got half a drink at the bar. I'll get it.
He seems like a nice guy.
He is.
It's swell seeing you again, Ken.
Go on, sit down. What are you doing?
Well, I'm on my way to Italy.
Italy. Sounds mighty mysterious.
Secret stuff. Say, have either of you the time?
4:10.
Oh, gee, I've got to make a phone call to the office.
When do you leave?
Well, I've got to catch a bus at the airline terminal in 15 minutes.
Don't have too much time.
No, I'll be right back.
I wonder why Bill is going to Italy. Hard of the place for a civilian to go these days.
Oh, stop acting like a bird dog in October.
Darling, you know I promised you I'd settle down.
And I'm going to see to it that you keep that promise, baby.
Bartender. Bartender.
Yes, sir?
Uh-oh, looks like your blonde friend is shutting off.
How much do I owe you? Quick, please tell me.
That'll be 75 cents, please.
Here you are.
I think she dresses in horrible taste.
Oh, Nancy, aren't you being a little hard on her?
Lady, come back. Lady, you left change out of a $5 bill.
No, I wonder why she was in such a rush.
Probably just remembered her date with a boyfriend.
Maybe so. Pardon me, darling, will you?
Mm-hmm.
Pietro, where's the phone booth?
All right there, sir.
Oh, thank you. Hey, Bill. Are you all right? Hey, Bill. Good Lord.
Ken, what's happening?
It's Bill. He's dead.
Oh, no. How?
Pietro,
Yes, sir?
don't wash that glass he was drinking from.
Oh, why not, Ken?
I have a hunch the police chemist will find it was full of poison.
Oh, it's good to get back in my own apartment. You know, I'm not as used to looking at corpses as you are, and I feel a little sick.
Yeah, I know. I don't feel particularly chipper myself. Poor Bill. He would have won the Nobel Prize for chemistry one of these days.
Ken, who could have done such a thing?
I don't know.
What's that you're looking at?
Something I found in Bill's pocket.
Oh, but Ken, the police should have that.
They will after I've read it.
Well, what does it say?
There's just a name and address on it. Look.
Luigi Antonelli, Umbrati, Italy.
Umbrati. Never even heard of it. Must be just a tiny village.
Wonder who Antonelli is.
You can bet whoever Antonelli is, he's mixed up in this affair somehow.
I wonder in what way.
So do I. And I intend to find out.
Oh, no, Ken, no, not Italy. Why poke your nose into this?
Because I don't like old friends of mine being poisoned. I'm funny that way. So this is the town of Umbrati.
Si, Senora Thurston?
Not much of it left, eh?
The Nazis. They make ruin everything before the Americans come.
Well, they didn't ruin your spaghetti. It's a masterpiece.
Gracias, Senora Thurston.
All I say is give me back my fireplace.
Yeah, before we stop.
Now, you've made a great mistake, gentlemen. A cross will make you look like Mussolini's ghost.
What's all the trouble over there? Those GIs look as though they're going to lose their tempers.
The American soldiers. They know like the souvenirs, what they buy from Castro the peddler. See him over there.
Castro the peddler, eh? That's good.
You know him?
That, my friend, is an understatement. I must meet Castro the peddler.
This is the last time we ask for life. Come on, boys. 1, 2...
Here, boys, what's the trouble?
Mr. Philipson.
Egon Zellsmith, what mess are you in now?
You are a savior. As I...
What's he done, boys?
This drifter tells us he's a genuine Italian curiosity. Look what mine says on the bottom.
Made in Newark, USA. Egon, give the gentlemen back their money.
Oh, but, Mr.
If you don't, they'll tear you limb from limb, and I'll sit and applaud.
Mr. Philipson, you are a sadist. Here you are, fellows, $20.
That's better.
I'm shocked, Egon. You, a common peddler. There's more to this than meets the eye, though, isn't there?
No, I'm just a poor peddler that peddles.
Yes. I can make you a better financial proposition.
Mr. Thurston, those words are like the soft wings of a bird. How much?
50.
100.
50.
All right. What do I steal?
Not yet. Do you know a man called Antonelli?
Well, you are lucky. I am more than familiar with that name.
Well, who is he?
Luigi Antonelli was professor of music at the University of Florence.
What the devil would Bill want with the professor? Did you say was?
Yes. Alas, Signor Professore Antonelli died yesterday. Today is his funeral.
Stand back, Agar. Here, behind this tombstone.
I dislike graveyards intensely.
But this funeral fascinates me. Why are there only those two mourners?
Alas, Signor Antonelli had but few friends.
Who are those two women?
His sister and her daughter. They've just arrived from Rome recently.
Oh, so they just came down from Rome, did they?
Yes.
Well, a few days ago I saw that girl sitting at a bar in New York.
Impossible. She just came
Agar,
down.
I agrees me to tell you this, but you are lying.
Mr. Thurston, if you did not pay me so well, I would be hurt to the quick.
How well do you really know these two women? Tell me the truth.
I have never spoken to them.
For $50 more, would you tell me the real truth?
Aha, in that case.
I thought so.
But cash?
In a cemetery?
Well, the dead will not object to a small financial transaction. Cash, please.
Oh, all right, here you are.
Good. Now, the truth is this. I pretend to be a peddler. Those charming ladies pay me to stay in this town so I can notify them should anyone try to get near their house.
Why are they so eager to keep people away from that house?
Who knows? Perhaps, I merely say, perhaps, Signor Antonelli is not in that coffin at all. Quiet, Mr. X. The women will be back soon from the funeral.
This mansion is quite a dump.
The Palazzo Antonelli dates back to the Borgias.
Where would Antonelli be?
I do not know. I've never seen him.
Where does that staircase lead?
Oh, to the bedchamber.
Let's try it.
Mr. Thurston, the women will be back soon.
Courage, Agar.
The staircase was built too steep.
Listen. Behind that door. Door's locked. Signor Antonelli, can you hear me?
It gives me goosebumps to listen to that.
Sounds out of his mind. But why is he being kept a prisoner? I will give you 50.
If you were to offer me $1 million, I could not tell you. These women confide very little to me.
Then you're slipping, Agar. Signor Antonelli, I am an American. I know you are being held a prisoner. Can you hear me?
This is like a lunatic asylum. Let us get out of here.
Yes, the ladies will be back soon anyway. I don't want to meet them this way.
Mr. Thurston, what does this Signor Antonelli mean to you?
I haven't the faintest idea yet. Maybe I'll know more after a formal call I intend to pay this afternoon.
Signore?
I have come to offer my condolences at your loss. I'm Signor Thurston from America. I studied music under your uncle at the University of Florence.
Won't you come in? Mama, this is Signor Thurston. He knew Uncle Luigi and he has come to pay his respects.
You come at an unhappy time, Signore. But since you are here, won't you sit down?
Signora, I too feel your loss very keenly. Your brother taught me much about music and more about life. He was a great man.
You are right. I am glad to know that someone young and a foreigner still holds his memory dear.
What was the cause of his death, Signora?
While my daughter and I were at Rome, the Nazis occupied this village. They knew how my brother felt towards them.
Don't cry, Mama. The past is over.
I came here to Rembrandti hoping to talk over old times with him. I was shocked to hear.
You are very kind, Signor.
Not at all.
We are being ungracious, Tina. I will get some wine for Signor Thurston.
Yes, Mama.
The Nazi swine in their retreat from you wonderful Americani at least forgot to loot our wine cellars. I believe you will enjoy our wine. It is the finest in these parts. You will excuse me.
Certainly. Strange.
Why do you look at me like that?
I came to find death, and I found beauty.
You are making love to me, Signore. You choose a most unhappy time.
When a man is swept off his feet, as I am now, love does not wait on birth or death.
I had heard how impetuous Americans were. No, Signore.
One tender kiss of, shall we say, friendship.
What would my mother think?
She's still in the wine cellar.
Well, then, one.
Your name?
Tina.
Tina? I could compose a tone poem to that name.
Please, Mother is coming back.
Mother has no sense of timing.
Those steps are hard on an old woman. Here, Tina. Pour Signor Thurston's glass.
What an exquisite goblet.
Yes. Botticelli made it for our ancestors.
Probably the Borgias?
Signore does not know his history. The Borgias were poisoners.
So they were.
Here, Signore. Taste it and tell me if you ever had a finer Barolo.
Yes. Drink, Signore.
But, neither of you joining me?
No, Signore.
Then I insist your daughter at least take part in an old American custom. It is called the loving cup. When a man meets a girl as exquisite as you are, Tina, he asks her to drink first from his glass.
Tina is too young to drink.
Oh, surely an exception can be made.
My daughter accepts your flattery, Signore. However...
It isn't flattery. To look at your daughter is to have some of the chill taken from the memory of her dead uncle.
You have not touched your wine, Signore.
I wouldn't think of it until your daughter first sipped from my glass.
I have told you I cannot allow my daughter
But
to...
I insist.
It is difficult to know where flattery ends and rudeness begins with you.
Come now, Tina, surely you can't object to drinking your own wine? Or can you?
Of course not. No, certainly not.
Well, then.
Very well.
Tina, no.
You did not really think I was going to drink it, did you, Signore?
Considering that it would probably kill you, I doubted it very much.
And now the comedy is over, Signore.
Oh, I see you know how to use a revolver also.
Yes, and I must insist that you stand quite still, or I will shoot a hole between your very attractive eyes.
Egon.
Yes, Signore.
Aha, Egon, of course, hiding behind the screen.
I'm coming, Signore. Poor Mr. Thurston. You should not have come here.
Egon, take care of this gentleman.
As always, it is a pleasure to take care of Mr. Thurston.
Show him to the cellar.
And tie him up securely.
Just my luck. Here I am having a quiet little party with two of the loveliest ladies in Italy, and I have to go to a nasty cellar with Egon. Egon, don't you think that gun is superfluous?
With you, I take no chances.
Where is your shame? Taking my money and then telling those women who I am.
Mr. X, believe me, it is very difficult to have both a conscience and a bank book at the same time.
Oh, dear, what wouldn't you do for money?
Offhand, I can't really imagine.
How much did they pay you to double-cross me?
1,000 lira.
I thought so. 1,000 lira. Not worth the paper it's printed on.
It is?
Of course not.
You're beginning to make me very nervous.
Italy is an occupied country, but that money wasn't worth one good American nickel.
If I thought you were telling me the truth...
Have I ever lied to you?
Yes. Yes, but always with such charm, Mr. X.
Are they asleep by now?
Oh, yes. I heard Tina say that they would take Antonelli across the German lines just before dawn.
You have no sentiment, Egon. Think of that poor old man locked up.
For $500, I could reap buckets and at the same time cut those ropes.
200.
5.
Either my price or I sit here and starve. Which will it be?
Naturally, I cannot let you die. It's a deal.
No, it's no use unless I can get to Antonelli's room.
By the merest chance, I have a key to the room for 50 more.
No, 200 net.
What can I do? My heart will not allow me to permit you to be eaten by those rats. Wait, I cut you free.
Ah, you have a noble soul, Aegon. Sometimes.
It's amazing how money will make me as soft as putty, huh? There you are, free now, and here is the key.
Thank you. Now, come with me upstairs to Antonelli.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thurston. I must refuse. I'm really quite tired. I've had enough and made enough for one day. And so, Mr. X, we come now to the parting of the ways. I go back to town, and you go to the...
Yes, that's probably right, Aegon. Signor Antonelli.
Who are you? I don't know you. Go away. I don't know you.
Please try to understand what I'm saying. It's very important. I've come to take you away. Away from those women.
I don't know you. I don't.
Yes, I know all that. How can I make you understand? I'll take you to a hospital. I'll take care of you. You'll be well again. Oh, stop humming and listen to me.
I do not know you. I do not know you. I do not.
My name is Ken Thurston.
Go away. You want to hurt me like the women hurt me.
No. I'm a friend of Bill Nesbitt. And a friend of yours.
Now, I believe you.
Great Scott.
But I had to make sure. Thank heaven you've come.
You mean you've been?
It was the only way to keep those women from finding anything out.
So you pretended to be out of your mind?
Yes, I fooled them completely. Now, how is my friend, Bill Nesbitt?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yes, murdered. Poisoned by your niece, Tina.
She is not my niece. She and the other one are agents of the Gestapo.
I thought so. But why did they kill Nesbitt?
He wanted me to sell to his company my brother's formula.
Your brother?
Yes, before the war, my brother was one of the great chemists of Europe.
Oh, so that was it. What happened to your brother?
He was killed by the Nazis.
You say he had a formula that Bill Nesbitt wanted?
Yes, for a new type of synthetic.
What synthetic?
Well, I really don't know. I'm a musician. I know nothing of science. But my brother handed the formula to me to keep for the day when Italy would be free.
Did the women get the formula from you?
No. They tried to get it. Day after day. Day after day. But I fooled them.
Good work, Signor Antonelli. Have you got it with you?
Yes.
Where is it?
In this room.
So you hid it. Where? Oh, no, good heavens, Signor Antonelli. This is no time to...
That's it. That's the formula.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
When a musician plays the tune in the key of E, using B flat as the code for the letter A.
I see. A musical code.
Exactly. Played and varied 5 times. Only I know the variations. When it's decoded, the entire formula is spelled out.
And you've kept it in your mind all this time?
Yes, I assure you it has been nerve-wracking to hum that same tune over and over, but I had to do it so I wouldn't forget.
Not quite so fast there, Mr. X.
Good evening, ladies. Or shall I say good morning?
This is no time for your cheap American wit, Senor Thurston. My daughter is a very good shot. I would advise you to stand quite still.
What are you going to do with me?
It's all right, Antonelli. We are taking you to Berlin.
They will beat me in Berlin. Don't beat me again.
Shut up, you fool.
So you're taking him to Germany?
Yes. We have doctors there who can make that idiotic mind of his spill out its secret.
Keep still, you dithering lunatic.
Let him alone, Mother. He is harmless.
I cannot stand that humming over and over again. If he does not stop humming, I'll gag him.
Don't hurt me. I'm just an old man who hates the fascism.
Take your hands off of me.
Smart work, Antonelli. Hold up. No, you don't, you little witch.
Let me go.
Get the gun, Antonelli.
I have it, Mr. X.
Fine. Don't move, ladies.
Shall I shoot them? Both of them?
What is this? I don't understand.
It's very simple.
Signor Antonelli is not the fool you presumed him to be.
He is not insane.
No, Signor. It is you and your daughter, and people like you who are the insane ones. But now I think I shall do with you what they do with all mad dogs.
Mother, I am afraid.
Do not let him kill us, Senor Thurston.
It will be a pleasure to destroy you both.
No, Signor Antonelli. Let's not use their tactics. There will be judges for them. Judges made up of your own people.
Hold up your hands, lady. Oh. You've caught them, Mr.
I'm afraid your heroics have come a little late, Agar.
Oh. Is there anything I can do?
I'm afraid not. Go to sleep now.
Did you find out why they wanted this old man?
Naturally.
Why?
Signor Antonelli had a formula.
Tell me, Mr. X, what was it, huh?
If the first note stood for chlorine, and the next three notes stood for oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen...
Yes. What would it all mean?
Wouldn't you like to know? So ends tonight's Globe Theatre production of The Man Called X. I know you'll join me in thanking Bernie Schoenfeld for his excellent script, Felix Mills for composing and conducting the score, and Bill Robeson, who presided in the control room. By the way, the role of Agar was played by Hans Conried as a farewell gesture to an active life in radio theaters and as a prelude to an even more active life in theaters of a different nature. Mr. Conried, I might add, relinquished the finest head of hair in the Western Hemisphere to become Private Conried, his Army serial number escaping me for the moment. Watch out for him. If his performance as Agon is any indication, he'll be a slippery man to deal with on the evening of payday. By the way, it really was fun to play the role of Ken Thurston for you, and I trust you enjoyed the adventures of A Man Called X. As for the next performance from the Globe, you'll hear Walter Abel, Louise Alberton, Ralph Bellamy, and David Bruce in a neat little thriller called Phantom Lady. Here's a short preview.
That hit him hard. I could tell by the way he looked, by the way he watched me all night as I sat there at the bar just staring at him, never saying another word. And when he left at closing time, I followed him. He managed to walk rather slowly at first, almost defiantly, as if he didn't care. And then he went a little faster, and faster, and faster until he was almost running. And then suddenly he stopped and turned.
What do you want? Why do you keep on following me?
You have something to tell me.
You're wasting your time.
You know what's going to happen to him. You can prevent it. Get it off your conscience.
Don't ask me. Go ask the guy that give it to me.
Gave you what?
Nothing.
It was money, wasn't it? Somebody gave you a bribe.
I ain't talking, I tell you, and I ain't staying around here either. I'm going to get so far away from here.
Look out!
It's going to be a good show, and I know you'll want to hear it. So, jot down on the inside of your helmet liner that you have an appointment at the Globe Theatre with Phantom Lady, starring Walter Abel, Louise Alberton, Ralph Bellamy, and David Bruce. I'll be on hand to show you your seat and take care of the introductions. Till next performance, then, this is Herbert Marshall wishing you all the best, and I'll be seeing you.
You have been listening to the Globe Theater with Herbert Marshall as host and master of ceremonies. The Globe Theater is presented for servicemen and women of the Allied Armed Forces all over the globe. Listen for our next Globe Theater production.
Look to Lockheed.
for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X, produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you and I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X takes us to India, land of jeweled Maharajas and beautiful princesses. But as the story opens, Mr. X is not yet within earshot of softly tinkling temple bells. For the moment, he's traveling down New York's Great White Way. And the lady sharing the cab with him is not an Indian princess, but Miss Nancy Bessington, anxious to arrive on time for the opening of a new musical comedy.
Driver, I want you to drop us at the Gotham Towers, corner 45th Street.
Okay.
Why, Ken, that's miles away from the theater. What are you up to?
Donnie, I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone, to get rid of this Barney Oldfield and to deliver a letter.
Letter? Are you by any chance working for the post office department?
No, dear, but there's a department in Washington that'll be plenty interested in it.
Washington? And you whisper that in my ear 10 minutes before curtain time.
Oh, I was going to tell you. But with this fellow's driving, all I could think of was the police department.
24th floor. Penthouse elevator to your right, down the hall. Just push the button. It's automatic.
Come on, Nancy.
Okay.
Now, this whole affair won't take us 3 minutes, sweet. All I have to do is to deliver the letter to a certain Amar Pahalani.
Who?
Well, he's the representative of an East Indian Maharaja who's been here negotiating some deal or other.
Well, what's in the letter, Ken?
I think it's a contract.
Oh.
The boys didn't choose to tell me, and I didn't choose to ask because I didn't want to be dragged into the matter.
Here, let me push the button for the elevator. There.
You'd better push it again. It's not... Oh, here it comes. Stand aside, dear. The door's sliding open.
Oh, there's someone in here.
Someone was in there. This man's dead. Well, look at his turban, all covered with blood.
Don't touch him.
Wait, his eyes are flickering open. He's trying to speak. Mr. Pahalani?
Pahalani?
Are you Amar Pahalani?
He's trying to... He nodded.
Mr. Pahalani, I'm Kenneth Thurston. I'm Mr. X. I brought you a letter. A contract that must be delivered.
His lips are moving. He's trying to say something.
Yes, let me bend closer.
Sorry.
Can you whisper, Mr. Pahalani? Who is to get the letter? Yeah? Maharaja? Is that what you're saying? Maharaja?
Ken, the buzzer.
Yes, someone's pushed the button upstairs. Let's get out of here, quick. And stand away from the door. It's closing. Now to get downstairs fast, and then I want a taxi that can fly.
Ken, how in the world can you think of going to the theater now?
Theater? Honey, I'm going to India.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, about to land, sir.
Oh, wonderful city, isn't it, Stuart? Those golden roofs shining in the sun. All those graceful domes and spires. Gosh.
Look out the other window, sir. See? There's the Maharaja's palace.
Why, it's like a walled city in itself.
Yes, sir.
Look at that huge tower. Wonder what the palace looks like on the inside.
Inside? I've often wondered, too, sir.
Well, I'll tell you all about it on my way back.
You might find that rather difficult, sir. No foreigner has ever left that palace alive. carry your bag, TAYH? May you grow rich,
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Why, Egon Zolsmith, you tracing me again?
I'm Dragon, Mr. X.
Oh, Egon, either one. It's like being chased by the devil.
Isn't it fantastic that we should meet here in India?
Not as fantastic as your costume. A man with your physique parading around in a loincloth.
But Mr. X, I'm a yogi.
Oh, a yogi is it?
A yogi of great powers. I know the language of animals. I can foretell the future. I can transport you magically to any distant spot.
Then you're just the man I want. Transport me to the Maharaja's palace.
Oh, well, Mr. X, there are limits even to my power.
You think your powers would increase if I gave you 50 rupees?
Oh, yes. I already feel much stronger. For 100 rupees, I'll take you to the Maharaja's Prime Minister. He will be very happy to arrange an interview with the Maharaja.
How do you know he'll be happy to arrange it?
Didn't I say I can see the future?
And I can still see your past, so take your hand out of my pocket.
I'm sorry.
You're not going to steal that letter, Zago.
I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Thurston. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Permit me to finish. I am delighted to see you in my capacity as a private individual. But as the Maharaja's Prime Minister, I'm pained to inform you that you will not be granted permission to stay.
Suppose I tell you that I was sent by Amar Pahalani.
And may I inquire who Amar Pahalani is?
Was. He died in New York, murdered, while on a mission for the Maharaja. As you well know.
But I do not know. At no time did His Highness the Maharaja send any emissary to the United States.
Well, surely Washington wouldn't have received him as an accredited representative.
I am as mystified as you are, Mr. Thurston.
But look at this envelope. It contains certain papers which must be delivered to His Highness.
I know of no papers, Mr. Thurston. Is it possible that you are the victim of a practical joke?
Well, Amar Pahalani must have had quite a sense of humor to let himself be murdered for a laugh.
I agree with you. It's baffling. Write me the solution when you get home, because you are taking the evening plane back to America.
Mr. Prime Minister, I still request that you get me into the palace.
You are asking the impossible. I won't attempt miracles.
No, that would probably call for a yogi with magic powers.
Sahib, the great rope trick, Sahib. I will show you now, Chief. May you grow rich. No, Mr. X, don't trust him. He's a charlatan.
It's about time you showed up, Zagon.
I almost couldn't come, Mr. X. You see, this is my hour for lying on a board studded with nails.
Well, I'm kind of on pins and needles myself. Now, did you arrange to get me into the palace?
Wait. Let us stop in front of the snake charmer.
Not too close to the snake, please.
Pretend to be watching him while I whisper to you. Now listen carefully, Mr. X. Tonight I will take you to the palace.
Zagon? How? When? I'm not even asking how much.
The price is small, only 1,000 rupees. Meet me at midnight by the babbling brook under the palace walls.
Midnight, babbling brook. You shall get your 1,000 rupees. Thanks, Zagon. And I don't need to add, may you grow rich. Do those temple bells always go off at midnight?
Yes, they ring for the souls of those who enter this palace grounds and were never seen again.
Charming custom. Well, lead the way.
Here, Mr. F. Up the steps. There are guards about and a few tigers on the loose.
Fine thing. These stairs seem endless.
Yes, we are going up into the tower. Here is the balcony from which they throw down the bodies.
The bodies of unexpected visitors, I suppose.
Now climb through after me. This is the window of the 1,000 jewels.
Zagon, is it cricket to sneak into the Maharaja's room like this?
Are you in? Jump down. This is not the Maharaja's room, Mr. X.
Then where am I, Zagon? Look, I insist on seeing the Maharaja.
Won't I do?
Huh?
Instead?
Who are you? So fragile in your shimmering veils.
I am the Princess Radhanika, the Maharaja's niece. And you are a guest in my chamber.
It's an exquisite chamber. Too bad that I can't stay and admire the sights.
Mr. X, maybe I did wrong to bring you into the Zenana, the women's quarter.
Man to man, Zagon. I don't object at all.
Thank you.
The princess will undoubtedly lead me to the Maharaja.
No, you must not see him. That is why I sent for you. My uncle is a cruel, evil man. He'll believe us. Sit outside on my doorstep.
I obey, O princess. Goodbye, Mr. X. And may you grow happy and wise.
Sit by me, Mr. X. On these cushions.
Silken cushions. Fragrant with jasmine. Huh?
I'm signaling my musicians. They will play so that our conversation may not be overheard. You will find betel nuts and sweetmeats on that golden tray. Reach for the wine.
A jug of wine and thou. No, I better keep my head clear for the interview with the Maharaja.
Why do you keep insisting on that? Must I warn you again and again of the danger?
I love you for that, but why are you so concerned about a stranger like me?
Because you are not a stranger.
Press my hand like that again, and I'll begin to agree with you.
You're not a stranger. Because we knew someone in common. Amar Pahalani.
Well, I'm glad to hear someone claim Pahalani for a friend. The Prime Minister denied that the man ever existed.
The Prime Minister was not aware that Amar went to the United States.
Apparently, the Prime Minister doesn't keep up with things. Very sloppy of him not to keep track of the Maharaja's emissaries.
But he was not the Maharaja's emissary. I sent him to your country, Mr. X.
You?
To raise money. Much money.
Oh, don't tell me you're broke, Princess. My, your lovely arms, I mean, they glisten with emeralds and rubies.
It takes limitless money to overthrow the Maharaja.
Am I to understand that you and the late Mr. Pahalani had serious thoughts of deposing the Maharaja?
Yes. And to kill him. Just as he killed my father. With his own hands to gain the throne.
Oh, and those stories about the Maharaja's cruelty aren't just publicity.
Someday the truth will be told that my father didn't die of malaria.
Malaria is quite a nuisance around here, isn't it? Wonder if I'm allergic.
I would 1,000 times rather have you die of malaria than be strangled by the Maharaja.
You are concerned, Princess. And you obviously don't want me to deliver the letter to His Highness, in spite of Pahalani's dying request.
Perhaps you misunderstood him. Perhaps he said Rananika, not Maharaja.
Perhaps. His English was far from perfect. Whereas your lips speak a universal language.
So give me the letter. You will not find me ungrateful.
Paradise now.
Oh. No, don't kiss me again. First, the letter.
Radhanika, why change the subject?
Because I must get that letter before the Maharaja arrives.
Let him arrive. I welcome his arrival. Your kisses have made me as bold as a lion.
Keep your voice down. Are you deliberately trying to get him to come in here?
Yes, deliberately and cold-bloodedly.
Please.
Do you think I'll just hand you that letter and leave like a cad, letting you face danger alone?
Sounds so wild.
Yes, I'm in a fever of indignation. Fever. Oh, Radhanika, feel my head. Am I kicking up a temperature?
Give me the letter.
I'm ill.
Give me the letter and go.
Go. In my condition, my knees are giving way. Let me just lie here on the couch.
No, you mustn't lie down. Mr. X, sit up.
Malaria. Can it be malaria?
No.
Why, my teeth are chattering.
Please,
I got to
please
shake.
go. Yogi, come in here.
Yogi says he's at your disposal, Princess.
The Rex is either play acting or he is ill with malaria.
I can cure sickness of the soul, but for the body, I would need quinine.
Mustn't mention quinine. Only the court physician has that, and he would betray us.
I'm chilled. Cover me.
Yes, cover him.
But here, Mr. X, I'm putting racks on you.
All right. No. Yogi, we've got to get him out of here. But first you must help me search for that letter.
Dagon, is that you?
Yes.
Put blankets on me.
Why?
More. Cover me with your jacket.
But Mr. X, if I give you my jacket, then I will freeze in this loincloth.
Put your jacket on him, Yogi. Anything to keep him quiet while we search him.
Well, here is my coat, Mr. X. Feel warmer now?
Put on the light, Yogi. No one must know that I'm still awake.
But, Princess, I always find it difficult to pick pockets in the dark.
The gong.
Oh.
Yogi, that's a signal. The Maharaja has left his chambers. Heaven help us if he enters this tower.
I'll blow out the light in a minute if I can ever catch my breath.
Now we must wait here in the dark, Yogi. The gong was how nearer and nearer.
Oh, I can foretell the future, and it's not very promising.
I'm sorry he ever came here. I'm afraid.
Ah, my beloved. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears.
Poetry, he is delirious.
Search him. This can mean death.
Dust unto dust, and under dust to lie. Sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end.
Just a moment, we will continue with the second act of tonight's exploit of the man called X, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest flying land transport in use today. Certainly, this is an interesting statement. Yet again tonight, we of Lockheed wish to point out what these points of superiority, largest, fastest, highest flying, mean to you, the airline passenger. Now, the ability to carry heavy loads for great distances at high speed is a direct result of power and design. And these factors, power and design, built into the Lockheed Constellation, provide such things as safety and comfort and economy. The Constellation can fly high over the highest mountain ranges and high above storms and disturbing air currents. It can land and take off from any standard airport. And, this is important, it can maintain altitude and even climb on any two of its 4 powerful engines. Furthermore, on flights of as short as 100 miles, the Lockheed Constellation has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary 2-engine transport you fly in today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, safety-wise and comfort-wise and economy-wise, the Lockheed Constellation is setting brand new standards in air transportation. Today, it serves the Army Air Forces. Tomorrow, it will serve you, bringing the airport in your town closer and ever closer to other cities and towns in America and to lands beyond the horizon. So again, we say, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation. Another example of Lockheed leadership. We return to tonight's exploit of the man called X, starring Herbert Marshall, to find him in the scented boudoir of an Indian princess. He had come to this mysterious principality of India to deliver a letter to the ruling Maharaja. But now Mr. X is suffering from an attack of malaria, and the princess is trying to steal the letter from his pocket, while gongs announce the approach of the Maharaja.
Yogi, the gong sound in the tower now. The Maharaja is coming up the stairs.
Princess, I've looked through all the pockets of Mr. X. I can't find the letter.
Wait, I will draw aside the curtains. Let the moon shine in.
Yon rising moon looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane?
No, Lester. I am ready to give up and magically transport myself a safe distance from here.
Wait, Yogi, before you leave. I must give you a note to take to the Prime Minister. I will write it here in the moonlight. Wait.
While Mr. X's pockets are so convenient, I might as well collect my small fee of 1,000 rupees.
Take the cash and let the credit go. Nor heed the rumble of the distant drum.
Here is the note. The Prime Minister will know what to do when he gets it.
Before I go, I must get back the jacket that I put on Mr. X. This loincloth looks too informal. Here. Now.
Have you got your jacket on?
Yes.
Then go. Behind that tapestry, you will find a secret door.
What? A dark passage. What is the strange smell? It's suffocating.
You will get used to the smell. Goodbye, Yogi, goodbye. Now I'm alone with this babbling idiot. What am I to do with him?
Make the most of time we may yet spend before we too into the dust descend.
Rodonico, open the door. Rodonico.
Yes, Your Highness. I'm opening it.
I heard voices in here. Chamberlain, bring a light.
Here is the lamp, Your Highness.
Hold it higher. A man.
An intruder, Uncle. I struggled. I fought him.
Yes, fought him with sweetmeats and betel nuts. Fought me with soft blandishments. To keep me from disturbing Your Highness's slumber. Nonsense. She knows very well that I have insomnia. Rise, sir. Who are you? I'm the man called X. An amateur letter carrier. I beg
Don't listen to him. He has no letter.
Of course he hasn't, Vadanika. I was not born yesterday. Highness, does the name Amar Pahalani mean anything to you? Yes. Yes, it means 1,000,000 rupees. It means a missing contract for the sale of 10,000 pounds of cinchona bark. Then the deal involves cinchona bark. Precious cinchona from which quinine is made. Yes. Tell me, have you really got Amar's letter?
He hasn't. Have him shot.
In good time, Radonika. Mr. X, do not try my patience. I'm forced to, Your Highness. The letter, owing to interference with the mail, is not on me. What? Lost? Not if we hurry. Where to? To the always hospitable home of His Excellency the Prime Minister. That's where the letter is.
It's a lie. Don't go with him. Don't.
I seldom lie, Princess. Though occasionally I exaggerate things like malaria symptoms. Why don't you, slip something over your shimmering veils and come along with us? Do so, Radanika. Then, if the fellow is a liar, Uncle will let you shoot him with Uncle's own gun.
No, I can't. I won't go.
He's trying to escape through the window. Window of 1,000 jewels. I've caught her.
Put me down. Let me go.
No, Princess. No, I'm carrying you to yon jasmine-scented cushion. Hurry, Mr. X. The Prime Minister retires early. I hope you'll retire permanently. Coming, Your Highness. Just let me cover Radanika with a rug. When I tore a chunk out of her shimmering veil. There. Your Highness. Servant, where is your worthy master, that scoundrel?
Why, His Excellency is... He's out.
Out? Now what excuse will you find, Mr. X? The letter is coming by carrier pigeon, and that means you, Zegan, get out from under that table.
Mr. X, this is my hour for making myself invisible.
Stand up like a man and pick your pocket.
My own pocket? This is highly unprofessional.
Then I'll have to do it for you, Zegan.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, stop squirming now. Well, have to look in your other pocket. Don't act so kittenish.
I'm ticklish.
Here it is. Your Highness, I have the honor of handing you the letter.
Amar Pahalani's letter, sealed with his own ring. Now let me open it.
I had a fortune in my pocket and I didn't know it. What kind of a yogi am I?
As one miracle man to another, Zegan, I switched the letter from my pocket to yours when you covered me with your jacket.
Yes, the contract is in order. Look, sealed, signed.
And delivered, finally. And so will the cinchona bark be delivered to my country. With most quinine in the hands of the Japs, this will be vital to our men in the Pacific.
Mr. X, an explosion.
Yes, look out the window. Please.
The Chincona warehouses. Burning. Blown up.
Let's hurry there.
Oh, dear.
Let's go run into that visiting fireman, the Prime Minister. Everything is getting clearer and clearer.
Clearer with those clouds of smoke.
Pregon, where there's smoke, there's fire. Make way for the Maharaja.
Highness, the calamity. The warehouse is in ashes.
The Prime Minister is directing the rescue, Your Highness.
Versatile fella. Burns the candle at both ends.
You man, send the Prime Minister here.
He's already coming. A diplomat on a fire helmet.
Highness, Mr. X, my friends, you must dry your tears. This tragedy was written in the Book of Fate.
Are you sure it wasn't written in the note which the princess sent you?
It was, Mr. X. I peeked at the note a little.
Maharaja Sahib, do not listen to the yogi. He's probably in a trance. What mortal man can tell why and how Chincona barks burn?
My nose can tell. And it's not Chincona that's burning. This smoke doesn't smell of quinine.
Your Highness, you trust the nose of this foreigner against the
No,
word?
Mr. Prime Minister. These warehouses were empty, systematically looted by you and the princess. And the bark stored elsewhere for eventual sale to Japan.
Your Highness, I can explain.
Explain the murder of Amma Pahalani by your spies.
Explain in your next existence. I shoot you like a dog. May you grow dead. Maybe I killed him too impulsively. Now I shall never discover where the Chincona is stored.
Visit the lovely Radanika. Ask her to draw aside a priceless tapestry. Open a hidden door to a secret passage.
But don't suffocate, Your Highness. I nearly choked to death. Yogi breath control notwithstanding.
Yes, the Chincona bark smelled to high heavens, Dagon. But not worse than Radanika's silken cushions. Confidentially, I hate the smell of jasmine.
The cushions will be buried in the same grave with Radanika.
Poor Radanika. I hope Your Highness will give her a state burial. It's most unlikely that I shall meet her in another existence. Yon rising moon that looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter rising look for us through that same garden, and for one in vain.
Star, Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, Sunday, October 1st, marks another important milestone in the history of air transportation. Tomorrow, a Lockheed Lodestar, flying the colors of National Airlines, takes off from the Jacksonville, Florida airport and flies the first National Airlines schedule to New York City. Other Lockheed Lodestars will follow on regular schedules to establish the fastest airline service up and down the Atlantic seaboard. Lockheed congratulates National Airlines on the inauguration of this new service, a progressive step that is typical of many other United States airlines. Most of them started small, and with the support of air-minded Americans, extended and expanded until today our nation is a vast network of integrated air systems. Yes, the nation's airlines have established a progress record unmatched by any other American industry. And this is only the beginning. Tomorrow, after victory, new planes and new routes will make the entire world part of the airline network, a system that you and every American can enjoy. And now a word from our star, Herbert Marshall.
Next week you'll find me high among the peaks of the eternal Alps in Switzerland, where a simple toy music box leads to adventure, romance, and even danger. For there's a beautiful blonde involved who also proves to be a beautiful shot with a high-powered rifle. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X.
Is presented by the men and women of Lockheed Aircraft. Tonight's exploit was written by Francis Farago. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next Saturday. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed presents Mr. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Look to Lockheed for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He's the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion, so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X spins the globe and puts his finger on the Balkans, where he searches for an unknown but notorious international criminal. But right now, his mind is far from the troubled world, as he and his fiancée, Nancy Bessington, listen to Valse Bluet in the Gamut Music Shop on East 44th Street in New York City.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ken.
Then we'll take it, my dear.
Do you think they could play that for our wedding march, darling?
Well, it might be rather tough to waltz down the aisle to, and Mendelssohn and Wagner will probably turn over in their graves, but if you insist...
Have you decided to take it, sir?
Yes, will you wrap it, please?
Certainly. It'll just take a moment.
Ah, darling, do you realize how many things we have in common? Good music, good books, good... Ken, are you listening?
Petko.
What did you say, Ken?
Petko Todorovich.
Pet who? Ken, where are you going?
Nancy, that man just leaving the shop. Darn it. Now, which way did he go?
Ken, what under the sun are you...
Petko. I lost him in the crowd.
And just who is Petko, if you don't mind?
I haven't seen him since we were at school together in Switzerland.
School? Oh, an old friend.
A very close friend, Nancy.
Well, thank goodness. For a minute, I thought you were getting mixed up in one of those things again. But, Ken, you still haven't told me how you got Petko's address.
From Jimmy Hale on the Globe. Come on, Petko, open up. I'd heard he was coming over here as representative of Tito's government.
Oh. Well, then this isn't just a social call after all.
Funny. Why, it's open. Petko, are you home or...
Ken in that chair.
Petko.
Look at him.
Yes, Nancy. Shot through the heart.
But, Ken, why?
I don't know. But he was here on important business for his government.
And he must have been working when it happened. See, here's his typewriter. Oh, he was just writing a letter. It's to somebody named Anna. But it may give us some idea.
Anna.
But you know her, Ken?
His wife, Nancy. Anna was in Switzerland the year I met Petko. She was very lovely.
Oh?
I was in love with her, too.
Oh.
But I left after that summer, and they were married a couple of years later. Oh, it'll be a terrible shock to her. They were devoted.
Well, what does the letter say, Ken?
Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you. And you will never know how I feel having to leave you again. But, my darling, Day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So bless you. And 1,000,000 kisses from your loving Petco.
I didn't know either of them, but it makes me feel terrible.
Nancy, you had the right hunch when I saw Petco leave the music shop. This is one of those things.
Mrs. Anna Todorovich, 1719 Tsar, Ospotoditl Street, Sofia, Bulgaria.
Yes, Chief. That envelope, already addressed, lay beside the typewriter. They must have moved from Belgrade when Yugoslavia was overrun by the Nazis.
Find anything else, Ken?
The violin, Ken.
Yes, a violin. I didn't know he played. But here's the important thing, Chief. In the medicine cabinet, wrapped inside an ordinary gauze bandage roll, I found this. Here.
Microfilm. Let's see. Look at it through this glass, Ken.
I know. 3 million marks. Borrowed by the Reichsbank from the Belgrade State Bank. Anton Gubek, director.
Anton Gubek. Just a minute. Miller, Dufrovsky, Racek, Gubek. I thought I saw that name on the list. Anton Gubek left New York in a plane this morning for Sofia, Bulgaria.
Oh? But why Sofia?
There's a branch of the Belgrade Bank there.
So that's why Petco was here. He must have had evidence that one of his fellow Yugoslavs was in secret collaboration with the Nazis. He traced him to New York and was about to expose him.
But Gubek got to him first.
Could be. Chief, do me a favor.
Well?
Keep this quiet until I have a chance to see Anna Todorovich and tell her about Petco.
Oh, but Ken, Anna is in Bulgaria.
Yes, my darling, Bulgaria.
Oh.
Landing at Sofia in 5 minutes. Sofia, sir. The plane continues on to Istanbul, Cairo, Ceylon, and Sydney, Australia. You may change for planes for Bucharest, Moscow, Aden, Baghdad.
I'm sorry, Anna. You and Petco must have been so happy together.
Oh, it's too happy. Oh, Ken, why? Why, Petco?
Later, Anna. We'll talk about that later.
But I must know. What did he say to you when you saw him?
Unfortunately, the only time I saw him was just a glimpse as he was leaving a music shop.
Oh.
By the way, I never knew Petco was a violinist.
Oh, he just played for his own amusement. He loved music. He loved everything beautiful. Oh.
No, Anna, dear, don't.
Don't. I'm all right now, Ken.
Anna, do you know a man named Anton Gubek?
Anton Gubek? No, Ken. Should I?
Not particularly. I have an idea he's not a very nice man.
But who is he, Ken?
The director of the Belgrade Bank. He has offices here in Sofia.
But, Ken, what has this to do with Petco?
That's exactly what I want to find out. From Mr. Gubek. Mr. Gubek?
Yes?
My name's Thurston.
Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Gubek, do you know a man named Petco Todorovich?
Todorovich? No, I'm afraid I don't.
Todorovich was found dead a few days ago in New York City.
So? What has that to do with me?
He was in possession of a photostatic record of dealings between this bank and the Reichsbank.
My dear man, what bank has not had dealings at one time or another with banks of other countries? After all, finance is international. I'm afraid I fail to understand the purpose of your visit.
Oh, I think you do understand. And is there any reason why you shouldn't tell me what you know?
I haven't said I know anything.
Well, in case you change your mind, you can reach me at the Grand Palace Hotel.
Why should I change my mind?
Because the police might be interested in knowing that you left New York on the day Todorovich was murdered. More coffee, Anna?
No, thank you, Ken.
Feel better now?
Much. thanks to your dear self. Petko always said the best cure for grief was music, food, and laughter. You have given me all three tonight.
Anna, think a minute. Are you sure Petko never mentioned Anton Gubek?
I have been thinking ever since you spoke of him, but you see, I knew very little about Petko's business affairs. And since we came to Sofia, practically nothing at all.
What will you do now, Anna?
Go back to Belgrade? Or perhaps even to your America?
Gypsy music is the same all over the world, but this is one of the best groups I've heard in a long time.
Gancho's gypsy violins are very popular. Do you see how some of the players wander around among the tables?
I certainly do. You believe me, Anna, no gypsy wrote that song. And that arrangement.
So you do not care for my improvisations. Well, what else can one play in a cheese box like that?
Zay Gonzalesmith.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you'd never get here to Sofia. But it was worth waiting for. Will you introduce me?
Oh, yes, Madame Todorovich. Miss Zalesmith.
Hello.
Poet, scientist, musician, and admirer of beautiful women. I kiss your hand, madame.
Well.
You might as well sit down, Zagon. I suppose it's pointless for me to ask you how you happen to be in Sofia. Or is it just an unhappy coincidence?
Surely, Mr. Thurston, you didn't expect me to abandon you in such a crisis.
Well, why not? You've done it before.
Yes, but only for money. And in case of extreme necessity. And speaking of necessity, Mr. Thurston, there is a little item...
What, already?
Well, in addition to the normal traveling expenses, it was expensive to find out your destination. Taxi drivers, baggage masters...
Not a penny, Zagon. Our relationship at the present is purely social.
No, well, in that case, I guess I'd better get back to my wretched job.
Just a minute. What does Anton Gubek mean to you?
Oh, you are a very fine psychologist, Mr. Thurston. When you say Gubek, I think of money.
Go on, what else?
What else is there to think of, Mr. Thurston?
All right. What do you know about Gubek?
Well, I know he returned to Sofia on this afternoon's plane.
This afternoon?
Yes, I understand that Mr. Gubek was delayed in Cairo. As a matter of fact, on my way down to my miserable work this evening, I saw him enter his own house with his luggage.
Oh?
Oh, a perfect abomination of Rococo. It's over there in 47 Koshkovo Boulevard.
47 Koshkovo Boulevard?
Yes, and now, excuse me, Mr. X, and the beautiful madame. I must return. It is my turn to play a solo. Au revoir, madame. And if you should need further assistance, Mr. X, I have very flexible business hours.
Your friend Zagon is a comedian, Ken.
Oh, he's amusing enough, but he's got a price list for every laugh. Anna, I hate to bring such a charming evening to a close so quickly, but I want to talk to Gubek tonight. So if you don't mind, I'll see you home first.
Oh, don't bother, Ken. Just put me in a cab. After all, my house is a long way from Koshkovo Boulevard.
Yes? What do you want? Oh, officer. I came here to see Mr. Gubek.
There's Mr. Gubek in there, on the floor. Dead.
Wait a minute. This isn't Gubek?
No? Well, who do you think it is?
This isn't the man I talked to at Gubek's office yesterday afternoon.
I don't know anything about that. But this man is Anton Gubek.
Then who was the man I talked to?
Just a moment. We will continue with Act Two of tonight's exploit of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying land transport in use today. It is capable of carrying 64 passengers, crew, and cargo across the nation in 7 hours. Its 4 engines provide a cruising speed of better than 300 miles an hour and a flight ceiling of well over 20,000 feet. Now, all these facts might indicate to you that while the Constellation is a fine airplane, its use will be confined to long flights between super airports. This isn't true, of course. For all its size and speed and power, the Constellation easily takes off and lands in any standard airport. Furthermore, even on short flights of 100 and 200 miles, it has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary two-engine transport you fly in today. Thus, while the Constellation is serving the air forces now, tomorrow it may serve the airport in your town. As an airline local or as a transcontinental express, it will offer you swift, comfortable, safe transportation to neighboring cities or to lands beyond the horizon. Again, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation, another example of Lockheed leadership. Now to return to tonight's exploit of Mr. X, whose search for the murderer of his friend Petko Todorovich has led him to Sofia, Bulgaria, only to discover that his only suspect, Anton Gubek, dubious Yugoslav banker, also has been murdered. As we join him, he is in his hotel room with the ubiquitous Zagon Zelsner.
Mr. X, I am humiliated at having to bring up such a personal subject, but...
You don't look very humiliated to me, Zagon.
Oh, well, I was so excited with my first solo appearance as a violinist that I neglected to conclude my negotiations with you at the cafe.
I don't recall any negotiations.
But, Mr. X, remember, I divulged the invaluable information about the unfortunate Mr. Gubek.
Oh, in that case, you owe me money. Your invaluable information ran me right up a blind alley.
Well, then, perhaps you'll be even more interested in Mr. Macek, president of the Macedonian National Bank. Such an interesting story and not too expensive. Or perhaps Mr. Dobrovechi, chairman of the board of directors of the Sofia Exchange.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of double talk is this, Zagon?
No, not talk. Names and figures. All here. See? On this.
Microfilm. Zagon, where did you get this?
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Mr. X. I'm a man of scruples, but she was so beautiful, and I was only looking for her address.
Well, whose address? Looking where?
Why, your beautiful friend, of course, when her handbag lay on the table in the cafe.
Zagon, it's hard to believe there could be worse scoundrels than you, but there are, and not half so amusing.
Again, I am humiliated having to bring up a personal subject.
Well, perhaps these American dollars will save you from further embarrassment.
Oh, they do. I now recovered my dignity, and now as an honorable man, I must return this property to the beautiful lady.
That, Zagon, is a pleasure I shall reserve for myself. Good evening, Anna.
I wondered what happened to you. You didn't call. You didn't...
Oh, just a comedy of errors and mistaken identity, that's all.
What?
Now, you see, Gubek isn't Gubek at all. Or wasn't, I should say.
What do you mean?
Oh, I could put it this way. Gubek is dead. Long live Gubek.
Gubek is dead?
Yes, but the man I thought was Gubek is still alive. And most important of all, whoever he is, he's the murderer of Petko. And he's here in Sofia.
Oh, how could he be? Petko was murdered in New York. And... Oh, but Ken, dear, let us not talk about this tonight.
All right. Shall we talk about a summer in Switzerland long ago?
Oh, yes.
About our scrambling for hours to get to the top of some place, only to ski down in a few seconds, laughing at time and space.
Ken, you remember, too. We were above the world. Out of the world. Out...
Did this violin belong to Petko?
Yes, Ken. I told you he loved to play. Just for himself.
Well, then he must have picked up the one he had in New York at the music shop where I saw him.
I wondered why he did not take this one with him, but he left so suddenly. Oh, but Ken, let us turn back the clock again. And remember, you returned to America without my ever telling you.
Telling me what, Anna?
And it was you, Ken. You, darling. Kiss me. Like you once did when...
Anna, something I must tell you about.
Yes,
A letter for you from Petco. He wrote it just before he died.
You read it to me, Ken.
Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you. And you will never know how I feel having to leave you again. But my darling, day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So, bless you, and a million kisses from your loving Petco.
Oh, poor Petco.
Now let me read it again. Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you. And you will never know how I feel.
Ken, why don't you go on?
Anna, the person who began this letter didn't finish it. Yes, Petco started typing, but see, beginning here, the touch is different, a much lighter touch. Somebody else finished the letter.
But who?
Somebody who didn't want to be exposed as an accomplice in an international blackmail racket. Someone connected with a music shop in New York City. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But you did use the music shop, didn't you, Anna?
Is this some kind of fairy tale, Ken?
Petco got suspicious. He had evidence in microfilm. And when he traced you to that music shop in New York, he had a hard decision to make.
Go on, Ken.
And so, when he went back to the hotel, he sat down to write you a letter. What he intended to write was, you'll never know how I feel, having discovered what you really are. So, Anna, you had to shoot him, complete the letter as your alibi, and get back here.
And by what magic do you know all this?
No magic at all. I believed this letter, until you yourself showed me how wrong I was.
I showed you?
You were the only one who knew I came here to see Gubek, and you made sure I wouldn't see him. Who was the man I talked to at Gubek's office, Anna?
Oh, you must be joking.
Unfortunately, this microfilm here is not very funny. Whoever this man is, he's dreamed up an insidious blackmail racket, using photostatic records of secret negotiations between the Nazis and bankers in some of the occupied countries. And he's making them pay off to save their necks from their own people as their countries are liberated.
You are speaking about me, Mr. X.
Oh, there you are. Whoever you are.
But not Gubek, eh? Schmutzige Schweinigel.
So, the trademark of a Nazi. And the portrait is complete. Even to the gun in your hand.
This isn't a picture, Mr. X. It works.
I don't doubt it. I've seen enough evidence that it does. Your gun worked too, didn't it, Anna? No wonder Petco didn't look me up when he came to New York. He was ashamed to let me know that his devoted Anna had turned traitor. Not only to his great love for her, but to her people. To her country.
Stop it.
Why did you do it, Anna? Was it money? Was it because Petco lost everything he had when the Nazis moved in?
Stop!
I can imagine what Petco went through when he found you in New York. When he discovered what you were doing. What you'd become. He tried to tell you in a letter, but you never let him finish it.
Kill him, Willie. Don't let him talk anymore.
Yeah, now, stand aside, Anna. The lights. Who turned them off?
Willie!
I swear by the father of my father, I am innocent. I didn't do it.
Zagon, you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston? What big hands you have.
Can you find the light switch, Zagon?
Naturally, I just turned it off.
Right.
There.
And they've got away.
You mean the beautiful lady and my friend Gancho?
Gancho. So that's who he is.
No, he's a lot of people. But mostly he was Willy Heinecke, a very high man once, a useful aide to von Papen himself.
An unpleasant character. Well, Zagon, you saved my life by turning off that light.
Yes, and for no compensation either. But, alas, now I am in a pickle. Gancho and his gypsies gone, my violin gone. And without a violin, Zagon is without a tongue.
That'll be a new experience. But if it's a violin you want, there's one.
Oh, that's a treasure. When I played with the Amsterdam Symphony, I had a Guarnerius. On my last concert tour in Budapest, it was an Amati. And now... Oh, pfui, another one of Gancho's cheese boxes.
Wait, give me that fiddle. Why didn't I think of this before? That flat tone.
It may not be a Stradivarius, Mr. X, but that is vandalism.
Look, Zagon, the sound post.
It should be cheese.
Instead of a solid piece of hardwood, it's a hollow tube. In it, a roll of microfilm. So this is how your friend Gancho concealed his blackmailing evidence and shipped it abroad.
No wonder I could never play the Paganini cadenza from Mendel's own concerto on a Gancho violin.
Zagon, you wanted the job. You have one.
I'm open to suggestion for a slight consideration, of course.
You know where Gancho has gone?
Not yet, Mr. X, but Zagon is not only a virtuoso, he's also a bloodhound. I risked my very life crossing the border to find you here in Yugoslavia.
And how did you know where we'd be, Zagon?
Do you not remember? You said the man who makes all your violins was here in this village.
You are a friend of Thurston's. Why did you follow us?
Oh, my dear lady, is that not obvious? You and Gancho are now in a flourishing condition, so to speak, and you will be interested in the information about Mr. Thurston at a reasonable price, of course.
So, it would be much cheaper to liquidate you than to bargain with you.
Oh, but the information...
I'll give it to you for nothing.
Ken.
Oh, Mr. X, don't surprise me like that, and... Please, Mr. Thurston, just put down that gun. Surely you don't think that
Zagon, I know you too well. You always try to double your profit. So I followed you.
And now I suppose you will kill us.
I'm neither judge nor executioner, my dear. I'll leave that to the proper authorities. In this case, who will be more proper to judge you than your own people of Yugoslavia, whom you've betrayed?
What are they doing, Mr. X? I can't bear to look.
I don't wonder. You're lucky you're not against that wall yourself.
Please don't say things like that.
How different from a pleasant summer in Switzerland a long time ago. A fine friend and a beautiful girl. Seems like two different worlds, Zagon. One of those worlds has ended. A world of treachery and terror.
Before our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X, here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, when the war is over and final count is taken on those American industries contributing most to victory, the nation's airlines will stand near the top of the list. Here at home, the airlines have worked tirelessly, night and day, to speed essential passengers and cargo. Overseas, the nation's airline crews operating for the Air Transport Command have flown to almost every point on the globe. Many notables have been piloted by airline men on over-ocean trips. President Roosevelt, Generalissimo and Madame Chiang Kai-shek, Generals Marshall, Eisenhower, and Arnold, Admirals King and Leahy, Queen Wilhelmina, Secretary of War Stimson, and many others. Taken together, airline crews have crossed the oceans thousands of times and have flown many millions of miles to foreign shores. Yes, the airlines of America are doing a vital job in the war effort, a job that foretells a great age of flight that you and every American will enjoy in peacetime days to come. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, I look forward to flying to the colorful West Indies, where a strange death occurs within the walls of an ancient church, where the only clue is a message that says nothing but okay. All leading to a climax involving a ton of high explosives. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Tonight's exploit was written by Milton Merlin. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next week. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The man called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for us all. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X drops in on an adventure involving some hot jewelry, a hotter steak, and an extremely hot senorita. But at the moment, he's getting a rather cold blast from his fiancée, Nancy Bessington. They're at lunch.
Now, look, Ken. Do you think I like the prospect of being married to a human helicopter?
Nancy, I object. I've never been known to hover in midair.
Don't you realize, darling, that all this chasing around all over the world, grabbing a sandwich on the run and missing your sleep and...
By golly, you're right, Donnie. What I need is to be completely and utterly bored.
Ken, I have some friends up on Cape Cod, and they're the dullest people in the world.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sounds like heaven. We must visit them sometime.
We are going to visit them this weekend.
This weekend?
I have the tickets, and we're flying up this afternoon. It's all arranged. The people are expecting us, so you can't back out now.
Oh, Nancy, you're an angel, but it's impossible. I have to,
Yes? What do you have to do?
I have to see a jeweler.
Oh?
About some diamonds.
Oh, Ken, darling.
For the chief.
Chief?
Yeah, just a routine inquiry.
Oh, you two going steady now?
Purely platonic.
How long will it be?
Oh, a couple of hours, I should say.
Oh, then good. Then I'll fly up right after lunch. You can come up on the 4:30 plane, and we'll have dinner Cape Cod. A very dull dinner.
Promise?
Promise.
May I assist you, sir?
Why, yes. Are you Mr. Blucher?
No, Mr. Blucher is out of the store at present.
That's too bad. I was advised to see him personally about having a diamond reset with some smaller ones added.
I'm sorry. He is not here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
I can't say exactly.
The middle of the afternoon, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Well, as soon as he comes in, have him get in touch, will you? I'll be at the Manhattan Health Club down the street a ways, in the Turkish bath. It's extremely important.
For whom should Mr. Blucher inquire?
The name is Thurston. Ken Thurston.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Hot enough for you, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, Axel, this is the hottest steam room in the borough of Manhattan.
There's one other customer, Mr. Thurston. Do you mind sharing the steam with him?
No, send him in.
Good. Don't stay in too long.
Don't worry, Axel, not in this heat.
Is there anything you need? A clean shave?
No, this one's fine. Just stop back in about 3 minutes and sprinkle some barbecue sauce on me.
Oh,
Phew. Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
Who's there? I can't see through this team.
I'm Gunnar Blucher.
Oh, Blucher, the diamond cutter. Glad you got my message.
Talk to you. I'm in great trouble, Mr. Thurston. Is it all right to talk here?
I imagine, sir. What's the matter?
I get package in the mail this morning.
What's that I dropped in to see you about?
It's from Holland. I opened it, and there are 3 huge diamonds. Uncut, but valuable for industrial uses. Worth millions.
Well,
Less than 10 minutes after package arrived, they came in and threatened me.
They? Who's they?
The man you talked to with the thick glasses. Herr Schloss and his helper.
Where are the diamonds now?
Schloss made me pack them up again and addressed the box to a jewelry store in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I get it. From there, Nazi agents will ship the diamonds back to the Reich by way of Lisbon.
Yeah, that's what they do. I knew by the way you talked in the store that you must be from Washington. So I slipped away and followed you.
That's a long haul to get the gems through the lines to Germany. 20 miles as the crow flies, 20,000 miles by the Nazi grapevine.
Will I go to prison, Mr. Thurston?
You'll never live to go to prison if our chum with the thick glasses finds out you've been talking to me. This calls for some prompt activity. Not in a Turkish bath.
Yeah.
Come along, Blucher.
Yeah.
The door's jammed.
We must get out of here. I've had enough of this steam.
Locked. Open up, Axel. Unlock this door.
They must have followed me.
Of course they followed you. Open up, somebody. Axel, turn off the steam.
Mr. Thurston, I'm getting faint.
Come on, Blucher. Let's get our shoulders against this door. Have to break it down. Blucher. Are you all right? Blucher. Axel. Axel, anyone open up this door.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Stay gone.
You seem to be in the market for highly specialized services, Mr. Thurston.
Zagon! Oh, Zagon, you're a lifesaver. Unlock the door.
For how much, Mr. X?
How can you think of money at a time like this?
It's very easy. $200 perhaps.
Robbery. But I'm in no position to haggle. Turn off the steam and let's get out of here. Huh. Oh, well, that's better. Now get this door open, Zagon.
I'm having Mr. X as fast as I can.
There. God bless your mercenary soul.
Oh, you were in a hot spot, Mr. X, if you'll excuse the expression. It's like I happened to stop by.
How did you happen to stop by, Zagon?
Well, would Blackstone tell Houdini? After all, a man who lets his main source of income suffocate in a Turkish bath is a fool, wouldn't you say?
I want to be on hand at your autopsy, Zagon. I'm sure you have a cash register for a soul.
Thank you.
Where's the attendant?
Bound and gagged in the closet.
Well, I'll be getting dressed.
I'll be making out the bill for my services.
Incidentally, Zagon, did you get a look at the fellow who tried to suffocate us in the steam room?
A few dollars might sharpen my recollection.
It's high time you declared a dividend. Did he or did he not wear thick spectacles?
I'd say he did.
Good. Now we know the man we're after, and... Zagon!
What's the matter, Mr. X?
My clothes are gone. Every stitch. My wallet and keys, identification, everything. Zagon?
No, not me, Mr. X. When I peek, I leave the pocket.
I've got to get something to wear.
The sheet you have on is not unbecoming you.
Look, Zagon, get out and scare me up some clothes, because I'm catching the next plane for Argentina. It was sweet of you to invite yourself along, Zagon.
But I am so useful to you, Mr. X.
Yes, you do make a nice deduction on my income tax.
What is this wild goose we are chasing to Argentina?
Why should I tell you?
Oh, you might be a very well-broiled steak by now if it weren't for me, Mr. X. Besides, how can I help you if I don't know why we are after the man with the thick glasses?
All right. Some industrial diamonds were confiscated by the Allies when we liberated Holland. Now, our friend is trying to spirit them back to the Reich by way of Argentina.
Diamonds? How much do you think you're worth?
Millions when cut.
Perhaps you would like to hire me on a percentage basis on this job.
No fancy deals, Zagon. Cash on the line.
But you are so impractical, Mr. X. Why don't you put me under contract? You agree to pay me 10% more than the highest offer from anyone else, okay?
I'll be bankrupt in no time. No, Zagon. Where you're concerned, piecework is much cheaper.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like a suite for two. Thurston's the name.
Mr. Thurston? Well...
Do you have a room for me?
Well, but you're already registered.
What do you mean, Ken Thurston? Thurston?
Room 707.
Oh, must be someone else with the same name.
Well, I just took over from the night clerk. He says he thinks this Mr. Thurston is the important special investigator that they call Mr. X.
You don't say?
Yes. From Washington, D.C.
Well.
Where are you from, Mr. Thurston?
Me? I'm from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Just a moment, we'll continue with tonight's exploit of Mr. X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying transport in use today. Fully loaded, 64 passengers, cargo, and crew of 6, it is capable of flying from Chicago to New York in 2 hours, 47 minutes. From New York to London in 13 hours, 20 minutes. From London to Paris in 56 minutes. Now, these sample schedules are quite exciting, of course, but what makes them particularly striking is that the plane we are talking about, the 4-engined Lockheed Constellation, is actually in use today. It's no manufacturer's dream. It is in use today. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport that flies better than 300 miles an hour. The transport that cruises at 20,000 feet, high up in the smooth upper air. The transport that operates in and out of any standard airport with room to spare. The transport, furthermore, that even on short hops of 30 minutes has been proved more economical than the ordinary 2-engine airliner. This transport, the Lockheed Constellation, is flying for the Army Air Forces today. When peace comes, it will fly for you, bringing the airport in your town hours closer to any place in the nation and to lands beyond the horizon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport of tomorrow in use today. Another example of Lockheed leadership. The hunt for a fortune in uncut diamonds has led Mr. X to room 705 of the Hotel Embajadero in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Next door, in room 707, another Mr. X is registered. At the present moment, Zagon Zellsmith, freelance spy and double-crosser extraordinary, is combing the room of the ersatz Mr. X, while Ken lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking out a plan of action. The sun is set, but Ken hasn't bothered to turn on the light.
Where the devil are those cigarettes? Oh. Hello? Well, what did you find, Sagan? Sagan? Who's there? Who's there?
Darling.
Well, hello.
Oh, Ken. Why did you not meet me? You said you would.
Oh, well, a number of things.
You still love me?
Love you? Of course I love you, my darling. I could no more stop loving you than I could stop breathing.
Do you have a cold?
Yes. I'm afraid I caught a little cold. Suppose it makes my voice sound different, huh?
Very different. But then, it's no wonder you caught cold, considering where we were.
Yes, of course. Yes. Where we were, it's no wonder I caught cold. You didn't catch cold, did you, darling?
Of course not. I didn't go in.
That's right. Yes, you didn't, girl.
Dearest, we've known each other only 9 hours.
Hardly seems that long.
But I know all the things you said are right and true. That's why I did exactly what you told me to. Oh, we were meant for each other, darling. I don't care what Uncle says.
Uncle doesn't approve?
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't, if he knew. No, he's too old to remember what it's like to be in love. All he cares about are his old beef cattle.
You must try to be understanding, my darling. It is hard to get romantic with beef cattle.
There's just one thing that worries me, Ken. This afternoon, after we went out to the...
After we went where, dear?
You know where. I thought you had changed somehow. It's not true, is it?
Yes, I have changed. Much more than you think.
Oh, darling.
Wait till I press the switch on this table lamp and you'll see how much I've changed. By heaven, you are lovely.
You aren't Mr. X.
Opinions on that may differ, but I assure you that the chap who made love to you is not Ken Thurston.
What are you talking about?
I have a sneaking suspicion you've been getting chummy with an agent of the Nazi government.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Lady, you've apparently been sucked in by the oldest con game in the world. And it's a lucky thing you stumbled into the wrong hotel room, or you might have a real heartbreak on your hands.
Oh, it's not true. He loves me. It's for you, pretending.
He made love to you so he could use you for a purpose. All I want to know is what you did for him.
I won't tell you.
Where were you this afternoon?
I don't see...
Where did you go together? What did you do?
Why should I tell you?
Because I'm on your side. Because this phony Mr. X is trying to help the Fourth Reich prepare for another world war.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care. Because he's the type of gentleman that's sabotaging the future happiness of kids like you. Whether you live in Buenos Aires or Bridgeport.
I'm in love with him.
You think you are. You've only known him 9 hours. In another 9 hours, you might be in love with me. Tell me, what's he up to?
I promise.
Who's your uncle? What does he pack besides beef?
Oh, I won't stay here.
Now, wait a minute. Come back. Oh, well.
You want me to catch her for you, Mr. X? I will chase her for nothing.
No, Zagon. No, I think we'll let her go. She may bring us some bigger game. What's with you, Zagon? Did you find anything in our neighbor's room?
He must have all his valuables with him. This hand-woven necktie was the only thing worth the taking.
Anything, any phone numbers?
3 on the back of an envelope. I called them all. One was a girl named Carmelita, one was a girl named Margarita, and one was a B&B meat-packing house.
Ah, now we've got something.
I don't think so. Carmelita and Margarita on the telephone, they sound... Oh, boy.
No. We'll see about them later. First, we're going to do business with the B&B meat packers.
Oh, I hope you have your red points with you, Mr. X. Wild geezers, all we chase is wild geezers.
Not this time, Zagon. I'll bet you $500 to a dozen orchids that we locate those diamonds within an hour.
You interest me strangely. But orchids, they are expensive.
Not down here. They grow like dandelions.
Oh?
All you have to do is to go out and pick them.
Good, it's a bet.
But you have to help me, Zagon. And you've got to work fast. Because I have a feeling that my little girlfriend is going to send the man with the thick glasses out this same road in a very few minutes. With luck, we can nab both him and the diamonds.
This will undoubtedly make it necessary to bring my priceless talents into play.
Since when have your talents been priceless? Zagon, you are now a meat inspector for the Argentinian government.
Oh, what's my yearly salary?
You won't be around long enough to collect it. Here's what you do. When you get to the packing house, demand to inspect the beef shipment, which is consigned to Lisbon, Portugal.
Suppose there is no shipment to Lisbon.
Well, then you win $500. But if there is a shipment for Lisbon, you'll probably see the most valuable chunk of beef in the history of the meat-packing industry. That's the storage house. You all set?
Yeah. Do I use a gun?
Now, what would a meat inspector be doing with a gun? The cows are already dead, Zager.
The gun might come in handy.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting right outside here in the shadows.
I have a brainstorm. You go in and I wait outside in the shadow.
Oh, sure. And if our Nazi friend drops by and tops my price, you'll switch over to the other side. Oh, no, Zager. You are the meat inspector.
All right. What do I say?
Just bluff. There's only one watchman on duty.
I'm afraid I won't put on a very professional appearance. With beasts, I don't know the front from the back. I'm strictly a ground-round man myself.
They're going to have implicit faith in you.
But after all...
And, there is money to be made.
Mr. X, I go.
Make it fast, Zager.
Hola. What you want?
Hola. I am the meat inspector. I want to examine the beef you are shipping to Portugal.
To Portugal?
Yes. You don't have some, do you?
A very small shipment, see. It leaves tomorrow, but it has already been inspected.
Not by me. I must examine it immediately.
Everybody wants to see the meat from Portugal. Follow me. Here in the refrigeration room, 40 carcasses on the left-hand side.
You will keep the door open for me.
Oh, see. But do not take too long. We cannot let the cold air escape.
I will hurry. In all my career, this is the first time I ever picked the pocket of a beef.
Watchman! Watchman! See? What do you want?
I'm a special investigator for the United States government. Here are my credentials. You may call me Mr. X.
And you want to see the meat shipment to Portugal?
No. I want to know if anyone else has asked to see it.
See, the meat inspector is in the refrigerator examining it now.
In there?
See.
Pardon me, please.
What are you doing? The man cannot get out now.
Exactly. He is not a meat inspector. He is an agent of the Nazi government. Everything he told you was a lie.
And you're quite an expert on lies, aren't you, Mr. X?
Mr. X?
Well, did you get your diamond reset, sir?
No, I never had a chance to examine your entire stock, but I think I'm going to very soon.
Look behind you. My men have you covered from the doorway, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
You mean you wish they had me covered? Unfortunately, Herr Schloss, you came here alone, and unfortunately, I think we'll have to put you on ice for a while. Watchman, which of these refrigeration chambers doesn't have a jewelry concession?
Which?
These storage rooms. Do they all lock from the outside?
Oh, see, and no windows. Oh, you want to lock him up?
That's the idea.
Here, I help you.
May I remind you, Mr. X, that we are not in your United States now. Here, my credentials are as good as yours.
Well, try presenting them to one of those cold cuts. In you go.
There, we fix him, yes?
Watchman, I have a feeling somehow that you are too much of an eager beaver.
I am?
Yes, and until I know whether or not you have a swastika tattooed on your chest, maybe you'd better keep him company.
Oh, I know nothing of
An old maxim of mine, when in doubt, cool both your heels. Voila.
Mr. X! Mr. X!
You all right, Zagon?
I am cool.
Did you find the diamonds?
I found a very expensive beefsteak. Let me out, Mr. X.
What's it worth to you, Zagon?
What? Mr. X, this is no time for humor.
Certainly my services should be worth a moderate fee.
Oh, it's very cold in here with all these frozen cows.
Stop beefing, Zagon. $200, perhaps.
Mr. X, how can you think of money at a time like this?
It's a talent I picked from a friend of mine named Zell Smith. Suppose we say $200 on account and I'll let you out.
Oh, whatever you say, I am pleased.
All that meat and Zagon Zell Smith.
Oh, Mr. X,
Did you find anything interesting?
Right back here in this...
Here, show me what you're talking about.
This carcass that has...
Come on. What's wrong with this filet mignon, Zagon?
Look.
Ah, a little incision up the left flank. That's unusual. Maybe if we look inside this animal, we'll find a very valuable cut of beef. Okay, Zago. Hand them over.
Mr. X,
Hand over those diamonds, or you'll be cooling your heels in here for a week. Oh, thank you. Wasn't very clever of you, Zagon. Aren't you ashamed?
Those little teensy, weensy rocks, I didn't think they would be worth anything at all.
I like this story. This will cost you exactly 1 dozen orchids. And please remember that old packing house proverb, Zagon. A diamond in the hand is worth 2 in the beef. Oh, I'm sorry. God bless you. Nancy, I'm terribly sorry I flew up here as fast as I could.
Oh, sure. Now it's time to go home. Oh, Ken, the least you could have done was telephone.
Oh, were the people dull?
That's ditch water. I suppose you've been chasing all over, getting shot at, ruining your digestion.
Nothing of the kind. It was a very calm and healthful weekend. I had some very rare steaks. Even went to a Turkish bath.
But why didn't you come up here to Cape Cod before it was time to go home?
I sort of got on the wrong plane out of New York. And, then I stopped to get these for you.
Ken, a dozen orchids. Oh, why didn't you say... Oh, honey, they're heavenly.
Amazing, the potency of extensive vegetation.
I didn't know there was a florist in all New York with orchids like this.
Oh, there isn't. I had to take a little trip to get them.
Oh, Ken, you didn't go all the way to Jersey.
Well, that general direction. Kiss and make up.
Kiss and make up.
Oh, well. Why don't I have sense enough to stay home?
Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours a day, every day, the men and women of Lockheed are building weapons of war. The swift P-38 Lightning fighter, the Navy's Ventura bomber, the famous B-17 Flying Fortress, and the majestic Lockheed Constellation. Weapons of war, fighters, bombers, transports. This is the job of Lockheed today. But the time will come, a day of peace. And when it does, Lockheed's skill and Lockheed leadership will continue to build airplanes for the nation. Planes to maintain the peace. Planes to further the peace through national and international commerce. And perhaps planes to provide you and your family with swift transportation to the vacations of peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed is a war plant. Deadly, serious, efficient. But someday it will be a peace plant. A plant that will help endow the post-war years with security and pleasure for you and all America. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, the ancient city of Athens. In a story which might well be called The Grease Spot, if you'll forgive me. A story in which Mr. X tries to skin the Trojan horse. With the aid, naturally, of a beautiful and seductive young lady. So be with us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Highest flying super fighter in all the world. And during the following program, Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation, will bring you the inside story about this great new plane. Lockheed presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Felix Mills. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The makers of Lockheed Airplanes present Herbert Marshall as the man called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Listen to this, Chief. London, February the 13th, Associated Press. The Moscow radio quoted Stockholm reports tonight that the mayor of Berlin, Ludwig Stieg, had been shot to death for cowardice.
Yeah, Ken. One report says that he tried to leave Berlin, but was recognized, arrested, and executed.
Yeah. The tougher the going, the tougher Himmler and company will have to get, even with their own bigwigs.
That's okay with me, Ken. They're just doing some of the dirty work we'd have to do.
Right, Nancy. But unfortunately, some of them are going to slip through. Some of the worst.
For instance, Chief?
Well, for instance, we've got a tip that Schweitzer's going to try to get out.
Schweitzer?
Yep. Reichsbank, economic minister.
Why, he probably has more vital information in his head than any other man in Germany. Can't let him get away, Chief.
Yep. If he gets out, it's just too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad somebody can't go into Berlin and help him escape.
Great idea, Ken.
Kind of ridiculous, too.
Oh, I was just speculating.
It's out of our jurisdiction, too. Anybody who did it would have to be in a zone.
Yeah. Yes, well, Nancy, let's go. See you later, Chief.
Okay, Ken. I'll have something else for you to do in a few days. Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Chief. Oh, and don't strain yourself looking for another assignment for Ken. Berlin, huh?
Well, you heard the Chief. It's out of our jurisdiction.
Well, don't let it get you down. What would you like to do today, darling?
Oh, I don't know. How about dropping in on Harold Annis?
All right. Haven't seen Hal for ages. Oh, what's he doing now?
Nothing much. Colonel with the ATC.
Yes. Oh, that's what... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Yes, darling. Colonel Harold Annis of the Air Transport Command. Tell me, Hal, how close do your planes go to Germany?
Russia. That's close enough, Ken.
Could you arrange a passage for a passenger?
Well, yeah, I suppose I could.
Hal, do you mind if Ken kisses me right in front of you?
This I've got to see.
Just something to remember you by, Ken. Well... Oh, darling. Darling, when you kiss me like that, I go on a plane trip myself to the stars.
You like flying for the ATC, Captain?
Sure, Mr. Thurston. Why, during the last couple of weeks, I've been in Cairo, Sydney, Burma, London, Paris, Saipan, and Long Beach, California.
And next stop, Moscow.
Yep. I'll just have time to say hello to Uncle Joe and go on to Cousin Chung in Chungking.
Transport from New York arriving at Ramp 2. Planes leaving Ramp 7 for Leningrad, Stockholm, London. Ramp number 11 for Budapest.
Товарищ!
Hi, Pagon.
Я приветствую вас от имени любимицы всех советских республик Москвы, красавицы, дорогой товарищ Thurston.
Meaning?
Hello. And welcome to Moscow, товарищ.
Well said, Mr. Zellsmith. Did you get my message?
Mr. X, I saw, I came, I conquest.
Bravo.
I have been busy mapping out some new strategies for the Red Army. But I was able to steal a precious moment to keep this appointment with you.
Oh, so you even steal moments, eh, Pagon?
Ah, but Mr. X, a moment with you may lead to a fortune.
Look, Pagon, you once told me you were a charter member of some band of roving rogues. What were they called?
Oh, you mean the Continental Guild of Mercenaries?
That's it. You still a member?
Well, I haven't paid my dues lately, but I still have my connections.
Good. We can use your fellow guildsmen.
How?
We have a job to do which, incidentally, should cover your delinquent dues and then some.
That interests me profoundly, Mr. Thurston. But what do I do?
Have you ever made a parachute jump?
Who? Me? Geronimo!
Great, Pagon. That would make anybody jump.
Then let's go.
All right.
But where are we going?
Just to Berlin.
Oh, fine. I always...
There you are, Mr. Thurston. If you drop now, you'll land in the forest.
Thank you, Major Malinoff. It is smart of you to pick a place where we wouldn't have to dodge enemy flak.
In this new plane, we could dodge anything. You better hurry and jump, or Marshal Zhukov will be in Berlin before you are.
Okay. You ready, Pagon?
Don't you think, well, maybe perhaps we can wait a little while?
Just close your eyes and jump.
You first, my dear Thurston.
After you, Pagon.
But I insist.
Okay, but Major, you'll take care of my friend, won't you?
To your entire satisfaction, Mr. Thurston. Good luck, Tovarishch.
Good luck to you. So long.
He did it. He did it.
It's very simple. Now watch. I will show you a little trick. With a flick of my finger, my beautiful plane rolls over on its side, so... Good luck, Tovarishch.
From here on, we better go separately, Pagon.
My miserable life is on your head, Mr. X.
Don't worry about my head. Just use yours. Mix in with the refugees on the road. Now, here's our plan. I'm going to make a little call on Schweitzer.
Not old money bags?
Yeah. The head man of the Reichsbank.
Oh, are we going to rob the bank?
We've got something more important to do. But first, we've got to decide on a meeting place.
Now, let's see. Putsy.
Putsy?
Haven't I told you about Putsy? A 32nd cousin.
Oh?
A Zelschmidt's black sheep on the Bulgarian side.
Where does he live?
Due to the misfortunes of his ill-starred career, he's living at 57 Sauerbratenstrasse. But what are you going to do, Mr. X?
Pagan, you've inspired me.
I have? How much is it worth to me?
You know, I've studied your duplicities for a long time, and at last I found a good use for them. I'm going to double-cross a crook to bait a trap for the crook.
Herr Schweitzer.
Herr Schweitzer.
How did you get in? I don't know you. Who are you?
Herr Schweitzer, you're planning to try to get out of Germany.
Who are you?
Oh, call me X.
X? What is this? Some joke?
These are hardly times for joking, are they? As I was saying, you want to get out of Germany.
But
it seems impossible, doesn't it?
Get out of here.
Look here, Herr Schweitzer. You're a shrewd man. A wise man who would like to save his own skin.
Don't move, whoever you are.
I don't think you want to shoot me, Herr Schweitzer, because, you see, I can get you out of Germany.
You? Just what makes you think you... The shelter! Quick!
The Americans are dropping their calling cards again.
Oh, the swine! Come on! Hurry! Now, we'll be safe here.
Not a very happy life, is it, Herr Schweitzer?
It will be over soon.
Oh, Father, here you are. I'm glad. I wondered where you... Oh, a visitor?
Yes, an uninvited visitor. He calls himself X.
I see.
I'm offering your father a chance to get out of Germany.
Oh? And what do you say to that, Father?
Oh, don't take him too seriously, Elena, my dear. He's very amusing. Go on, X.
Let's be frank. Rather punctuates the defeat to come, doesn't it?
Well, go on with what you're saying.
Yes, but defeat may not be the end of everything. Failure can sometimes be turned into profit. To speak your language, Herr Schweitzer.
What do you expect to get for all this?
A small measure of what you expect.
A future made out of catastrophe.
And all this cause is based on the assumption that Germany has lost the war.
That's your assumption, isn't it? I know you played along with the Nazis because you thought it was good business. That doesn't sound like good business, does it, Herr Schweitzer?
Huh?
To stay here means utter ruin for you. It means the end of business. So, of course, you'll be interested in my proposal.
Supposing I were interested, how could I trust someone I don't know, nor have ever heard of?
You haven't been able to trust those you do know, so I wouldn't expect you to trust me, except that I shall profit as well as you if you get out.
Get out to where?
A plane will be waiting on the other side of the border.
What border?
We'll come to that later.
What border?
It doesn't matter. France, Italy, Yugoslavia.
What about Bremner, this Gestapo? You must think they are fools.
Not for a minute. But there are some things that even Bremner can't stop. What do you say, Herr Schweitzer?
I shall report you to the Gestapo.
Won't Bremner be a little curious about the fact that you've been approached with this kind of proposition? Bremner's a suspicious man, you know. In case you shouldn't report me to him, you'll meet me at 6 o'clock this evening?
You are very bold, aren't you?
Maybe just foolish. I've offered your father a deal. I don't know whether you'll buy. May I expect to see you this evening, Herr Schweitzer?
Perhaps.
57 Sauerbratenstrasse.
But, Mr. X, what makes you so sure Herr Schweitzer is coming?
If he weren't coming, I'd have been arrested long ago. Pagan, can we trust this cousin Tootsie of yours?
Mr. Thurston, of course not. He doesn't even trust himself. That's why he will be so useful.
A true Zelsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But it's already 5 minutes past 6 and no Herr Schweitzer.
It's worth waiting more than 5 minutes for Schweitzer, Pagan.
Cousin Pagan. Shh. I'm busy. Tootsie, later. But I have to talk to you. Small Taylor's just turned up. Well, all right. Excuse me, Mr. X. Don't mind Tootsie. He's not very bright.
I know. He's only a 32nd cousin. Yeah?
Thank you.
But don't stay too long. We'll be shoving off as soon as Schweitzer gets here.
If he gets here, Mr. X.
You lose, Pagan. Herr Schweitzer keeps his appointments.
Cousin Pagan, this is imperative.
Be right back, Mr. X.
Coming. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. X. The Gestapo.
You are under arrest as a spy.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present a special visitor from Lockheed. He is Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer. Mr. Hibbard will talk about Lockheed's new fighting plane, the sensational jet-propelled Shooting Star. Mr. Hibbard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to be able to tell you about the Shooting Star because I believe it to be more than merely a weapon of war. It is a significant airplane, significant in war and significant in peace. First of all, it may now be revealed that the development of jet-propelled aircraft in this country has always surpassed that in enemy countries. In fact, Lockheed has been working in this field for many years. Some months ago, then, when the Germans introduced jet planes in the European theater, both the United States Army Air Forces and we here at Lockheed felt that we had something better. We had the jet-driven Lockheed Shooting Star, which had been secretly test flying for more than a year. The Shooting Star is an extremely fast, maneuverable, and high-flying airplane. It is the fastest plane in the world. We are naturally gratified to have designed such an airplane. But more important, the Shooting Star reaffirms the fact that American skills and American ingenuity can always turn out superior weapons. And now, a word about the future. In my opinion, the Lockheed Shooting Star introduces an entirely new chapter in the history of flight. It is just the beginning. We at Lockheed can foresee and are working toward the time, a matter of a few years, when the largest transports equipped with jet engines will fly across continents and oceans at tremendous speeds. Today, our job is to help maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. Tomorrow, with the knowledge thus gained, we hope to aid in maintaining a full and lasting peace. Thank you and good night.
You've just heard a talk by Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer, Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Hibbard. Now to return to Lockheed's man called X, who has managed to get into Berlin, where he has been trying to kidnap one of the highest officials in all Nazism by helping him escape from Germany. But his plans have apparently blown up in his face, for he is now a prisoner of the Gestapo. At the moment, we find Mr. X in his cell, somewhat the worse for the customary treatment by the Gestapo.
Well, what are you going to use this time? Lashes or lighted cigarettes? I don't know. Why don't you put on the light? You usually like to see your handiwork. Well, say something.
You should never have come to see my father.
Elena.
You remember my name.
That isn't all I remember, Miss Schweitzer.
But I don't even know yours.
How did you get in here?
The way people usually get into places.
Oh. The Nazis have their little weakness, too. Why did you come?
I couldn't help it. I had to see you again. But I feel foolish having to call you just X.
My name's Ken.
Ken? Oh. Why were you trying to help my father?
For the reason I told him. For profit.
But you look like a man of ideals, Ken.
And you look like one of those ideals, Elena.
Well...
It's very sweet of you to come to see me. That's taking chances, you know.
I told you I had to. Did they hurt you?
What do you think?
Oh, Ken.
My mother used to tell me that a kiss would take away a hurt. She was right.
That isn't why I kissed you.
Elena, you tell me something?
Yes?
Did your father call the Gestapo?
No. No, I did.
That's what I thought.
I still don't know who you are. You're still X, but you're a traitor to the Fuhrer. You would have made my father a traitor. I would kill him first.
And me.
Oh, the Gestapo will make you wish I had killed you.
So this is the woman of the future. The Fräulein modeled after her Fuhrer. The essence of Nazi superiority.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Fräulein Schweitzer.
I have been expecting you, Herr Bremner. Our friend here is quite susceptible to lovemaking, but he says nothing.
Perhaps lovemaking isn't the right method.
Then I bow out in your favor, Herr Bremner.
Leaving so soon, Miss Schweitzer. Auf Wiedersehen, Elena.
Not auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Lovely specimen of your womanhood, Herr Bremner.
We shall not talk of women, Mr. X.
Is there a better subject?
There is a more important one. Who are you?
You seem to know.
Who are you?
Have a smoke?
Who brought you those?
Your Gestapo, of course.
What do you mean?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Herr Bremner. You know as well as I do. You can buy anything. In fact, your Gestapo has a very well-organized black market.
Shut up. That's enough, Hans. Go on, Mr. X.
I've always thought of the Gestapo as an invincible, incorruptible machine. It's very interesting when you see it from the inside.
Are so?
Everyone a prisoner of everyone else. All linked together in a chain. But the chain is held together only by fear.
fear of each other.
Stop. You will not tell us who you are. But we do not need to know. We know enough. You are a spy. And spies are shot.
When do you plan to give my little party?
In the morning, Mr. X. Also, what meat?
Herr Bremner, back so soon. Have you changed your shooting schedule?
Mr. X, you are an intelligent man. You could be very useful if you would talk.
Apparently I've talked too much.
I know, of course, about your attempt at negotiations with Herr Schweitzer.
Of course, his adoring daughter told you.
You were very sure you could get him out of Germany, weren't you?
Yes.
I see, but unfortunately you will be shot in the morning.
Yes, unfortunately.
And you still won't talk? Mr. X.
Yeah?
Mr. X, can you get me out of Germany?
Frida, here comes the slaughter wagon once again.
It's as sure as the sun comes up.
Not I want to help them, the victims, eh?
I wonder who it is this time. Driver, is it another field marshal you're burying?
Sorry to disappoint you, old woman. All I've got today is an American spy.
American. Come along, Frida.
A very bad character. Mr. X. Mr. X, are you dead or alive?
I'm pinching myself, Pagan. Bremner promised to put blanks in the guns, but I still have to sweat it out before that wall.
But how could you know he would really use blanks?
Only because he was saving his own skin with them, or so he thought. Have Putzi and his mercenaries paved a road out for us and our celebrated companions?
A regular fortune it cost, Mr. X. The road is paved with gold and silver.
Yes, Pagan. But there's a rainbow at the end of it.
It's very hot in this ridiculous clothing.
But Herr Bremner, who would suspect that two fat old ladies in black would be those well-known gentlemen, Bremner and Schweitzer?
I must admit, Mr. X, the costumes have served their purpose.
The idea came from Pagan, the fount of all chicanery.
Thank you, Mr. X.
Here we are. Here is the border.
Doesn't seem much different, does it? Except that the air smells free.
Nobody but me, gross Uncle Heinrich, knows this pass.
Good for you, Uncle. Mr. X has your bonus for you like I promised.
That's right, Uncle. Here you are.
Danke, Sharon.
Are you sure nobody but you knows this way out, old man?
Nobody. I've lived here for 70... No, what are you...
Uncle Heinrich!
Well, Bremner, why did you shoot the old man?
You think I'm a fool, Mr. X? Nobody will know how I left Germany. Or that I have left Germany.
Oh?
Nobody.
No blanks in the gun now, huh? You're sure you're safe now, so suddenly you're a brave man.
You've been a very convenient guide, Mr. X, but only one of us will cross the border alive.
You wouldn't dare kill me, Bremner.
You, Schweitzer, who think only of money and... Who's there?
Pagan! Putzi, you're a regular Marine. What is it? The American flyer. He's coming.
Good. Americana.
As I promised you, gentlemen, there's a plane waiting. A plane which will take you for a nice long ride to America.
You You'll never get me to...
Nice work, Mr. X. Here, I have his gun.
Come on, Bremner, get up.
Schwein.
Oh, I'm getting awfully tired of that word. But perhaps pigs know no other language. What are you trembling for, Bremner? And you, Schweitzer? You afraid? Did you really think you'd get away? How could you get away from yourselves? Maybe you've forgotten that. He that fleeth from the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that getteth up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. Maybe you've forgotten that for the creators of destruction and disaster, there is no way out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jet-propelled Lockheed Shooting Star is the fastest plane ever built. Trim as a bullet, highly maneuverable, armed to the teeth, this sensational new plane is capable of fighting at high altitudes, striking, disappearing, bringing fear and terror to the enemy. The jet-propelled Shooting Star. With it, Lockheed has again established new standards in the field of aircraft design and manufacture. Again, Lockheed originality, Lockheed science and skill have helped maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. This time with a plane so superior that it may revolutionize all flying, be it for war or for peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed leads in jet propulsion. And in the great age of flight to come, you may well look to Lockheed for continuation in this leadership. Lockheed, makers of the new jet-propelled Shooting Star. Years ahead in the science of flight. And now a word from Lockheed's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last program in the present series. So I'd like to say a very sincere thanks to the men of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation who have given every possible assistance in making this show as good a show as we could make it. And, of course, my thanks to my favorite company of artists and technicians. Felix Mills, our superlative music master. Milton Merlin, author of tonight's exploit and most of the stories in this series. Francis Farrago, writer. Thor LaCroix, our excellent engineer. Floyd and Monty, our sound effects wizards. John McIntyre, our grand announcer. And the cast. Gigi Pearson, who plays the charming Nancy Bessington. Leon Velasco, who is my rascally shadow, Pay Gonzale-Smith. And as that fine actress as Bea Benaderet, Lucille Meredith, and Jeanette Nolan. Frank Graham, Theodore Bonells, Will Wright, Joe Granby, Charlie Lung, Bob Bruce, Vic Rodman, Ed MacDonald, and my many other friends in the cast. Well, naturally, I've saved my final salute for Jack Johnstone, our producer and director whose magic wand has safely and brilliantly guided the man called X through his many adventures. And to you, my most highly esteemed audience, my profoundest thanks of all. So until we meet again on the air, good night.
Herbert Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Twice a day, see your dentist twice a year. Pepsodent presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Felix Mills. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. There's a new Pepsodent toothpaste now. Yes, a new improved Pepsodent with a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. Try it. Taste it. Compare it. No matter how many brands you've tried or how faithfully you've brushed, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to new, improved Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, new Pepsodent toothpaste contains twice as much Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. New Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much Arium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Try it, taste it, compare it. And now Pepsodent presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies, but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Well, all the reviews were good. I know that every single paper. Oh, no.
Mr. Thurston, did you notice that girl in the chorus?
I noticed a lot of them, Pedro. Anyone specific in mind?
Well, personally, I prefer that brunette in the first row, second from the left.
Don't you mean the one second from the right?
Left? Right? Now you've mixed me all up. There's the buzzer.
Yes, let's go back in. Maybe the second act will clear up your problem.
Now let's see, left, right.
Darling.
I beg your...
Oh, darling.
Yes?
Oh.
Well, this is very pleasant.
Oh, darling, it's been so long.
Yes, certainly has.
I simply can't believe it's you.
I'm not so sure about it myself.
Darling, you'll never know how wonderful it is seeing you. May I kiss you again?
By all means.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. But now, lovely one, perhaps...
You! Take your filthy hands off her.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. For 2 cents, I'd poke you in the nose.
I'll gladly do it for nothing.
Oh! Right on the button, Mr. Thurston. Who is he?
Haven't the slightest idea.
Huh? Well, maybe the lady knows. Hey, she's gone.
Well, easy come, easy go.
You never told me about her, Mr. Thurston. Who is she?
I never saw her before in my life. Now, let's see. I take a couple of extra shirts.
Why are you being so mysterious, Mr. X? Why don't you tell us where we're going?
We're going?
Well, I mean, you and me.
Well, I guess that's all I'll need. Pagan, my friend, take care of yourself. Try to keep out of mischief, will you?
Wait a minute, Mr. Thurston. What's the answer?
Goodbye, Pagan.
But you know you always take me with you. In fact, I usually get there first.
So long, and when you leave, don't forget to lock the door after you.
Mr. Thurston, you can't do this to me. Mr. Thurston!
Flight number 26 now arriving at Ramp 2. Flight number 14 now leaving for Paris from Ramp 6. Flight 14 leaving for Paris from Ramp 6. Attention, please. Will Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt please...
Oh, no, not Pagan. Not all the way to Paris. Pagan, it's sometimes embarrassing, but I must admit I admire your ingenuity.
In that case, Mr. Thurston, you'll be only too glad to reimburse me for the extra $10 I had to slip to the passenger agent.
Well, I suppose I may as well pay up now. Otherwise, our conversation on the way to Paris will be pretty monotonous.
I know what we can talk about.
Yes?
Look, Mr. Thurston, you're not taking a holiday?
No.
Yes. Well?
Pagan, did you happen to notice the lavalier she was wearing?
A clue. Who's lavalier?
A girl doesn't usually wear such a magnificent piece of jewelry like that. Unless she...
Wait a minute. Now, let me guess. I have it. The lady who kissed you right in the lobby.
Then you did notice a lavalier.
She was so ravishing I didn't see anything but her.
Too bad.
Why?
I'd like to get a better look at that lavalier.
Well, I don't blame you, but you said you didn't know her. How are you going to find her?
By simply not letting her out of my sight. Pagan, why do you think I took this particular plane?
Mr. Thurston, we've been walking around in circles so long, my feet are dizzy.
So you're not enjoying yourself, Pagan?
Parks, museums, Napoleon's bed. Who cares about Louis XVI's snuff box anyway?
Louis XVI.
But he's dead, isn't he?
What would you suggest we do, Pagan?
I'll come down to brass tacks, Mr. Thurston. How you can spend a week in Paris and not even approach that beautiful woman is more than I can bear.
It has taken a certain amount of restraint.
You know where she lives. You know where she eats. You know where she shops. What's stopping you?
I don't imagine the lady would be too pleased if she knew I'd followed her here.
But she wouldn't recognize you, Mr. X. That is, unless you kissed her.
Maybe you've got something there. Yes, let's see what happens.
Now, mademoiselle, may I show you the latest thing in best blouses?
Merci, no.
Perhaps a culotte that is so chic for bicycling this summer.
Merci, monsieur, but that will be all.
Certainly, such a pleasure to serve you, mademoiselle.
Bonjour.
Darling.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, darling, it's so wonderful seeing you again.
But I don't understand.
I didn't either.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, the man in the lobby.
But how do you happen to be in Paris?
The funny thing, that's just what I was going to ask you.
Then this really is a coincidence.
I couldn't think of a happier one.
Well, monsieur, I am happy. This gives me a chance to explain.
Why explain?
But really, monsieur. Monsieur...
Ken Thurston's my name.
I'm Lina Baril. Monsieur Thurston, I really don't go around kissing strangers in theater lobbies.
I'm awfully glad it happened once, though.
Thank you. You see, monsieur, I was a little desperate. I needed a friend, but I was a stranger there. I knew no one.
You made a friend.
I was very aggressive, I'm afraid.
Yes.
It was a gamble. I had no way of knowing how you could respond.
Mademoiselle, you underestimate yourself.
I still have not explained, Monsieur Thurston. That man you knocked down, I had to get away from him.
Someone you knew well?
No, someone I detested. I was very unhappy when he turned up in New York. That night in the theater, he became abusive. You were very kind to play out my little drama with me.
Well, perhaps we could rehearse another scene. At dinner tonight?
That's nice of you. And I would be ungrateful if I did not accept. But, monsieur, it would be impossible tonight.
Tomorrow?
Perhaps the day after tomorrow?
Good. May I call you?
It would be simpler for me to get in touch with you, monsieur.
That will be simple, because I promise you I won't leave the Hotel Grand Palace until you do.
And then what did she say, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, she explained that it wasn't habitual, Pagan.
Then what did you say, Mr. Thurston?
I told her I understood.
Then what did she say?
Tell you later, Pagan. Yeah?
Ready on your call to New York, Monsieur Thurston.
Thank you.
Go ahead, New York.
Hello.
Hi, Chief.
Ken Thurston. What the devil are you doing in Paris?
Sorry I didn't check with you, Chief, but it was sort of personal. You see, a lady kissed me.
Who did what?
She was very beautiful, and I didn't know her.
That makes sense. Go on.
So I thought I ought to know her better.
Oh, that's great, Ken. I hope you're having a wonderful time.
Not bad so far.
Nice of you to call and let me know.
Listen, Chief. If a ring shows up at the bureau, a ring in the shape of a fleur-de-lis, set with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, will you let me know? It's a long chance.
Hold on, Ken, hold on. Are you psychic? You couldn't know that.
Oh, then it has turned up.
Day before yesterday. How did you know?
Part of the missing Rotterdam collection, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I thought. Chief, do me a favor. Send that ring over on the first plane.
But, Ken...
Thanks. Tell you all about it later.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Ken, what in the name of common sense are you doing?
Why, Chief, don't you think one kiss deserves another? Bye.
Mr. Thurston, I am beginning to smell a rat.
Already?
So you did get a closer look at that lavalier?
Sure.
And it was a fleur-de-lis set with emeralds, rubies, and diamonds? Uh-huh. You know, Mr. X, this is getting very interesting.
You were beginning to worry me, Pagan, but now that you have that old familiar gleam in your eye, I'm reassured.
Thank you. But what's this got to do with Rotterdam?
Pagan, in 1940, when Rotterdam was leveled by Nazi bombs, one of the largest jewelry collections in Europe vanished.
Uh-huh.
For 6 years, nobody saw a trace of it. But recently, one at a time, these jewels have been turning up in various parts of the world, especially in America.
Why didn't somebody tell me this before? I'm going back to America right away.
Too late, Pagan. I have a notion most of those gems are where you can't get at them. In the bureau.
Why, you don't think I wasn't thinking of myself, Mr. Thurston?
Who else?
Oh. Well, Goodbye.
Just a minute.
Did you say something, Mr. Thurston?
Pagan, the last guy who tried to get that Lavalier got a punch in the nose. Remember?
You know, Monsieur Thurston, it's little accidents like this that make life so interesting.
Accidents?
I see a strange man in New York. 2 weeks later, he's sitting with me in a cafe in Paris.
That's because you kissed him.
Monsieur, please. You won't take that kiss too seriously.
Would you be here now if I had?
It must be what you call instinct. Or intuition. I must have known at once that I could trust you.
You put me at a great disadvantage, Leonore.
How do you mean, Ken?
Now that you trust me, my hands are sort of tied.
You know, you're not a stranger. Not anymore. And yet for some reason, I don't know what to talk about.
Well, there's music, paintings, books. But let's start with you.
Me?
I have a confession to make, Leonore.
Oh?
I came over on the same plane with you.
You did? Then why didn't you?
I had a strange idea that perhaps you'd think I was following you.
Why should I think that?
You're forgetting again. You kissed me.
Oh. And you're not going to let me forget that.
I can't.
I guess we had better find something else to talk about.
We could talk about another favorite subject of mine. Jewelry.
You're a collector?
An admirer. That Lavalier you're wearing is beautiful.
You like it?
Very much.
I'm glad it was a gift.
Such a magnificent gift.
My fiancé.
Oh.
Ken, do you mind? I told him you and I would be here for dinner.
Why should I mind?
I'd hoped you'd understand. He was very anxious to thank you for what you did for me.
That's nice. It's very nice.
Am I so amusing?
No, Leonore, you're not amusing. Oh, no, you're wonderful.
Oh, I see. You're very kind. You invite me to dinner, so I reward you with, what do you call it, my boyfriend?
That's the general idea.
I'm sorry, Ken.
Why be sorry? I'm anxious to meet him. I'd like to congratulate him on his girlfriend.
We should be here soon.
In the meantime, shall we dance?
Love to. Dancing solves a great many problems, Ken.
Yes, it brings people together.
And you don't have to think about what to say next. You just follow the leader.
I put it another way, Leonore. When anyone follows as gracefully as you do, that's something to talk about.
Thank you. Oh, there's Etienne. Come, Ken.
Bonsoir, Léonore.
Etienne, I want you to meet Monsieur Thurston. Etienne Saint-Pierre.
C'est un plaisir, monsieur.
Hello. Sit down, do.
Merci. Monsieur Thurston, it is extremely fortunate that you are in Paris so that I might express my gratitude.
Oh?
Leonore has told me about how gallant you were to her in New York.
Oh, not at all. Matter of fact, it was Leonore's own quick thinking.
Leonore? Oh, yes. She appealed to you for help, didn't she?
I was going to tell you.
You would have been very proud of her. She handled the situation perfectly.
So?
See, this fellow made a nuisance of himself, so we got rid of him.
Very expertly, I understand.
Have a drink, Mr. Saphir?
Merci, monsieur, but I did not mean to interfere with your evening. I merely wish to pay my respects. Perhaps I may return the courtesy someday, Monsieur Thurston.
I wouldn't worry about that.
It has been a pleasure. Au revoir, monsieur. Adieu, Leonore.
It's very considerate of your fiancé to let us have this evening together.
Ken, I did not tell him everything.
Oh?
I did not tell Etienne that I kissed you.
Well, perhaps it's just as well.
You think so, Ken?
Yes, Leonore. We can keep that little scandal to ourselves.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Etienne.
Did you expect someone else, Leonore?
Of course not, darling.
You enjoyed yourself tonight?
It was pleasant.
This Mr. Thurston, he is charming, isn't he, my dear?
He's very nice.
But naturally he would be.
You didn't mind my going to dinner with him, did you, darling?
Cherie, you are lovely, you are generous, you are sweet. But, ma petite, you are also very naive.
Huh?
Listen to me. This man, this Thurston, he didn't just happen to be in Paris, you know.
Oh, did you?
He didn't come to Paris, my angel, only because you are here. He came to Paris because he is the man called X.
No matter how many toothpaste you tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to the new Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. Yes, there's a new improved Pepsodent toothpaste now with a cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. You see, new Pepsodent has twice as much irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient that Pepsodent and only Pepsodent can give you. New Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. So new Pepsodent brings new brightness to your teeth. It cleans better between teeth, leaves your breath cleaner, fresher too. No wonder more people than ever before are using Pepsodent today. So despite any other brand you've tried, change now to new improved Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how Pepsodent uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. And now to return to Pepsodent's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to Paris because a beautiful lady kissed him in the lobby of a New York theater. That is because the lady, Leonore Beryl, was wearing a lavalier, which Mr. X identified as part of the missing Rotterdam collection. In turn, Leonore's fiancé, Etienne Saffier, has been identified. Ken Kirsten is the Man Called X. So now the score is even. But Mr. X does not know this. At the moment, he's in his Paris hotel room when there's a knock at the door.
Yeah, come in.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
I thought you were leaving Paris, Pagon.
On the contrary, Mr. Thurston, Paris. I love it as much as in the summer as in the spring.
Well, Paris will be glad to know that.
Mr. X, I'm happy to inform you, but I warn you it'll cost you money.
When didn't it?
Mr. X, would you be interested in a stick pin?
Not particularly.
I mean a lady's stick pin.
That depends upon the lady.
If it was a fleur-de-lis set with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds?
Congratulations, Pagon. Hand it over.
I haven't got it.
But you could get it if you had the money.
Of course, and a set of earrings to match. Mr. Thurston, it's scandalous the prices they're asking.
Plus your commission.
They won't even dilly-dilly. It's a quick deal, you know. Cash under the table or nothing.
Who is it, Pagon?
Somebody you don't like.
Oh?
In fact, you punched him in the nose once.
Well.
He didn't recognize me, but that doesn't matter because he works for another man.
By the name of Safia?
Yes, by the name of... How did you know?
My spies, Pagon.
Mr. X, you have somebody else working for you. How could you?
Well, for one thing, she's more beautiful than you are.
Mr. X.
Scram, Pagon. Now, will you go, please?
But I just...
Shut up. You want that commission? Get out of here quickly, the back way.
Commission? In that case, Mr. Thurston...
And no eavesdropping. Come in. Leonore.
Are you busy, Ken?
Come in. This is more than I'd hoped for. Please sit down.
I had to see you.
Fine.
I'm confused. I had to talk to someone. Ken, it's finished. Between Etienne and me.
Leonore.
He's jealous, Ken. Of you.
Because I took you out to dinner?
I've been honest with you, haven't I?
Yes.
I've been honest with Etienne also. I cannot lie. I cannot dissemble. And she could read the truth in my eyes at once. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Ken? Or must I?
Must you what?
Darling. Darling, don't make me say it.
Darling?
Yes, Ken, from that first moment. I didn't realize until Etienne said it for me. With that first kiss, the whole world turned inside out. There was nothing left but you.
Leonore.
That first kiss. I was just pretending then. But Ken, I don't want to pretend anymore. Darling. Darling, darling, darling.
Nevertheless, my sweet, that was an awfully good job of pretending.
Ken.
You are still pretending, aren't you?
What do you mean, Ken?
Isn't it about time you told me the real reason for all this?
You don't believe me?
No.
I hate you.
I don't believe that either. Don't, Leonore.
No. No, I don't hate you, Ken.
But you were told that you should hate me, weren't you? Now, you don't have to answer. Just listen. Ever see this ring before?
Ring? It matches my lavalier.
Yes. And with a little trouble and a good deal more money, I'm sure I could produce a pin and probably earrings to fill out the set.
What are you trying to tell me?
Will you mind the outline of a long story?
Go on, Ken.
It starts in 1940. $1 million in jewels disappeared in the ruins of Rotterdam.
Rotterdam?
That
ring.
That lavalier.
Go on.
I'll go back a few years. In 1932, the Countess Lamoureux lost a diamond at her Riviera villa, an extraordinary stone that should have been in a museum. A man was accused, but evidence was only circumstantial, and he was acquitted. Sometime later, in 1936, Lord Larchmont's fabulous emerald-headed cane was stolen at Brighton. A man was held, but later released for lack of evidence. I could give you other instances if you want.
Same man?
Same man. Different names. I could show you his photograph if you wish.
No, Ken. Oh, I've been very cheap. I came here to... He wanted me... Oh, there's no reason for you to believe me, but... I didn't know.
I believe you. Here, Leonore, will you wear this ring?
But I...
Memory of a kiss?
Okay.
Well, Leonore?
Yes, Etienne.
And how did our inquisitive friend Mr. X respond to your blandishments?
I don't know, Etienne.
Don't know? Come now, Leonore, surely you could tell that. Did he ask any leading questions?
Questions?
About me.
He knows about you, Etienne.
So?
He knows you're my fiancé.
Oh. Did he by any chance mention that lavalier?
Oh, yes.
Yes?
He thought it was very beautiful.
Is that all? Well?
He said it was very beautiful.
You told me that. Here. Let me see it. Take off that lavalier.
But you gave it to me, Etienne.
Are you afraid I won't return it, my chérie?
All right, Etienne. You may have.
Where did you get that?
What?
You know it. I'm talking about that ring. Tell me. Where did you get it?
Etienne, you're hurting me.
Where did you get that ring?
He wanted me to wear it.
Oh. Right. Out with it. What does he know?
Etienne, please.
Does he know why I gave you that lavalier? Why I sent you to America?
I don't know why you did.
No, you don't. But you served me well without knowing. Now that you do know... my precious, it is a tragedy.
Etienne. Oh, no.
You... Ride on the Schnazola, Mr. X. He's out cold.
Tell the gendarmes to come in, Pagan.
With pleasure.
You know, I don't know why it is, Leonore, but every time I'm with you, I seem to poke somebody in the nose.
Mr. X, I've been knocking my brain in, trying to figure out why that man gave the lady the Lavaliers since he wanted to sell it.
It was the easiest way to get it to America. Once she was there, a stooge could steal it from her, and Sapphire would still be in the clear.
If only she hadn't kissed you, eh?
That, Pagon, is what is called one of the imponderable factors in the case.
It's a funny name for a kiss.
Come in, Leonore.
I'm not Leonore.
By golly, you're not, are you, Chief? Nice flight over?
Delightful. I just couldn't wait to get here and find out what you've been doing.
You got here just in time.
Oh. Great work, Ken. Great work. Now, what do we do?
You can have your choice. The Bal Masque, the Moulin Rouge.
Huh?
Don't worry, Chief. I'll line up a beautiful evening for you. That is, if Leonore can find a friend.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. But first, a word about Pepsodent. Try it, taste it, compare it. Change now to new Pepsodent toothpaste, and in just 1 week, see the difference. Yes, new Pepsodent has a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. New Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. And our Pepsodent star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, Mr. X is slipping away to a quiet little island off the coast of Maine to enjoy a peaceful vacation, sleep, rest, a little fishing, perhaps. Ah, yes, there are 4 nice ladies, 2 of them young and very beautiful. All very idyllic. But you know what happens when a busman takes a holiday. As usual, Leon Velasquez Pagan will come along and complicate matters. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Pepsodent's Man Called X is written by Milton Merlin with music composed and personally conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles reminding you to change to Pepsodent toothpaste now. For Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium. Mr. Herbert Marshall is soon to be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, The Razor's Edge. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X.
Well, there you are, Mr. Thurston. Turtle Island, at the quietest spot in the whole coast of Maine.
Can't be too quiet for me, Captain.
Not more than 30 souls living here year-round.
No tourists, I hope.
Don't take much to tourists. Except Miss Dickinson and Miss Hancock. They don't figure. Been here 6 months. Of course, the 2 nieces are visiting, but they're quiet. You're not counting on company.
I came up here for a complete rest, Captain.
Sick?
Tired.
You don't look it. Well, better be getting back to mainland.
Thanks for everything.
Pick you up one of these days.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, what?
Well, now that I'm here on Turtle Island, Captain, where is everybody?
Minding their own business.
You sure this is where he came?
Yes, I brought him.
If anybody asks me, this is a funny place for a vacation. But there's nobody here to ask me.
Looking for somebody, son?
Oh, where did you come from?
Been here 55 years.
Oh, then you must know Mr. Thurston.
Yep.
Good. Maybe you can tell me where he is?
I don't know. Ain't seen him since I shot him.
Well, then I guess I bet... Huh? You shot Mr. Thurston?
Yep.
Why, that's murder.
He ain't dead.
Oh. Huh?
Son, I come here 55 years ago to be alone. And I can't be alone if people keep on coming.
Is that why you shot Mr. Thurston?
Oh, pull yourself together, son. I ain't gonna shoot you. The morning I shot your friend. Just let my gun go off accidental-like so he'd know not to stay too long. Get it?
Don't look at me that way. I don't want to stay here. Honest. All I want to do is to find Mr. Thurston.
Up yonder. That shack. Top of the hill.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon Zellsmith.
On such a lonely, morbid little island, you should be very glad to see me.
Pagon, one of the reasons I chose this lonely, morbid little island for my vacation was to avoid seeing you.
Vacation?
But now you're here, will you join me in some pollock con polo?
Polo? Here?
Yeah. Fried fish and rice. Here, have some.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Now, not the business. Just why have you come to this unspeakable place?
You really want to know?
I knew you'd trust me, Mr. X.
Then you should have the truth.
Yes, go on.
I came for my vacation.
Mr. Thurston, do you mean to tell me the chief would let you take a vacation when a big Nazi like Jensik is loose? You should be in South America, should be in Spain, or wherever any big shot Nazi could hide out.
Look, Pagon. It was the chief himself who ordered this vacation. Said I needed it.
You look good to me, Mr. Thurston.
I should now. Wait till you see what it does for you. Oh, it's wonderful. Nothing to do but sleep and eat and sleep.
But there's no social life.
Oh, but there is, Pagon. I've been invited to tea tomorrow.
Tea? Boy, who?
A charming spinster and her cousin. Not to mention a couple of nieces who are visiting them for the summer.
I'm beginning to click.
I can hear you, Pagan. But don't get any ideas. Miss Dickinson, who's old enough to be even your mother, saddest the thought, has apparently decided I'm just the man to entertain her nieces.
Well, that ought to make you very happy, Mr. Thurston.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the nieces yet.
Lemon, of course, Mr. Thurston.
If you please, Miss Dickinson.
And will you try some of Mary's butterscotch cake?
Butterscotch, my favorite.
Oh, splendid. Did you hear that, Mary?
Oh, yes, Julie. I hope you like it, Mr. Thurston.
Very much. I suppose it's a secret recipe, Miss Hancock?
Oh, mercy, no, Mr. Thurston. It's very simple. If you'd like, I'd be happy.
Oh, now, Mary, Mr. Thurston was just being complimentary. I don't think he really wants the recipe.
Oh.
Elizabeth and Helen should be here any moment now. Oh, I'm afraid the poor dears have been a little bored spending so much time with two old ladies.
What two old ladies?
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But you see, Mary and I have no illusions. In our simple, uneventful lives, we've had all too much time to count the years.
Miss Dickinson, I don't believe any life is really uneventful.
Oh, then I'm sure you have never been a school teacher.
No, but as I remember, my school teacher's life was far from uneventful.
Oh, here they are, Julie.
Oh, why, splendid. Well, hello, girls.
Sorry to be late, Aunt Julie.
Well, I'm selfish enough not to mind. It gave Mary and me a chance to have Mr. Thurston to ourselves for a few moments. Oh, Mr. Thurston, this is my niece, Elizabeth.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Helen.
Well, how nice.
Very nice.
Frankly, Mr. Thurston, after such a build-up, I was prepared for letdown. I'm not.
Build-up?
The strangest man stopped us, and all he did was talk about you.
Don't believe a word of it.
But he said very nice things.
Well, Pagon is, I suppose he's a kind of friend of mine.
Pagon? Oh, if I had known you had a friend here, Mr. Thurston, you could have brought him to tea.
Pagon, tea?
Oh, dear. What's that?
That's Pagan.
But what on earth?
Nothing serious, I'm sure. Excuse me a moment, lady.
Well, yes, of course, Mr.
Oh, so you'll bite me, will you, you cursed little polecat? Oh, Mr. Thurston, make him let me...
Shut up, Pagan, shut up.
Does this belong to you, mister?
Not exactly. What's he been doing?
Snooping. I was only sightseeing. Plenty to see around here without poking your nose into folks' business. I told you I was only looking for Mr. Thurston. That wasn't what it looked like to me. Honest folks don't peep into windows.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, too many meddling people in the world. I don't pay no mind to what happens on the outside, but by Joppy, nobody's going to contaminate Turtle Island. Mr. X, that man is positively a suicidal maniac.
He makes pretty good sense, Pagan.
Huh? First he shoots at you, then he tries to strangle me. Does that make sense?
From his point of view.
Well, not from mine. Let's get out of here. Let's go chase some legitimate crook who at least looked you in the eye.
Is everything all right, Mr. Thurston?
A slight misunderstanding.
Oh, that was Mr. Candy, wasn't it?
I wouldn't know, Miss Dickinson, was it?
Oh, a very odd man. He doesn't take to people too easily. Now, we've been here for over 6 months, and Mr. Candy still makes me feel quite uncomfortable.
I've only been here 1 day, and already he's made me very uncomfortable.
Oh, Miss Dickinson, this is Pagan Zelsner.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Zelson?
Charmed, I'm sure, Miss Dickinson.
Will you join us at tea?
I'm afraid, Pagan...
nothing could be more delightful.
Oh, splendid. I hope you like butterscotch cake, Mrs. Zelson.
Yes, I do, indeed. What's the lowdown, Mr. X?
Listen carefully, Pagan.
Yes, go on.
Well, here are the facts of the case. 4 ladies, butterscotch cake, and a pot of tea.
There's something wrong with the air up here, Mr. Thurston. Only 9 o'clock, and I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Well, why don't you go to sleep? Or are you waiting for me to tuck you in?
I'm in. You know, I've come to the conclusion that you really must be on a vacation. And I wouldn't mind it either if it weren't for the money I'm not making. Rest, fresh air, pleasant company, 2 gorgeous girls, 2 nice old ladies. That Miss Julie is awfully sweet.
Go to sleep, Pagan.
It would be a great life if I could only afford it.
Pagan. Now, why did I tell him to go to sleep? Pagan. Pagan, wake up.
I didn't do it.
I didn't think you did.
Oh, sure, Mr. Thurston. I dreamt somebody had me by the throat and...
Pagan, did you hear anything?
How could I? What is it, Mr. X?
I don't know. Maybe I was dreaming too. Oh, hello, Helen.
You were walking so fast I didn't think I'd catch you.
I'm glad you did, though.
It's none of my business, of course. But I can't figure out why you came to Turtle Island.
For a vacation.
I know, but it's so dull.
I don't think so. What more can you ask for? Everything around here is clean. The air, the sea, the people.
The people don't seem to like us.
That's because we're intruders, Helen.
Well, that's what I tried to tell Aunt Julie. She wouldn't say anything for the world, but I think she's a little uneasy.
Oh?
People like that strange Mr. Candy make her feel unwanted here.
I don't think she need feel too badly about that, Helen. From what I've heard, it takes 25 years before they stop calling you a foreigner.
You know, I didn't think I'd tell you this, but when Aunt Julie said there was a new man on the island, she was going to ask him over for tea. I didn't know what to expect.
And when she said she had a couple of nieces she wanted me to meet, I didn't know what to expect.
Then we're even.
Uh-oh. Seems we're going to have company.
What?
Your sister.
Oh, she would.
Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Hi, Helen.
Looking for something?
No, just out walking.
But Elizabeth, I thought you loathed walking.
Why, Helen, you know I love it.
She won't admit it, Ken. But I think Elizabeth's got a crush on you.
Helen.
Look, girls, don't you think I'd better leave the room? Pagon, wake up!
What's the matter? Where am I?
Get up, Pagon, quick. Grab a bucket.
What for?
The shack's on fire.
On fire? Help! Police! Fire! Quick, Mr. Thurston! Call the fire department!
Get that bucket up here. We're the fire department.
Julie, shall I get your shawl? It's getting a little chilly.
No, don't bother, Mary dear. I'm quite comfortable.
Dreadful about the fire, wasn't it, Julie?
I'm so glad Mr. Thurston and his friend found other quarters.
It's a miracle they won't.
Yes, a miracle. Mary, did I tell you about Mr. Thurston?
Oh, he's such a nice man.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
Such nice manners, Julie.
Yes. His friend, Mr. Zelston, it said. Oh, but I must have
told me what, Julie?
Mary, Mr. Thurston. Well, you see, Mr. Thurston is the man called X.
The man called X.
Mr. X, this island gives me the willies. It's a positive jinx.
You think so, Pagon?
Whoever heard of a fire starting all by itself?
This one didn't.
Huh?
The oven was turned off, we weren't smoking, and besides, that fire started from the outside.
I've got to muddle this around in my mind. Now let's line up all the suspects.
There aren't any.
There have to be, or how can I figure it out? Now let's see. Miss Julie? No. Miss Mary? No. Miss Elizabeth? No. Miss Helen?
Yes?
No. Mr. X, there's only one criminal left.
Come in. Why, hello, Mr. Candy. Come right in.
Aha.
This ain't no social call, mister.
Come in anyway.
I ain't aiming to make trouble, but I warned you fair. Now get off this island.
You really mean that, Mr. Candy?
Never say nothing I don't mean.
In that case, I suppose I'll have to cut my vacation short.
Nothing, personal, understand?
I understand you want me to leave.
Yeah.
You're giving you an awfully easy, Mr. Thurston.
Start packing, Pagan.
Want a speck of trouble here till strangers started to come in. Makes me sore as a peep.
Naturally.
Want for your shack burning down, guess I could have stood you. Fact is, you look like a right nice fellow. Bye. Might even miss you.
What kind of a double talking was that? First he says get out, and then he says I'll miss you.
It's a little like the way I sometimes feel about you, Pagan.
What?
I think I'll take one last look around the island before we go. Want to come along?
I've already looked at it. What's that?
A letter. I wonder who delivered it.
Well, aren't you going to read it?
Let's see. If you value your life, Mr. X, leave Turtle Island at once. A friend.
Mr. Thurston.
Well, at least I have a friend. Hello, Elizabeth.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Do you mind if I walk with you?
Oh, not at all. Look, Mr. Thurston, what Helen said the other day.
Yes?
I mean about my having a crush on you. She really didn't mean that.
I didn't think she did.
I like you, of course, but...
And how is Helen?
Kind of a dither.
Oh?
I know I'm going to sound just like her, but, Mr. Thurston, I think she has a crush on you.
Here we go again.
I'm sorry.
You want to change the subject?
Gladly.
You're very fond of your Aunt Julie, aren't you?
Oh, she's wonderful. I'm so glad she found this place.
Oh?
All her life she's dreamed of just this kind of retreat. She's always worked so hard. She deserves it.
I'm sure of that.
Glad for Miss Mary, too.
She's devoted to your aunt, isn't she?
Oh, yes. Aunt Julie's all she has. Will you be here long, Mr. Thurston?
I'm afraid not. Matter of fact, Elizabeth, I was just on my way to say goodbye to Miss Julie.
Goodbye.
I'm afraid so, Miss Julie. Somebody wants me to leave here.
But why?
That puzzles me too, Miss Mary.
But I can't think of anyone who would... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
Well, I know how Mr. Candy feels about strangers, but surely...
Do you think it was Mr. Candy?
Why, I don't know.
Miss Julie, I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay here for a while. There's no point in running away. Now, this is a case for the police.
Police? Oh, dear.
Somebody on this island is afraid.
Afraid of what?
If I knew that, Miss Julie, I'd be a happier man. Watch your step now, Pagon.
How can I watch my step, Mr. X? I can't even see. What I was snooping around in the dark for, anyway.
Here we are.
But it's only a barn.
Yes, Miss Julie's barn. Come on now, Pagan, quietly. Now, turn on your flashlight.
I don't see anything interesting.
They're gone.
Who's gone?
It worked. Look, you can see where they were dragged out. Here.
Who was dragged out?
Come on, Pagan. Now we've got a trail to follow.
Look, Mr. Thurston, out in the bay. That's a rowboat.
That's the end of our trail, Pagan.
Mr. X, it's a woman. It looks like... Why, it's Miss Julie.
Is it?
What's she doing out in a rowboat at this time of night?
Duck, Pagan. I think she's seen us.
Look, she's stopping. She threw something overboard, Mr. X. She's fallen in.
Or maybe jumped.
Mr. Thurston, where are you going?
Swimming.
Oh, please, Mr. Thurston, let me go. It's better if you just let me go.
We'll talk about that later. Here, I'll steady the boat. Now, you see if you can pull yourself up. Yeah, a little more. Just a little more. That's fine. Now, sit on the far side. While I hoist myself. There.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Mr. Thurston.
Miss Mary, when you threw the food overboard, you should remember that bread doesn't sink. It gave you away.
When I saw you, I became so frightened. I didn't think. I just didn't think.
You were on your way to Little Turtle Rock, weren't you, Miss Mary?
Yes.
All right, then. Let's go.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Thurston, we mustn't. We'll both be killed.
Stop rowing, Miss Mary.
But you can't.
No one will see me if I lie in the bottom of the boat.
I can't.
Miss Mary, you've got to.
You, woman.
Go ahead, Miss Mary, just as I told you. Answer him.
Yes, it's I.
Well, then, come on, quickly.
Good, Miss Mary.
You've brought the food?
Yes, Mr. Jensic.
Good. And have you got that Mr. X out of the way yet?
I think so.
And what are you waiting for?
Oh, the bag is so heavy. Will you help me, please?
You have brought a lot of things this time, yeah?
Yes, a lot of things. I think you'll have to get into the boat. I can't lift.
Oh, all right.
There, in the front.
Yes, I can see.
What's this?
Good evening, Mr. Jensic.
Who? This woman has told you.
No, Jensic. We were pretty sure you were hiding out on one of these islands, and we knew you'd have to show your hand sooner or later.
So. It is very convenient, Mr. X, that you have come here alone, because now I am going to...
Sorry, Jensic, but I've got to deliver you in person. You know, Miss Mary, I was sure that somebody on Turtle Island must have been providing Jensic with supplies. Hard to believe it was you.
Mr. Thurston, ever since he surprised me one night as I was walking along the beach, I've been frightened. So frightened. It would have been much easier if I'd just told you in the beginning.
Why didn't you, Miss Mary?
Because he threatened me. Oh, I didn't mind about myself. That wouldn't matter. But he said he'd killed Julie and the girls. Oh, Mr. Thurston, I was so afraid.
Yes, I knew you were afraid. I knew that must be it. Ah, Miss Mary, not so very long ago, other nice people were afraid of men like Jensic. And their fear was an invitation to destruction. That's the tragedy, Miss Mary. Fear led to appeasement. And that's almost as bad as outright collaboration.
Oh, but Mr. Thurston, you don't think
Miss
that
Mary, I know how you feel about it. But if people like you had stood up and told the world how you felt about it, the world would never have had to endure such terror, such hunger and misery. Come on, Miss Mary, let's go back and have some butterscotch cake. Join us once when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, came to you from Hollywood. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
You're twice as sure with two great names. Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Johnny Green. Directed by Jeff Johnstone. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies, but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X.
Very quiet tonight, Dr. Dawson. If you will forgive my playing with words, is it this Pacific influence?
The ocean of oceans, Professor. And now we cross the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn is the goat. which nibbles at the stars.
Aye, and from here on the world turns upside down. Winter is summer and summer winter. It's a little like standing on one's head. But there's still the moon in its proper course.
The moon is scowling, Dr. Dawson. Doesn't like that cloud. And you seem depressed.
Professor, I must ask you a question.
Yes?
You were invited on this expedition to the Antarctic for the same reason we all were. Field research.
An exciting project, isn't it?
I have reason to believe that it's not research that interests you, but conquest.
The clouds don't like the moon's face, Professor. The moon is blotted out. It shall be as dark for you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Well, man overboard. Man overboard!
Oh, Chief.
Well, stranger. Ken Thurston. Nice to see you back again, Mr. X.
Glad to be back, Chief. Sorry I can't stay longer.
Well, I see you haven't changed any.
How quickly can you get me on a plane for Santiago, Chile?
On the first one out, if it's important enough.
Chief, I've developed a compelling interest in science.
Oh, yeah?
In fact, I'd like to confirm a theory with those distinguished gentlemen aboard the SS Archimedes.
Oh, that expedition. Since when have you become interested in meteorology?
Since Dr. Stuart Dawson of the University of Edinburgh was lost at sea.
I read that report. Dawson was a geologist, wasn't he?
He was also one of the world's leading authorities on uranium deposits.
Uh-oh.
That make it important enough?
Important? At the moment, I can't think of anything more important to us. Ellis, get passage on the first plane out for South America for Ken Thurston. Where are you going to pick him up, Ken?
The Archimedes has put in at Valparaiso to take on supplies. They'll be at least a couple of weeks in Chile.
Well, remember, Ken, one of the largest foundations in this country has subsidized that expedition. It's on the level. They're just a bunch of stargazers checking up on a new world in Antarctica.
A new world with the power to blow up the old one.
Santiago from Buenos Aires on ramp 3.
Postcards, get your postcards here. Big jumbo folder of 12 colored photographs of moonlight and the Andes. Hey, amigo, only 2 pesos. Postcards pretty. Hey, Mr. Thurston. Oh, you, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Someday I must go to the equator, Pagon, where there is no shadow. Maybe you won't be there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thurston. I knew you would be pleased to see me.
Well, that's one interpretation of what I was just saying.
Oh, thank you. Is it worth any money?
All right, Pagon, come on. We can talk about money while I find a hotel.
Oh, that has been all arranged. And I have saved you what you owe me in commissions by sleeping in your room until you arrive.
You think of everything. Come on.
Mr. X, while waiting for your plane, I saw a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end of it.
I don't see any rainbow, Pagon. And we are only at the beginning. It's as plain as mud. Those scientific professors are really looking for gold. Of course, they've taken you into their confidence, Pagan.
Well, the waterfront at Valparaiso is full of gossips. And some friends of mine, riffraff, but strictly high class, are working on their ship.
So you've taken advantage of your international subterranean connections.
Well, Mr. Thurston...
Okay, what have you really found out, Pagan?
Well, I wanted to speak to you about that, Mr. X. You see, I followed the professors from the harbor to their hotel in Santiago. But when I presented my credentials... the door was slammed in my foot.
Unbelievers.
Oh, don't worry. I have other plans. You see, a fancy reception for them is being given tomorrow night by a rich old woman, the Senora Margarita Avila.
Avila? Well, that must be the wife of Professor Avila.
Someone I should know?
A lot of money.
Oh, go on.
Very successful scientist.
Yes, he interests me.
Too late, Pagan. He died 5 years ago.
Oh. But the old lady still has the money. Now, there is something I could work on.
Pagan, Would you like to do me a favor?
Mr. X, your slightest command is my wish.
Good. Then, let me work on it.
Si, senor?
Excuse me, is Senora Avila at home?
Yes, she is.
My name's Ken Thurston. May I speak to her?
Come in, please.
Thank you. Well?
Well?
Will she be coming down soon?
That is impossible, Mr. Thurston.
Isn't she at home?
Of course she is at home.
But then... Oh, no. No, it can't be that good.
I beg your pardon, senor?
You're not the senora.
But why not?
You're so young and so beautiful.
Thank you. Is that so shocking?
No. No, it's much easier to ask you a favor.
Oh?
You're entertaining the distinguished members of the Archimedes expedition tomorrow evening?
Yes.
I'd like to meet them. You see, I'm a kind of a footloose correspondent.
Correspondent?
I don't like the conventional interviews, so...
if you attended my reception as a guest, you could get your information informally.
Yes, that's it, yes.
Well, can you think of any reason why I should refuse to cooperate with you?
Well, after all, I am a stranger.
A stranger bearing compliments. I shall be pleased if you will join us tomorrow evening, Mr. Thurston. On one condition.
On any condition.
You must no longer regard yourself as a stranger.
Of course, Mr. Thurston, the vast majority of laymen think of the Antarctic as a wasteland, of no consequence whatever.
But, Dr. Florio, haven't a lot of people read of Admiral Byrd's discoveries?
Oh, yes, indeed, but to them it's merely an adventure story. They have no idea of the vast resources of this immense continent.
I've heard rumors about gold.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not speaking of material wealth, though, of course, there must be an abundance of that.
Oh, yes, yeah.
No, I'm referring to the fuller knowledge of the nature of our two poles.
I understand that clearly.
Sir... with the controls that we'll eventually establish, we shall at last have nature on our side.
A very pleasant prospect, Dr. Florio.
Oh.
Even though it would put us all out of business.
Professor Sador, you met this young fellow, Thurston?
How do you do, Mr. Thurston? Senora Avila has mentioned you.
Yes, I've just been explaining to Thurston here about the real implications of our expedition.
Implications, Dr. Florio? I thought everything was out in the open. We haven't any secrets. Or have we?
Well, whatever secrets we have, Professor, represent the failures in our search for truth. Now, Thurston, in your
Mr. Thurston, if Dr. Florio can spare you for a few moments, our hostess would like to speak to you.
Oh, yes, of course. But I will see you later, Thurston.
Yes, of course.
Thurston, how can such a windbag have room left for an idea in his head?
He knows his physics, though, doesn't he?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's the trouble. He knows so much in his field that he hasn't the slightest notion of what goes on outside.
Judging from his eloquence, he's trying awfully hard to make contact.
Well, when you get tired of Florio, try Galahoo.
Uh-huh.
He never says a word. Very relaxing on a voyage.
Your voyage didn't have a very auspicious beginning, did it, Professor Sador?
You mean Dr. Dawson's death?
Uh-huh.
You know, I wonder why he ever sailed with us.
Didn't the Foundation select him?
Yes, of course, but Dawson didn't have to get on the Archimedes to take that way out.
Suicide?
Thurston, he was at the end of his rope. Tried to run away from a domestic situation and found out he couldn't run away from himself.
Scientists can be fallible, too.
Very. Well, here we are. Senora Avila.
Oh, thank you, senor. Mr. Thurston, there is someone here asking for you, Professor Zellschmidt.
Zellschmidt?
Yes, he calls himself a Lepidopterist pluribus.
Oh, that's Zellschmidt.
Looking for butterflies in Santiago?
Oh, you never know about a Zellschmidt. He can look for anything, anywhere.
Oh, well, since you know him, then it's all right.
You've let him in?
Oh, he left me no choice. Shall we find him?
Senora, if Professor Sador will excuse us, I'd much rather dance. Senora Avila.
Yes, Mr. Thurston?
At least while we're dancing, may I call you Margarita?
Have I refused any of your requests so far, Ken?
I'm indebted to you.
Have you found what you were looking for?
Much more than I was looking for.
Oh? Ken, would you mind? It's rather warm, and my garden is lovely by moonlight.
I'd love to see it.
I meant you to. I noticed that Dr. Florio was monopolizing your time, but after all, he is the head of the expedition.
He expressed his opinions very freely to me.
Yes, I know what you mean. Did you find Professor Sador interesting?
Margarita, I have a confession to make.
Oh?
My interest is no longer journalistic.
Oh, are you disappointed in your material?
Oh, no. I'm just beginning to discover its possibilities.
Then do me a favor, Ken. Promise me that you will let me read your articles when they are finished.
Who was talking about articles?
Oh, then we have been talking about two different things.
I was talking about you.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go on.
I've heard so many long words tonight, I'm beginning to appreciate understatement.
Understatement?
Perhaps I should demonstrate. You see, I could try to be grandiloquent, but the way I feel is more like this.
Oh, Ken. Why did you kiss me?
I could say that it was in the interest of science, Margarita, but the simpler reason is I just wanted to.
Margarita.
See?
Your party was a great success.
Thank you, Sador.
And the American, Mr. Thurston, was very attentive, wasn't he?
Does that matter?
You were very responsive.
Sador, you're jealous.
Why did you invite him?
He asked me to?
Margarita, have you gone out of your mind?
No, but I may have lost a little of my heart.
You will stop this nonsense, my dear, when I tell you who Mr. Thurston really is.
Oh, is that all that's bothering you?
What?
Darling, I know all about Mr. Thurston. He is handsome, he's gallant, he's intelligent. And here's the man called X. Good night.
Now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to Santiago, Chile, to find out why Dr. Stuart Dawson, a famous scientist, disappeared at sea while on the Archimedes expedition. Mr. X has met various members of the expedition at the home of beautiful Margarita Avila, but he still has no evidence of foul play. On the other hand, Margarita and her friend, Professor Sador, have learned that he is the Man Called X. Ken has returned home from Margarita's reception, and at the moment is entering his hotel room.
What took you so long, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, here you are, Professor Zellschmidt. I wondered where you'd slipped off to. Catch any butterflies?
A golden butterfly, Mr. X. While you were pursuing the beautiful lady, which I saw out of the side of my eyes, I was needling the very top man of the expedition.
Dr. Florio?
In person. And he revealed to me the whole plot.
No.
Yeah.
What plot?
Dr. Florio said it was a golden opportunity. Doesn't that tell you something?
Yes, it tells me your interest in the project. I hate to disabuse your mind, but this expedition isn't a gold mine. Nor am I. Good night.
You don't know what you're doing, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you're worrying about your fees as...
Pig on! What? Pig on the transom, duck!
What was that? Mr. X.
That pig on was our golden opportunity. Gone.
It is no longer as fashionable to promenade in Santiago as it used to be. But, Ken, I did want you to see Park Forestall.
Lovely, Margarita. Practically in the center of the city, but you'll feel as though you were miles away.
Isn't that what parks are for? To get away?
Margarita, your reception for the scientists, are you really interested, or is it your devotion to the memory of your husband?
Both, Ken. That was why I married my husband. Oh, not for science alone. You see, a woman is denied the adventurous life. She must live vicariously by keeping in contact with people who find adventure.
Adventure in laboratories?
Laboratories can lead to expeditions. Oh, why were you not honest with me, Mr. X?
Oh? Where did that come from?
Your butterfly professor offers all kinds of bargains.
You'd think Pagan was a publicity agent of mine.
If you'll be frank with me now, maybe I can help you. Just what are you looking for?
A reason for murder, and probably something even more important.
Murder?
Why would a man, worrying about family difficulties, commit suicide somewhere in the Pacific Ocean when he had no family?
You're speaking of poor Dr. Dawson.
Did you know him?
No, but I cannot believe it. This learned gentleman on the Archimedes, why would they want to get rid of him?
That, Margarita, is what is even more important. Ed? Oh, hello, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thurston.
Come in.
I'd like to, but I have a lot of details to attend to in connection with the expedition.
But you wanted to see me?
That is one of the more important details.
Oh.
I have talked this over with my colleagues, Mr. Thurston, and we all feel that we should have with us, shall we say, a scribe to keep a chronicle of our voyage.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like that?
Well, who could refuse such a tempting offer? It's a golden opportunity.
Then you'll come?
Yes.
Good. But we sail in the morning. Can you be ready by then?
Ready now.
Splendid. We'll all be very happy to have you with us. And now, goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Goodbye, Professor.
Mr. Thurston, you didn't even mention me. While you're going off to the South Pole, what am I supposed to do?
Pagan, you try the North Pole. Evening, Dr. Florio.
Oh, hello, Thurston. You still up?
Nice out on deck tonight.
A bit cold. Have you seen Dr. Gillihu?
He went inside with Professor Capstaff. Oh, I should think about 15 minutes ago.
Well, I think I'll turn in, too. By the way, Thurston, glad to have you with us. Any assistance I can give you to authenticate your notations is call on them.
Thanks, Doctor.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
So you didn't take my advice, Pagan? Stowaway?
I should have thought of that. Here I'm working as a deckhand.
You won't make as much money that way as you did by telling Senora Avila that I'm the man called X.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, how can you say such things?
How much did you get for it?
Oh, a paltry little... What am I saying? I haven't even confessed.
You don't have to, Pagan. Skip it. Oh, maybe it's just as well, because now you can do something for me at my price. Oh, congratulations, Margarita.
Oh, it's you, Ken. I was going to surprise you at the captain's table in the morning.
So now it's no more vicarious living for you. It's real adventure, is that it?
Why not? Why should I stay at home and dream?
This trip may not be a picnic, Margarita.
I know. But after all, I suggested you the Cedar. I got you into this, Ken.
Oh?
So I want to share it with you. Don't you think adventure and romance should go together?
Well, it's much more pleasant that way. It'll make a long voyage shorter.
Much shorter. Oh, do you mind if I go in now? I'm not used to the sea air.
I'll take you to your cabin.
Oh, don't bother. Just kiss me good night, Ken.
Margarita.
Oh, now I shall sleep well. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Still up, Thurston?
Hello, Sado.
Mind if I join you?
Not a bit.
Have you begun the log of our voyage yet?
I don't know quite how to start.
Why not begin with our leaving Valparaiso?
That would be the easy way. But I have a feeling the story really begins with Dr. Dawson's death.
That still bothers you, doesn't it, Thurston?
Doesn't it bother you?
What do you mean by that?
Dr. Dawson must have bothered you. He knew so much about uranium.
So? Almost as much as you do, Professor Sador. Very foolish of you to mention Dawson's family to me, since he didn't have any.
Yes, very foolish. And it was very foolish of you, Mr. X, to accept my invitation. Don't move.
Huh? You didn't shoot Dawson. I didn't think that was your method.
It isn't.
This is...
Goodbye, Mr. X.
You have to do it that way, Sedor.
You didn't offer any other suggestions, my dear Margarita?
No. No.
I saw that farewell scene of yours. Very touching.
Well, it's done. There is only one thing, Sedor. It was too easy.
Hold on to the rope, Mr. Thurston. You're so heavy to pull up. Like pulling up a whale. There. Oh. Hold me, Mr. Thurston. I think I'm going to faint.
Pagon, remember this moment. It'll never happen again. You've chiseled, you've double-crossed me. You've lied to me, but right now, you're a great man. You saved my life.
Oh, I only did what you told me to, Mr. X. It wasn't anything. But you might tell me why you let somebody throw you overboard just so I could save you.
Later, Pagon. Right now, I'd like some sleep. I have an appointment at the captain's table for breakfast tomorrow.
Incidentally, where's Mr. Thurston this morning?
I haven't seen him, Dr. Florio. Perhaps he hasn't got his sea legs yet.
Nonsense, Sador. I saw him walking the deck last night. Wasn't having any trouble then.
I saw him too. He seemed to be enjoying himself.
Well, if he's sleeping, let him sleep. Now, what was I saying anyway, Gallagher?
Good morning, Margarita. Gentlemen.
What?
Who was talking about me?
Ken.
Morning.
Aren't you going to wish me good morning, Professor Sador? After all, as you reminded me last night, you invited me on this voyage.
Fine.
Why?
What? What's happened here?
Dr. Florio and gentlemen, forgive me for being late for breakfast, but you see, I overslept. I had a swim last night.
Swim? Swim? What's the name?
It wasn't my idea, Dr. Florio. Professor Sador's.
Sador?
If Dr. Dawson were here, I'm sure he, too, could tell you about going for a long swim in the Pacific. A swim with no end for him.
Get over.
You can put away that gun, Sador. You couldn't shoot anybody here. Besides, that would be mutiny. Ship's crew's been advised, as well as the authorities at Valparaiso.
Well, this doesn't sound like a laughing matter to me, Senor Alvino.
Oh, for me, I am amused. Because for once I spoke the truth. Remember, Sedor, I said it was too easy. Well, Ken, you have won.
No, Margarita. You and Sador have lost. Gentlemen, I think it would be best for the good name of the profession you serve that this particular incident of your expedition be not included in our chronicle. Professor Sador and his friend, who finds it so amusing, were planning to use you for their own purposes. They were playing high stakes, almost the highest. Uranium. But as you see, they had too many cards stacked against them. Coffee. Well, perhaps a good cup of coffee will brighten this day on the cruise of the SS Archimedes.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's exploit of the Man Called X. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment. And now, Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Next week, a chase to Central America after a notorious racketeer who talks best with a .38 automatic. And with him is his all-too-beautiful daughter.
I promise you plenty of thrills and suspense. As usual, Leon Velasco will be with us as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X for tonight was written by Milton Merlin. The music is composed and conducted by Johnny Green, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles, speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. To most people, a restful massage would mean only calm and relaxation. But for the Man Called X, it's only the calm before the storm. Listen.
Oh, I'll take a little easier there, will you, Olaf?
Yes, sir, Mr. Thurston. Nothing like a Turkish bath and a good rub down to get you on your feet again. This will make you feel like $1 million.
Well, just make me moderately wealthy, will you?
Yes, sir. You must have had yourself a night. Oh. I know some seeing-eyed dogs that would have turned you down.
Hey, is there a Mr. Ken Thurston in here?
Yeah, over here. That is right, isn't it?
It's the name you gave us.
I just wanted to know in case a bet came up. Now let me rest a bit now.
Yes, sir.
Can't see a thing through all this steam. Where are you?
Oh, Chief.
Well, Ken, I've been looking all over town for you.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing myself last night, yeah.
Too many martinis.
I think the onions in them gave me indigestion.
Well, look, there's work to do. There's trouble in the Middle East.
When isn't there trouble in the Middle East?
Well, this concerns us. You know the ACME refineries?
Not personally, but I've run out of some of their gas.
Well, they've been having serious trouble the last 2 weeks. All of it in the same fields, over in the Middle East, near Larna Volak.
What kind of trouble?
Big explosions. No explanation, no reason. They all take place in the main tanks in the heart of the refineries.
Why don't they put on more guards?
Well, they threw a complete ring around the refineries. And they've had 3 bad fires since. They're getting a little frantic.
Don't their dividends make them happy? How does it concern us?
Well, a lot of American citizens have been killed in those explosions.
Oh.
Now, Washington sent an agent over there just last week.
What did he find out?
He found out what heaven's like. They picked up his body the next morning. When they got word of his death, I thought of you right away.
Thanks. I'll think of you sometime.
He must have been on the trail or something, Ken. I want you to pick up that trail.
Yeah, I better start it right away.
Now, you can go by plane as far as Kuwait and take a boat from there.
Boat from Kuwait.
You know what happened to the other man. They'll be waiting for somebody else to show. So every move's got to be undercover. Everything you do's got to be secret.
Chief, I'll get right on it.
Well, wait a minute. Don't hurry that much.
Huh?
You walk into the street in that towel, nothing's going to be secret.
Steamship ticket for me, I believe.
Your name, monsieur?
Ken Thurston.
Oui, both tickets are here.
Oh, you made a mistake. I only ordered one ticket.
Oui, monsieur, but the other man, he said you would require another ticket.
What other man? I don't know anybody here.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan Welsh Madonna.
I couldn't let you embark on a dangerous mission without my unesteemed help. But the cost of finding where you were going, already you owe me money.
Oh, shut up just for a second. Did you order this ticket?
I bow to your wishes.
Well, then bow low enough to get the money out of your pocket. I won't pay you for it.
But, Mr. X, you must. I gave the men your word.
What?
And when I give a man somebody's word that it's as good as his bond, this is because I'm so honorable.
Oh, well. Let's have the 2 tickets.
Oui, monsieur.
Come on now. We'll just have time to get aboard. But I'm going to charge you for that. Well,
what's the matter?
We're going to have nice company, at least if that girl over there gets aboard.
What is she except pretty?
Well, that's enough, isn't it?
But you won't like her, Mr. Thurston. She's a crook.
What's her name?
Many names, but mostly Eleanor Witzel.
Mm-hmm.
She's no good, Mr. Thurston. The kind of a woman who lives by her wits.
Well, for my money, she could keep those in reserve.
But she'd take the shirt right off your back.
Well, let's go. Time to get aboard.
Wait, Mr. Thurston. We'll run into her.
No, now, come on. Why are you so worried about it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I bumped into you.
Don't be sorry. I was going to suggest we do it again.
Hello, Pagan.
Hello.
You've lost something, Pagan.
She means your manners. You're supposed to introduce us.
That's right. I'm Eleanor Witzel.
This is Mr. Kent Thurston.
You?
Are you going all the way to Lana Bullock too, Mr. Thurston?
Yes.
On business?
Well, I'm not so sure now. Why?
I just wondered. Business or pleasure, I don't suppose it makes any difference in the long run. Perhaps we're neighbors. I'm in cabin 327.
Well, and I'm in 326.
Oh, well, then we are neighbors. Good. We'll probably see a good deal of each other. I always think the sea makes people such good friends. Don't you think so, Mr. Thurston?
Huh? Yeah, in this case, I hope so.
I'm going to speak to the captain about this. Why, I could paddle along faster than this, Mr. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I was just leaning against the rail.
Having a smoke myself before going to bed. I'm Ackley, Frederick Ackley. It's British. What's your name?
Ken Thurston.
Yes. Nice to have a chat. Yes, meet somebody aboard who's civilized. My name's Frederick Ackley, or did I mention that?
Yes, you did say that.
I can't ever remember. My daughter says I'm losing my memory. She's a very rude girl. Rude girl indeed. Married a chap from Baltimore in the States. Never amount to much. Society crowd. I think his mother signs soap ads.
Are you riding on to Lana Bullock, Mr. Ackley?
Yes, have interest there. How about you, Mr. I say, you must have a name.
Yes, it's Thurston.
Oh, quite a coincidence. Once met a chap named Thurston. Name was Ken Thurston, I think.
You know, Mr. Ackley, I think your daughter was right.
Good guess. Yes, I do have a daughter. Clever of you to have hit on it, though. Married a bounder, Baltimore. Never amount to much. Society. What's your business, Mr. Thurston?
Travel, mostly. But the answer you want is oil.
In oil myself. Coincidence. In fact, I helped organize them. ACME refineries all over the East. Chairman of the board, too. Worst job I ever had.
Doesn't sound like a bad job.
I don't have it anymore. Relieved, and I feel a lot better about it.
I don't blame you. ACME's beginning to look more like a furnace than a refinery.
Yes, fires all over. Serves them right. I'm not a bit sentimental. They ought to lay hands on this fellow Blackmore.
Blackmore?
Yeah, the spy. Never saw him before, but his name's Blackmore.
Mm-hmm.
Caused a lot of trouble around the other fields. And I heard he was hanging around Lana Bullock. They should catch him and hang him up for a spy. Do him good. He'd stop spying.
The ship seems to be slowing down.
I'm not surprised. I found out something about this ship.
Well, why should we come to a stop out here?
I discovered the captain's Dutch. I want to watch out for those fellas. They have a hand with boats, submarines, and all that sort of thing. Wouldn't be surprised to see us go right underwater.
There's a small boat coming alongside. Steward.
Yes, sir?
What are we stopping for? What's wrong?
It's a doctor, sir, with the MESSLER. One of the ladies had an attack, so he radioed ashore.
Oh, too bad. Anybody on this deck?
Yes, sir, in the cabin next to yours, Miss Witzel.
Oh.
Hello!
Here's the ladder, sir. Right up here, Dr. Fertig.
Good. Quite a climb. People never seem to get sick in the basement.
There. She's down this way, Dr. Fertig.
Steward.
Yes, sir?
I'm going to my cabin. I'll show the doctor Miss Witzel's space.
Oh, very good, sir. Would you like the launch held, Doctor?
No, I'll stay aboard. Ready?
Yeah, come on.
Good night, Mr. Ackley.
Yes, nice to jet. Very nice indeed.
Bad hour to get you out, Doctor.
Yes, I just turned in.
You're South American.
I am.
Uh-huh. Where'd you study, if I may ask?
Fordham.
This is her cabin, 327.
Thank you.
I'm sure she'll be all right. You're a very clever doctor.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, you must be if you got a degree at Fordham, because Fordham has no medical school. Good night, Doctor. Yes, what is it?
I'm the ship's captain. Please open the door.
All right. I'm asleep, not dead. Just a moment.
Are you Mr. Thurston?
Unless I've been tricked. What's the matter?
I came to you because you're an American agent.
Aren't you a little nosy?
Well, at least my friends don't betray the fact.
Oh, good old Pagon. What time is it?
Past 3. I need your help, Mr. Thurston. A few minutes ago, we found a story aboard an American.
Well, if I'm mad at him, you better talk to him.
I can't. He's dead.
Well, neither can I.
I think he was murdered. We found marks on his arm from a hypodermic needle.
Well?
And he may have been strangled. His face is purple. That may mean something.
Unless he blushed a lot.
But I don't understand you.
Be right with you, Captain, as soon as I can put some clothes. Meantime, you'd better hold that doctor who came aboard for questioning.
Oh, we can't.
Well, don't tell me he's dead.
He left the ship an hour ago.
He said he was going to stay aboard.
We sent him ashore at his request. He must have changed his mind.
Or, on the other hand, Captain, maybe he didn't change his mind.
Here, Mr. Thurston.
Ah, Mr. Thurston.
Now, Pagan, what are you doing here?
I'm inspecting the corpus delictus. Here.
All right, Pagan. Where's his stuff?
On the table here.
Want it. Name William Haberman, age 39, American citizen. No money in the wallet. You think? Pagan?
Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. I wouldn't rob a dead man. Besides, he was flat broke.
Nothing to help us. Passport? No American references. Relatives? None. Oh, what's this?
You found some money?
Employed ACME Refineries, Middle East Division. Everybody belongs to the club. Captain, you better see that no one leaves the ship. When it docks in the morning, we can screen the passengers.
Yeah, I instruct the ship's officers right away.
Now, why does an obscure man die a violent death without reason or cause? A king or the head of a state, yes, their deaths are predictable or explainable, but this...
You took the words right out of my teeth.
A man nobody ever heard of. But he must have died for a reason. Pagan, those are the important deaths, because sometimes the reason is big enough to alter boundary lines or make a star tremble. That's why it's important. Because nobody bothers to investigate. Nobody bothers to ask why.
Just a moment. Well, Mr. Thurston, you interrupted a dream. What time is it?
About 4 a.m. May I come in?
You don't mind filling in the dream? Come in. Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, what's on your mind, Mr. Thurston?
A couple of things.
One of them's about the way we met.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're right. It wasn't accidental. I wanted to meet you.
Why?
If I told you it was personal, you'd be shocked. If I didn't, you'd go hang yourself. So stop worrying, Ken.
Mm.
Oh, you don't mind my calling you Ken. It's much shorter than Mr. X.
Oh. Pagan has a big mouth.
Yes. Even bigger pockets. What else?
What do you know about a man named William Haberman?
He sounds dull.
He's dead.
Oh, I'm sure he's dull.
Somebody found it interesting. He was killed aboard this ship tonight, between the time your doctor arrived and left. That involves you.
Not enough to prove anything.
Someone used a hypodermic on him.
I traded mine for a rifle. Better find someone else, darling. Your first guess isn't a bad one. Maybe the doctor came aboard and killed him. Maybe I planned it that way. But you're too smart to cut out a job that big. Try it my way, darling.
Maybe I can learn. What's your way?
Give me the package Haberman was carrying, and I'll tell you who killed him.
Oh, you're as broke as I am. I don't have the package, and you don't know who killed him.
I know this much. You knew he was aboard. You knew he worked for ACME. Now, may I have the package?
I didn't know you had one.
You're too stubborn, darling. Somebody ought to cure you. They ought to cure you or kill you.
And I'll bet you could do either.
Make too much noise if I tried to kill you.
And I'd probably scream if you tried to cure me.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Well, I might delay the scream.
Then scream or relax, darling. Oh, Ken, I need your help.
I'll help you what I can.
I need that package. You can help me by giving it to me now.
You make it sound very valuable.
Do I get it, Ken?
You've got the right talent, but the wrong guy.
Suit yourself, darling. I wanted to make it easy for you.
You did?
Yes. But from now on, Mr. X, it's going to be tough.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Investigating the mysterious blowing up of oil refineries in the Middle East, Ken Thurston hopped a ship to the port of Larnavolok. During the trip, he's run across a phony doctor and a very beautiful girl who seems to know more than she will tell, and who knows that Ken is the Man Called X. Now, still aboard the ship, we find Mr. X in the dining saloon, talking to his ubiquitous shadow, Pagon Zellschmidt, who it's obvious has a mouthful.
But, Mr. Thurston, I've got to finish my breakfast.
Your stomach can wait, Pagon. The boat's docked, and I want you to get down to the cable office for me.
And leave this oatmeal?
Send this dispatch to the London office of ACME Refineries. I need a complete dossier on one of our passengers.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Thurston.
Oh, good morning, Captain. Have you the list of passengers?
Yeah, they've all gathered on the afterdeck. The mates started rounding up people as soon as we docked.
You got them all? Well?
All except two.
Oh, you don't have to tell me who they are.
I don't understand how it happened, Mr. Thurston. I warned the mate.
Never mind. Let the rest of them go.
Mr. Thurston, I'm afraid I've bungled.
I'm afraid you have the best case of butterfingers in the Middle East. Did you radio back about Dr. Fertig?
Yeah, and you were right. The station there has no Dr. Fertig on record. But a man answering his description boarded the Kvatan Express, bound for Larnavolok.
Then he got here ahead of us. By now he's no longer Dr. Fertig.
Mr. Thurston, I can look for him. I have many friends here.
No, Pagon. You tour the town and see what you can find out about Eleanor Witzel. Report to me at the hotel.
Where are you going?
To see what made William Haberman tick. But the trail's so cold now, I'd be lucky to find anything.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thurston. I bungled.
Yes, you bungled.
Is there anything I can do?
Would you do it, Captain? Thank you, operator. Now, how about the cablegram? No answer to the London message? No, keep it at the desk. I'll pick it up. Thanks. Well.
Sorry. Mr. Thurston, I have much information.
Yes, Pagon?
The girl is staying at the El Mundo. It is right down the street.
Good boy.
But she isn't there now.
What?
She's gone. She stayed a couple of hours and then rented a car and left.
Where'd she go?
For a slight consideration, the carman said she mentioned the Dalmain Road.
What's on the Dalmain Road? Why should she go there?
I can find out.
No, thanks. I can't afford it.
But, Mr. Thurston, I'm starving to death. I'm starving by the inches.
When you get up around 3 feet, let me know.
What are we doing in this place? Who lives here?
A man named Harry Slotkin.
Is he dead?
Will you please get over the idea that everybody we go to see is dead?
Then why are we going to see him?
Haberman shared this apartment with him. I checked his record at ACME Refineries.
He's out.
Well, that's our story. Come on. May as well have a look around. No.
Mr. Thurston, you wouldn't open that drawer.
Of course not.
Nothing here, Pat. Well, what about this?
What kind of writing is that?
Chemical formulae. That would make Slutkin a plant chemist. And this one. Powerful explosive.
He sure has lots of dates. Very popular.
Huh?
This calendar, so many days circled.
Let me see. March 1st, March 19th, April 2nd, and the last one's today, Pagan. The dates of those explosions.
Oh.
Come on. Let's see what else is in this apartment. What's that?
Water running.
In the bathroom. Bathtub, overflowing. Oh, well, doesn't he look pretty?
Is he dead, Mr. X?
Well, if he isn't, he'd better come up for air.
He shouldn't have taken a bath. It's deadlock. Deadlock. But who is he?
Could be Harry Slutkin.
I'll vote that way, too, Thurston.
Well, Dr. Fertig. Or have you stopped being doctor? It doesn't look like a scalpel in your hand.
The man's dead.
The girl says you killed Haberman, too.
I got the both of them too late.
That's not the way I got it from the girl. And she says you got the package Haberman was carrying.
Give me that formula, Thurston.
Formula?
It was in the desk. Give it to me. Empty your pockets.
Sure, yeah.
You. Empty your pockets. I refuse. I agree.
Too late again, eh?
Somebody got the chemical mix from Haberman. Now somebody's got the formula from Slutkin.
Why not find the girl?
Yeah.
I'll give you a push. She rode up the Downmain Road.
It's bad.
What's out there? As if I didn't know.
Don't waste a guess.
The main pipeline.
Right to the main ACME plant. It doesn't make sense, Mr. X.
Nothing makes sense, Pagan, especially Frederick Aptley. Doesn't add up. He forced the conversation to talk about a spy named Blackmore, but why?
What about the cablegram?
Description tallies all around. Age, 65, former board chairman. Let up because of fading memory, advanced age.
He was afraid of this Blackmore?
Either that or he is Blackmore. Oh.
What's the matter?
The girl's car. There by that little shack. Come on.
I hope she didn't see our headlights.
Quiet now through this brush.
I don't see her anywhere.
Shh. With luck, she's on the other side of that shanty.
Oh. You're bad on directions, darling. I'm over here behind you.
Oh. What is this, National Pistol Week? Eleanor, I want that package of chemicals.
Would I have it?
Here, at the juncture of the main pipeline here. But you've blown up enough oil tanks. I want it.
Don't we all?
I'm going to take it away from you.
Stay back. Stay away, Ken. I'm the ugly type. Stay away from me.
Can't stop now, lady.
All right. Big shot. You take the gun. Here. Now you shoot somebody.
Watch out, Mr. Thurston. It's a trick.
I don't think so.
Would I be standing out here in the cold if I had that package? That or the formula means a lot of money to me.
What did your doctor friend do?
You talked to him?
He did the talking.
You told him I'm out here? Oh, darling, we've got to move fast.
Why?
I wasn't lying to you. I don't have that package. I was waiting out here to take it away from him. Now you've made it easy for him to double-cross me. He'll go to the secondary pumping station.
Then come on.
And when you talk to him, darling, you can call him Mr. Blackmore. He'll understand. Look, there he is over by the pump. There's somebody with him.
Ackley, of course.
And come on.
Well, there's no hurry now. Hello, Ackley. I see you found your man Blackmore.
Yes, deucedly obliging. He came to me. Wretched way to die, though, begging.
Where's that chemical mix?
Already in the pump line. A few minutes ago. Here. You can see better from over here. Now, over that way.
The last of the Acme properties.
Yes. I started them, built them up from nothing, and I destroyed them.
What about Haberman? Slutkin?
Those wretched people, they were made to be destroyed. They agreed to do this thing for me. I paid them well for it. But then they tried to hold me up for more, to blackmail me instead. Then the doctor and this girl tried to get in on it. Tried to get hold of the chemicals for blackmail evidence of their own.
So you stole the chemicals to do it yourself?
Yes. When did you know, Thurston?
Not at first. Then I began to wonder which of you people was out of character. You were. No recluse, and yet you insisted on a lot of conversation for no good reason. A fading memory, but you remembered trivialities.
Yes, yes.
But more than that, a motive. The others had greed. But what was greater than greed? What was a darker sin? Pride.
Yes, enough to touch one with madness, I suppose. I built these fields and they took them away from me. Said I couldn't run them anymore. Yes, pride. Such a big sin for such a small world.
The biggest of sins, actually, because it touches people in the highest places. It once caused disorder in the heavens and sent an angel sprawling into the darkness. So what could it do but touch us here below?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Velasco along as Pagon Felschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X, directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there's mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. To most people, mention of the bolero and the samba mean pleasant, colorful music. But to the Man Called X, listen.
The samba, Chief, I thought that was the name of a dance.
Oh, this is serious, Ken. The samba docked here in New York Harbor early this morning. But her companion ship, the bolero, has mysteriously disappeared.
Oh?
In spite of the fact they had ideal sailing conditions all the way from San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Where's the Coast Guard?
Well, their planes have scoured every inch of the route and found nothing.
Chief, what's our interest in this?
Well, in the first place, Dick Finley's an old friend of mine.
Oh, I know Dick. Insurance.
Right. And the bolero's cargo was insured by him for a flat $500,000. Finley evidently smelled a rat, a big one. That's why he called me.
But if he smelled a rat, why did he give such big coverage without complete investigation?
Well, because John Messler, owner of the bolero, used to be one of his biggest clients.
Messler Plantation.
Yeah.
The fact remains, the one man who can give us the dope on this thing is Dick Finley.
Well, he's at work on it already. Been talking with Carl Hertzberg. He's Messler's manager, and the rest of the crew of the Samba down at Pier 14. I've sent Ryan over to pick him up so you yourself can talk to him.
Sorry, Chief.
Hello, Ryan.
Yes, Ryan.
Somebody else got to Finley first.
What?
He's down at the morgue with a 45 slug through his back.
Zelschmidt Enterprises. Pagan Zelschmidt, General Manager on duty.
Pagan, what under the sun is that supposed to mean?
Oh, hello, Mr. X. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that I am now in business for myself.
I'm overjoyed. What business?
I'm glad you asked that. I can't quite decide whether to limit myself to detective work or go in for financial consulting.
Why not just settle on organized chicanery?
Oh, that's a very good suggestion, and Don't even know what the meaning of the word.
Or maybe it'll come to you. Now, listen, I got a job for you down at the docks.
For me? You mean you've come to me?
This has to be handled with discretion, Pagan.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, I shall regard your confidence as a sacred trust, especially for cash.
Is he still following?
Si.
The same one?
Si, senor. He's just not turning into this alley.
Good. It's very dark along here. This will do very well.
Are you going?
Here, quick, step into this doorway. I'll walk on a little and stop to light a cigarette. That will let him catch up, and we'll have him between us. Hurry now.
Si, senor.
One moment, my curious friend.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Then we should become better acquainted, since you've been spying on me for 2 days.
Oh, no. I never seen it before. There must be some... Who's this?
A friend of mine.
Oh, well, I'd better be going now.
I don't think so.
A gun?
Quiet. Who are you?
Well, my name is Zellschmidt. Egon Zellschmidt.
Zellschmidt. It always helps to know who you're dealing with in such matters as this.
Well, I'd be going now.
Mr. Zellschmidt, have you ever noticed what a final sound the slide of an automatic pistol makes?
Wait! No!
Come, senor. We get away fast now. Muy pronto.
Wait. Just to make sure.
Oh.
Mr. X.
Now, Pagan, why can't you wait till the morning?
But, Mr. Thurston, something terrible has happened.
What?
I've been shot. I'm dead.
I see. Where are you calling from?
New Jersey.
Oh, it must be serious. Now that you've had your fun, Pagan, hang up and let me go back to sleep.
Wait, you don't understand? I'm as good as dead right this minute. And it's all your fault.
My fault? I haven't shot anybody, at least not tonight.
But somebody did. And now my poor cousin Egon lies dead.
Egon?
He was one of my strictly distant cousins, you understand?
Pagan, what in heaven's name are you talking about?
But I've just told you. It's that job you wanted me to do.
What?
Well, I couldn't quite find the time to do it myself. You know, circumstances beyond my control, of course, so...
So you put your cousin Egon in it, eh? Go on.
Well, a little while ago, the police found his body, and now
Where did they find it? Anywhere close to Pier 14?
Where else? Mr. X, you've got to do something.
There's only one thing to do.
Yes, Mr. Thurston?
I want you to take a plane immediately.
Plane?
And I'll meet you 1 week from today in San Juan, Puerto Rico. How do you do?
Buenos dias, senor. You are Americano and you wish a room, no?
Matter of fact, yes. My name's Thurston.
Mr. Thurston, welcome to the Grand Palace Hotel of San Juan. Here, I have it all figured out.
What?
It comes to exactly $164.20.
What are you talking about?
That, of course, does not include the 2 bottles of aguardiente which were sent up to the room last night. They amounted
Now,
to...
look here. I just arrived from the States, and I'd like a room.
Oh, you already have a room. The governor's suite.
Huh?
Your manager, Mr. Thurston, he has taken care of everything. Told us all about you, too.
Oh, so that's it.
Just a moment now until I add up these 2 bottles.
You wouldn't happen to know where he might be now, this manager of mine?
Oh, he always sleeps very late. However, I can send up a boy.
Oh, no, wait a minute. It won't be necessary.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to San Juan, which is noted for its coffee. And the senoritas are not bad either.
Well, Pagan, your rich American has arrived.
Oh, I had to use my ingenuity, but I knew you would want nothing but the best.
From the size of this bill, it looks like we've already had it.
But you have no idea how expensive things are here. Something to do with the exchange rate, I think.
Yeah, it must be terrific. Did you get my telegram?
Oh, yes, Mr. Thurston. I have it right here somewhere.
Never mind. I don't want it. Huh? What did you find out about MESSLER?
Well, for one thing, I found out he owns the MESSLER Plantation Company.
I told you that in the telegram.
Oh, well, he's very mysterious.
In what way?
Well, nobody in San Juan knows anything about him. He lives in a great big house on a plantation a few miles from town. And people don't see him for maybe months at a time.
Well, then who actually runs the business of the plantation down there?
Well, that's what you're going to find out right now. Goodbye, Mr. X.
What?
See you later.
No, Pagon, hey.
I'm afraid you're going to think me terribly forward, Mr. Thurston.
That's quite all right. Hey, Pagon. Well, yes, it's quite all right.
Thank you. That was most complimentary.
Well, on the contrary, it was far from adequate.
Messler. My uncle owns the Messler plantation.
Oh.
You have heard of him, perhaps?
Who hasn't? But I haven't heard that he had such a lovely niece, Miss Messler.
Oh, please call me La Reina. Everyone in San Juan does.
La Reina. The Queen. Huh. But how do you happen to know me?
Oh, you are far too modest, Mr. Thurston. Why, all San Juan has heard of you and what it is you are going to do.
Oh, am I?
I'm so excited about it. But after all, a hotel lobby is really no place to get better acquainted, is it?
Hardly.
So, won't you please come to dinner at the plantation this evening? Please say you will.
I've been looking forward to it. And with a double reason now. You see, I've been hoping for a chance to meet the fabulous Mr. Messler.
Oh, that is too bad, because, you see, it won't be possible.
No?
No. Unfortunately, my uncle left by plane for the States 2 days ago. I hope you won't be too disappointed.
Oh, how could I be? After all, I've met you.
You are very sweet. And I promise I will do everything I can to make your visit interesting.
Come in, Mr. Thurston. How do you like our room? Not bad, eh?
Pagon, what am I supposed to be doing here in San Juan?
Doing? Oh, you know, look up Mr. Messler and try to find out what happened.
No, not that.
No? Oh, well, maybe I did talk a little too much.
No.
But everyone expected it, yes. So what could I do?
What did you do?
I think I said that you were a movie producer who was going to make a film here.
So that's why she... Well, Pagon, maybe I do owe you something after all.
Well, thank you, Mr. X.
You haven't told that to anyone?
Oh, not one soul, I swear. But the father of my father...
Now, never mind your relatives.
Oh.
What about this niece of Messler's? Does she run the plantation, the shipping, the whole business while her uncle's not around?
Not exactly. There's sort of a manager named Carl Hertzberg. Only he's not here now.
Well, where is he?
He sailed to New York on the Samba.
Oh, the sister ship to the Bolero.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that disappeared. Remember? Which reminds me, did you know that the Samba is due back here today?
Yeah, I know.
Good. Now about what you owe me, Mr. X.
Pagon, it comes to exactly $164.20. We're even.
But part of that bill is for the car.
What car?
The one I rented for you. I knew you'd want it.
Very thoughtful of you. Yes, very thoughtful, as a matter of fact, because tonight, Pagon, I have a dinner engagement.
Good, I'll get dressed right away.
You're going to drive me there and wait outside to bring me home.
Oh, wait.
Pagon, now comes your day of reckoning.
More brandy, Ken?
No, thanks. No, it's so late. I think I'd better say goodnight.
Oh.
Hope this won't be the last time.
Oh, let us say the first of many. I hope your plans keep you here a long, long time.
Perhaps they will. You know, you're an amazing person.
Really? In what way?
Well, for one thing, the way you take charge of this place in your uncle's absence.
Oh, I'm used to it. You see, when he's here, he seldom leaves the house and never has anyone in. And he's always going off on some unexpected trip. He's a strange man, Ken.
Well, he certainly throws a lot of responsibility on you.
Oh, I'm afraid you're overrating me. Actually, our manager, Mr. Hertzberg, runs things, even when my uncle is at home. So, I'm just a very ordinary girl after all.
If you're ordinary, Lorena, the world needs more mediocrity. I gotta go.
Well, I'll go to the door with you. Tomorrow morning, Ken?
Definitely.
Oh, about your movie, Ken, have you picked a star for it yet?
Matter of fact, I haven't yet.
Oh, well, please call on me if I can help in any way, anytime.
There's no one I'd rather call on for help.
Oh, Ken, I have been very lonely here until today.
Lorena.
Oh, Ken. Oh. Good night, Ken.
Good night, Lorena.
One moment, please, Mr. Thurston.
Who are you?
My name is Hertzberg. I manage this plantation.
Oh, then the Samba has docked. Congratulations, Mr. Hertzberg.
So? For what?
For having sailed on the Samba instead of the Bolero.
I didn't stop you to engage in small talk, Mr. Thurston, but rather to advise you that such scenes as the one which just occurred will not be repeated.
Do your duties as manager include spying on your employer's niece?
Lorena is somewhat susceptible to charm, shall we say. I am not.
It's kind of obvious.
I'm afraid you don't understand me, nor the possible dangers of this tropical climate. It's a climate which can be quite deadly, Mr. Thurston, to someone who doesn't understand.
Really, now I like it. And you, how long have you been here?
Approximately 1 year, but I don't...
you see, you're perfectly healthy. No, Mr. Hertzberg, your argument doesn't hold water.
I see. Very well. But I think you'll find that while the climate may agree with some, it can seriously disagree with others. And until it's tested, a man's personal reaction is something of an unknown quantity. A quantity which, in algebra, might be called X. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
In a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, originated by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to San Juan in Puerto Rico to look up a certain Mr. Messler, who owned a mysteriously missing freight ship, the Bolero. So far, Mr. X has found neither Messler nor the Bolero, but he did have dinner last night with Messler's niece, the beautiful Lorena. But now it's the next morning, and while Pagan cheerfully carries out his assignment of scouting the local bars for local gossip, Ken sits in the office of the bank talking to the manager.
And so, as you can see on the map, Senor Thurston, almost all of the plantation lands which may be available for purchase lie to the south of the city, along the main highway.
Well, I had more in mind the purchase of a plantation north of town, possibly along the lake shore.
Oh, unfortunately, that's impossible. A few months ago, yes, but not now.
Why a few months ago?
Because at that time, the MESSLER plantation still had several lakefront tracts they were offering for sale, but they're taken now.
You mean Mester's been selling off his land?
Oh, the major portion of his holdings during the past year.
Why?
Senor Thurston, I stopped long ago trying to explain that old gentleman's reasons for anything.
You know him well?
Oh, I believe I've seen him only 4 times in all the years the bank has dealt with him. You might say that my familiarity with Senor Messler applies more to his signature than his face.
I see. Well, thanks for your trouble.
No, not at all. Would you care to have lunch with me?
Maybe another time. I've accepted an invitation to go horseback riding this morning.
In that case, I hope you find your ride enjoyable.
Thanks. I have an idea I shall find it quite enjoyable.
Let me catch my breath.
Yeah, mine's gone, too. You handled that horse beautifully, Lorena.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know when I've ridden like that. Oh, I'm glad we stopped here. Isn't this a lovely view of the lake?
Beautiful. You get the impression you're on a tropic island.
We're not, though. It's really no more than a few 100 feet to the house.
Then what's that long, sort of low building over there through the underbrush?
Where? Oh, one of the warehouses.
Well, why the man on guard with a rifle?
Oh, that's Carl Hertzberg's idea. Some of the workmen were stealing things.
Hertzberg seems to be quite the little watchdog. How much do you know about him?
Hardly anything. My uncle hired him when the last manager left suddenly.
Where did he come from? What did he do before?
I don't know. I think he mentioned being a watchmaker at one time.
Watchmaker?
You know, I've been a little afraid of him. In fact, I've been afraid a good part of the year I've lived here. I've been alone so much, for one thing.
You're not alone now.
I know. And I'm not afraid now. Come on, Ken. I'll race you down to the boat landing. Come on, boy.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan, I begun to wonder where you were.
It's been very tiring work, running about all day from this bar to that bar to that
It
bar.
looks like it. You find out anything about Hertzberg for me?
Not a thing. The man is an enigmatical sphinx.
Tell me, did you talk to any of the Samba's crew?
That I did not do. My cousin Egan, may he rest in peace, tried that thing in New York.
Oh, I know. Yes, that's right. But local gossip has it that you confined most of your questioning to a little number named Rosita. Is that right?
Mr. Thurston, she's strictly business of the expense account type. I have found Rosita to be a bottomless well of information. Strictly business.
Pagan, you're slipping. Now, listen. You better rest up from your tiring day because tonight we're going to have a try at breaking into a warehouse, and it's guarded.
Good. Why are we going to do it?
Well, for one thing, I've always resented no visitors' signs. What's more, we may find Mr. Messler there. Or what's left of him.
Mr. Messler flew to the States 3 days ago. Why, the senorita said so.
Messler must have been having a little joke with her, Pagan. According to the passenger list at the airport, he hasn't taken a plane out of here. Pagan.
Over here.
Pagan.
Over here by the door, Mr. Thurston.
How's the guard, Pagan? Still out cold?
Like a fish.
Good. You haven't heard anyone outside?
Only the crickets. Did you find Mr. Messler?
Yeah.
Where is he? I mean...
I'll tell you later, Pagan. We haven't got much time. Come on now. Try not to fall over anything in the dark. One more thing I'd like to find, and I think it may be here in the warehouse. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Steel door.
A door? Is it locked?
I can't find it. No, it isn't. Let's have a look. Easy now. Watch your step.
Some kind of a little room. Empty, maybe.
Maybe empty now, but... No, it isn't. Still several cases here.
What's in there, Mr. Thurston? Wait a minute. I'll strike a match.
You do, and you'll find yourself wearing a halo. Those are cases of dynamite.
The dynamite? Mr. Thurston, we'll go now, right now. We'll go,
Not yet.
What?
I have a gun here that says neither one of you is going anywhere.
Well, Mr. Hertzberg, so the little watchdog is still on duty.
Unfortunately for you, Thurston, it's too bad you didn't take my advice and leave this unhealthy climate.
Leaving Puerto Rico didn't help the 21 seamen on the Bolero very much.
Oh, so you found the answer to that.
Look, dynamite, a missing ship, a watchmaker who could easily rig up an efficient time-detonating device. All makes the problem rather simple.
Quite so. Now, will you be kind enough to toss your gun over toward the door, Thurston?
Sorry, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I don't have a gun.
Fine. In that case,
just think of what'll happen if you fire toward these cases of dynamite.
So, we seem to reach a temporary stalemate.
Well, that's your move, Hertzberg.
I think I'll postpone it for the moment, at least until I go liquidate a gold mine. However, just to make sure I can still find you here. There. Amuse yourselves, gentlemen. I won't be gone long.
Phew. I have just died 1,000,000 times, Mr. Thurston. But what did he mean? What's he going to do?
I have an idea.
Mr. Thurston, we've got to get out of here. She's going to come back. We can't just...
Quiet.
Somebody's out there.
Ken.
Lorena.
Then you expected her?
Hardly. In here, Lorena.
Oh, Ken, I have found you. You're all right.
Fine. How did you happen to come here?
It's Carl. I followed him. Oh, Ken, he's done something terrible. I don't know what. I even think my uncle may be held prisoner here instead of being in the States. He was... What was that?
Yes, Lorena. Mr. Messler was being held prisoner.
Then Carl killed him. And now he'll come back here and kill us. Ken, you've got to do something quick.
What would you suggest?
You have a gun?
No.
I brought one here. When he comes back here, you must shoot first. It's our only chance.
Lorena, the Queen.
What?
And with me cast as chief executioner in the double cross of her partner. So there'll be no splitting of the spoils.
I don't know what you mean.
No, you told me your uncle took a plane to the States 3 days ago.
Well, that's what Carl said. He said he took him to the airport.
Oh, it isn't very flattering to be regarded as a complete fool.
What are you saying?
Lorena, 3 days ago, Carl was on board the Samba, 500 miles at sea.
You...
Somebody's coming, Mr. Thurston.
Here.
Look out, Carl. Mr. X has a gun. Carl! No.
I doubt very much that Carl will be able to hear you, Lorraine.
You?
My thanks for the loan of your gun, Mr. Thurston. It came in very handy, just as you thought it might.
Who are you?
Permit me to introduce myself. I am John Messler.
Mr. X, I'm beginning to see the light.
Sure. Messler's habit of seldom showing his face outside his house was well known. So it was easy for them to hold him prisoner in the cellar of that warehouse for nearly a year, starving him, forcing him to sign the deeds and checks necessary to convert the estate into cash.
Mr. Thurston, it has all become as clear to me as...
As this wine?
Yes, please, just a little more. Thank you. And Lorena, she's not Mr. Messler's niece?
Just an enterprising lady who teamed up with Carl Hertzberg and came here about a year ago.
Ah, women. They're fleas in a life's ointment.
I'd say it's a pretty thirsty flea you've had on the expense account for the past week.
Rosita? Strictly an ex-business acquaintance.
Since when?
Well, since I discovered a horrible fact, Mr. Thurston. I found Rosita cared only for my money. Which is to say, your money, of course.
There's a nice distinction running around there.
Money. Nothing. It's, after all, what is it? Just money. It means nothing at all to me.
This wine is wonderful stuff. I'll have to take some along just for financial purposes.
There's one thing that is not quite clear to me yet. Why did they want to sing their own boat? That seems very silly.
For the insurance, Pagan.
Oh.
The Bolero was heavily insured. That's why the Bureau first became interested in her disappearance. Of course, to a man like you, to whom money means nothing, $500,000 would seem silly.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And please let me remind you that daylight saving time goes into effect in some parts of the country next week. So if your area remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier for our broadcast. As usual, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. When you read about people being injured, people being killed in traffic accidents, do you ever stop to think, why, that might have happened to me? It's worth thinking about, and it's worth doing something about. The best thing to do is to obey all traffic laws. Yes, whenever you drive, whenever you walk along streets or highways, be careful. The life you save may be your own. This is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. Remember, if your community remains on standard time, tune in 1 hour earlier next week for Frigidaire's Man Called X. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Ever hear the name Borlar, Ken?
Borlar? I should hope to tell you, Chief.
All right. He was last heard of in Central America.
Libertago, to be exact. He's believed to be planning a coup d'etat there. You realize what that would mean?
Oh, sure. To be a threat to the whole hemispheric security.
Right. And you can quote the authorities at Libertago on it. It's at their urgent request that you're flying there tonight. Plane leaves in an hour.
Good.
One thing, Ken. Borla may have his men in key spots, even in the government. Watch your step.
Don't you worry, I will.
There's only one X, you know. Even in the alphabet. But seriously, Ken, if there's anything I can do.
There is, Chief?
Yes?
How much did you give Pagan to find me?
Robber charged me $25.
Slip him another 50 if he'll promise not to find me before I take off for Libertago. I beg your pardon. Oh, hello.
Buenas noches. I am sorry to laugh at you.
Oh, no, don't be. A laugh like that nobody should be sorry for.
Oh, senor, you say such a nice thing, and in such a way.
Lots of things I'd like to say. The same way. I hope I'll have until tomorrow noon when we get to Libertago.
Oh, yes. And to think how much I had dreaded this trip, Mr. What is your name?
Thurston, Ken Thurston.
I am Marie Virba.
Marie Virba.
But now I tell you why I laugh, yes?
Yes.
I sit down beside a man with hat over the eyes and his head held low. Not until the plane is off the ground does he raise his eyes to glance around.
And all that time I might have been looking at you.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagan.
I said to myself, now that the plane is safely up in the air, it is time to present myself to my employer.
Employer?
Victim's the word. Senorita Verva, this is Pagan Zellschmidt. Now, all right, Pagan, now you can go back to your seat. Now.
But I came to collect the money you owe me.
Money? What for?
Do you realize how much money it cost me to make my unestimable services available to you on this trip?
Well, subtract the $100 the chief gave you not to make your services available to me.
But he only gave me 50. I swear by the father of my father.
Oh, pipe down. Go back to your seat. I'll settle with you later.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. See how I trust?
Ken, this is the man from whom you were trying to hide?
I'm always trying to hide from him.
Well, is it bad that he is along on this trip?
Oh, well, it kind of keeps me from being alone with you.
Oh, were you sleeping, Ken?
No, Mary, no, I just closed my eyes for a minute to make sure that I hadn't been dreaming all through the night and the morning.
A few more minutes, Ken. We will land in Libertago.
Oh, good.
You have business there?
Of a sort, with the Senor Florio.
Oh, Florio.
You know him?
Does anyone really know Florio? I do not think so. But you will be in Libertago long?
Depends on how long you'll be there.
I come back to Libertago to settle the estate of an only uncle. As soon as possible, I fly back to New York.
That fits my plans perfectly. You said something last night about dreading this trip.
Ken, there is in Libertago someone I fear.
Well, anything I can do?
Oh, no, Ken. Even the police here cannot cope with him.
Paula.
How did you know that?
Small world, isn't it? But why does this man make you so scared?
When I sing in a cafe in Libertago, he hears me. From then on, I have no peace. He wants to marry me.
It's the first normal thing I've ever heard about the guy.
You joke.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
I leave Libertago 6 months ago. I swear never to come back.
But now?
Now I come back with a pistol.
Oh?
But sometimes I wonder if even that will be protection enough against Borla. When night comes.
There's always Pagan.
Pagan?
Unless you can suggest some other bodyguard.
Oh, Ken, you will come.
Of course I will. It would help to know the address.
Number 17, Avenue Goya.
Number 17, Avenue Goya.
Mr. Thurston, are you ready to land?
Yes, Pagan.
Good.
No. On second thought, I think I'll wait and do it with the plane.
Mr. Thurston, I've been hunting all over the airport for you. Where did you disappear to when we got off the plane?
Call from Washington was waiting for me, Pagan. The chief is all head up about the situation down here.
Ah, you should have told him I'm on the job.
That's the trouble, I did. Now, let's grab that cab over there before somebody else does.
Mr. Thurston, are they expecting us here?
Only Senor Florio. He's only expecting me.
But what about me?
Like water, Pagan, you're going to seek your own level. I want you to mingle with the riffraff. Find out what you can about Baller.
You can count on me, as always.
Oh, yes. Driver.
See you, senor.
Avenue, Gobierno, Numero. Look out, Pagan, duck. Pagan, you all right?
I think so. Mr. Thurston, they tried to kill us.
Yeah.
But you said only Florio knew we were coming.
That, Pagan, is something I want to go into. With Florio.
I still cannot shake it from my mind, Mr. Thurston, this attempt to assassinate you. Borla must have stumbled on the fact that you were coming.
That's one explanation, Senor Florio. By getting back to business again, I have a suggestion.
You have but to speak, and it shall be done.
I'm convinced that your government's right. Only one thing is holding Borla back.
Money.
Yes, Borla's got to have money, lots of it. The posting of guards at all the banks and big business houses has stymied him, temporarily. But he's going to get more desperate every minute. Senor, why don't you double the number of guards at the banks right away?
At once, Mr. Thurston. I shall notify immediately Capitan Oliphant, who is in complete charge of the campaign against Borla. Pardon.
Sure.
Hello? Oh, yes, Capitan. I'm with Mr. Ken Thurston, who has come from the United States to help us. Oh, rapidamente.
What's that?
Captain Oliphant has just made an important arrest.
One of Borla's men?
Yes, and I suggest we go and question him at once. In here now, Mr. Thurston.
Mr. Thurston, tell him.
This prisoner, he seems to know you, Mr. Thurston.
Yes. Captain Oliphant.
Si, senor.
What name did this man give?
Mr. Thurston, you can't do this to me. A joke is a joke. But this man, they don't joke. They think I'm mixed up with Borla.
Our spies heard him say he had valuable information for Borla.
That was so he would look me up. I was trying to find him.
Very suspicious. Tell me, Senor Thurston, you have seen this man before?
Oh, so many times.
Please, Mr. Thurston.
You can vouch for him, perhaps?
His own mother wouldn't vouch for him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Now, you can let him go, Captain. He's perfectly harmless. I'll take care of him.
Really, 1,000 pardons for making you rush over here, Senor.
That's all right, Captain. Matter of fact, I'd like to have a talk with you. Can we get together, say, this evening?
Oh, with pleasure.
I also would be free, Mr. Thurston.
No need to bother you, Senor Florio.
Pardon. Hello? Si. One moment. For you, Senor Thurston.
Me? Well. Hello.
Oh, Ken.
Mary, what's the matter?
I saw him, and I think he saw me. Oh, darling,
You saw Borla? Where?
Borla?
Tell me quickly, Mary.
On Camino Harano, near the museum.
Hold on. Camino Harana, near the museum. Did you get it?
Si, I go. Senor Thurston, I will telephone you this evening. Come.
Borla is getting close.
Hello, Mary.
Ken, darling, I am so frightened.
Borla's going to be too busy to think of you.
But I'm so worried.
Mary.
Yes, Ken?
Let me keep you too busy to think of him.
What time is it, Ken?
10 o'clock. Good Lord, 10 o'clock. I was sure Peg would have heard from Captain Oliphant by now and send him over here.
Maybe the Capitan has been detained. You said yourself that Borla might strike at any second.
That's all the more reason why...
Who's there?
Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston.
Hey, what's happened?
A big fire.
Where?
Well, it's at the government center.
Marie, I've got to run, but don't worry. Pagon will stay with you.
But I like to go to fire.
Well, this is one you're going to miss. Oh, now cheer up, Pagon. Where you're going sooner or later. They've got the biggest fire of all.
Mr. Thurston! Over
here.
Coming, Senor Florio. I've been looking for you.
Oh, Mr. Thurston. You might have been badly hurt in the crash of those timbers.
Well, you could say I might have been killed.
Never will I forgive myself for having exposed you to such danger. I did not dream that the timbers were about to collapse.
Why did you call me?
Because where I was standing, it was so much safer. And I want to discuss with you this grave misfortune.
It could have been deliberate, Senor Florio.
Deliberate? What could possibly be gained by burning down the government printing office, and by whom?
Well, Bola, for one.
But how?
Wish I had the answer to that.
Oh, your pardon, Mr. Thurston, but I think you are mistaken. It is inconceivable that there could be any connection.
How about Captain Oliphant? Maybe he can point to a connection.
I have searched for the Capitan everywhere. Not since he left for Camino Arana have I been able to contact him.
He was supposed to have a talk with me tonight, as you know.
Yes, I remember.
Senor Florio! Senor Florio!
That fireman seems to have found something. Let's see.
Huh? What is it, amigo?
A body here in the rubble. Help me lift it. There.
Oliphant.
The Capitan. Dead. Senor, he must have been helping fight the fire.
Senor Florio, I said that maybe Captain Oliphant could point to a connection between Bola and the burning of the government printing office. He has. With a knife in his back.
And now to continue with Frigid Air's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The threat of a coup d'etat against the Central American Republic by a man named Borla has brought Ken Thurston to Libertago. The night of his arrival, the government printing office is gutted by fire, and the man who had been on Borla's trail, Captain Oliphant, is found dead with a knife in his back. Now, shortly after midnight, in the office of the dead man.
Look here, Senor Florio.
What is it, Mr. Thurston?
A little clue to the connection between Bola and the burning of the government printing office. Here in Captain Oliphant's dossier on him.
But I myself studied the dossier from beginning to end.
Did you?
Yes, and I found nothing.
Well, I found something. Look. Several times in his game of hide-and-seek with the law and order boys, Bola posed as a stamp dealer.
So?
A stamp dealer. He knows stamps.
Forgive me if I seem stupid, but many people know stamps. What has that to do with the burning of the government printing office?
Isn't that where the stamps are printed?
But I still do not understand.
The director of printing may.
Senor Priest?
Yes. Find him for me. I've got to talk to him right away.
Here. Here's Senor Thurston. This is the way in which the stamps were printed.
This is where the fire started. Now, Senor Priest, do you agree?
That there is a connection between Bola and the fire, yes. But what it is... Senor, I share Florio's ignorance.
You see, Mr. Thurston.
Just look around you, amigo. All the presses destroyed, all the plates melted down, the entire stamp supply reduced to ashes.
Senor Priest, has there by any chance been a new stamp issue recently?
Only yesterday. The Memoria issue, the first new issue in over 2... Oh?
That's it.
But if it were completely destroyed in the conflagration...
If it were completely destroyed. But what if it weren't? What if only the plates were destroyed? What if Bola had his hands on the new stamps, the only copies in existence? That'd be worth a fortune, a tremendous fortune.
Yes.
Now get this. It won't be the first time stamps have started a war. Far from it. D'Annunzio, when he seized Fiume in 1919... The form of Vilno in 1920. Don't you see?
Yes, now I begin to...
Timing. Everything ties in. Bola's got to be stopped before he can get out of this country to New York.
But why New York?
Because tomorrow... No, sir, help me. It's after midnight. No, today. The International Stamp Exhibition opens there.
From all over the world, stamp collectors will come.
Sure, with cash. Where else would Bola head for but New York? Oh, gentlemen, there's a lot to be done. Rapidamente.
been taken care of. We have blocked every possible means of exit from this country. And so, Mr. Thurston, through your magnificent help, Borla will never leave Libertago with those stamps.
We haven't left already. A lot of time went by between the start of the fire and the start of the blockade.
What, no planes left? Of this we are certain. The blockade caught him by surprise.
Let's hope so. But there's no underestimating Borla and his pals. You can bet he's planned things pretty thoroughly.
But he did not reckon with the man called X.
I wouldn't even bank on that. Well, there's no point in hanging around here any longer.
No. Sleep well, Mr. Thurston.
Later. First, I got to have another talk with that director of printing, Mr. Prius.
Pagan, wake up. Pagan!
Pagan, how would you like to earn an extra $50?
Mr. Thurston, did I dream it or did you really...
No, you dreamt it. And you'll also have to dream up all the rest of the money I'm supposed to pay you, unless you can explain what you're doing out here in that hammock.
Hiding, so that if this terrible Borla creeps up on Marie inside the house...
You'll scare him away with your snoring. Pagan, when I left you here with Marie, I told you to keep your eyes open.
Who can sleep with eyes open? Besides, I made the delicious Marie give me her word that if anything happened, she would wake me.
Brilliant.
Unfortunately, Mr. Thurston, the same cannot be said of you. No. This adorable, exquisite, ravishing... This senorita, she thinks only of you all night long. Worries, I mean.
No.
Yeah, finally, at daybreak, she sends me to find out what has happened. So I tell her everything.
And with you, Pagan, everything is everything.
But she's a brave girl. She deserves to know that her heart has been given to Mr. X, who might die any minute.
I get it. That'll leave only you. If you've done half as much damage as I think you have, they'll have to bury you in that hammock. See you later.
Who is... Oh, Ken. Oh, darling, darling, hold me close.
You had a bad time of it, Marie?
Oh, do not think of me. It's you. Ken, I have made up my mind.
To what?
Come. You have enough responsibilities without having to worry about what Borla may try to do to me. And so, you see?
You're packing.
Leaving on the plane 2 hours from now.
Well.
Why don't you come with me, Ken? You have already done enough. Let the others do the rest.
I kind of like to finish what I start, Marie.
Then finish it in New York. Pagan says that is where the stamps will end up.
Forget about the stamps.
You mean they've been recovered?
No. But I'm going to send some wires that'll blow up Borla's entire scheme.
Oh, I must not ask questions, I know. But you will tell me all about it later?
I'll tell you all about it now. Know anything about philately?
Oh, the hobby of postage stamps.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems such an innocent pastime.
Marie, in the United States alone, there are 11.5 million stamp collectors. Last year, they spent close to $45 billion in good American money on their collections. A business that big has to have its rules.
Yes, of course.
When a new issue of stamps is printed anywhere in the world, it isn't recognized by philatelists unless a few of the stamps are actually used in the mail. That kind of makes it really official.
Oh.
I've just been to the home of the director of printing. Now listen. Not one stamp of the Memoria issue has been used in the mail.
No.
So all I have to do is to spread word in the proper places, and Borla will find that his precious stamps are just so many pretty little scraps of paper.
Oh, my darling, I must not keep you a moment longer. Go quickly and send your messages.
Yes, Betty, I think I'd better. But if Senor Florio should phone, will you tell him I'm at the Villa Pacifico?
You are not going to your own hotel?
Oh, just a precaution.
Take every precaution, Ken. For me.
Goodbye, Mary.
Only until New York.
Mr. Thurston, I'm famished. Unless I have some breakfast immediately, I will... Ah.
Yes, Pagan, you will what?
Huh? Did you say something?
For you, Pagan, also a kiss on the forehead. Now off with you, and take good care of my Ken.
For me, a kiss on the forehead. This is the lot of pagan self. Have mercy. Are you trying to make me dizzy?
You need help?
No, I mean, yes. I mean, keep on going around and around so much? All these side streets and alleys.
We've got to make sure nobody follows us to the Villa Pacifico.
We'll be following ourselves if we keep this up.
Now, listen. While I'm inside the Villa Pacifico, writing the telegrams, I want you to wait outside, because somebody there may try to stop me. It's up to you to keep them from shooting me in the back.
Shoot in the back? Why don't you send them from somewhere else?
Then I'd learn nothing.
But, Mr. X...
Hold your hat, Pagan.
Oh? Mr. X, I'm here.
All right, Pagan, just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut.
Okay. I've got him, Mr. Thurston. I've got him. But hurry up before he gets me. Please, come on.
Good boy. Hang on to him.
Only he...
No.
Right on the button, Mr. X. Who is it?
That's a silly question, even from you. This, my friend, is Baller.
But, Mr. Thurston, where are we rushing to now?
The airport, Senor Florio. To get there before Marie's plane takes off.
And I suppose I'll get another kiss on the forehead.
Maybe when she finds out how you tackle Baller, she'll really kiss you.
To me and my countrymen, Mr. Zellschmidt, you will forever be a hero.
Zellschmidt? A hero? Huh?
This has been a great day for Libertago.
I still wish we'd been able to make Baller talk.
By the way, Mr. X, where did you disappear to while we were trying to find the stamps?
Oh, I had to send the police on a little errand.
The airport. And there is the plane.
But the police? What are they doing here?
I told you, Pagan, a little errand. Come on now.
Look, great excitement around the plane.
The police have got Marie. Marie!
Hands off me, you pig! I will make you pay dearly for this mistake. How dare you do... Oh, Ken, darling. Oh, thank goodness you've come.
Hello, Marie.
Oh, darling, make them put an end to this outrage.
But, my angel, I was the one who sent them here.
Oh. No, it isn't true.
Just as you told Baller to knock me off before I could send those wires.
Oh, no, darling.
Nobody else knew I was going to the Villa Pacifico, and the wires, incidentally, were phonies. Those stamps had been used in the mails. Some had even been sent to the Universal Postal Union.
You devil.
Nice act, Marie. Pretending to be scared of Baller when all the time you were working along with him.
Mr. Thurston, the stamps. They have found the stamps in her luggage.
I'll scratch his eyes out. I'll tear him to pieces.
That's it, Pagan. Take her in your arms. But look out for that kiss of death.
Mr. Thurston, I cannot express my country's debt to you. As a slight token, I beg you to accept this block of stamps from the Memoria issue.
No, Senor Florio. Get them to New York, fast. They'll bring enough to build you a new printing plant. And, Florio, may every one of those stamps be a symbol of good government. The kind that will survive in spite of men like Baller, who try to get personal wealth and power at the expense of the people.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you a story that will fairly knock your head off. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's script is written by Maurice Zimm. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles, speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Whenever the man called X is involved, even a very simple beginning may lead to an amazing chain of circumstances. Take such an ordinary little thing as the ringing of a doorbell. Simple enough. Only the doorbell of a small apartment in Upper Manhattan. That's all.
Good evening.
Oh, I thought... Well, how do you do?
You're Mrs. Jordan?
Why, yes, I am.
Mrs. Jordan, I am the man called X.
Well, my husband isn't here, Mr. X. He took a plane this morning.
What?
Yes, to Honolulu.
That was a big mistake. He shouldn't have gone.
But, Mr. X, it took all our savings to buy that property in Hawaii. And for months now, they've kept stalling us from going out there. Ralph thinks the whole thing's a fake. That he and hundreds of other veterans in this country have been swindled.
Mrs. Jordan, that land company in Honolulu is of highly reputable concern. This foolish trip of his may prove to be extremely regrettable for both of you. Chief, would it bother you very much if I said I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about?
Ken, this isn't funny. Your actions during this past week are nothing to joke about.
I'll go with you on that. 6 days and nights on the edge of a swamp full of the biggest mosquitoes in Florida, waiting for a smuggler who didn't even have the courtesy to show up.
Alone, of course.
You don't think anybody else would be that crazy?
But I thought you were working on a Hawaiian deal, Ken. That land company for veterans.
I was until I got this so-called hot tip. Why?
Well, what did you find out? About the land firm, I mean.
Only what I've told you already. They've been spreading ads in papers all over the country. Special offer to veterans. Plantation lands in Maui. Dirt cheap. The big come-on. But apparently the buyer gets nothing but an artistic little title certificate and plenty of discouragement against coming out to take possession. At least 4 men who did go out, well, they disappeared.
Ken...
Come on, Chief. Let's have it. What goes on?
Miss Brooks, will you send in Mrs. Jordan, please?
Who's Mrs. Jordan?
She may be the chief witness for the prosecution.
Huh?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Jordan.
The girl told me to come in here.
Yes, that's right. I want you to look at this man carefully. Now, this isn't the same one, is it?
Well, I'm not sure. It was dark, and he didn't come inside.
Chief, I hate to seem inquisitive, but what is it I'm supposed to have done?
That voice. It's him. It's the same one. You murderer.
Oh, wait a minute.
You murdered my husband.
What the...
That's all for now, Mrs. Jordan. Will you wait in the other office, please?
Miss Rex, I hope you get everything that's coming to you.
Chief, will you please tell me what the Sam Hill this is all about?
Ken, day before yesterday, her husband phoned her from Honolulu and said that you had met him there and threatened his life. 4 hours later, they found him stabbed to death.
Chief, I've been in Florida.
But, Ken, I'd have to testify that you phoned me 2 days ago from Honolulu.
I what?
It was your voice, Ken. Dead to rights.
So that's it. A nice tight little frame. Whoever put it together did a good job around the corners. And, Chief, I know exactly where I'm going to start. Hagon, open up. I know you're in there. Hagon.
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought I heard somebody knocking.
Incredible. I've only been at it for 10 minutes.
Huh? Oh, well, Mr. Thurston, I was just leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm late already.
You'll be later. Let's go inside.
At any other time, I'd be glad to.
After you, Pagon. Here we go.
Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. So it's gone. All right, Pagon, what happened to it?
I'm very glad you dropped in, Mr. Thurston. Only yesterday I was saying to myself, now I ought to call up Mr. Thurston.
Turn it off, Pagon.
Huh?
Now, what happened to that home recording machine of yours?
Oh, that was only on approval. They took it back.
Well, how about the records, the ones I made? They take them back, too?
The records? They just got lost, I guess, or something.
Pagon, start talking.
Oh, it was only a joke, Mr. Thurston. I wouldn't have thought of selling them. If Mr. Smith hadn't said it was just a joke...
It would be Smith.
The money had absolutely nothing to do with it. I swear to you, by the father of my...
pipe down. Would you know this Mr. Smith if you saw him again?
But I never did see him. I only talked to him on the telephone. He sent a messenger to get the records.
Like that, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Pagon, start packing. We are flying to Honolulu.
A vacation. Well, that's a very good idea.
It's a long ways from a vacation. There's a killer waiting there for us. Probably knows we're coming. He may be anybody, Pagon. He may be anybody at all.
Boy. Well, these bellboys are never around when you want them, Mr. Thurston. They're really a problem.
Can't say that I blame them, Mr. Kwong. In a climate like this, who'd want to work?
You're so right. They keep slipping off to Waikiki to ride their surfboards and do tricks for the young ladies who come on vacation.
Sounds like a career all by itself.
Yes, if I were 10 years younger. Mr. Thurston, the entire facilities of the Waiwela Hotel are yours to command. I am determined that you shall enjoy your visit to Hawaii.
Thanks very much.
And, of course, you too, Mr.
Zellschmidt. Pagan Zellschmidt.
Quite so, Zellschmidt.
By the way, Mr. Kwong, have you ever heard of a company around here selling land to war veterans?
I'm so sorry, no, but, of course, I've never heard of a great many things.
I see. Not even a company that has an address right across the street?
No.
Mr. Thurston, why do you keep calling it a land company? It says right on the front, Club Malahini. It's a nightclub.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Then come on. We're going to change our clothes and drop in at the Club Malahini.
Here you are, monsieur. One dry martini and one, zombie.
Thanks. Now, don't fall into that, Pagon. You'll drown. Oh, bartender.
Oui, monsieur. Was there something else?
Yes. Where can I find the manager of the club?
Huh? But you have found him. I, monsieur, am the manager. Louis Chic at your service.
Uh-huh.
My bartender did not come tonight, so...
Oh, he's probably down at Waikiki doing tricks for the girls. My name's Thurston, Mr. Chic. This is Pagan Zellschmidt.
Oh, so happy to meet you, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Tell me what you know about a land company for war veterans.
Oh, mon Dieu, another one. Monsieur, I know nothing about that company.
Their address is the same as this club's.
Monsieur Thurston, it is like this. In the back of the club, there is a small office which I never use. 3 months ago, a man called me on the telephone and wished to rent it. I say, fine, okay. And he sent me the money by mail. Whenever letters arrive for the company, I push them through the slot in the door. But I have never seen the man.
I see. And there have been others inquiring about this company?
Oh, 4 or 5 in the last month. I tell them all the same thing.
Well, you're consistent at any rate.
Mr. Thurston, look.
I know. You're quiet, Pagan.
Hi, Connies and Malahinis. It's my pleasure at this time to present the attraction you've all been waiting for. The one and only, the lovely Iopeli in her Dance of the Island.
Look at her, Mr. Thurston. Huh? Not bad, eh?
Not bad at all, Pagan. As a matter of fact, I think I'll go back to her dressing room and wait for her.
That's a very good idea. Now, let's go.
Sorry, Pagan.
No?
See you later.
Oh, well. Monsieur, another zombie, please.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah?
If you have a minute, I'd like to speak to you. My name's Frank Clark.
Well?
I was sitting out at the bar a while ago, and I heard you talking to Louis Chic. I didn't want to say anything in front of him. It's about this land company for us guys out of the service. I've been around here a couple of weeks trying to check up on it. I guess you got stuck too, huh?
It looks that way.
Same here. Yeah, they sure got a slick layout.
Been able to find out anything?
Well, not much more than what Chic told you. Oh, I did get a look inside that office. It's empty. Nothing but a letter drop.
Any ideas?
Well, I got a few about the clerk at my hotel. I'm staying right across the street here, the Wawela.
So am I. You mean Mr. Kwong, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tied up right at the moment, Mr. Clark. Suppose we get together in the morning and talk it over. Maybe you can make some sense out of the whole business.
That's a good idea. I'll see you in the morning, then. So long, Mr. Thurston.
Bye. The lovely Luapele.
What? Pardon me, please. This is my dressing.
I know. I've been waiting for you.
Wait a minute. You were from the States.
So?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Ken Thurston.
Thurston? Come in, Mr. Thurston.
You know, I've always thought of a grass skirt as a gaudy sort of thing on a picture postcard. Then I'd never seen you wear one.
Oh, thank you. But that is my profession, Mr. Thurston.
I guess it's more than that. I suppose it's an art that comes from being born here in the islands.
I suppose so.
At any rate, the dance was very lovely. Ole e poena au.
What? I do not understand.
Oh, a native who doesn't know her own tongue.
I have forgotten most of the old language.
Luapele, you're no more a Polynesian than I am. No more a part of the island than the Veterans Land Company.
All right, but I can't talk to you here. Where are you staying?
Across the street at the Wawela.
Then I'll come to your room at 10:30, right after my next dance.
All right. I'll be waiting for you. Don't forget, Luapele.
I won't. Don't worry. I won't forget. I'll be there all right, Mr. X.
You would like something else, maybe, Monsieur Zellschmidt?
Louis, you may bring me a crystal goblet filled with foam from Waikiki.
Ha, ha. Monsieur is very funny. I go to bring some ice now. Monsieur will pardon me.
I pardon everybody. Except Mr. Thurston, who leaves me alone here while he talks to a beautiful dame with a beautiful name. That rhymes. A beautiful
Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, where are you?
Over here, Pagon. The door at the end of the bar. Come on.
Well, it's about time you came back, Mr. Thurston. I was getting very impatient.
Never mind, Pagon. Follow me. Hurry, we haven't much time.
Why don't they have lights in this hallway? Where are you going, Mr. Thurston?
Out the back way. Close the door after you, Pagon.
It's very dark here. Is this an alley, Mr. X?
It's a back street. Wait, we'll stop here a second.
Because, Pagon, I'm holding a gun in my coat pocket. From here on, you'll do exactly as I say. Understand?
Well, of course, I'll be glad to... Wait. You're not...
You're quite right, Pagon. I am not Mr. X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Honolulu investigating a firm ostensibly offering bargains in Hawaiian lands to war veterans. Someone has proved such a skillful impersonator as to place Ken under suspicion of murder and to lure Pagon away from the Club Malahini to some unknown destination.
Monsieur, I cannot keep track of everyone who comes in here. It is possible that when my back was turned, he simply got up and walked out, just like that.
But you didn't see him go, Mr. Sheik, is that it?
Monsieur Thurston, to be perfectly frank, I do not even remember the man.
Oh, no, he came in with me not more than half an hour ago. Sat right here, ordered a couple of zombies. I introduced him to you, Pagon Zellschmidt.
Zombie Zellschmidt. Monsieur, I think I do remember. Vaguely, of course.
Vaguely, is it? I see, yeah. You know, Mr. Sheik, I'm beginning to get a little fed up with you. That French accent of yours is as phony as that Hawaiian dancer.
Okay, Thurston, you're right. The accent helps business.
Uh-huh. What business?
Entertainment, glamour, thrills, excitement. If it's on a menu, it's for sale.
Interesting menu. I'll have to have a look at it sometime. Wouldn't be surprised if one of the main courses turned out to be real estate.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Well, you work pretty long hours, Mr. Kwong.
Oh, the difficulty of keeping help. There are so many attractions here.
Yeah, that situation seems to be general. Has Mr. Zellschmidt come in?
Oh, no, not since he left earlier with you, Mr. Thurston.
You've been here all evening?
Continuously. What else can I do when I bear the whole tremendous responsibility of this hotel on my shoulders?
Yeah, it must be a terrific load. Mr. Kwong, several men have come out from the States in recent weeks and disappeared. Some of them were staying at this hotel. What do you know about it?
Why, nothing, Mr. Thurston. I never permit extraneous occurrences to intrude upon my consciousness.
I see. Tell me, do you happen to know a dancer who calls herself Luapele?
The Waiwela Hotel has the honor of being host to Miss Luapele.
I see. Well, Mr. Kwong, in that role at least, I hope to be joining you in a few minutes. Yeah, who is it?
I'm Mr. Thurston.
Oh. Luapele, come in. Yeah, I'll take your coat.
Thank you. Well, I suppose you locked the door at this point.
I hadn't thought of it. Why?
Shouldn't I expect it, since I was foolish enough to come here to your room?
Why did you come?
A man ordinarily assumes it's a result of his fatal charm, doesn't he?
Luapele. Luapele. Smoldering, boiling, ready to erupt. The volcano. That's what your name means, you know.
No, I didn't know. It was Louis Chic's idea. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
Oh, not there, over here.
Oh.
Let's say I came because I found you interesting.
That sounds like a bad book. And it isn't the reason.
Oh, why do you have to doubt everything? A while ago at the club, you were anxious enough for me to come here. Why?
Well, maybe because I found you interesting.
You really think so? Why don't you do something about it?
Such as?
Such as something like this?
Ah, Luapele. I wondered how long it'd take
How long for what?
for you to make your play. All right, drop it.
Oh, you're hurting me.
And drop it. That's better. Is a .32 automatic standard equipment for a dancer to carry in her coat pocket?
I'd have killed you. All right, go ahead and kill me, the same as you killed my brother, Mr. X.
Huh? How'd you find that out?
I recognized your voice at the club.
Who are you?
Shirley Kaufman.
Kaufman. Wait. He was swindled on this land deal. Talked to him on the phone several times.
That's where I first heard your voice. He was my brother.
Oh?
When he wouldn't take your advice and came to Honolulu anyway, you followed him and killed him. Then tried to make it look as though he drowned.
Ah.
They found him in the surf at Waikiki. That's where you made a mistake. That's why I came out here. He didn't drown. My brother'd won medals in swimming meets for years. You killed him.
So that's what happened to one of them. You're wrong, Luapele. I didn't kill your brother. But you're right about one thing. He was murdered. Wait a second. Sit right where you are. Hello.
Mr. Thurston, is that you?
Pagon, where the devil have you been?
I do not have any time to talk about that now. You have got to come right away.
Yeah, where?
Out at the Diamond Point jetty.
Diamond Point. What's up, Pagon?
I cannot talk about it now, Mr. Thurston, but it is very important. You hurry, huh?
I'm tied up at the moment. I can't get away. Suppose I meet you around midnight.
You cannot make it any sooner?
Not a chance. And another thing, I can't find that letter from Mrs. Jordan that I gave you. You know what you did with it?
I do not remember, Mr. Thurston. It is around somewhere, I guess.
Mind if I look in your suitcase for it?
You are entirely welcome to it. That's probably where it is, too.
Okay. I'll meet you at midnight at the Diamond Point jetty.
I will be waiting, Mr. Thurston.
So long, Pagon.
What are you going to do?
Look, get this straight. I did not kill your brother. And I'm going to try just as hard as you are to find out who did.
I don't know what to think. There isn't any proof. I got the idea because you warned him not to come to Honolulu. Then he came anyway and was killed.
That's exactly why I warned him.
Maybe I was crazy, but I worked there at the club for a month trying to find out who's behind this land company. No luck. Then you showed up the way you did.
So you jumped to conclusions.
I guess so.
Luapele, this whole thing's beginning to make some sense. If you'll just sit tight, I may be able to dig up the right answer. One thing you can always count on with a guy as clever as the one who's back of all this, sooner or later he gets too clever.
You said I was named for a volcano. All right. The eruption's over. I trust you can. And to prove it. Oh, Ken.
Luapele, well.
You'll have to be going, Ken, if you're going to meet someone at midnight. It's a half-hour drive to Diamond Point.
I haven't the slightest intention of meeting anybody at Diamond Point. In fact, I'm going to stay right here until midnight. Well, Mr. Sheik, straight up midnight, another customer in the place. Why don't you close up and go home?
Oh, Monsieur Thurston has the right idea. That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, now, hold it. I'm the fellow who knows the accents of fate. You remember?
Yeah, I remember all right, but it gets to be a habit.
Not a things do. You haven't seen Mr. Smith around?
Who is Mr. Smith? I said...
That's a good question, Mr. Sheik. A very good question. And I'm working on an answer. Past midnight and still on the job. You show an amazing devotion to duty, Mr. Kwong.
I assure you, Mr. Thurston, it is not by choice. The attractions here are such
I know, yes. The help simply doesn't feel like working. Do you mind if I look through the hotel register?
No, not at all, though I'm afraid you'll find it very dull reading.
I don't think so. In fact, Mr. Kwong, I expect to learn a lot from it. Well, Zellschmidt, you seem to have found my room quite comfortable. Oh, that's too bad. Of course, you can't talk with that gag in your mouth. Before I remove it, however, I want you to take a close look at this knife. See it? Because if you cry out once, I'm going to use it to cut your throat, understand? All right. There you are.
I don't see why you couldn't use a towel that didn't taste so bad. This one had soap on it.
You do seem to be frothing at the mouth of it.
And please stop sounding like Mr. Thurston.
Selchmit, do you have any idea why Thurston failed to show up at Diamond Point?
He didn't? Now, don't look at me like that, Mr. Smith. I don't know why. You talked on the phone so much like me. It would fool even me.
I wonder. I'd like to know where he is right now.
Oh, who knows? He's probably found some woman. He always does.
That's right, yes. Luapele. I'd forgotten he'd met her. He couldn't have known it wasn't you on the phone, Selchmit. I imitated you perfectly.
Mr. Smith, it was even better than I could do it.
I imitated his voice all right, too. Even fooled his chief, a man who's known him for years.
Oh, there is not the slightest doubt about it. You are the most clever man I have ever seen. How about untying those ropes?
No. Now, this hotel's far too crowded to turn you loose here in the room. Quiet. Before I decide to cut your throat.
Yes, sir. I didn't say anything. I don't really mind being tied up.
If I only knew why he didn't show. The neatest little racket I ever worked up. Good for a long time yet with Thurston out of the way.
Oh, he's very stupid, Mr. Smith. You could bump him off without any trouble, just like the other four.
5, Selchmit. Your arithmetic's bad. And since we're on that subject, I think it's time to make it 6. I don't need you any longer.
Oh, well, 5, 6, what's the difference? Huh? Wait. No, you can't. Mr. Rex!
All right, drop that knife. Drop it.
No. Oh, Mr. Rex, I thought you would never come out of that.
Thurston, you got to do something about this hand. I'll bleed to death.
Well, from a scratch like that, you should have dropped that knife when I told you to, Mr. Smith. Or would you rather be called Frank Clark?
How did you find out?
You outsmarted yourself, Clark. When you picked up my remark on the phone about Mrs. Jordan's letter, I knew you were a phony. Pagan would have asked what letter. since you never heard of it.
Say, that's right. I don't know about the Laney letter.
At midnight, the rest of the people who might have been tied into this deal were all accounted for. The hotel register gave me your room number. I came here, I found Pagan, and waited until you came back.
I knew I should have killed him earlier and got him out of here.
No, Clark, that wouldn't have helped. The hotel register gave you away anyhow. When you talked to me at the Club Malahini, you said you've been here 2 weeks. But the register shows you've lived at this hotel for over 3 months. Well...
what do you think they'll do to him, Mr. X?
Oh, plenty, Pagan. He's a 5-time killer. For the other thing he did, I don't know. He stole from men the most precious thing in their lives. Their dreams. The dream of some far-off island where they'd go one day and be happy. And perhaps it may be punishment enough when he finds that even prison can't stop a man from dreaming. But it'll make his dream a nightmare.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Ken Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find a Man Called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagan?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagan, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
There's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello. Hello.
You sound dyspeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what happened there in Cairo?
A local lab was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why... Well, why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Mm-hmm. Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Haberman file by the first plane.
The Haberman file? Good Lord, Kent, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. Your martini with the onion.
Good. Now bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
You will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martinis. He had excellent taste in drinks.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident?
You knew it was not.
You're going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I shall have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She has left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hey, where did you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yes.
Oh.
I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You, Doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. I've been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shots.
So you dove for the doorway of the Kismet like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Paid off... Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh, But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagon, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought, look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagon. I'll pick you up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There will be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one. In her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think it you lie, Zaida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? Full moon?
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company?
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What trouble, Zeta?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
Oh, you're drawing a blank here, Zeta. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try, if you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
You drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, I... All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And holding in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zeta. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Posine wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
And I'll give 8 to 5 that Haberman's loot is mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. It worked.
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul in here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Pagon. There's a light under that door.
Somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
All right. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Huh? Maybe... Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
But what a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pagon.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Debra.
And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Haberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Debra. We join him now as he and Pagon stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. It's in Arabic, but a few words, pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagon, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous, that's what it was, outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up. All that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly thing.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not going to ask you about the guns, or about the Polzine, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagon, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Posine, Debra, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
Quite undercover sort of thing. What suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel?
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveller's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, can't. No pen or pencil.
Huh?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, did we get aboard too?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
Hello, Posine.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left.
Why the third one?
Because Posine's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Posine was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Oh, Ken, it's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Zaida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to commissioner of the port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagan. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Posine's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who'd suspect such a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping them off to Haberman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? You know, they could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement.
What? It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Haberman. Now that the Mohammed Bey has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley?
We will make them walk the gangplank later.
Pagan, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, the strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzin. Zaida, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Well, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zaida.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Zaida, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Zaida, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Polzin.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagan.
Sure, Mr. X.
Swine.
Thanks, Zaida.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah?
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Polzin?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagan. But Haberman and Polzin do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X.
And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Anyone looking for Ken Thurston in New York takes on quite a job. There's one spot, though, where he's pretty certain to turn up sooner or later. And that's Barry McCarthy's original Turkish bag.
Well, is it hot enough that I'm making it for you, Mr. Thurston?
Hot enough. Barry, I'll never eat another steamed clam as long as I live.
Good. Thank you, sir.
For what? Are you a friend of the clams?
Hello? Mr. McCarthy?
Why, Mr. Selschmidt.
Oh, no.
Good morning. I'm in a very big hurry. I've got to find Mr. Thurston. You've seen him, maybe?
Well, it's a matter...
Come on in, Pagon. I'm Cordell.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. You don't have any clothes on.
I always take them off in steam rooms. It's an old habit of mine.
Oh. Mr. Thurston, I'm going to make you a millionaire.
Fine. How much is it going to cost me?
Not over 30,000. Huh? Not anything in the long run.
Pagon, I haven't got 30,000. I don't feel like a long run. Now, hand me that towel, will you?
But, Mr. Thurston, it's like shooting fish in a bathtub. You could at least listen to me tell it to you.
Sure, why not?
Well, this morning I get a letter from my cousin Zilda in Rio de Janeiro. That's in South America.
So I've heard.
Yeah. Some artist named Oscar Doe told her confidential, of course, that a painting called The Cynics can be bought for about $30,000.
The Cynics?
Yeah. But some guy named Rembrandt, I think.
Oh, no, wait. The Syndics.
Syndics.
Sure, one of Rembrandt's 3 greatest works.
So Zilda says that some private collector would pay maybe $500,000 for this painting, you see?
Sounds pretty obvious, Pagon. Barry, where's that phone you have in here?
Right there, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks. Hello? Could you tell me the present location of Rembrandt's painting? The Syndics of the Clothmakers Guild? Thanks very much. Well, Pagon, your art career is over.
Good. Now,
The painting you were going to buy for $30,000 was purchased in Amsterdam in 1923 by Van Allen Haven. He brought it to New York, and right now it's hanging in the Haven Galleries on 44th Street.
But...
You better wire Cousin Zilda, Pagon. Tell her to stop taking wooden nickels.
That was my attitude, Mr. Thurston, when you first suggested such a possibility, but there's no question about it now. The tests are complete. The 4 Rembrandts hanging in the Haven Galleries are very clever fakes.
Well, Ken, that hunch of yours seems to have paid off in a pretty fair-sized jackpot.
There's a jackpot, all right, Chief, but I'm not sure who's collecting it. What would you say the paintings are worth, Mr. Freeman?
Well, to certain wealthy and unscrupulous collectors, and heaven knows there are plenty of them, not less than $3 million.
Phew.
Yes, you've got to recover them, Mr. Thurston.
Particularly in view of its tie-up with the Haven scholarships, Ken.
Yes, you see, Mr. Haven provided in his will that the paintings in the Haven Gallery be posted as a lien to finance the Haven Exchange Scholarships.
Oh?
Yes, these scholarships permit 20 graduate students from U.S. colleges to study in South America each year, and the same number to come from South American colleges to this country.
And the minute the bank discovers these pictures are fakes, bang, there goes the scholarship fund.
Mr. Freeman, being curator of the gallery, you've had plenty of chances to look at these paintings. Why is it you've never noticed they were copies before?
Because they're the most perfect reproductions I've ever seen. Not an expert in the world would doubt them without making tests.
Have you any idea when they may have been substituted for the originals?
Certainly not during the year I've been curator.
Who was in charge before you?
John Tormey.
Tormey?
Yes, he operated the gallery for 10 years following Mr. Haven's death.
Oh? Where's he now?
He retired a year ago and went to live on a small island in the Bay of Rio.
Well, Ken?
Well, Chief?
Your attention, please. Flight 2, Rio de Janeiro to Buenos Aires, now loading at Gate C. Flight 2 loading at Gate C.
Rio de Janeiro. Ah, Mr. Thurston, the world's most beautiful city.
Oh, the soul of a poet. Hagen, I thought you were posing as a painter.
What's the difference? I can be simultaneous. Mr. Thurston, did you know that Rembrandt was born in a windmill?
No.
Even at a very early age, he showed unmistakable signs of a genius and proved himself to be a master of chiaroscuro.
Think of it. At an early age, too.
It has often been said that
I know, and I know where it's been said. That handbook of classic art sticking out of your pocket.
Oh, well, after all, if I've got to engage in negotiations with artists...
Hagen, you'll engage in nothing. I brought you along for one reason. To look up your cousin Zilda and to find Oscar Dole.
Mr. X, it's practically done. How about some expense money?
At an early age, Mr. Zellschmidt showed unmistakable signs of an itching palm. See you later, Pagan.
Oh, but Mr. Thurston...
Hello there. Is this John Tormey's island?
Right. Here, throw me your line.
Down here.
Got it? Clamp the rudder now. Easy there. Ah, that's it.
Thanks. From the size of those waves, I thought I'd run out to open sea.
Yes, the bay is a bit rough this afternoon. I'm Ann Stovall.
My name's Ken Thurston, Miss Stovall. Well,
I practically live in a swimsuit.
that's a great way to live.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Shall we go on up to the house?
Sure, let's go. Are you a relative of Mr. Tormey's?
Oh, no. I used to be his assistant when he managed the Haven Galleries in New York. So, when he and Mrs. Tormey moved down here, I came along as a kind of friend of the family.
Any vacancies in the family?
Well, there might be.
Good. I'm filing an application.
Mr. Thurston, this approach of yours is intriguing, to say the least. But, well, don't you think it's a little flippant in view of what you've come for?
Wait, you know about that?
Well, of course. It's no secret, is it?
Apparently not.
I was surprised that you got here so quickly.
I'd hardly call it quickly. Well, let's move on.
If you don't mind my leaving you here, I think I'll run on up to the house and change.
Now, don't change into something more presentable. You couldn't.
Mr. Thurston, please. You can take this path here and go directly to the cottage. Then come on up to the house afterwards.
Fine, only why should I want to go to the cottage?
Well, you would like to see the corpse, wouldn't you?
Wait a minute. Let's sit down and talk things over. Exactly who do you think I am?
Why, the coroner, of course. Aren't you?
Miss Stovall, I'm a little confused in several ways, but of one thing I'm certain. I'm not the coroner.
Oh, but I thought... Well, you see, we sent for him, so... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Thurston.
Why do you need a coroner?
A guest who's been living in the beach cottage for several months died suddenly this morning. Heart failure, we think.
Oh, too bad. Close friend of the family?
Not exactly. He was a rather obscure artist named Oscar Dole.
We've had very few guests here, Mr. Thurston. I'm so glad you came.
That's very kind of you, Mrs. Tormey.
Mr. Thurston, Carmen, and I were both quite pleased when Bob Freeman wired us you were coming.
Well, thanks to both of you.
You picked an excellent place for your vacation. When visitors come from other parts of the world, then I am the most proud of my city.
You were born here, Mrs. Tormey?
On this very island. And I had never been away until John kidnapped me.
I always had the impression we eloped.
All right, perhaps I was willing. Anyway, enjoy yourself, Mr. Thurston. Stay a long time.
I'd like to, but in view of the tragedy this morning, maybe...
I won't hear of it, Mr. Thurston. It isn't as though the man were a close friend. Down on his luck, needed a place to stay, that's all.
Not too bad. Heart failure, wasn't it?
It looks that way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, John. He found a despacho at his door last night.
Carmen.
What's a despacho?
A sign of death.
It's a piece of native tomfoolery, Mr. Thurston. There's an underground cult in Brazil called the Macumba, similar to the voodoo in Haiti. The despacho is their death threat or warning, supposed to be black magic.
I don't know, John. I've seen strange things happen. I think life is made up of light things and dark things, and the Macumba is one of the dark things.
Hmm.
Pardon, please. Senor Tormey.
Yes, Raul, what is it?
The man,
He asked for Senor Dole.
Visitor for Dole? Well, show him in.
Muy bien, senor.
Carmen doesn't really believe in the Macumba, Mr. Thurston. It's her sense of the dramatic.
Oh?
Senor Pietro von Zellschmidt.
What the... Oh, Pagon.
How do you do? Huh? Mr. Thurston.
Why, are you two acquainted?
Oh, yes, we met around various art exhibits. Herr von Zellschmidt is quite an authority, you know.
I am? That is, of course. Especially on this fellow, Rembrandt.
Rembrandt?
Mm-hmm. For instance, did you know that in the year of 16...
Senor. Pardon. Dinner is served.
You'll join us, of course, Mr. von Zellschmidt?
As I was saying about Rembrandt... dinner? Oh, delight. Delight.
I was completely wrong, Miss Stovall, and I may as well admit it.
Wrong?
But
Why?
there are things more flattering to you than a swimsuit. That dress, one of them.
Just for that, I'm going to start calling you Ken from now on.
From now on, Anne?
Well, for as long as you're here. But of course I don't believe you. You're only being the well-fed male, sitting on the terrace after dinner and completely satisfied with the world.
Well, I'm that all right. Look at those lights across the bay.
A million fireflies. Rembrandt should have seen it. No one else could ever handle those lights and shadows.
You're an artist?
I paint watercolors mostly. I haven't the patience for oils. You're on an island of artists, you know.
You mean the Tormes?
Mm-hmm. And they're both very good at it, too.
She's quite a lovely woman, don't you think?
Very. And has a jealous husband, if that means anything.
Well, it's interesting, but not significant. I'm looking in another direction.
I could bid there, but I'll pass.
Anne, how well did you know Oscar Dole?
Oh, I scarcely knew him at all. I didn't like him, Ken, but I am sorry he died.
Pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Yes, but I guess that isn't so strange. There was a guard at the gallery in New York who died the same way about 3 years ago.
Oh?
They finally decided it was his heart.
Wait a minute, quiet.
What is it?
Someone there in the shrubbery.
Oh, here comes Mr. Tormes.
What's wrong, Mr. Thurston? What are you watching?
Someone's hiding there in the bushes.
Well, I'll make short work of that. Stand back.
Oh!
Don't shoot! All right, come on out of that. Snap it up. Don't shoot. I'm coming. I stumbled off the path. Was only trying to find the door. Good Lord, Bob Freeman. Hello. John, Mr. Thurston.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Freeman. For the curator of an art gallery, you certainly get around.
Of course, what a surprise to have him arrive.
Yes, and just at this time, but he seems to be... Mr. Thurston, you are still up?
We thought you'd turned in for the night, Mr. Thurston.
Matter of fact, I did start to.
There is something wrong. I told the servants to be sure you had everything you needed.
Oh, thanks. The room is very well supplied. In fact, almost too well.
What do you mean?
I found this package by my door.
Oh.
A despacho.
I guess right then. Well, it seems that I'm being warned.
A native superstition, that's all. Somebody's crude idea of a practical joke.
You don't know, John. You were not born here. I've seen these things before. I tell you, Mr. Thurston, if I ever found a despacho at my door, I should be utterly terrified. Yes. Even if I were the man called X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. 4 valuable Rembrandts have disappeared, and clever copies have been substituted. Ken Thurston, searching for them on a small island in the Bay of Rio de Janeiro, has been sent a death warning, the same kind of warning Oscar Dole received the night before he died. And now it's the next morning.
But, Mr. Thurston, I didn't expect to see you here. I was positively caught with my mouth open. Flabbergasted.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter, Pagan. It's all out in the open now. Freeman shut off his mouth last night and spilled the whole deal. Even letting him know that I'm called X.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, what did your cousin Zilda know about Oscar Dole?
Only that he lived on the island, always had a little money, and his paintings were strictly splatters. I saw one of them. Mr. Thurston has no soul, bad perspective, poor lighting, lousy composition.
Never mind the handbook.
Oh.
So Dole always had money. Did Zilda ever cash any checks for him?
Who knows? I didn't ask.
Pagan, can you operate a speedboat?
Mr. X, I was practically brought up on the Weehawken ferry. My Uncle Ahmed took tickets.
Good. Then get over to the mainland, find out if Zilda cashed any checks for Oscar Dole, and if so, whose. Then I want you to stop at the drugstore and pick up some chemicals. I'll give you the list.
Mr. Thurston, I'm as good as gone. Only maybe I should have some money to pay for them,
Pagan, the bullion ship Corvallis sank off Sugar Loaf Rock in 1783, loaded with gold doubloons.
Huh?
Take a look for it as you go by. You may as well come on in, Mrs. Tommy.
Why are you searching through Mr. Dole's belongings?
After Mr. Freeman's remarks last night, you surely know why I'm here.
But you expect to find the paintings here in the cottage?
As a matter of fact, I don't know. But I was hoping to find out something about the man who lived here. Too bad someone's gone over the place ahead of me.
Oh, but you must be mistaken. It has not been touched. That's why I came. I'm going to have the servants clean up the cottage tomorrow.
Kind of funny that an artist wouldn't have a single painting around his lodgings, isn't it?
Possibly he disposed of them, Mr. Thurston.
How well did you know Oscar Dole?
Scarcely at all. He merely claimed acquaintance with my husband on some basis or other.
I see. Beautiful view from here.
Oh, the loveliest in all Brazil. Can't you see the composition there across the bay? Beauty and the Beast.
What do you mean?
There, at the edge of the water, is the city. Beautiful, gay, carefree Rio, a dazzling spot of light. And back of her, the dark, shadowed hill of the Corcovado, crouched, waiting to spring.
Have you ever painted it that way?
Oh, I've never tried. I know my limitations, Mr. Thurston. John has sketched it over and over, but he has never been satisfied.
And Miss Stovall?
Anne has found a great many things in her watercolors. Green surf and white foam on the Copacabana. Parakeets, hibiscus bloom. Oh, but those things are quite different, of course.
Well, this cottage seems to be getting popular all of a sudden. Someone coming up the path.
It's John. I wonder why he's coming here.
Mrs. Tommy, maybe it's because he's a very jealous man.
John? Why, yes, I suppose he is. I'd never really thought about it.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Here I am.
Well, I begun to think you might be lying out there 10 fathoms down.
You were worried, Mr. X?
Pagan, I have to pay a deposit on that boat.
Oh.
How'd you make out?
Nothing to it. Just give me a tall rudder, a stout mast, and I can sail rings around the kangaroo.
Neat trick if you can do it. What did you find out from Zilda?
Oh, she was happy to cash Mr. Dole's checks. All of us Zellschmidts are very generous with money.
Yes, that's been noticed. Yes. Who were the checks from?
Mr. Thurston, they were all from that woman you've been carrying on with, Miss Stovall.
Anne Stovall. You get the chemicals?
Yes. But I don't see what you want with them. You're going to use them to test the painting, Mr. X?
Not test the painting, Pagan, but if things work out tonight at dinner, I may use them to find 4 paintings.
somebody please pass the olives? Thank you.
Mr. Thurston, you can be so completely charming. You make me forget that you are here as a manhunter. Is that the secret of your success?
Now, you're being generous both ways, Mrs. Tormey. What success? I haven't found the painting.
Oh, but you will, Mr. Thurston. You must have some ideas.
Everybody has ideas, Mr. Freeman, from fools to philosophers. An idea is the only thing in life that's free.
Except art, of course.
Art. And there's nothing free about an original Rembrandt.
No, I guess not, Ken. Not when you put it that way. I wonder what he made from his painting when he was alive.
Well, not a great deal, I should imagine, though I believe he did better financially than most of them.
But I doubt very much, Mr. Tormey, that he ever sold 4 paintings for $3 million.
Well, let's hope that no one else has a chance to do that either.
You can bet on it, Mr. Freeman. They won't.
It seems impossible to stay off the subject, even when it is so unpleasant. Of course, we're all suspects, at least
Hello,
until...
Tormey. Hello, Tormey, come quick. The house, she's on fire.
Raoul, what's the matter?
Hey, smoke all over every place.
Looks like he's right, Mr. Tormey. Coming under this door from the hall.
Good Lord. Whole wing must have caught.
Mr. Thurston, the whole house is going to burn down. Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, I guess we better.
Yeah.
Head for the terrace.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right. Quiet, everybody.
What?
The fire's over.
Over?
Open those windows on the terrace, Pagon. Let the smoke from those chemicals clear out of here.
Chemicals? Mr. Thurston, what's the meaning of this?
Meaning? Only that I know now who has the 4 Rembrandts. Here, Pagon.
A gun.
See that nobody leaves this room.
Right, Mr. X. Just leave it to me.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
Well, Mr. Tormey, any objections to my having a talk with your wife?
No. No objections. They wouldn't do any good. You're a very clever man, Mr. Thurston. I can only hope that you're also a merciful one.
Mrs. Tormey. Mrs. Tormey.
That's you, Mr. Thurston?
Yes, may I come in?
Why, I am just getting ready for bed.
Right in the middle of dinner with the house on fire?
It really isn't on fire at all, is it?
No.
How long have you known?
It had to be you. The person who copied Rembrandt well enough to fool even the experts had to look at life the same way he did. You were the only one here like that. Better open this door, Mrs. Tormey.
No. And you won't get the paintings. No one else will either, because I'm going to burn them here.
Wait, no.
I've given my life for them. Do you think I'll let anyone else have them?
Wait, listen to me. You said there were things in the history of your country that you'd rather forget. Those 4 paintings mean a chance to end such things for both of our countries. And that's bigger than any personal whim. Does that mean anything to you? Or were you lying?
Just a moment. Come in, Mr. Thurston.
Yes.
The paintings are there on the table.
Uh-huh.
You are very persuasive, Mr. Thurston. Perhaps that is the secret of your success.
Well, it's one success I'd almost rather not have. You've killed 2 men. Stolen $3 million worth of paintings and sent me a threat on my life, but... Oh, I don't know.
But I didn't. I didn't do any of those things.
What?
Oh, I did poison that man Dole, of course, because he tried to blackmail me. But I did not steal the paintings. I thought all the time they were my own copies until he recognized them as the original.
What? Wait a minute. It could be. That's all right. Mrs. Tormey, don't leave this room. I'll be right back.
Don't worry, Mr. Thurston. I'm not going away.
I've suspected it, Mr. Thurston, since Bob told us last night what had happened. I've always known about her fondness for Rembrandt's work, but it doesn't matter what she did. I love her.
I know, Mr. Tormey. There's nothing I can say. Words are pretty silly things sometimes. I'm sorry.
If there's anything I can do, John, well, you can count on me. I'll be leaving in the morning, taking the pictures back.
Thank you, Bob.
I guess we'll be leaving too, Mr. Thurston, eh? This case is all wound up.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it, Pagon? Except for one thing. Although she copied them, Mrs. Tormey did not steal the painting.
She did? Thurston.
Furthermore, she didn't kill the guard of the gallery 3 years ago. And she didn't send me the Macumba death warning.
Then who did?
Someone who intended to sell the paintings eventually to some wealthy collector. Someone who had to act fast when I brought up doubts about the copies of the gallery. Someone who came to Rio on a trumped-up excuse. To get the originals before I could.
Bob, no.
Look out, Mr. X. Pulling a gun.
It won't do him any good.
Good heavens.
Ah. Well, Freeman, you'll still be in shape to fly back to New York tomorrow.
Only with handcuffs, not Rembrandt.
Rembrandt. The man who saw the world in a swirl of shadows with mystic shafts of light. And hidden away in those shadows may be an answer to the whole business of life. Could be that way. Someday, when all the paintings have crumbled away to dust, there may be an answer left there, standing without shadows. And the world's last artist may paint it like that someday.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Well, you might as well sit down and take it easy, Ken. Unless the Bureau's called in on it, our hands are tied. Not a thing we can do.
Yeah, I know, Chief. $2 million worth of radium. Somewhere between here and Manila, the stuff's going to be hijacked. I'm sure enough to bet on it.
What time's the plane scheduled to leave, Ken?
Around 5:30 this afternoon. It's a charter line, so they don't have any set schedule.
And you say there'll be other passengers besides this Don Louis Roof?
Sure, 3 or 4 already. The flight's wide open for anybody who wants to buy a ticket. They're not even using a private plane.
Oh, you'd think anybody with enough ability to run a radium supply agency would have the intelligence to realize what a chance he's taking.
Dr. Mosley, it's not his intelligence, Chief, it's his attitude. He feels we're unduly alarmed.
Oh.
Of course, his responsibility is finished as soon as he turns the stuff over to Don Louis here in New York.
And Don Louis doesn't want any protection either, eh?
Considers it an insult to suggest it.
I suppose you told Mosley about
Chief, I used every argument I could think of. I told him that in spite of his secrecy, the whole underworld knows about the shipment. That Mr. Coco, probably the smartest international crook in the world, He's supposed to be here in New York right now, and for one reason, to swipe that radium.
Mr. Coco.
I told him. Oh, well, what's the use?
I know how you feel, Ken, but unless they call us in, it's simply not our job.
If this thing were a private deal, I'd say, all right, let them pay for their cockiness, but it isn't. This shipment's being donated to the clinic by public subscription, money kicked in by hundreds of citizens here as well as in the islands. They wanted to go where it'll do some good. And I hate to see people like that let down.
Well, I can't see how we can... Pardon me. Hello? Oh, put him on. Yes, that's right. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Why, of course, we'll be glad to. Right, Ken Thurston. We'll take over immediately. Goodbye.
What's up, Chief?
That was Don Louis Roof, the man from the Commonwealth Clinic.
Uh-huh.
Somebody tried to tap his phone line at the hotel. Now he's plenty worried.
Wait, you mean?
That's right, Ken. He's yelling for help.
Good. That's all we need, Chief. We're in it.
Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt, Esquire. Who's talking, please?
Is this the Zellschmidt who's a friend of Ken Thurston, the man called X?
Huh? I mean, most likely you have the wrong number. I never even heard of anybody like that.
If you're the right guy, I'm ready to send you $100 by messenger.
So I'm very sorry.
Zellschmidt, I want you to take a message to Mr. X. Tell him if he wants to go on living, he'd better keep his nose out of this radium deal. Otherwise, my agents will be forced to eliminate him. Got it?
Right. I shall go find him immediately. As soon as the money gets here, of course.
You'll go now. Get the money later. Apparently, you don't realize who you're talking to.
As a matter of fact, I don't think I've had the pleasure, Mr.
I'm sometimes known as Mr. Coco.
But this fellow is a very dangerous character, Mr. Thurston. If we get to this plane, maybe he's going to bump you off. Then what?
In that case, Pagan, you'll have to carry on by yourself.
Well, I would be only too glad... Huh? I'm not going. As a matter of fact, I just this minute remembered an appointment or something.
It's probably that $100. You'll be in seat 5, Pagan. I've already bought your ticket.
But...
Pagan, you wouldn't let a close friend go into danger by himself now, would you?
No, wouldn't I? Mr. Thurston, I only came to warn you. This Mr. Coco is not only a criminal crook, but he's also a very tough cookie. And he means business.
Then if he gets us, we'll go together. Friends to the last.
Oh, don't say such a
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Huh?
Since we seem to be fellow passengers, permit me to introduce myself. I am the Baron Irving von Wolf, at your service.
Hi, Baron. My name's Ken Thurston. This is Mr. Zellschmidt.
Gentlemen, I wonder if either of you knows the reason for this delay. We should have departed 3 minutes ago.
I believe they're waiting for another passenger, Senor Ruff from Manila.
Highly inconsiderate of him. We should have been here on time.
You seem to be in a pretty big hurry to get to San Francisco. Are you going on business?
Oh, not at all. I do not engage in business, Mr. Thurston. I find the income from my baronial estate quite adequate.
You're lucky.
Oh, I dare say. We're being honored. Here comes the princess.
Princess, friend of yours?
I met her a few minutes ago. Found her most charming.
Yeah, you can tell that from here.
Pardon me, Baron Wolf. Do you know why we are being held up?
Oh, there's another passenger, so Mr. Thurston tells me. Princess Katushka, allow me to present Mr. Ken Thurston and Mr. Zellschmidt.
I am honored. You going on this plane, too?
I am, at any rate. Mr. Zellschmidt isn't quite sure yet.
Never any question. Oh, Princess.
Along with Senor Ruff, then, we seem to be the passenger list. Is that right?
Oh, there's one man already on board, I'm told. His name is Dave.
He's been asleep in his seat ever since he got there. He snores most dreadfully. Well, I think I'll go on board.
I will come with you, if I may.
I hope we see a lot more of each other, Mr. Thurston, during the trip.
Oh, yes, I'm sure of it.
Then, for the present, au revoir.
See you on board, gentlemen.
Mr. Thurston, I'm like a new man. Recapitulated, huh? What a luscious little chipmunk.
Chipmunk, eh? It could be. At any rate, she's probably not the Princess Katushka.
You mean she's only pretending to... Hey, what's all this?
Probably our prize package, complete with police escorts.
Yep, here comes Don Louis now. Pagon, take a good look at that briefcase. It's worth $2 million.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. Sorry to be late. We were delayed by traffic. You know Dr. Mosley, of course.
Yeah, of course. How are you, Doctor? No trouble so far, then?
Not a bit, Mr. Thurston. In fact, I'm inclined to believe the incident at Senior Ruff's hotel was pure coincidence. Had nothing at all to do with the radium shipment.
Oh, that's possible. Shall we go aboard, Senor Ruff?
I wish you the best of luck, Don Louis. It's been a pleasure to deal with you, sir.
Sorry you're not going with us, Dr. Mosley. We have some pretty unusual people on board. I doubt there'll be a dull moment in the whole trip.
Mr. Thurston, looks like we're going to land. What is this place anyway?
Kansas City, Pagon. Probably stopping for gas and a quick check over.
Did you say Kansas City, Mr. Thurston?
That's right, Princess.
Yes, quite a cattle industry here, I understand.
You interested in cattle, Baron?
Only in a general way, Mr. Thurston. I have a large number on my stage, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which reminds me, maybe I could get a hamburger here someplace if I had some money, of course.
No question about it, Pagon. If you had some money, of course.
Oh, well, doesn't matter. After all, I did have something to eat yesterday. A small crust of dry bread, as I remember. Or was it the day before yesterday?
All right, here. Buy yourself a sack full of hamburgers. And while you're at it, send this wire to the chief.
Mr. Thurston, I'm stricken with gratitude. I shall do it immediately.
Well, wait till we land.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, Mr. Thurston. What is this? We're landing?
That's right, Don Louis. Short stop at Kansas City. You had quite a sleep.
Well, you may consider that an indication of my confidence in you, Mr. Thurston. I felt most secure.
Thanks. That's more than I feel.
Something's happened?
Not a thing. That's what bothers me.
Well, they seem to have arrived. Part of the trip's over, at any rate. I hope you're not too disappointed at the lack of trouble so far, Mr. Thurston.
Not disappointed. Only surprised.
This is Kansas City. We'll be here about an hour, so you'll have plenty of time to get out and walk around.
What's the trouble, pilot? How come an hour?
I'm only the co-pilot, mister. The Home Office radioed to us to wait here for another passenger. Coming in on the commercial liner from New York.
Oh? Yeah, wait. Aren't you Pete Colon?
Yeah. You read the newspapers, too, huh?
Well, you did get quite a lot of publicity.
Why not, when an heiress makes the kind of claim she did? Said I married her for her money, threatened her life, had homicidal tendencies and a criminal mind. Who wouldn't get publicity?
Yeah, I guess you got something there. Well, Don Louis, like to get out, take a walk?
Yes, excellent idea.
Maybe somebody ought to wake up Mr. Davis. Might want a hamburger or something.
It's amazing. Except for the little time at Cleveland, the man has slept through this entire trip.
Well, perhaps I'd better tell me we've landed. Mr. Davis.
Remarkable accomplishment, being able to sleep that soundly.
Good heavens.
What is it?
That isn't his sleep. He's dead.
Look, Mr. Thurston, here comes your friend now. Apparently he hasn't deserted after all.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, what the Sam Hill have you got in all those paper bags?
Oh, hamburgers.
Well, you only had $5. Must have taken most of that for the telegram.
Oh, that I sent it collect. Here, have one.
No, thanks.
Go ahead. I've got plenty of them. 25, in fact. I thought I might get hungry in a plane, you understand?
I see.
Mr. Thurston, do you think we'll be held here because of Mr. Davis's death?
No, Don Louis. We'll probably take off right away. Our new passenger was supposed to be on that liner that came in a few minutes ago.
What do you think was the matter with him, Mr. Thurston? His heart, maybe?
No, Pagan. I think he was poisoned.
What? But you mean because of this?
That's right, Don Louis. Because of what's in that briefcase. Davis was the crook who used to run the Christmas gang. I recognized him in New York.
But he never even glanced at it all during the trip.
Hadn't got around to making his pay yet. But somebody on board decided to cut down the competition. Poisoned him.
Oh? What's this about someone being poisoned, Mr.
Oh, Baron. I was telling Senor Ruff that the late Mr. Davis was undoubtedly poisoned.
But that's so silly. Who could have done it?
Any number of people. Our co-pilot, Pete Colon, filled the water bottle at Davis's seat.
I believe he had a drink with you, Baron, when we stopped in Cleveland. And I saw him eat some candy mints that you gave him, Princess Katushka.
But there was no reason. None of us even knew the man.
Of course not, Richard.
Mr. Thurston, here comes somebody. Maybe the new passenger, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Well, it is quite a surprise, Dr. Mosley.
Well, Mr. Thurston, Don Louis. Supposedly. I suppose this does seem a bit foolish, but I found your apprehension contagious and decided to come along as far as San Francisco. I caught the next... Oh, well, hello there.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry, you don't know these people, do you? Princess Katushka, Baron von Wolf, Dr. Mosley.
But I...
How do you do, Dr. Mosley?
Pleasure, Princess Katushka. Well, I'd better get aboard. I've laid you enough already.
Perhaps we should all get aboard.
An excellent suggestion, Don Louis, unless you object to traveling with a poisoner. That's according to Mr. Thurston's theory, of course.
Matter of fact, Princess Katushka, I've got more than one theory.
Really? Such as?
Well, one of them is that you may be the Princess Katushka, and again, you may not.
How interesting.
And as far as Baron von Wolf's concerned, I seem to remember a celebrated jewel theft in London some years ago. The defendant used that name.
A remarkable coincidence, sir. However, we do seem to have a certain advantage over you, Mr. Thurston.
How's that?
Because I am quite sure that all of us are aware of your real identity, Mr. Coco.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has watched the briefcase of radium like a hawk ever since the plane left New York. But so far, no direct attempt has been made to steal it. Right now, the plane is making a brief stop in Denver, Colorado.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Hey, what happened to Senor Ruff?
Nothing's happened to him, Pagon. He's sitting over there on that station bench, exactly 31 feet away. Why?
Oh, nothing. Except I always become very uncomfortable when I get close to $2 million. Here's a telegram from the chief.
How do you know who it's from?
I'm very glad you mentioned that, Mr. X. You see, it's the humidity. The envelope came unstuck.
Let's see, Keep an eye on Don Louis for a second. Height about 5 feet 6, age 37, dark complexion, black curly hair, teeth, no visible fillings, weighs somewhere near 140 pounds.
There is nobody on board like that.
Yeah, so I've noticed.
Look, somebody's talking to Don Louis.
Yes, Dr. Mosley.
Now he's picking up the briefcase and setting it down again. What is he trying to do anyhow?
Hard to tell, Pagan.
Attention, all passengers from charter plane to San Francisco, please come aboard.
Come on, Pagan.
Oh, maybe I should have stayed in New York. Only when I saw that princess, what's her name, how could I know she was only a cold fish?
Cold fish? Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. Well, Dr. Mosley, you practicing weightlifting?
Thurston. Oh, I didn't hear you come up. I was just telling Don Louis here, this briefcase must get pretty heavy. All the lead shielding in it, you know.
Yeah, I suppose it does.
Yeah, well, I was just going to carry it to the plane for Don Louis.
Oh, I wouldn't think of letting you go to all that trouble, Dr. Mosley. Yes. I'll be only too happy to carry it. Shall we go, gentlemen?
Where do you think we're now, Mr. Thurston?
I don't know exactly, Pagan. We're out of the Rockies. Somewhere over the desert, I guess.
And the next stop, San Francisco. Not only does Mr. Coco doesn't show up himself, but he doesn't even have any agents like he said he did. Strictly one big bluff.
Thought you'd all like to know we're running dead into a pretty bad storm. We'll bear off south and try landing at Rock Rim Emergency Field.
Oh, Mr. Colon.
Yeah, Mr. Thurston. What's on your mind?
I was wondering why we didn't wait this out of Denver instead of heading on into it.
Would have if we'd known about it. This one came up unexpectedly.
Now, Mr. Colon.
Yeah?
I happened to see a copy of that storm warning the field dispatcher handed you in Denver. I'd hardly call this unexpected.
Good heavens! You can't see anything in this dust. We'll get lost. We better stop.
The building's over this way.
Oh.
If I know anything about the desert, there'll be a rain behind this wind.
Oh, it's a very good thing I bought those hamburgers in Kansas City. 14 left. Maybe I can make a little profit on it.
Here, over this way. Here's the door to the field office.
Ah, detestable climate, I must say.
Nothing like it on your estate, Baron.
There's shelter at least. That's a relief.
Hurry up, everybody inside. You want to keep this sand out.
Isn't there anyone here? Place seems deserted.
Yeah, it does. Hello, a note from the attendant here on the desk.
Yeah.
In event of any plane being forced down here, entire facilities are at the disposal of the personnel. I intend to be gone 3 days, servicing flight beacons on the mountain range at the west.
There seem to be bunk rooms of some sort along the hall back here. Probably living quarters in the rear there usually are. Uh-oh, the phone's dead.
Oh, there's a rather nice lounge.
Well, whatever it is, it looks like it's ours for the night. We're stuck here until morning at least. 8 people and $2 million. This might turn out to be quite a night.
Oh, would anybody like to buy a nice hamburger? Only 75 cents.
What's the matter, Princess? Insomnia?
Oh, you startled me, Mr. Thurston. I didn't see anyone sitting there.
You may as well make it Ken, since we've come this far together. Sit down.
All right. Ken,
Of course, that leaves me still wondering what to call you.
you still think I'm an imposter, don't you?
Aren't you?
No more than you are.
Touche. I suppose our little friends are all tucked in safely?
I guess so. Rather surprised at you letting Don Louis out of your sight. You followed him around like a shadow.
Well, good reasons for it. Or of course you know about that.
I can guess. Ken, why do you dislike me so much?
I don't. I've been avoiding you because I think you're dangerous. There's a big difference there.
Dangerous, Ken? In what way?
Well, the way you said that, for one thing. And the way you're looking right now.
How am I looking?
Let's say, desirable. That covers a lot of ground.
I don't go so much for just looking, Ken.
No more do I.
Oh. Where do we go from here?
San Francisco.
Oh, that's for tomorrow. How about tonight?
Tonight? That settles that question.
And those were gunshots.
That's right, baby. No, you stay where you are.
Mr. Thurston, that noise. Why, it woke me up. What happened?
I think it's a safe bet that somebody shot somebody.
Yeah, well, but we've got to do something. Where did it come from, and who was it?
I believe I can answer that question, Dr. Mosley. Please stand where you are, Mr. Colin.
Don Louis.
Well, Colin, that's quite an arm you've got on you.
I don't think he's wounded seriously, Mr. Thurston. I'm something of an expert with a pistol.
How did it happen, Don Louis?
I woke up to find Mr. Colin going through my luggage. Since he had a knife, there was no other choice than to shoot him.
Well, it's fortunate you woke up. Otherwise, he'd have had the briefcase. Too bad Mr. Thurston was so engrossed out here in the lounge.
Oh? I thought the shots woke you up.
Well, at least you weren't where you should have been, with Don Louis.
No. No more was the briefcase.
Where is it?
Under those cushions there. You've been sitting on it for the last 5 minutes.
Oh?
Since I was quite sleepy, Mr. Thurston was kind enough to take over my responsibility for a time.
Mr. Thurston's well known on 2 continents for that sort of kindness, Don Louis.
Hello, Baron. You always wake up with a brandy bottle in your hand?
Oh, with so much excitement, I thought a drink might be in order. I usually found glasses. How about one all around?
Excellent suggestion.
You didn't count me in.
Well, there we are.
Just a moment.
Mr. Thurston, what's that gun for?
Suppose we wait for our host to drink first. Well, Baron?
All right, put that gun on them. We can make a deal, Mr. Coco.
Coco? But Mr. Thurston is the man called X.
Mister.
The Baron's been under a misapprehension, and I'll take that bottle now. I think it'll probably hang you, Baron Wolf, for the murder of a man named Davis.
But, Mr. Thurston, think of the humiliation for the honorable name of Zelschmidt. Traveling up here with all these bad characters, and your gun pointed at my back. Why can't I sit with you and Don Louis?
Pagon, for all I know, you may be one of Mr. Coco's agents.
Mr. X, I swear by the father of my father
skip it. Anyway, you're a petty profiteer. 75 cents for a stale hamburger. Stay right where you are.
How long will it be before we reach San Francisco, Mr. Thurston?
I'd say about half an hour, Don Louis. Plenty of time to make connections with the Clipper.
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Thurston. As soon as I can get in touch with the proper authorities, you're going to be very sorry for this treatment.
What's wrong, Dr. Mosley? Aren't you comfortable?
Treated like a common criminal. A man of my position.
Relax, Doctor. Colden and the Baron are in a tougher spot than you are. They're not doing any squawking.
The stakes were big enough to take a chance, Thurston. When you lose, that's all.
Quite a philosophy. You and the Baron should have worked together. How do you feel about it, Princess?
I'm not a princess, and you know it. I showed you enough credentials to prove who I am.
Sure you did. Helen Bartlett, magazine feature writer. That was a new role, wasn't it?
It was not a role, it's the truth. I admit it was a fool idea, but I had to get an inside story on this radium deal some way. Dr. Mosley backs me up.
Yeah, I've noticed how willing both of you are to support each other's claims.
Now look here, Thurston.
You look here, Dr. Mosley. Thousands of people in this country kicked in money to send this radium to a Philippine hospital. All I care about is making sure it does go there. Compared to that, your little troubles don't mean very much. Is that clear?
Mr. X, do you think one of these suspects could be Mr. Coco, maybe?
Maybe.
Which one is it?
That's a good question, Pagon. Which one do you think it is?
Well, that looks familiar.
You mean the Clipper, Don Louis?
No, the wharf there. That's where I first landed, coming over from Manila.
Well, I guess we may as well see you aboard. And you ought to have a pretty quiet trip from here on.
Well, at any rate, Mr. Thurston, it's quite a relief to be vindicated finally and see the proper criminals put into custody.
Yeah, it's been quite an experience. From a dangerous femme fatale to a suspect to a bona fide magazine writer all overnight.
Helen, you'd be dangerous anyway.
But you still show me San Francisco tonight in spite of it. Won't you, Ken?
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. Nice view across the bay.
Yes, it is indeed. Now I may as well take the briefcase. Mr. Thurston, neither I nor my people can ever thank you enough for your protection on the trip from New York.
That's very generous of you, Don Louis. As I said before, my one interest in this affair is to make sure the radium gets to its destination. Those customs guards there, they have the same idea.
What? Why, those rifles are pointing at us.
Oh, no, not us. Every one of those rifles is pointed straight at you, Mr. Coco.
Huh? I seem to have underrated you, Mr. Thurston. How did you find out?
Your gun first, please. Thanks. Well, it was your top coat. You threw it across the seat in the plane, and I happened to notice the label. Gonzalez, the tailor, Manila.
But Don Louis was from Manila.
Around it was a line of tiny pinpricks, where another label had been ripped out. So I wired the chief for a description of the real Don Louis roof. You didn't fit it, Mr. Coco.
But, Mr. Thurston, I dealt entirely with this man. He presented all the necessary credentials. What happened to the real Don Louis?
Well, Mr. Coco, any answer there? We'll find him all right. And when we do, I think we'll find a few bullets fired from this gun. And that ought to make a pretty tight case.
Now that I come to think of it, Mr. Thurston, I thought this fellow's voice sounded familiar. Yeah, he's the one who called me on the phone.
Pagon, have another hamburger.
Well, I don't mind if... Well...
Yes, they're all such fools, Ken. They never see it before it's too late.
Helen, any man's a fool when he sets himself against humanity. That's the real man without a country. If such there be, go mark him well. For him no music's raptures swell. As a fool he lives and blindly dies, finding death his only prize. The beautiful sunset there beyond the Golden Gate.
Except for one dark shadow from that rock on the right. Mr. Coco, that's the rock they'd call Alcatraz.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Run, Thief, Run. And rightly so, because there's plenty of action and suspense in it. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
I'm very sorry, madam, but I told you already. We do not have that information.
I know, operator. I know what you told me. But can't you understand? I'm desperate. My very life's in danger.
I'll connect you with the nearest precinct of the New York City Police.
I don't want the police. I want to talk to Mr. X. Please, operator. Please, if you'll only... I'm terribly sorry, but no one by that name lives here. You must have the wrong number.
What? I beg your
Quite
pardon.
all right. Goodbye. Coming? It's you.
That's right. Were you expecting the Man Called X?
Well, I don't know what you mean. I never heard of any such person.
Yeah?
I wasn't going to talk. Really, I wasn't. I only meant to... What are you going to do? No!
I hear you. Whatever you were going to do, baby, looks like you've had a change of plans.
Pagan, for the last time, no. Now get out of here. Let me go back to Steve.
Mr. X, it's positively impossible that you should do this to me.
Then call to the medical. I am doing it. Good night.
You have no soul, no heart, no...
Oh, all right. What do you need the money for?
Well, it's all on account of Clarabella. Mr. X, she is gorgeous. The most luscious little damsel in New York. You'd love her.
At the moment, I hate her.
And she's so refined, drinks nothing but champagne. That's how the bill got to be $68.
She must have brought her family.
Uh-oh. If that's Clarabella, tell her not to worry. Everything's all right.
Oh, it is it? Hello, Ken Thurston.
One moment, Mr. Thurston. Washington is calling.
Hello?
I have your party, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Ken?
Chief?
Sorry to get you up, Ken, but this is urgent.
What is it, Chief?
Well, earlier tonight, some woman up in the country tried to place a phone call to Mr. X.
Huh?
The operator gave her the usual runaround, and after she'd hung up, reported the number to the police. They went out on a routine check and found her dead, strangled.
Uh-oh.
Now, I want you to get on it right away.
Well, when did the Bureau take on local murder cases?
Oh, it's more than that, Ken. This thing is plenty big. I'm getting a plane out of here and flying up. Tell you all about it in the morning. Meanwhile, you can get the dope over to the 14th Precinct. Her name was Glorianne Milholland.
All right, Chief. I'm on my way.
But, Mr. Thurston, first I'd ride to the police station. Then I'd ride to the morgue. Then I'd ride 50 miles up here in these mountains. Maybe I've already earned those $47,
Now, let's see. 3 hours at $1.50 an hour. Now, Pagan, up to now, you've earned $4.50.
Oh.
And keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, I'm too sleepy even to see the road. And Clarabelle will most likely never speak to me again.
Good. It'll be cheaper that way.
What's money compared to the... Mr. X, you have a mercenary outlook.
Pagan, for that, there's no answer. Slow down now. No, it should be right along here somewhere, according to the information the police dug up.
What should be?
Mr. Milholland's in my cabin. He's the divorced husband of the woman who was killed. Oh, there. Try that driveway on the left.
Mr. X, do you call that big house a cabin?
On the settlement he got from his wife, he could build a dozen like this. Stop in front of that door. Okay, now let's go wake up the owner.
I think he's already awake, Mr. Thurston. The lights are on.
Yeah. Front door's open. Come on.
Mr. X, look. In the driveway.
Yeah, I see.
But why would anybody do that?
He fits the description of Milholland, all right.
But how'd he get all those holes in him?
I'd say by standing in front of a Tommy gun. It'll do it every time.
Well, that's the deal, Ken. That's what I meant by saying this thing was plenty big.
All right, Chief. So the immigration authorities were getting ready to question the Milhollands, and somebody beat them to it. Why did they want to question them?
Several months ago, Ray Milholland was flat broke. Then he suddenly took a trip to Lisbon. Married Glorianne Jensic there a week later and brought her back to the United States.
So?
2 months afterwards, she had a divorce and gave Milholland a big sum in settlement. The immigration boys wanted to know how come.
Oh, the old trick. Buying citizenship through a short-term marriage of convenience to a United States citizen.
Right. She married the guy over there simply as a means of getting into this country as a citizen. But the question is, how did Glorianne Jensic get in touch with Milholland in the first place?
And somebody didn't want him to answer that question, which is a pretty clear indication that there's no isolated case here. Somebody's collecting on these arrangements and sitting in a good spot for blackmail later.
Sure, that's probably why Mrs. Milholland was trying to get in touch with you right before she was killed.
This is a racket, all right, Chief.
I'm inclined to go with you on that, Ken. Especially in view of this letter we managed to intercept.
Let's have a look. Addressed to Mr. Harry Rowe in the USA.
That's right. And written by a girl named Marguerite Heil in Lisbon, Portugal.
How about Rowe? Has he been questioned?
Yes, several days ago. And he seems to be clean. He's a farmer who he went bankrupt a while back. Says he's never heard of the woman.
Mm-hmm. Heard of your bad luck and wish to help you. Have much money and would be glad to send you the fare to come to Lisbon and marry me. Well, it seems to be a pretty definite proposal of marriage by this girl to a man she's never met.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Marguerite Heil.
She apparently didn't believe in leaving anything to Rowe's imagination. Here's the snapshot she enclosed.
Well, all this and money, too.
What do you think, Ken?
I think I better go to Lisbon.
Absolutely the last straw that busted the camel, Mr. Thurston. You didn't even let me have time to say goodbye to Clarabelle.
What's the difference, Pagan? She isn't speaking to you anyway.
And now when I'm practically engaged, you want me to make love to some strange woman. One who probably don't know how to talk good English, even.
You've got a point there.
I will not be a philatelist. It wouldn't be fair to Clarabelle.
It's an awful quick $40.
That's the only thing I like about it, but I won't do it.
Pagan, all you have to do is to pretend you're Harry Rowe. Meet this girl, string her along, try to find out who's behind the racket.
But you forgot one thing, Mr. X. This Harry Rowe's coming to Lisbon to marry the girl.
Well, I wouldn't advise her to go that far.
No. Absolutely, positively, and finally, no.
Well, I guess I'll have to handle it myself. That's what I intended to do in the first place. I thought this might work out better.
Oh, no doubt. You'll do a much better job than I could, Mr.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not looking forward to it.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, it's a snapshot of Marguerite. Here, I'd like to see it.
Well, I don't mind if... Huh? This is her? This is Marguerite?
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame you for turning down the job.
But, that is... Mr. X, I have reconsidered the matter carefully, and I can now see my duty without the slightest consideration for my own personal feelings. I shall do this job for you.
Pagan, your nobility of spirit overwhelms me, and I'm quite sure Clarabella will be very understanding.
Clarabella? Who's Clarabella? Mr. Thurston, can this plane go any faster?
Mr. Rowe, you Americans are all so witty.
Oh, thank you, Miss Harlot. It's nothing, really.
One would almost think you were a diplomat instead of a farmer.
A farmer? Yes.
I felt so sad when I heard about you losing your farm.
Oh, yes, that was very bad.
How did you come to lose it?
Oh, well, it was just one of those things, easy come, easy go. You know how it is. Marguerite.
Oh, really, Mr. Rowe? I don't know if we should call each other by our first names yet. After all, we only met a few minutes ago.
But that makes no difference. Ever since I first saw your snapshot, I have felt I know everything about you.
Oh?
Such beautiful little hand. And your wrist. And your arm.
Mr. Rowe, please.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
About your farm. What did you raise on it?
Crops, mostly. Different kinds, of course.
Oh? Did you practice crop rotation?
Marguerite, I know all about farming. I didn't need to practice.
Oh, Mr. Rowe, you are so clever.
You think so? Well, you won't mind if I put my...
Oh, please. Mr. Rowe. Oh, in my country, a girl only permits such things after she's married.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be... Huh?
Let us hope, of course, that will be very soon. And then you will take me back to the United States. Won't you, Harry?
Well, I tell you, it's like this. It's in the first...
Harry?
Margaret.
Won't you, Harry?
Anyway. Come here, baby.
No, I didn't mean... I really think you should leave now. It's getting late.
But, don't you think we ought to get better acquainted? I mean before we have married?
Come on now. We'll have lots of time later.
But your letter, it sounded like you were so friendly.
I am, Harry. You wait and see.
But I don't want to... Maybe I could at least kiss you goodnight.
Every night, Harry, when we get to the United States. Good night now.
Clarabella never acted like that. Well, that's that. No, not at me. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Why don't they have bigger trees in this park? Huh? Maybe that's all. Oh, somebody's coming. They're heading this way. They're after me. I didn't know she was your girl, mister. I never ever saw before. You got me mixed up with somebody else. Please don't shoot me. Please, I was only too... Huh? It's you, Mr. X.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston has gone to Lisbon, Portugal, to investigate an international marriage racket. Pagan has been posing as a marriage-minded American named Terry Rowe, and a few minutes ago left the home of Marguerite Heil, only to walk into a burst of gunfire from the dark shrubbery of the park. And Pagan is thrown completely off balance when he sees Mr. X himself carrying a smoking gun in his hand.
Pagan, let's get this straight once and for all. I did not try to kill you.
But your gun, those shots, zing, zing, bullets all around. Mr. Thurston.
Pagan, somebody shot at you from the underbrush. I was standing across the street. I fired at the gun flashes. And whoever it was got away into the park.
You mean somebody else was here?
Sure.
But that's even worse. Who was it?
I don't know. Maybe you've got a rival.
And maybe she's got a husband. Mr. X, I resign.
From what?
From being Harry Rowe. Starting right now, I have again become Pagan Zelchman.
Well, keep your chin up. Maybe you'll outgrow it.
For $40, I can afford to be a clay pigeon.
That's fair enough. Make it 100.
I accept. Just call me Harry. But from now on, I only work in the daylight.
Matter of fact, you'll only have to work at it for about 15 minutes. Long enough to introduce me to Marguerite.
Huh?
Sure. I'm an old friend of yours you happened to bump into on the plane over. I'll handle it from there.
After all my groundwork, eh?
You're getting $100 for it.
But, Mr. X, she is definitely not your type. You know, Margaret is sweet and shy and innocent.
Oh, sure. Mixed up with a two-time killer and proposes to a man she's never seen. She's shy, all right.
She probably has a very good explanation if you could only find out.
What did you find out, by the way?
I'm very glad you asked me that because she... Well, in the first place, I mean, she said... Well, not anything.
I see. Then the only helpful thing you've done is to get yourself shot at.
Mr. Thurston.
That shows that our killer has crossed the Atlantic. Probably here in Lisbon.
You mean the same character that tried to shoot me is the one who killed those Milhollands?
I think it's a fairly safe bet. And you're lucky he wasn't using his Tommy gun this time, Pagon. Remember how Ray Milholland looked?
Mr. Rex, absolutely for the last time again, I resign.
Don't quite understand it, Mr. Thurston. Why did Harry rush away so suddenly, right after the two of you arrived here?
Some appointment he remembered, wasn't that it?
But after all, I'm engaged to Harry, you know. We're going to be married.
So he tells me. But it's sudden, wasn't it?
Well, yes, in a way. Are you going to be on leave for long, Gail?
Maybe a week. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered. I imagine you will be rather busy. I won't see much of you.
Oh, now, a pair of sweethearts like you and Hattie wouldn't want to be bothered by having an outsider around, would you?
Well, I mean, you are such a good friend of Harry's, and I certainly wouldn't want to come between you.
Forget it, Marguerite. I can understand a man's wife always comes first.
Well, I suppose that's right. Of course, we're not married yet.
You're as good as married, though. Sometime this week, so Hattie tells me.
Yes, that's right.
I'll bet you can hardly wait.
I don't know. Sometimes I... No, nothing.
Marguerite, come here.
Ken, what is it?
You don't have the slightest desire to get married to Harry Rowe.
No? Well, what do you think I do want, Ken? Oh, you are a good guesser, Ken.
All right, then, let's have it.
What do you mean?
When you feel this way, why are you going to marry him?
I hadn't met you there.
It's got to be a longer answer than that.
All right. I didn't care anything about Harry Rowe. I'd never seen him before last night. But I wanted to get into the United States, and by marrying him, I could do it.
And the fact that a deal of that kind's not too legal didn't bother you any, huh? How'd you get in touch with Harry in the first place?
The man gave me his name.
What man?
I don't know, Ken. I only knew him as Mr. Jones. What difference does it make?
Plenty. How much did you pay him?
Nothing.
Oh, now, come on. Wait a minute.
But I didn't, Ken. I did some work for him.
What kind of work?
No, I can't. Please don't make me tell. I don't know much about him, Ken, but I do know he's dangerous.
I'll buy that one, all right. Well, if you want, you want. But this game's a whole lot rougher than you realize. You better think it over.
Oh, wait, please. You don't have to leave now.
I don't have to, Marguerite, but maybe I ought to.
Oh, I guess you have not seen it. It's been so sudden. But you've made a girl who thought her heart was made of stone fall in love.
What did you say?
I'm not ashamed of it. You're saying it, Ken. I love you.
That's what I thought you said.
But, Mr. Thurston, it's impossible to understand it. For me, she was strictly a cold fish, but for you, I don't get it.
Never mind, Pagon. The main thing is she didn't kick through with the list. And that's what's important.
List? What list?
The names of wealthy women she's introduced to this man who calls himself Jones. Not only the ones who are still here, but the 20 or so who are already married and gone to the States.
Did she tell you who this Mr. Jones is?
No, but Pagon, I'm expecting a visitor. As soon as he gets here, I'll tell you both who Mr. Jones is.
But if Margaret didn't tell you, then how did you find out?
From the chief. He phoned about an hour ago in answer to that cable we sent him yesterday.
That's something else I don't understand, Mr. Thurston. You told him to check all the passenger lists on planes from New York to Lisbon for the last 6 months.
That's right. And to look for repeats of the name of anybody who flew over between the time of the murders in New York and the time you were shot at here.
And he found somebody like that?
Just one man with a lucky hunch. I wonder if that... Hello.
Hello, Ken?
Marguerite.
Ken, I've decided to give you that list you want.
Oh, good for you. When?
Tonight, I'll pick you up in my car. We'll drive somewhere. Will around 9 be all right?
Perfect.
All right, Ken. Until 9, then. Au revoir.
Bye, Marguerite. That's it. The one break we need.
My fiancée, and she calls you up.
Now, Pagon, you've still got Clarabella.
How do I know if I have or not? Anyway... Who is there?
Well, I don't know.
Mr. Jones, maybe?
Let's hope not. Come in.
Good afternoon. You are Senor Thurston, no?
That's right. And you?
Lieutenant Moreno, Special Division Lisbon Bureau of Police. At your service.
Come in, Lieutenant. And this is Mr. Zellschmidt.
How do you do, Senor? Hello. I was told you would give me the name of a man, Senor.
That's right. He's wanted for 2 murders in the States, possible blackmail and conspiracy against the government. I don't know his Lisbon address, but you'll probably have it in your files.
And his name, Senor, is?
Mr. Olan Lee.
Never heard of him.
Olan L-E-E.
L-E-A.
L-E-A. Olan Lee. We shall apprehend him at once. Are there accomplices?
Only one that I know of.
And the name?
No, Lieutenant. I think I better handle that one myself. Matter of fact, my investigation of the accomplice won't be completed until tonight. Where are we going, Marguerite?
I thought we'd park here by the water, Ken. The highway leads down the coast to Lira. You don't mind if we stop?
Mind, I was about to suggest it.
The ocean is beautiful, isn't it?
It's a nice background. You're a lovely girl.
Thank you, Ken. Nights like this, when the moon is full, shines off the water, you get to believing that everything in the whole world is beautiful.
Well, it's too bad it isn't.
You look at the moon and you think, maybe it could be beautiful after all. Here's the list, Ken.
Oh, thanks. This is it, then. The names of women who've tried to buy the one thing Uncle Sam never sells. Citizenship. Why did you do it?
Because I wanted to go to the States, and I didn't have any money. Mr. Jones promised he'd get me there if I'd bring these women to him. I'd met a lot of them here and at Biarritz. I'd taught them English. I was a fool. But I didn't know about the blackmail, Ken, know about the murder.
Maybe you didn't at that.
Oh, you've got to believe that at least. I didn't know.
Maybe I'm a fool, too, Marguerite. I believe you.
Oh, why didn't I know you before?
You know, for one of the few times in my life, I can say that, too.
Listen, what is it?
I don't know. It's coming from the trunk of this car. Stay back, Marguerite. I'll take a look. All right, come out with your hands up.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagon.
It was getting very uncomfortable that time.
What the devil were you doing in there, anyway?
Oh, I just came along for a briefing. You know, technique, Clarabelle. You follow me, Mr. Thurston?
I follow you, Pagon.
But why do you call him Pagon, Ken? It's Harry Ross.
I'll tell you all about it later, Marguerite. Wait. When did that car pull up in the shadows over there?
I don't know. I didn't...
Let me answer that. 5 minutes ago. Now, don't move, Thurston. You know what a Tommy gun can do.
Mr. Bond.
Well, good evening, Mr. Lee.
Lee?
So the police haven't picked you up yet?
No. And thanks for the tip. I'll stay away from my apartment.
I didn't know he'd followed Ken. I didn't tell him anything. Believe me, I didn't.
So it's Ken, is it? I see why you shot out your mouth, Marguerite.
Give him the list, Ken. That's all he wants.
Don't bother, Thurston. I'll take it from you later.
All right, Lee, but one thing. Let's leave Marguerite out of it.
That's up to her. I still got plenty of use for her. Well, how about it, baby? You going to go with Thurston or stay with me?
Ken, he's going to kill us.
Me, not us. Play it safe, Marguerite.
Well?
I don't want to die, Ken.
I'm not asking you.
No. No, Ken. You'd never ask anything of any woman. And you'd never give anything. Just the same, it's all a woman could ever want. It's all I'd have ever wanted, Kane. But I don't have any choice. Well, you win, Mr. Jones.
Hey, it's plain and smart, baby. You got the right idea.
Sure, I'm a smart kid, all right. Goodbye, Kane. I've got to take him, Kane.
Let go that gun. All right. Now, you, Thurston.
Why, you... You dirty, rotten dog.
Here's the hospital, Mr. X. How is she?
Oh, she's pretty bad, Pago. Still unconscious. Get a doctor out here right away.
Okay, Mr. Thurston.
Hang on, Marguerite. Just keep hanging on.
Okay. Okay.
Don't try to talk, Danny. Everything's going to be all right.
No, Ken. I've got to talk. I mean... It wouldn't have worked anyway, Ken. Us, I mean... I guess I knew that all along.
No, Marguerite.
But it would have been so beautiful.
The doctor's coming right now, Mr. Thurston. Is she? I mean, she's...
Yes, Pago.
What will we do, Mr. X?
I don't know. I guess I better call the chief.
She saved our lives.
Yes.
Mr. Thurston, you liked her very much, maybe, eh?
I don't know, Pago. What difference does it make now? The world's rid of Olin Lee, and the world's lost Marguerite. Maybe that's the way it has to be for some reason. Oh, what the heck? The only thing we can do, I guess, is to send a cable. Investigation successful. Mission completed. Case closed.
Frigidaire star. And now Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Next Thursday is the second anniversary of VJ Day, so we're giving up our time for a special program. But we'll be back in our regular spot on Thursday, the 21st, 2 weeks from tonight. And, of course, that includes my pal Leon Belasco with Pago and Zellschmidt. And don't forget, 2 weeks from tonight, when next I return as The Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Maurice Zimm and Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, not next week, but a week from Thursday, we'll be back with Mr. X. And every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X.
I tell you, Ken, this thing has to be stopped. Thousands of lives are at stake, man.
Stop pounding the desk, Chief, and tell me about it. I just got in from Calcutta this morning, remember?
Oh, good Lord, Ken, of course. This thing has me so worked up, Look, here. Take a look at this wall map. You see this town in Arizona near the Mexican border?
Nogales, what about it?
Well, somewhere down there, a deadly plague is spreading, and it could run wild over the whole country. Smallpox.
Smallpox?
6 deaths down there in the past week and a half. Other cases being reported almost daily. Last year, it popped up in California. A few months ago, here in New York. Now it's down there near Nogales. It's anybody's guess where it'll hit next.
Any idea where the carriers are coming from?
4 of the 6 dead men down there appeared in the territory only a couple of weeks ago. They carried no American papers or identification.
And the Mexican border only a broad jump away.
Right. Somebody's smuggling aliens across the border, and they're smuggling in the smallpox.
So long, Chief. All right now, Dr. Clark, you were the physician who reported the last case here in Nogales, weren't you?
Yes, but I don't know anything more about the dead man than you do, Mr. Thurston. Neighbors called me in. He was delirious when I got there. When he did talk, it was Spanish. Nothing made him much sense. Just kept repeating over and over, El Castillo Blanco, El Castillo Blanco. Apparently it holds no clue whatever as to the man's identity or origin. In other words...
Dr. Clark, I don't know what to do. The patient in the examination room, Well, listen to him.
All right, nurse, I'll be right in. This won't take long, Thurston.
I'll be here, Clark. El Castillo Blanco. I wonder.
Frank, darling. Oh, darling, I've missed you so much. Oh, but you're not Dr. Clark.
No, but don't let that stop you.
Oh, my apologies. The sun was so bright outside, and it's so dark in here. For a moment, I was blinded. Please forgive me.
Well, that was almost the nicest introduction I've ever had. Why should I forgive you?
Thank you. May I know the name of the man to whom I've almost introduced myself?
Ken Thurston. Dr. Clark is busy with a patient.
I'm Miss Del Carroll, Mr. Thurston. They're waiting for me outside.
Oh.
Would you be kind enough to deliver a message to Dr. Clark for me?
Anything like the one you almost delivered?
This time it's only an invitation, Mr. Thurston. I'm having some guests at my rancho for the weekend. I wanted him to come down.
Lucky man, I'll tell him.
Of course. Any friends of Dr. Clark's are more than welcome, too. Anyone in town could tell them the road to the White Castle, my hacienda. Hasta la vista, Ken Thurston.
Hasta la vista, Senorita Caro. Well. What the devil?
Try to hold his arm still, nurse.
I am, Doctor, but he won't.
Were you stopping me? You're cutting off my arm.
Just 1 second, and there. It's all over.
All over, eh? I have no arm left. I'll sue you for every cent I have.
Pagon.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston, and I'll take you to the Superior Court, to the Supreme Court, even to the Justice of the Peace. Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Relax, Pagon. It wasn't a major operation.
That just goes to show you how much you know about it. Do you know what these butchers were doing to me?
I could guess.
All right, go ahead. I was being vaccinated.
Well, what else are you doing in Nogales?
I'm down here on big business, Mr. Thurston.
Never mind. I'll hear about it later.
What's that?
You had a visitor, Dr. Clark.
Oh, who was it?
Miss Carroll.
Estelle, I'm sorry I missed her.
I can see why. She invited us down to her rancho for the weekend.
Oh? I didn't know you and Estelle were acquainted.
We'll add that to the list.
What list?
Of things you don't seem to know about her.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
What's the name of her hacienda, Clark?
Why, it's... Oh.
Yeah, the White Castle. In Spanish, El Castillo Blanco.
Some jalopsy, huh, Mr. X? Drives like an aeroplane.
No wonder. You haven't had more than one wheel on the road since we left Nogales. Why were you so set on driving out to Senorita Caro's?
Oh, strictly business. With a guest of hers.
And how much is your chauffeuring going to cost me?
Not 1 penny, outside of gas and oil and normal depreciation on the car. Maybe a few incidentals like that. Mr. X, what happened?
There's your answer, Pagon.
for a moment I thought somebody was shooting at us. Oh, somebody is.
Hit the gas. If we can make that next bend in the road. Ah, there goes a tire.
You know something, Mr. Thurston? We didn't make it. I don't get it. Why would anyone want to shoot up my pretty automobile?
Somebody didn't want us to get to the rancho. I'd still like to know where those shots came from.
You could hide an elephant in these mountains.
Wait a minute, Pedro.
Buenos dias, senores. You're in trouble?
Senor Virva, it's you.
Senor Zellschmidt. ¿Cómo está usted, senor?
Buena, Senor Virva. Very much buena. Mr. Thurston, meet my good friend, Senor Virva.
Glad to know you, Senor Virva.
It is my pleasure, senor. But what has happened to you, walking in this lonely country?
Car trouble. On our way to the White Castle Rancho.
Oh, and the rancho is still some miles away. But I am a guest there also. Why do you not wait in that shady arroyo while I ride for horses for you?
If you could add a well-chilled martini to that formula, Virva, it'd be perfect.
Bueno, I shall see that one is waiting for you upon your arrival at the hacienda. Patience, amigos. I will be back pronto.
You see, Mr. Thurston? It pays to know men like me. Influential friends all over the world.
I've met some of them.
Oh, that's right. But Senor Virva is different. A lovely fellow. He wouldn't hurt even a fly.
I figured that.
You did?
Yeah. He wasn't carrying that high-powered rifle just to hunt down flies.
The rancho, I think, is the most beautiful, Ken.
Do you, Estelle?
Yes. Especially now at sunset. That's why I have that small cabin down there to come to when I wish quiet and solitude.
There are too few places like that on the face of the earth today, aren't there, Estelle?
Yes, I know. But here, the snow-capped peaks above, the brilliant colors of the canyon below.
Like a sword wound, cut deep into the breast of the earth.
A wound dividing two nations. On this side is Arizona. On the other, Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That canyon is called La Calle de las Perdidas, the Street of the Lost Ones. Many have tried to cross from one side to the other. But the rock walls are 1,000 feet straight up and down. Nobody's ever come out alive.
I can believe that.
And the two white sandstone buttes on either side of the canyon, like two white castle towers.
That explains how your rancho got its name.
Oh, yes. Oh, nature's made this country strong, hard, ruthless. Ken!
Somebody's ideas about that cabin are different from yours. Come on.
Rat talk. No sabe, senor. No sabe, no. No sabe, you. What were you doing hanging around here? Come on, talk. No, senor. No, Maybe you can't talk English, pal. I'm not taking any
chance. Him. Let's have that gun.
What?
Let's have it.
Before you hurt somebody. Let go my arm before. Let go.
Sure, any minute now.
Okay.
Grab it, Estelle.
I have it, Ken.
Good. Okay, mister.
What was the big idea of that?
Funny, that's my question.
You're getting no answers from me.
I think we shall, Platt.
But, Okay, Miss Carroll. We saw that peon sneaking around up here, and I pumped some lead in the air to stop him. I cornered him outside the cabin when he wouldn't talk about what he was doing. I was going to scare him a little, that's all.
Yeah, you're pretty handy with guns, Platt. Ever do any hunting? Say between here and Nogales?
Sometimes.
Have any luck your last time out?
I spotted a couple of rattlesnakes, but I missed.
Not too bad.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have better luck next time.
Nice people you have around here. Who is this guy, Platt?
He is what you might call a gang boss for Senor Verva. Handles the oil drilling operations.
Well, he was drilling for more than oil here. Where is the peon? I'd like to have a talk to that man.
He ran away while you were fighting.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, no one. Just a man who helped store the beef for us.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, I'll talk to him in the morning.
No, Ken. I want you to leave this rancho tonight.
Oh, why?
It's too dangerous for you here. The shooting on the road, Platt, who's a killer. There's no telling what else may happen to you.
Would you like to guess why I'm so unpopular?
I don't have to guess, Ken. There are people everywhere, even down here, to whom the most dangerous man in the world is the man called X.
Mr. Thurston, I don't understand it. Ever since we got here, you've been avoiding me like the smallpox.
It's a habit I should have acquired earlier in life.
A fine attitude to take after all you've gone through for me.
Come on, we're going in here.
Huh? But that's the ice house where they keep their meat.
Yeah. There's a Mexican peon who works in here. I want to talk to him.
Mr. Thurston, why did you let that door slam shut? Now it's only cold here. It's pitch black.
Wait till I unlimber this flashlight. Well.
Ah. Look at all those dead cows hanging here. I'll take that one. Medium rare with French fried. Mr. Thurston, I gotta find the door. What happened to the door?
Easy, Pego.
But, Mr. Thurston, the cow hanging there. That's no cow.
It's the Mexican peon. Well, this time somebody didn't miss.
Now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Estelle Caro's guests are all assembled in the living room of her hacienda, and Dr. Clark is speaking.
I'm afraid there's no telling how long the man's been dead, Thurston. The cold in the ice house ruined any chance of determining the advance of rigor mortis.
No, that means no checkable alibis. And you can't tell a killer without his alibi.
Surely, Senor Thurston, you're not suggesting it one of us.
That's your idea, Verpa, not mine.
I don't like your attack, Thurston.
No man likes death, Dr. Clark. Whether it's from bullets or smallpox.
Smallpox? Frank, didn't you say you had something to tell Ken about that?
Yes, Estelle. Just before I left Nogales, Thurston, I learned that a smallpox epidemic has been raging in Masagua for the past 60 days.
Masagua?
Yes, it's a little Mexican town just across the border.
Aha. My uncle Ahmed has a third cousin twice removed who lives there.
I might have known. Well, thanks for your hospitality, Estelle.
Thanks for Ken, you're not leaving.
That was your advice, remember? I'm taking it.
Well, I didn't think it was like you to quit in the middle of a game.
Well, sometimes it's smart to quit when you're winners. If you don't believe me, ask the peon. I don't want to cash in my chips with a bullet in my head. Yeah?
Hello, Nogales. Ready on your call to New York. Go ahead, please.
Hello, that's you, Ken?
Yes, Chief. What have you got for me?
Everything I could get in the 24 hours you gave me.
Okay, shoot.
Well, first of all, this man Verba. He's a crook. Been selling fake Mexican oil stock for years. Made a lot of dough at it once, but for right now, he's pretty shaky financially.
Mexican headquarters in Masagua?
Well, how did you know?
Maybe I'm psychic. What about Platt?
Dishonorable discharge from the Coast Guard, nothing else. And Dr. Clark's record is absolutely clean.
Uh-huh.
As for Estelle Caro, she must be quite a woman.
You must be psychic, too.
Feminine Horatio Alger, from chorus girl to property holder and ranch owner. Came up the hard way, but fast.
An old friend of Verva's?
Very old, and very good.
Hey, hang on, Chief. Be right back. Well, Verba, come all the way to Nogales just to make a phone call?
Why not, Thurston?
Then why not use the telephone? It works better than here against the wall of this booth. Or does it?
That depends upon what one wishes to hear.
Uh-huh. Well, have you heard enough?
I think so. At least I have heard enough to offer you some good advice.
That's a habit people are getting into. What's yours?
Simply this. In the event you're thinking of visiting Masagua, remember, there are other things on foreign soils that can be just as deadly as smallpox.
But how do you know I want to go to Mexico?
Well, that's better than going to jail for selling fake oil stock.
That's besides the point. Anyway, why do you want me to fly to Masagua with you?
So you can ask your Uncle Ahmed's third cousin twice removed if he can sneak you into the United States.
But why should I do that? I just came from there. Besides, they have smallpox in Masagua.
Yeah, that's why we're going there. To see that they keep it.
Seem lonesome. You would like company, no?
Yeah, only I didn't realize it until just now. Sit down, won't you?
Gracias. You are a stranger here in Masagua?
Temporarily, yes.
Oh? Then you do not intend to remain?
Not if I can help it. But maybe I'll have to. You know how it is sometimes.
I am not so certain that I do, senor. What? You are American, no?
Uh-huh.
Your country is not far away. And yet you remain here in Mexico, where you say you do not wish to be.
That makes sense to you?
Perhaps, senor. Perhaps not. But I enjoy stories. Tell me more.
Okay. I know one about a man who wanted to get back to the house where he was born.
Mm-hmm.
But for certain reasons, its doors were barred against him. And the walls were too high to climb.
See, senor? What is the end of the story?
Well, that's all I know. I never did hear the rest of it.
What a pity. For that story could have had a happy ending.
Oh?
Si, senor. For if that man had money, $1,500 American money, maybe he could have found people to remove those walls for him.
Maybe. But what if he didn't know where to find them?
Perhaps that could be arranged, senor. It is this way, senor. Down this alleyway.
No spotlights on these transactions.
Senor?
Oh, it's American, for it's dark here.
Oh, see. But we have arrived. Go in, senor.
No lights here either. Now what?
Just this. So, you would not listen to me, Nogales, eh? Perhaps this will teach you I mean what I say, Mr. X.
Wake up, Mr. X. Please, wake up.
Yeah.
Don't stay subconscious. Wake up.
What's going, Pagan?
Oh, glad to see me, Mr. Thurston?
For once, yes. Oh, where are we?
In the old building where Senor Verva left you.
Verva, so he was the one.
Mm-hmm.
I knew darn well that girl was leading me into a trap, but I didn't expect her to close so soon. Oh. How'd you get here?
I saw you and the girl leave the tavern, so I followed. I thought maybe she might have a friend up for me.
Oh.
And when you went to the building, I waited, and Verva and the girl came out. I went in, and here you were.
Well, how'd you make off with Uncle Ahmed's kinfolk?
Oh, Mr. Thurston, they're the souls of the earth. For $2,000, I can get you sneaked into the United States.
Is the extra $500 your commission?
Huh?
When do I leave?
Well, one bunch left tonight, but too early. You missed it.
Oh, no, I didn't. Come along.
But, Mr. Thurston, you can't catch up with them now.
I'm not going to. I'm going to meet him at the other side. Hello, Estelle.
Oh, Ken, it's you.
Surprised?
That you've returned to my rancho? No. Only that you found me out here at my little cabin. How did you know?
Well, there was no one at the hacienda, and moonlit nights are made for quiet and solitude.
So you remembered. I knew you'd be back. But tell me, Ken, why?
Don't you know?
I should like to think it was because of me. Was it, Ken?
That's why I came back, Estelle.
That was a rifle shot.
Not from any ordinary rifle.
What do you mean?
The spotted plague's paying a return visit, Estelle. To the White Castle. Come on. Okay, now we can see all right from here.
But what is that? Ken, look.
Yeah.
There's something stretching all the way across the canyon. What is it?
That's a bridge. A bridge of rope and slats.
How is that possible?
The shot we heard was a lifeline being fired across the canyon. The kind they use in the Coast Guard. And there's the man who fired it. Pulling it back to this side with the bridge attached.
And those men on the other side are waiting to cross.
Without benefit of quota or medical examination. That's $1,500 ahead.
Ken, he's starting to fasten down the bridge now.
Yeah. Okay, Platt, it's quitting time.
What the? Thurston!
That's right, Platt. You're having company tonight. May I join the little party?
You just ducked yourself into a game you can't win, Thurston.
Better look around before you call, Platt. Up in the hills.
In the hills? What are you talking? Those lights. Moving down this way.
The Border Patrol.
Border Patrol?
I made arrangements in Nogales. Dr. Clark's leading them down to us. You all licked, Platt?
Oh, no. You haven't won yet, Thurston. Not while this gun is still the joker.
Ken!
Not tonight, Platt.
Ken! Oh, Ken, I was afraid he was going to kill you.
Were you? Or were you afraid he wasn't?
What are you saying?
You were the brains behind Platt. I suspected that ever since the ambush on the road.
No, Ken.
Only you and Clark knew I was going to your hacienda.
Then it was Clark or Verba.
If Verba was a killer, I'd never have left Masagua alive. And you were the only one who knew I wanted to question the peon. You'd smuggled him across the border and couldn't risk that talk. So you killed him.
You have no proof of that.
When they try to pin a murder rap on Platt, he'll talk.
Courage, Mr. Thurston. Hold on to everything. I'm coming to the rescue.
Anything to say, Estelle, before they get here?
You're a clever man, Ken. My congratulations. But you've forgotten one thing. The bridge.
Bridge?
To Mexico. To freedom. Adios, Ken.
Come back, will you? That bridge isn't fastened down yet.
Hasta la vista, Ken. Until we...
Good Lord.
Mr. X, the bridge, the girl, they're gone.
Yeah. Yes, la calle de las perdidas. The street of the lost ones. She was heading there all the time. Only she didn't know it. She worshipped the gods of power and ruthlessness. Traded her soul to them. That's why she ended down there. For all those who put gold above human rights and welfare. All of them are lost ones.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, a story called The Least of These. I read it. It's pretty exciting. I think you'll like it. Of course, Leon Belasco will be on hand as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Space and time can play funny tricks with a man. For instance, 6 weeks ago, an American flying boat was en route from Singapore to Manila. Over the South China Sea, 1,000 miles from nowhere, someone entered the pilot's compartment.
Hey, what's the big idea? Want to know nobody comes in here without a permit? Oh, wait a minute. No! No! Oh!
That plane was never heard from again. But 6 weeks later, on 1,500 miles away, on a dirty side street in Saigon, in French Indochina, two men stood looking at the body of a third.
Mon Dieu, it is Professor Gibbons. But this is incredible. I do not understand, Inspector Abbe.
Jean, this man you see lying there died 6 weeks ago.
But this is not possible, Monsieur l'Inspecteur. His body is still warm.
Nevertheless, Jean, it must be so. I know him. He is American. And he was on board the plane that disappeared at sea 6 weeks ago.
Then, 12 hours later, halfway across the world in Budapest, I got a phone call from New York City. Hello.
Ken, there's a plane waiting for you at the airport. It'll fly you to Tehran. From there, a charter job will go non-stop to Karachi, India. Your papers are cleared to there. The rest of the arrangements you'll have to make yourself.
Nice work, Chief. But now, stop making like a travel bureau and tell me what's up.
I don't know. That's what I want you to find out.
Yeah, where?
In Saigon. Ken, you remember a flight from Singapore to Manila?
That missing plane, sure. What about it?
Well, that plane was carrying some of the finest scientists our country ever had. All of them experts on the Pacific. They were just completing a round-trip survey of our mandated islands. A darned important survey.
I know. It's about time some 2 million natives out there got a crack at real civilization, freedom, and education. Yeah, but, Chief, why call me about it here in Budapest?
Well, I just got a cablegram from Police Inspector Abbe in Saigon.
Abbe?
Yeah, Professor Gibbons, one of the anthropologists aboard that plane, turned up there a few hours ago. Dead. A knife in his back. Murdered. Think you can make sense out of that?
I'll let you know, Chief. From somewhere in French Indochina.
Pardon, Monsieur Thurston. I'm Inspector Beaumont of the French police. Welcome to Saigon.
Thanks. Only, I didn't know I was expected.
Mais oui, monsieur. We have been notified. Our facilities are at your disposal, including one automobile. This way, please. Chief Inspector Abbe has been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation.
Abbe, now he's the one who identified Professor Gibbons, isn't he?
Oui, monsieur. The inspector had met Monsieur Professor before the war, when he was conducting anthropological expeditions in Cochin, China. So he has more than an official interest in this affair. Well, here is my automobile, monsieur. If you will be pleased to enter.
Oh, thanks very much.
I assure you the pleasure is entirely mine. Mr. X?
see you coming round, Mr. Thurston.
Well, thanks for telling me. What goes?
You're in the back room of Le Cher Noir, a native cafe here in Saigon. I'm Eileen Nelson. I've just got the ropes around your wrists and ankles. We'll go into the cafe as soon as you're ready.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
That's the way I like things to be.
Beaumont liked them that way, too. You grow your police inspectors pretty rugged out here.
That was a gag, Mr. Thurston.
Yes.
He's not with the police. He owns this place. Lucky for you, I saw his boys carry you in here.
Well, what's his interest in me? And yours?
The mutual interest of the three of us. The throne of TAYH-NINH.
Huh?
I think we can beat him to it if we work together, Mr. Thurston.
TAYH-NINH. 2 questions, Miss Eileen.
Shoot.
What makes you think I'm interested in this throne? And if I am, why should I string along with you?
2 heads are better than 1, Ken. Besides, you're smarter than Professor Gibbons was. Smart enough to know what to choose when it's between $2 million and death. This table will do, Ken. The native I want you to meet can see us clearly from here.
What makes you think he's going to tell you information about this throne of TAYH-NINH?
In the game we're playing, Ken, nothing talks but dollar.
2 million of them?
That figure makes sense.
I'm not sure you do, though.
When this little business deal is over, I'll try to change your mind. I think you'll find that worth waiting for, don't you?
Maybe I've taken worse gambles.
Eileen! Darling, here you are. Stardust Saigon looking for you.
Oh, hello, Stuart. This is Ken Thurston. Ken, this is Stuart Harding, an oil company geologist out here.
Thurston, how are you, old man? What an introduction. An oil company geologist. You know, I think my burning passion for you is much more noteworthy, my dear. Oh, no. Oh, that atrocious music. But I'd rather dance to it and try to talk through it. You game, Eileen?
I think Ken should have something to say about that.
Oh, you won't mind, will you, Thurston? There's a native soothsayer making the rounds of the table. Have him forecast your future. Might be interesting. Come along, Eileen.
All right, Stuart. I'll get rid of him. Be right back, Ken.
May the blessings of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva be upon thee, O noble Sahib. Did you signal to me?
Come off it, Pagan.
Pagan? What kind of a peculiar name is this?
It's even more peculiar when you end it with Zelschmidt.
Mr. Thurston, I would like you to know that the name of Zelschmidt goes back to the dawn of history. If it's such a funny name, how come Mark Anthony Zelschmidt could make time with that cute little cookie Cleopatra? And how did you know it was me?
Pagan, there's not a turban or a fake beard in the world that can hide the dollar signs in your eyes.
Huh?
What are you doing in Saigon?
Well, it's a long, sad story. And the saddest part being this is a lousy racket. Fortune-telling. Wait, there's no future in it.
Then give me a reading about the present. Pagan, what do you know about the murder of Professor Gibbons?
I didn't do it. I got friends who'll give me an alibi.
Can those underworld friends of yours give you information about the throne of TAYH-NINH?
Huh?
Or its connection with Professor Gibbons and a missing plane over the South China Sea?
Mr. Thurston, I haven't heard from nothing but drones, missing planes, or murders.
Okay. But something connects the 3 and us. Pagan, take a look at that table to the left.
The table to the... Mr. Thurston, I don't think that native over there likes us. Look how he's glaring.
Friend of yours?
Don't be funny, he's a dacoit. And you know what a dacoit is?
Yes. That's coach in China for torpedo.
And torpedoes kill people, and I don't like the way he's looking at us. Mr. Thurston, someone turn out the light.
Curse of Shiva, we found thee.
Look out, Pagan.
Death to the unbeliever.
Mr. Thurston, what happened? Why doesn't somebody turn on the light? Why doesn't somebody turn on the light?
If you'd only open your eyes, Pagan, you'd see that somebody has.
If I'd open my... Oh, you're right. The lights are back on. What was the big idea of setting the table over me?
Take a look at my chair.
That knife right through the back of it. The dacoit did it.
Could be. And it could have been someone else.
It could have been Ken, but it wasn't.
You sound pretty sure, Eileen.
I am. I saw that dacoit before the lights went out. He was the man who was going to tell us the information.
Apparently changed his mind.
Yes, and so have I. Our partnership is dissolved, Ken.
Oh? Why this sudden change of heart?
If the dacoit wanted to play that rough, he must have known you were working for the other side. So from here on in, it's no holds barred, Mr. X.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, this is positively without exaggeration the finest hotel room in all Saigon. You don't know how lucky you are. I found it for you.
For $20, I didn't need that kind of luck.
That attitude shows you just don't understand the foreign exchange. Figuring the rates of international interest and...
Yes, save your breath, Pagon. The hotel clerk told me you only gave him $5 for the room.
He did, eh? Well, of course. You wouldn't take the word of that thieving, no-good racketeering hotel clerk against mine, would you?
Sure.
Oh.
You can stop right there, Thurston.
Well, our impassioned oil geologist. Oh, Hardy.
That's right, Thurston. Glad you remember me.
I never forget a face behind a gun.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. Stay away from Eileen.
What's the matter, jealous?
Not of you, Thurston. The throne of TAYH-NINH. You understand?
No.
Well, then I'll make it clear. For centuries, men have killed for the jewels in that throne. I'm not going to let you lead Eileen to her death, too.
She's harder to try to be led around, Hardy. Or hadn't you noticed?
I know. She inherited more than Thor's thunder from her father.
Thor's thunder?
Yes, the schooner she has down at the dock. The one he used when he was a freebooting pirate. I'm not going to let her wind up the way he did.
Want to talk it over with her instead of... All right, let me have that gun.
Let go of my arm, Thurston. Let go.
Sure. As soon as you drop it.
Oh! All right.
Get it, Pickle.
As good as got.
Okay, Hardy. Now let's get some things straight. I don't like guns being waved in my face.
I guess I have acted like a fool, Thurston. I'm sorry. How can I apologize?
By answering some questions, fast. What's the throne of TAYH-NINH? And what do you know about Professor Gibbons' connection with it?
I thought you knew. The throne is a fabulous legend in Cochin, China. It had been lost for centuries, and Professor Gibbons claimed to have found it just before the war broke out.
Go on.
Well, as thrones go, it was a comparatively small affair, easy for him to hide away when he left Saigon just before the Japanese invaded.
I see.
So now it's just sitting somewhere waiting for someone to find it. And the $2 million worth of jewels encrusted on it.
Eileen thinks she can find it?
Yes, but she doesn't stand a chance. Not with Beaumont, the dacoit who almost knifed you, and the other murderers and cutthroats who are trying to find it, too.
You're not helping her by shoving guns into people's faces, Hardy.
I know. I must have been out of my mind. But Thurston, I'd do anything in this world to keep her out of trouble over that throne.
Then relax and let me take over. I'll do my best to keep everyone out of trouble, including me.
Mr. Thurston, this is ridiculous. Looking for Eileen Nelson's boat at this hour of night?
Is it?
Of course. Anybody could tell you that looking at that pretty petunia that she's innocent like a baby. She has nothing to do with nothing.
Any better suggestions?
Sure. Beaumont. He's the man you want. Such a no good. You know, he wouldn't even pay me a salary when I was working at his cafe.
Well, that doesn't prove he's guilty of anything, just sensible. Here's the boat. Let's go aboard.
Sneaking aboard a ship this way. What if somebody sees her?
Don't worry, Pagon. No light showing. Probably no one aboard.
And then what do you expect to find here anyway?
Clues?
To what? That gorgeous throne?
To the missing American scientist. Let's try the main cabin. That should be it. Go in.
What did I tell you? There's nothing in here.
Well, how can you tell without any light?
My natural trust in that Eileen Nelson.
I'd rather trust this flashlight. There.
You see? Just like I said, there's... Mr. X.
Well.
It's the throne. That's the throne of TAYH-NINH.
Yeah, all $2 million worth. Sitting right in the middle of the cabin aboard Eileen's schooner. Now, where's your natural trust in her?
I won't believe it. Beaumont fooled her. He fooled her into telling him use this place to hide the throne.
Won't watch, Pagon. If anyone's been fooled, it's Beaumont. Look on the floor behind the throne.
On the floor behind?
Yeah. With a knife in his heart.
This is an unfortunate affair, Monsieur Thurston. Very unfortunate indeed.
Especially for Beaumont, Inspector Abbey.
If you had only come directly to me upon your arrival in Segon...
Well, that was the general idea. Only Beaumont and Eileen Nelson put a crimp into it.
Yes, so you have told me. But I fail to see the connection between them and the throne of TAYH-NINH with your original mission here.
I don't see it either, but maybe I can guess.
Guesswork is not considered good police practice, monsieur.
Then let's look at facts. Professor Gibbons was the only man who knew the location of the throne. He was also a member of the missing scientific mission.
And what does that prove, monsieur?
Nothing except that $2 million is worth a lot of risk to some people.
I'm afraid I do not follow you, monsieur. The path of your logic is very faint indeed.
No path too faint to follow if those men are still alive at the end of it, Inspector. If you don't believe me, check with a couple of million natives in the Pacific, whose future welfare might be set back a generation if those scientific findings are lost. Okay, Inspector, there's the schooner. Let's go aboard and look at some other facts.
Very well.
Maybe they'll help you change your mind.
Or perhaps, monsieur, though I'm inclined to doubt it. Well, I thought you said the ship was deserted. A light is shining up the companionway.
I left Pagan on guard. His bravery in the presence of dead bodies goes only so far, and it's non-existent in the dark.
So, the throne is in the main cabin?
Yeah, right in here. You can face some facts for yourself.
Huh. What is this, Thurston? Your idea of a joke?
My sense of humor's better than that, Inspector.
But this room...
Yeah. No Pagan, no Beaumont, no throne.
You have there our entire file on the case of Professor Gibbons, Monsieur Thurston. We investigated everything, even the earth found on his shoes and clothing.
Is this your laboratory's analysis of that earth?
Oui, Monsieur, but...
mostly silica, high alkaline rating, 85 pH.
Yes, but we got nowhere. So far as we could tell, Professor Gibbons disappeared aboard that plane and reappeared in Segon out of thin air, just a moment before he died.
All of which brings us right back where we started from.
And that is?
The key to the missing expedition. That lies in the missing throne.
Monsieur Thurston, you still pursue a will-o'-the-wisp. Guesses, theories mean nothing without facts to back them up. Pardon. Inspector Abbé qui parle?
Dear pardon, Monsieur l'Inspecteur, but we have just picked up a crazy man out of the river.
So, where is he?
Right here in the other office. He keeps raving, muttering something about an Uncle ACME, a very peculiar case, monsieur. What shall we do with him?
Let me handle that one, Inspector. An old maniac friend of mine.
Oh, but of course, if you wish.
See you later, Inspector.
Good night, monsieur.
All right, Pagan, come along. We've got work to do.
And that's what happened, Mr. X. It was stuffy in that cabin. I went up on the deck for a breath of fresh air.
And somebody did what I've often been tempted to do.
Huh?
Conked you over the head.
Mr. Thurston. Well, anyways, the next thing I knew, I'm making like a fish in a river. I never want to see boats in water again.
That'll make it kind of tough for you. You're going back to the docks right now.
Huh?
I want you to hire a speedboat, Pagan, with a cruising range of at least 60 miles.
What are we going to do?
I'll let you know as soon as I see a geologist. And find out what silicon 85, pH 10.5 really means.
There's no doubt about it, Thurston. From the analysis you've given me, that soil can come from only one place in Indochina, the island of Kwailung.
Kwailung? Where's that, Hardy?
It's a volcanic upthrust some 20 miles down the coast. Geologically speaking, it's a beautiful specimen, but unfortunately, it can't be examined.
Why not?
Well, it seems the Japs left it booby-trapped with countless landmines. Several tourists were killed there last year, and the authorities have barred it to the public.
Oh?
I hope I've helped you, Thurston. Sort of makes up for the way I behaved earlier. But may I ask what your interest is in this soil?
Professor Gibbons died in Saigon, Harding, but the dust on his shoes came from the island of Kwailung.
Some steamboat, eh, Mr. Thurston?
She handles like a charm, Pagan. Where'd you get it?
What does it matter? And Zellschmidt always knows where to get luxury items.
With other people's money, huh?
Which is besides the point. I got you the boat. We're going out to that one Long Island.
Kwailung.
Whatever it is, and we're both happy. Except me.
Oh?
You don't tell me things. Why did you have to see this Harding to get the dope on the island? The police geometrist told you the same thing, given it while I was with you.
Just double-checking.
On report?
No, on Hardy.
What a suspicious character. I bet you suspect everybody. Even me.
Especially you.
Thank you.
This is the speedboat to Eileen Nelson's yacht, isn't it?
Speedboat too. Well, of all the ridiculous... I never heard... How did you know?
So she's standing right behind you.
Don't be silly. How could she? I left her in the docks after that. Miss Nelson, you triple-crossed me, and please put down that gun.
Let that be a lesson to you, Pagan. Never trust a woman.
Never trust the Welsh, Miss Eileen. Well, now what?
Now that I've learned where you're going and where the throne is, I'm taking over. Any arguments?
Oh, no. Just a word of advice. Watch out for this wheel. It pulls a little to port.
Oh, you fool! We're heeling way over.
Let's have that gun, Eileen.
A pretty smart trick, Ken.
Drop that thing or I'll have to take it away from you.
No. No, Ken. You don't have to take it away from me. I'll drop it.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. X. I have the wheel. We're back on course again.
Good work, Pagan.
Are we back on course again?
Hmm? What's that supposed to mean?
You're still holding me. And you know I like it.
Quite a change of pace, Eileen.
It's not really, Ken. Remember last night at Le Chat Noir? Remember what I said about a certain moment being worth waiting for?
Well?
Maybe we won't have much longer to wait now.
Let's talk about that when this is all over.
No, don't waste precious time, Ken.
What?
There's a seaplane flying overhead, following the same course. And if it's flying where I think it is, you and I may never leave the island of Kwai Lung alive.
Mr. Thurston, I don't like this. How can we land at this place? People get killed here by bombs and things.
Not even know where to land, Pagan.
What kind of a talk is this? Who knows where to land?
That oil slick in the water is going to tell us.
Huh? I don't get it.
It seems to be flowing out from that underbrush, Ken.
Yeah, and that's where we're heading.
Mr. X, you're driving this thing right into those bushes.
Ken, you were right. A harbor's behind the overhanging brush.
Yep, complete with landing dock, seaplane, and all. That's where the oil slick was coming from.
What are you going to do now, Ken?
Look for the pilots of that plane.
Huh?
And the throne of TAYH-NINH. And the missing expedition.
Ken, was it smart to leave Pagan alone on the dock?
No, it would have been smarter to leave you there, too.
Not for me, it wouldn't.
Don't trust me?
I trust no one where $2 million are concerned.
Huh? Hold it, Eileen.
What is it, Ken?
Look down that slope. The small clearing over there.
Ken, look at them.
Yeah. Ragged, bearded, in chains.
The men you were looking for?
Yeah. Brilliant men of science, trained down there like animals. Oh, thank God they're still alive.
Save your thanks, Thurston. They won't be for long.
Inspector Abbey.
Yeah. That's the executioner's gun in your hand, have they?
It is, Thurston. I've had it ready, waiting for you. But you disappoint me. You do not seem the least surprised at my being here.
Why should I be? Your own geologist knew that the soil in Gibbons' shoes came from here, but you made no attempt to investigate.
Ken.
Sure. He knew Gibbons had hidden the throne, and when he learned Gibbons was off on that scientific mission, he decided to go after it.
Quite right, Thurston. It was simple to board that plane at Singapore with my police credentials. Even more simple to dispose of the crew and fly the plane here to Kwai Lung.
Only Gibbons proved stubborn, didn't he, Abbey? He wouldn't tell you where the throne was hidden, and when he escaped from here and made his way to Saigon, you caught up with him and killed him. All right, Abbey.
Ken, no.
Stand back. Your time will come soon enough.
Yeah, like Beaumont's. What happened there, Eileen? Did Beaumont make a deal with you to get the throne aboard your schooner?
Yes, Ken, but I didn't trust him. I went looking for you. While I was away from the ship...
Yeah. Abbey had him killed. The throne was put aboard the seaplane, and Abbey flew it out here today to keep under cover until it was safe to dispose of the jewels.
You are a very clever man, Thurston. Unfortunately for your own welfare, you are too clever. So the time has arrived for that execution I mentioned. What the devil?
Sounds like somebody's latching onto your throne, Abbey.
No, it's not possible.
Let's argue later. Oh. A flyer shouldn't let train engines distract him, Abbey. Look what happened to you.
This is no time to admire your handiwork, Ken. We've got to stop that plane.
Why, it's not going anywhere.
What do you mean?
Pagan can't fly.
Pagan?
Sure. I didn't know whether Abbey would show his hand while we were here or stay hidden. Either way, I figured that motor starting would bring results. It did.
So, Ken, As usual, Mr. X has successfully completed his mission. And now what are your plans?
Well, it depends on what turns up, Ivy.
And if it should be the author of a South Sea Island cruise that turns up aboard a good seagoing schooner named Thor Thunder?
No. I'm afraid not.
Oh, but why not? We're two of a kind, roaming the byways of the world for danger and adventure. We play the same kind of game, Ken.
Oh, no, Eileen. I was gambling for those scientists. You and Abby gamble for $2 million against the future welfare of 2 million people. No, Eileen. The things we stand for are on opposite sides of the fence. A constant battle between us. You said it yourself. With no holes barred. Man Called X. Good night.
Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, came to you from Hollywood. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, voice of information.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
I'm very sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Thurston. Would you care to give me your order now?
Oh, later. Right now, you can bring me a dry martini with an onion.
Very good, Mr. Thurston. I shall be right. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Think nothing of it, my good woman?
Pagan, no.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you were in South Africa.
I was. I just got back. Well, you must have dug up a new tailor.
The suit? Oh, well, it's really... Feel the material.
Oh. How'd you do it? Bank robbery?
Mr. X, I'm going to become a millionaire.
Congratulations. How?
Very simple. Roulette.
Huh?
Sure, a friend of mine from Europe. He says that all you have to do is to... Mr. X, that man coming over here.
What about him?
He's after me.
Didn't you pay for the suit?
But this is no time for jokes. You gotta do something.
Well, he looks pretty mad. All right, Pagan, grab yourself a taxi out there. I'll slow him down.
Mr. Thurston, if I get out of this, I swear by the father of my father.
Just a minute there.
Pardon me, please. I'm in a hurry.
Evidently. Since you didn't take the time to pay your check...
I intend to pay it when I come back. Now, if you don't mind.
Maybe we'd better call the manager. I think he'll be interested in your intentions.
I do not wish to... too late. He's driving away.
You trying to catch somebody?
Unquestionably, your interference was intentional. I saw Zellschmidt talking with you a moment ago.
So?
Fortunately, I think I know where he can be found.
Good.
But you, monsieur, you may discover that you have made a very bad enemy. Very bad indeed. Good day.
Several years back when he showed up in Washington. I don't know whether you remember him or not, Ken.
Dr. Wagner, sure, Chief, the French scientist.
That's right. Specialist in nuclear physics. He'd got out of France just one jump ahead of the Nazis.
Claimed he'd solved the nuclear reaction of hydrogen and helium. Unlimited power without the need for uranium. Yeah, I remember him. That was early in 41, when John Public thought nuclear energy was scientific fiction. What happened to him?
Why, he died, Ken.
Oh?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago in French Guiana. Newspaper clipping came in yesterday.
What about his process? Did he leave any papers or notes?
According to this item, they were holding the stuff, pending a claim by next of kin.
That's a pretty important secret to be kicking around for just anybody to get hold of.
Well, that's how it looked to me, Ken, so I cabled the authorities in French Guiana yesterday. Got an answer this morning. Said Dr. Wagner's papers had already been picked up, and by an operator from this bureau.
What?
Yes, Ken, and hang on to your hat. According to the cablegram, the name of the operator was Zellschmidt.
Pagan. Good Lord.
Yes, he's in plenty deep this time.
All right, Chief. I'm on my way.
I'll be in touch with you.
Well, better phone me as soon as you get to French Guiana.
French Guiana? Chief, I'm going to Monte Carlo.
Ken, what in Sam Hill are you talking about?
So long, Chief.
The betting is closed. Sorry, monsieur. No more bets. Perhaps the next time. And the winning number is 23, red and dot. Unfortunately, not the cover. That was you, madame and monsieur.
You don't seem to be interested in roulette, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, I'm just a kibitzer myself.
I probably shouldn't start a conversation with a complete stranger, but, well, here in Monte Carlo, we tend to become very informal.
A good system. I like it. You don't live here.
Oh, no, not here. Down the coast at Nice.
Oh.
My name is Jeanette Quayle, monsieur.
My name's Ken Thurston. How are you, Miss Quinn?
Place your bet, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, please. Bet for you.
I've noticed you watching the little man with the beard at the next table.
Oh?
Is he a friend of yours by any chance?
No. Strange-looking fellow. You don't happen to know him?
No, Monsieur Thurston. Oh, pardon me, ma'am. On number 13, croupier.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Your lucky number, Miss Quayle?
Why not? What might be unlucky for one could easily be very fortunate for another. Just a hunch.
The betting is closed. No more bets, please.
Yeah, I had a hunch myself a little while ago.
Oh? Did you play it?
Oh, no, not that kind. I had a hunch you were going to speak to me.
But why?
Well, I noticed you yesterday, sitting 3 tables away in a New York restaurant.
And the winning number is 7. Red and dot, not covered.
Too bad, Miss Quayle.
Oh, well, you can't win all the time. You're a very observant man, Monsieur Thurston. Perhaps we should have a long talk sometime. Au revoir.
Yeah. Au revoir, Jeanette. Well, now's as good a time as any for a showdown. I beg your pardon.
Huh? I don't know you, monsieur.
It's that beard of yours. I've been wanting to pull on it for the last 20 minutes.
I don't understand, monsieur.
You crooked, double-crossing little rat.
Huh?
All right, Pegon, now come on out of that brush.
Listen, Mr. Thurston, you gotta save me.
Save you? I'm going to make sure you get 90 years. What did you do with those papers you stole?
I'm very glad you asked that, Mr. X. I think...
Risking the peace of the whole world. Impersonating a bureau operator.
But who else would I know how to talk like?
Pegon, you pulled some shady deals, but this is the worst one yet. Now you're in trouble.
But it was only a bet.
A bet?
Sure, this Baron Rutten bet me $5,000 I couldn't fool those people in French Guiana. What sucker. It was a cinch.
Yeah, it'll be a cinch for the state's attorney. The jury won't be out 5 minutes.
If you don't help me, I won't even live so long. They're going to bump me off.
Good.
Maybe even worse.
Better yet.
Mr. X, how can you
Pegon, where are those papers of Dr. Wagner's?
That's the whole trouble. I haven't got them.
What?
I held them out on Baron Rutten. Just trying to make an honest dollar, you understand?
Honest dollar?
Is there any other car?
Never mind that. Where are they now?
I airmailed them to myself here in care of general delivery. They should come in the morning.
Well, for once that simple bird brain of yours made some accidental sense.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, shut up.
If you will pardon, Monsieur Thurston.
Huh?
I have a message for you.
Yeah?
You're invited to join the Countess Corinne at her table across on the mezzanine.
Oh? Who's the Countess Corinne?
Monsieur, everyone knows the Countess.
That's so. All right. Tell the Countess I'll be over in a few minutes.
Oui, monsieur. Merci.
Pegon, you probably heard of being boiled in oil.
Well, yes, but I don't...
Now, you go to your hotel room and wait for me. And if you step outside once, I'll show you at least 5 tricks that are a whole lot worse than boiling in oil.
One moment, monsieur. Your name is Thurston.
That's right.
Inspector Malmquist, Monaco Department of Police. I'd like to see your identification, please.
What for? The customs boys took care of all that.
As a matter of routine, yes. This is special. There has been a complaint.
Oh, by whom?
The complaint was made by me, Monsieur Thurston.
Oh, yeah. I think it's you're the Baron Rutten.
That is correct. And a man who can be a very bad enemy.
Yeah, you told me that in New York. Well, what's the complaint, Inspector?
Your passport first, please. Thank you. Baron Grouton believes you to be a jewel thief who was wanted by the Paris police a few years ago.
Well, ordinarily I'd be willing to accept the Baron as an underworld authority, but right now I've got a date upstairs with the Countess Corinne.
Countess Corinne? You are a friend of hers?
I'm joining her at her invitation.
These papers seem to be quite in order. I'm afraid you made a mistake, Baron Grouton.
Well, I did not realize...
My apologies, Mr. Thurston. If my department can be of service at any time, you have only to call on me.
Thanks, Inspector. I'll remember that. I may want to make a complaint myself sometime. Never know.
Oh, it's really no mystery at all, Monsieur Thurston. Jeannette is a guest at my villa down at Nice. She told me she'd met you, and I invited you to join me up here. Quite simple.
I see. Well, I'd have been here a little sooner if I hadn't been stopped at the bottom of the stairs by a gentleman named Malmquist.
Malmquist? Oh, yes, the police inspector. Something is wrong?
Oh, no, just a case of mistaken identity. Countess, do you happen to know Baron Routon?
Routon? No, I've never heard of him.
I was told you knew everybody in Monte Carlo.
Oh, hardly, Monsieur Thurston. People come and go in Monaco. They make a fortune or lose one. And either way, you never see them again.
Well, the world is pretty much the same way. On a bigger scale.
I suppose so. When you think about it, life itself is a kind of tremendous roulette wheel. People bouncing around the rim and not having a great deal to say about the matter.
That's quite an idea. And it doesn't offer much incentive for living, does it?
Why not? Everyone has the same chance.
Well, maybe, except once in a while, somebody discovers a new way to fix the wheel, so nobody has a chance.
Fix the wheel?
Countess Corinne, one sure method to make zero come up on the next spin would be a new kind of nuclear weapon. Pagon, open up. Pagon! Well.
Won't you come in, Monsieur Thurston?
Thanks, Jeannette. Of course, I could have the wrong room. You don't look much like Pagon Zellschmidt.
Oh, I hope not. Then you did know the little man with the beard.
Bound to be both did. Oh, looks like you've been pretty busy.
Bad guessing. The room was torn up this way when I got here.
Oh? Where's Pagon? Under the bed?
No, I already looked. He seems to have stepped out, Ken. I suppose you're here after the same thing I am.
It's a little hard to say. Well, what are you after?
Oh, all right. Be difficult. Anyway, someone has already beaten us to it.
Could be. At least Pagon didn't walk out of here by choice, so where do we go from here?
Oh, maybe a lot of places if I knew you better. But I don't yet, so...
You're not leaving already?
I thought I might. You wouldn't detain a lady, Ken.
It depends. I'd detain anybody to stop the Wagner formula from being turned loose on the world.
I think you would. Well, I don't have it. You can take my word for that. Unless, of course, you'd care to search me. No. You're really quite trusting. Very likely we'll see each other again. So I hope you won't mind if I say good night now, Mr. X.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
I must still regard this as highly irregular, Mr. Thurston, even though the postmaster did authorize it.
Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Here, hand me that jar of paste.
I must say that in 20 years' service with this post office, I have never done anything so unorthodox before.
Then it's about time. You ought to get out of your rut once in a while. Now we'll seat it up again. So. And it looks as good as it ever did. Here you are.
Tampering with the Monaco mayor. A very serious thing. Very serious.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now. I'll stand here by the door out of sight. You're on your own.
Good morning. You don't have to have some mail for Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt, do you? That's me, you understand?
Well, of course, we don't ordinarily open for another 5 minutes yet, but... Oh, yes. Here's the letter. Zellschmidt. It's airmail from New York.
That's it. I mean, that's me. You couldn't just keep it a couple of days, could you?
Oh, good heavens, no. Be very irregular. Here you are.
Do you think maybe there's a policeman around here somewhere?
Oh, my, no. I haven't seen a gendarme all morning.
Oh. Well, goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Zellschmidt. Old friend?
Hello, Pagan.
Mr. Thurston. Wait, look out!
Down, Pagan.
Oh. It's Baron Rutten. He's the one who brought me here.
Yes. Yes, it was Baron Rutten.
Mr. Thurston, I swear by the father of my father...
So help me, Pagan, if you don't tell the truth. All of it. I'll mop up this hotel room with you.
Even after I saved your life?
You've saved nothing. I knew you'd never walk into that post office alone. Where were you all night, anyway?
Lying unconscious in some filthy dungeon where that Baron Rutten put me after he dragged me out of this hotel.
See anybody besides Rutten?
Only some rats. They chewed on my beard.
Pagan, how's Jeanette figure in this?
I don't know. I met her on a plane from New York. She was so charming.
And you were so talkative. So that's how she found out about me.
Mr. X, I swear I didn't...
All right, Pagan. Let's get this straight. Rutten looked you up in New York and made you a $5,000 bet. You went to French Guiana, picked up Wagner's papers, came back to New York, and gave them to Rutten. But you held out one envelope marked secret.
I only wanted to do my duty, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, you only wanted to soak him for more money later. Okay. So Rutten found out what you'd done and turned on the heat. You mailed the envelope here to Monaco and grabbed a plane over. How did Rutten know you'd come here?
I guess because he was the one who told me about the roulette system.
What was this system, anyway?
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Thurston. You go to table number 7 in the casino and wait until 23 comes up on the wheel. Then you play 13 3 times and 0 once.
That all?
Oh, sure. Baron Rutten said I could make $1 million, maybe $2 million. Why don't we go down and try it, Mr. X?
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Good, I'll get my coat.
What for? You're not going anywhere.
But...
Don't leave the room, Pagan. See you later.
Oh.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Bets bonjour.
100 francs on number 13 again, croupier.
Monsieur has a fondness for number 13.
Well, call it a hunch. Not a very lucky one so far.
One never knows, monsieur. This time, perhaps. And the winning number is 26, red even. Too bad, monsieur.
Oh, well, that's the way with hunches.
Perhaps monsieur would like to try number 13 again?
No, this time I think I'll play a 0.
Monsieur intends to play 0?
That's right.
But monsieur, no one wins on 0. Very well, monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen, this wheel is temporarily closed. Your bets will be taken by any of the other tables. And now, monsieur, you will come with me, please?
Why not? This is one hunch that looks as though it may have a payoff.
Here I was sitting completely rejected, all alone in this dirty little hotel room. And then you come in. Jeanette.
Please, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Why don't you call me Pagan, or better yet, Ducky?
Ducky?
Well, why not? There's nobody here but just us, baby.
Mm-hmm. You're so right, Ducky.
Why don't we sit over here,
Well, if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Only wait till I get my purse.
Purse? What for?
I want to show you something in it. Oh. What's here on the dresser?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just a letter I got at the post office this morning. What are you going to show me?
I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. It's so silly. See?
A billiard ball. But what's that for?
Well, you see, it's rather heavy. So it sags in the bottom of the purse.
Uh-huh.
Then, when I take hold of the top, like this, and swing it...
Wait!
Up, you see how simple it is. Thanks a lot for the letter, Ducky.
We have arrived, monsieur.
About time. We've been walking through half the town.
1 moment, please.
Oh, hello, Pierre. Mr. Thurston.
Inspector Malmquist.
Monsieur played the correct list of numbers.
Correctly. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do. That'll be all, Pierre. Good night.
But, monsieur,
Why don't we sit down, Inspector?
There's evidently some mistake here.
I don't think so. It's an old trick among espionage agents. Getting in touch with one another by playing a certain sequence of numbers at some designated roulette wheel.
Now, look here.
This one happened to be rigged up for P. Gonzalschmidt. The idea being to eliminate him after he'd done that job in French Guiana. And you'd forgotten to let Pierre know the deal was off.
Are you implying that a man in my position...
Just what is your position, Inspector? I checked with the Monaco police today. They've never heard of you.
You have Dr. Wagner's papers.
That's right. All I need now is the brain behind this thing. Somehow I don't think that you or Baron Rutten fits the bill. Well, any answer there?
You drive so fast. Such a rough road. I don't see why you can't drive slow, Mr. Thurston.
Hagon, we may be too late now.
Nobody's going to steal that villa down in Nice. And besides, every time we hit a bump, my stomach flies up and bruises my brain.
May knock some sense into it.
Unkindness. I never get any sympathy.
You don't have any coming after what you pulled off.
But, Mr. X, I didn't give her the letter. She took it away from me with brute force and a billiard ball.
I'm talking about you stealing Wagner's papers.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was strictly non-compos corpus.
Tell the judge that.
Oh, and besides, I thought it was only a bet. I didn't know what it was all about.
No, I don't think you did. And that's the only thing that may save you.
I knew you would fix it, won't you, Mr. Thurston? My very dear friend.
I don't know, Pagan. That depends on the way things turn out. When we get to Nice.
Mr. X, can't this car go any faster?
Would you like some more coffee, Monsieur Thurston? Another sandwich, perhaps?
No, thanks, Countess.
Monsieur Zellschmidt?
I don't mind if I do. They're very small. Thank you.
This visit is really a most unexpected pleasure, Monsieur Thurston. But I feel somehow that you have something to discuss which you have not mentioned.
As a matter of fact, I have, Countess Corinne. I thought we might talk about the Wagner formula for nuclear reaction. Or haven't you had time to open the letter yet?
What letter do you mean?
The one you took away from Jeanette when she came back here about an hour ago.
You are very clever, monsieur. How did you find out about me?
You might say Inspector Malmquist gave you away.
He would not dare talk.
Oh, no, he didn't. But when I mentioned his name to you in the casino last night, you verified that phony title of Inspector. Remember? I hope you haven't made the mistake of killing Jeanette.
I had not yet decided what to do with her. She's locked in the third room down the hall.
Go get her, Pagan.
Whatever you say, Mr. Thurston, but if you hear a noise like a billiard ball, you better come up and pick me up.
Baron Rutten, Inspector Malmquist, and the Countess Corinne. You're quite a trio.
I should not have worked with such stupid assistants. That was my mistake. We could do much better, Ken.
Oh, sure, yes. We make a great team.
You don't seem to understand. The person who controls the Wagner formula controls the world. Don't you realize what that means?
I realize exactly what it means. That's why I'm here.
I see. Well, I suppose I may as well accept the fact that you won't change your mind.
And, of course, you're planning to break through that door.
From where you are sitting, you can't stop me without shooting. And I don't think you will.
Mr. X, you're going to let her get away.
Stop her, Ken. She's got the formula.
You're both wrong.
But she keeps a plane out there. She knows how to fly it.
She'll need to know more than that with a half-dozen men of the French Sûreté sitting out there waiting for her.
But...
And as for the papers, one man's already died for. I have them here.
You took them away from her.
Pagan, I took them away from you.
Huh?
I've had that sealed envelope since this morning in the post office. There was nothing in the letter you picked up but a folded newspaper.
Well, it was a very dirty trick to let me get... Wait a minute. Jeanette. She's another one, Mr. X. Grab her.
Nice idea, Pagan, only it's pretty rough treatment for the daughter of a prominent French scientist.
You? Dr. Wagner?
How did you find out, Ken?
I didn't. I was guessing. But there's a strong family resemblance, and I couldn't see how you figured in this any other way.
Well, I've been a guest of the Countess for several months. That's how she found out about my father's formula.
Jeanette, you knew who I was. Why'd you keep on fighting me? You had a legal claim to the papers?
Yes, but I didn't know whether you'd want to do the same thing with them that I do.
Oh, and what's that?
Destroy them. I know how my father felt during the last months of his life. I had letters from him. Ken, burn that envelope, please. Don't even open it.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Jeanette. I've already opened it.
Oh, no.
Mr. Thurston, that was dishonest.
Pagan, don't tempt me.
Too late. Oh, it's horrible.
That depends. Inside of this envelope is something that's already caused the death of one man. And will probably send 2 others to prison. Like to have a look at it? Here.
Mr. X.
There's nothing but ashes.
That's right. I think Dr. Wagner knew we'd understand what he was doing.
Then he destroyed it himself.
You've got plenty of reason to be proud of your father, Jeanette. He was a great man. With death staring him in the face, he deliberately wiped his name off the list of the world's immortals because he felt it was best for his fellow human beings. No small man could do that. The secret will be found again someday by somebody else. But before that happens, oh, if only we'll have the sense to grow up. Stop gambling the future of the whole human race on a wheel where every number is 0.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called All That Glitters. And I think you'll enjoy it because it's packed full of excitement and mystery. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you? When next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. early morning mist shrouds Lingayen Gulf in the Philippines as two men load a heavy chest into a ship's dory, drawn up onto the shore. Suddenly, from the nearby jungle, a voice hails them.
You! At that boat! What are you doing there?
I say, you hear?
Si.
In the name of the Philippine Republic, I demand you identify yourselves.
Si, amigo. We will identify ourselves like this.
You fool. You've killed a government agent.
What else could I do?
Anything but that. You've forgotten who arrived in Manila last night?
But there can be no connection between him and this.
Anything is possible, you idiot. With a man called X.
Believe me, Senor Thurston, the Philippine Ministry of Finance shall do everything possible to help you.
Thanks, Senor Leone. That's liable to be a pretty big order.
I know. The territory of Macau is Portuguese. 500 miles across the South China Sea near Hong Kong. We have no jurisdiction over it.
Nor has the United States, but something's got to be done to stop the international black market in gold that's operating there.
Si, senor. It is a constant threat to the efforts of your country to maintain a worldwide economic stability.
What's more important, it means starvation for a lot of the people in this world. Now, the Bureau believes that the bulk of that black market is being supplied by Philippine gold. Gold that normally would be earmarked for the United States.
Senor Thurston, we have reached the same conclusion. And something occurred this morning which may have a bearing on it.
What was that?
One of my men was killed at Lingayen Gulf. There were signs that a small boat had landed nearby. And we found this upon the sand.
Leone, that looks like a Chinese gambling ship.
It is, senor. It is a marker that came from the Lotus Blossom, a notorious gambling hall in Macau.
Uh-huh.
Our agents tell us that the Lotus Blossom is operated by a woman known as Madame Hung Shang, who has an interest in every underworld activity in Macau.
Including black markets, in gold.
What would your guess be, Senor Thurston?
I'll let you know, Leone. When does the next plane leave for Hong Kong?
This is a pleasant trip to make by air. You will be in Hong Kong for some time, Senor Thurston?
I'll have to let my business decide that, Dr. D'Amico.
Are you Americano businessman, always with a nose to the grindstone? As a physician, I prescribe relaxation. The kind one can find in Macau.
Oh?
See, I have a private sanatorium there in the northern hills. Secluded, quiet, overlooking the Camoens Gardens.
That sounds restful.
And healthy. But then Macau has the healthiest climate in all Asia. You would be doing me a favor, senor, if you would visit me there. The daily steamer runs from Hong Kong.
Up to your old tricks again, Doctor?
Oh, Senorita Burton, I did not see you on the plane.
Don't let your surprise make you forget your manners, Doctor.
1,000 pardons. May I present Mr. Thurston? Mr. Thurston, the famous Senorita Frances Burton.
How do you do?
How do you do? Well, you were right, Doctor. This is a pleasant trip.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. And now, Dr. D'Amico, this time your patient is going to write the prescription. It calls for you to take my seat in the rear of the plane while I talk to Mr. Thurston.
Senorita Burton.
Doctor's orders, Doctor.
Then what can I do but obey? Until we meet again, Senor Thurston. And please remember that invitation is always yours.
Thanks, Dr. D'Amico.
Adios.
All right, Miss Burton. Why?
Perhaps it's because you're the only presentable American on board.
Oh, the famous authors can write better lines than that.
Oh? You've read my books?
A couple of them. Underworld Europe, Underworld Africa. They're good. Accurate, factual.
Thanks. I tried to make them that way. That's why I'm going to Macau.
An Underworld Asia coming out?
Yes. And the reason I picked Macau for research is the same reason I wish to speak with you.
Oh?
Dr. D'Amico was not entirely correct. Macau can be the unhealthiest place in Asia, particularly for anyone who interferes with Madame Hung Shang's activities. Whether gambling, fishing, opium, or gold.
Why tell me this?
It's very simple, Mr. Thurston. Everything I've said about the danger of interfering with her goes double. If the man involved is the man called X.
I
am very sorry, sir. The steamer to Macau is already overcrowded. There are no cabin accommodations left.
Then,
I'm very sorry, sir. Not even that will help you get a cabin.
What a dope. Turning down good American dollars like that.
Pagon.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, what in the world ever brought you to Hong Kong?
My uncle Ahmed. He told me about this black market in gold in Macau. So when I tried to figure where you'd be, where else?
You mean where there's gold, there's Welshman.
And pretty lucky for you. Where else could you get a ticket for a cabin on that steamer? And practically for nothing.
How much, Pagon?
Believe me, it's a bargain, Mr. Thurston. Only $75,000. Chinese dollars. Oh, only $50 American money. Is it a deal?
I'll give you $10 cash.
You know something, Mr. Thurston? It's a deal. Here's the cabin, Mr. Thurston.
Good. Let's see if it's... Well...
Mm-hmm. Has there not been some mistake, gentlemen? Or is it your custom to enter other people's cabins without knocking?
Well, if it's a mistake, it's the luckiest one I've made in years.
This is the cabin. Look, it's on the ticket, number 18.
Number 18. Are you sure?
Yep. And that's what it says on the door.
Then I must beg your pardon. It is I who have entered the wrong cabin. Please forgive me. I will leave at once.
Forgetting something, aren't you?
Forgetting?
Yeah. The man with his hand sticking out of those drapes over the bunk.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. I just remembered...
Relax, Pagon. He can't hurt you now.
Not doing me any good. Lying there, that sticker in his throat.
It's a surgeon's scalpel. Well, miss?
All right. I will tell you the truth. My name is Maurice. I am traveling to Macau for a group of wealthy Chinese investors. Frankly, it is to purchase gold for Madame Hongshang of the Lotus Blossom.
Up to now, that makes sense. Go on.
An appointment was made for me to meet her representative in this cabin. When I entered, he was lying there, just like that. I was about to leave, and you walked in. That is all I know. Well?
Sending me won't do you any good. You'll have to convince the captain of this ship.
I do not think I care to do that at the moment, Mr. Thurston. Have you any objection?
She's got a gun.
Yeah.
I believe my point is clear. I have no wish to inform the captain of this affair.
Too bad. You're a little late. Come in, Miss Burton, and bring the captain with you.
Thanks for the invitation. Looks like a cozy party. Come on, Captain. You know, I reserved this cabin for the trip, and I just as soon not share it with a corpse. Can you do something about that?
Indeed I can. Senorita, you are pleased to hand over that gun at once and consider yourself under arrest.
Very well, Captain. Here it is.
That's being sensible, Maurice.
Unfortunately, you have not been the same, Mr. Thurston.
Oh?
There are 2 flowers, both with white blossoms that bloom in the wild places of the world. A sensible man would have chosen the sweetness of the lotus blossom rather than the poison of the deadly nightshade.
This is the Playa Grande, Ken. Macau's main promenade. Your hotel, the Ascension, is at the end of it.
You seem to know this town. Been here before?
No, but I have friends who've told me about it.
The same friends who told you about the man called X?
Ken, I met some strange people while writing my book about Europe's underworld. A few of them had information about things like that. For a price.
One of Pagon's relatives, no doubt. Or was it someone like Madame Hongshang?
You draw a blank there, Ken. I've never met anyone who's even seen her. Dr. D'Amico has made arrangements for us to meet. That's why her cabin was reserved for me on the steamer.
D'Amico gets around, doesn't he?
What do you mean?
Wasn't his medical bag with your luggage in the cabin?
That's right. He had no cabin and thought it would be safer in mine. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Unless a scalpel belonging in that bag has been misplaced in somebody's throat.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Back to the hotel so soon?
All right, Pagon. Stop trying to steam open that radiogram and give it to me.
Mr. Thurston, I was just making some tea and sort of fanning the steam away. Could I help it if it loosened the envelope? Bad news, eh, Mr. Thurston?
That depends on how you look at it. Miss Francino Leone, His answer to the one I sent on the steamer giving a description of the dead man.
That was silly. Why should Signor Leone know anything about him?
I don't know. Except that the message says, description that of Joseph Matalia, Philippine Treasury agent.
Dead man, Filipino agent. Mr. Thurston, what's this all about, anyway? What are you doing here?
That's top secret, Pedro.
Oh?
Some people will pay a small fortune to find that out.
Huh. They would?
Sure. Especially Madame Hong Shang. Or even Dr. D'Amico.
Mr. Thurston, now that I'm working for you again, don't you think I should know all about this?
I don't know. There's no telling what some people might do if they found out I was here about the sale of gold.
Gold?
Yeah. Philippine gold.
Hmm.
To be offered to the black market.
Don't you worry, Mr. Thurston. I'll keep clammed up like an oyster. Well, I better be leaving. See you later, Mr. Thurston.
Okay, Pedro. Okay.
Oh, what's the difference, Chief?
No, sir, Ken, it's your own darn fault. As long as you keep him in pocket money, Pagon will continue to hound you. You know I don't trust him. Why, for a few bucks, he'd double-cross his own grandmother. To say nothing of you.
Chief, that's just what I'm hoping for, right now.
Okay, I give up. Now, is there anything else I can do for you?
No, just check the files in that list of people. D'Amico, Maurice, Francis Burton, and Madame Hong Shang.
Got it.
Particularly the Madame. Nobody seems to know who she is. And... Wait a minute, Chief. Something wrong here. Someone just...
Ken! Hey, what's going on there? What's happened? Can you hear me, Ken? Ken?
Hello?
Huh?
You are a colleague of Mr. Thurston?
Yes. What's happened there? Who are you?
My name is Maurice.
Maurice?
Yes. I just wish to tell you that you do not have to bother checking up on me.
What?
I can give you the information in one sentence.
Never mind that. What's happened to Ken Thurston?
That is the sentence. At the moment, he is very well taken care of by Madame Hong Shang.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston is in Macau, attempting to halt the illegal flow of Philippine gold into the black market. Gold originally earmarked for the United States. While reporting to the chief, his phone conversation is interrupted by gunshots, and the beautiful Maurice informs the chief that Ken is in the hands of the infamous Madame Hong Shang. Now, sometime later, Ken has regained consciousness in a sumptuously appointed Oriental apartment.
You are feeling better now, Mr. Thurston.
I guess I'll do. What gives, Maurice?
You are in my private quarters at the Lotus Blossom.
So you're Madame Hong Shang.
That is right. Are you surprised?
Not particularly. What went on back in my hotel room?
Assassins were attacking you, Mr. Thurston. My men arrived in time to dispose of them. However, they were afraid you might shoot at them by mistake during the confusion, so they rendered you unconscious.
Cautious little creatures, aren't they? What were they doing there anyway?
The captain of the steamer released me at once, of course. They accompanied me to your hotel. I was most anxious to discuss certain business with you.
Concerning murder?
Concerning gold.
Oh?
Particularly a certain shipment from the Philippines due to arrive in the morning. I wish you to secure it for me.
What makes you think I'm tied up with anything like that?
For money, one can secure almost any kind of information in Macau.
Uh-huh.
If you deliver the gold to me, you will be entirely safe here.
If not? I see. How much time have I?
Until dawn tomorrow.
Generous, aren't you?
Your answer, Mr. Thurston?
I'll let you know, Maurice, at dawn.
no fear, Mr. Thurston. I'm right at home handling the reins with a donkey in their harness. Why, Jew?
Pagan, how much did Madame Hong Shang give you the spill about me?
Mr. Thurston, how could you possibly accuse me of such a thing?
How much?
I swear by the father of my father,
Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, a measly $100. But I didn't really tell her nothing.
I'll bet.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston. Some joint, eh?
Yeah, Dr. D'Amico does all right for himself.
Hey, how come if Macau is such a healthy territory, there's enough sick people for him to support a place like this?
That's what I'm going to find out inside. If you've done your job.
Job? What job?
Selling me out to Dr. D'Amico, too.
I am very pleased, Senor Thurston, at your quick acceptance of my invitation.
I figured a little visit here might be helpful, Dr. D'Amico.
A very wise decision, my friend. We can be quite comfortable here on the patio. Please, be seated.
Thanks.
And now, Senor Thurston, let us get down to business.
That makes sense. What's on your mind?
Philippine gold.
Well, you've got a lot of company.
Perhaps, but not competition.
What makes you think so?
I have a customer with a great deal of money. He spends it foolishly. So foolishly, he is willing to pay $51 an ounce for that gold.
Quite a difference between that and the legal world ceiling of 35. Why does he do it?
You know as well as I, senor, that gold is the only thing of value in the world today.
I can think of a few others. Peace. The welfare of the peoples of the world.
This is no time for abstract philosophies. Now, it has come to my attention that you have a certain interest in this Philippine gold.
In a way, yeah.
And, naturally, you wish to sell it to us.
Oh, I'm afraid not.
And why not?
Price doesn't appeal to me.
Then what price would appeal to you?
Maybe those abstract philosophies. Well, goodbye, Dr. D'Amico.
You are intending to leave now?
Mm-hmm. Any objections?
I regret to say I have. Sebastian.
Si, senor.
What the...
You see, senor, you will have to make up your mind here. And for your own sake, I would advise you to hurry, Mr. Thurston.
What's wrong with you?
Well.
What are you doing?
Okay, don't scream, and I'll take my hand away from your mouth.
Oh, you almost frightened the life out of me.
Sorry, Francis, I wasn't expecting you.
I found out.
How'd you know I was here?
That strange creature who's been tagging around after you.
Okay, John.
He was spying on you and saw them carry you into that pagoda. He figured the information was worth something to me. And he was right.
I could ask why.
Don't. Not now. I've got to get away from here first. Come on, Ken. Oh, the front way's no good. D'Amico's having a party. This is one of his guests that I managed to sneak out here. Oh. Well, let's see.
What borders this place in the back?
Gardens of Camones. An army could hide in that wilderness.
Well, then we can.
Yes. Come on.
Hola! Who is there in the garden?
Ken.
I heard him.
Answer or shoot!
You know, I think he means that.
And here, use this.
Well, thanks. Looks like I'll have to. Now, let's get out of here before D'Amico really gets mad. Okay, Francis. They've gone back into the house. You can talk now.
Talk, Ken.
Yeah. You were going to explain your rescue act, remember?
Simple. When Pagan told me what had happened to you, I realized that you were right. D'Amico was dangerous, possibly a killer. And you were really my friend.
You change friends fast, don't you?
No woman's perfect. Even I can be fooled.
You do all right.
Do I, Ken?
Any reason to think otherwise?
I don't know. Ken, it's funny. Usually I've had command of situations like this. Now, shoes on the other foot.
You don't like it?
No. But it might be worthwhile. With a little encouragement.
I expected a woman like you to take, not ask.
Sometimes a woman like me might even beg.
Not you, Francis. The pattern's too deep.
What is it, Ken?
Those bells. You know what they are?
Yes. Temple bells in the Chinese quarter. They peal that way when the fishing fleet is due in the next morning.
Mm-hmm. Which reminds me that I've still got some fishing to do tonight.
Have you, Ken? What do you hope to catch?
Not sure yet. I'll get something.
If you're that certain, you must have a surefire bait.
I have. $51 an ounce.
Mr. Thurston, this is ridiculous. How does anybody fish from a flying boat? And at 5 a.m. in the morning?
Relax, Pagan. Just keep your eyes peeled for a fishing boat.
Fishing boat? But we already passed a whole flock of fishing boats.
Well, they're due to dock at Macau at dawn. Wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you see below there?
Just another boat. Falling behind the fleet a little?
Or trying to catch up. Hang on to your hat, Pagan. We're going down to find out which. Ahoy there, fishing boat.
Nothing wrong.
Pull over and throw us a line. I'll explain on board.
Did you have to land on the windy side of the fish boat? Mr. Thurston, already it doesn't smell so good in here.
It'll be worse when we get aboard, Pagan.
But why do we have to visit such a dirty thing anyway? Mr. Thurston, that boat, it's getting pretty close. Isn't it time it slowed down?
How do they intend to ram us?
Ram us? Mr. Thurston!
Overboard, Pagan. Jump. Well.
Hello, Ken. Welcome aboard.
Francis Burton.
Good. You weren't really expecting to see anyone else, were you?
No.
Well, I must admit your man Welschmidt was surprised.
Surprised? You run us down. You pick us up. I don't get it.
It's simple, Pagan. Miss Burton is the fish we were after.
Huh?
She had a pretty smart scheme for getting gold from the Philippines to Macau, using a fishing boat and timing the trip so it could put in with the fleet, getting the gold ashore undetected.
It's a good scheme, Ken. How did you puzzle it out?
I wasn't too tough. After I let Pagan pave the way by giving him information to sell, as a result, Maurice and D'Amico thought I was the agent for the Philippine gold and tipped me off that it was expected this morning. And you helped by knowing that the fishing fleet was due to dock at dawn.
But that doesn't make sense, Mr. X. She was the one who rescued you from Dr. D'Amico.
Sure. By that time, she disclosed who she was and was afraid D'Amico might tip me off. So she had to get me away from him. But you aren't getting away, Francis.
You forget yourself, darling. You may have escaped from my men in your hotel room, but there's no escape for you from here.
You better check with Senor Leone about that, Francis.
Senor Leone?
Yeah. Of the Philippine Ministry of Finance. It's now about 5:29. He was supposed to make contact with us at 5:30. Say within the next minute or two, we should know whether...
Mr. Thurston, somebody's shooting at us.
That was only a warning shot across the bows. Fired by a Philippine gunboat with Senor Leone aboard. Looks like you won't dock at Macau after all, Francis.
So, Ken. Very well, but you'll never dock anywhere again.
Let me have the gun.
I'll kill you. You hear? I'll kill you.
Now, let's have it.
We did it. We got the gun.
Here. You can come up from behind that table now, Pagan. Too bad I had to be rough, Francis. But your kind can't be handled any other way. To you, gold's an end in itself. Something to fatten a few purses instead of nourishing the bodies of starving people. D'Amico said peace and the welfare of mankind are only abstract principles. If you think so, just ask the people. They'll tell you. And how they'll tell you.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Mr. X goes to the timber country of the Great Northwest. where the least of the dangers he encounters is a two-headed axe swung by Leon Velasco in the person of Pagon Zellschmidt. I think you'll find it a real thriller. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, a Man Called X. Did you know that every year forest fires in the United States burn over an area equal in size to New England? Well, neither did Ken Thurston until Hubert Mitchell of the U.S. Forest Service came up from Washington last week and dropped in at the office of the Bureau. Mitchell was pretty upset.
In view of that kind of a situation and the urgent need of conserving our natural resources, the government is deeply interested in seeing that this Oregon plant gets into operation.
And the government has guaranteed part of the financial backing. Is that right, Mr. Mitchell?
That's right, Mr. Thurston. The company that's actually building it is made up of about 60 small timber owners around the town of Tolosa. But, of course, they didn't have the money to swing a $5 million project, so...
All right, Mr. Mitchell, we realize the importance of conservation, and it's unfortunate the construction of this sawmill and byproduct plant is running behind schedule. But where do we come in?
Well, that's it, Chief. I don't know exactly. There have been an unusual number of delays on the job.
And the contract carries a deadline, huh?
Yes. The plant isn't in operation 3 months from now. It'll be sold at public auction.
But I still don't see what we can do about it.
Chief, I think there's a little beating around a bush going on here. Maybe a bush named Ray Brown.
All right. Brown was our forest ranger in the Tolosa district. He'd been looking into some of the recent delays on the construction job, fires and so on.
What did you find out?
He wired me last week. Implied he'd come across some pretty startling information. He wanted an investigator sent out.
So?
So, before we had a chance to send a man, Brown was accidentally killed. Found dead in his cabin. He'd apparently fallen asleep with a lighted cigarette, caught his mattress on fire, suffocated in the fumes.
Pretty careless trick for a forest ranger.
It was careless of somebody.
What do you mean?
Mr. Thurston, I'd known Ray Brown for years. He never smoked anything but a pipe.
Well, Chief?
Well, Ken?
I'll be calling you from Tolosa, Oregon. Country through here, Mr. Crum.
Yep, prettiest scenery this side of the pearly gates.
Do you drive down to the junction every day?
Nope, meet the train 3 days a week, Mr. Thurston. Run my store up in Tolosa the rest of the time.
I see.
Not many folks come in on airplanes like you did.
They don't, eh?
Nope, ain't in that big a hurry to get here. You ain't figuring on going into business here, are you?
Oh, no, just gonna have a look at the new plant, that's all.
Be quite a sawmill if they ever get it done.
Understand they've run into some trouble.
Yep, calamities, fires, acts of the Almighty, first one thing and then another. Good thing you're not figuring on going in business, Mr. Thurston.
Why so?
Not enough business to go around. Ain't hardly enough for me.
Well, what do? You close up your store when you go on these trips?
Yep, folks will come back. Shut her down another hour every day while I sort out the mail.
Oh, you're the postmaster, too?
Oh, sure, I have been postmaster
Look. Isn't that smoke up ahead there?
Yeah, brush fire. Car parked there aside the road. Now, what in tarnation?
Somebody's fighting it. Over there by the edge of the tree.
That's Gene Fox. He sure can't do much over there. He's on the windward side of it. Lucky it ain't got much of a start yet.
Come on, let's give him a hand.
Got some shovels here in the back. Here. All right, let's go. This way, Mr. Thurston. Over here, Gene. Let's hit it off here in the draw.
Okay, coming over.
All right, Mr. Thurston, let's start working on it along here. Just sling dirt, that's all. Won't be too hard to stop. Another 5 minutes, though, and it'll have been in the trees.
What's that? That line of poles back of the ridge there.
Temporary power line. Supplies all the power for the construction work.
I see.
Hiya, Howard. Driving past and seen the brush burning over here.
Good thing you did, Mr. Thurston, Mr. Fox. Come on, Gene, swing dirt.
All right. Some crazy fool threw a cigarette out of a car.
I'd say somebody did a lot more than that.
Huh? What do you mean?
Surprised you didn't notice it, Mr. Fox. Over there, along the edge of the road, there was a strong smell of gasoline.
Nothing like a brush fire to show a man he's got muscles he didn't even know about.
Yeah. With a little more time to get started, it might have been a lot worse than a brush fire.
Figured you smelled gasoline, eh?
No doubt about it, Mr. Crumb. Just who is that fellow Fox?
Gene? Oh, he's the contractor that moves the log drives for the small owners upriver.
Moves them where?
About 20 miles down the river to the McDermott sawmill. Of course, if Marty Hill ever gets the new plant started, all the timber will be handled right here.
And that'll put Fox out of business.
Yeah, reckon it will. He probably will get some kind of a job in the new plant.
Oh, sure.
Looks like we got a hitchhiker waving to us up there.
Yeah. Station wagon stopped beside the road.
Well, can't pass anybody up here in the woods. Bill McDermott.
McDermott?
Fella that owns that small sawmill down the river I just mentioned. Hiya, Bill.
Afternoon, Howard. What might be the chance for a lift into town?
Sure, climb in. This is Mr. Thurston and Mr. McDermott.
Glad to know you. Very glad you came by, Howard. Was beginning to think I'd be stuck there for the day.
Oh, Gene Fox is back down the road. Be along pretty soon.
That's so? You can leave me at the garage when we get into town.
What was wrong, Mr. McDermott? Motor trouble?
Oh, no, just my own carelessness, Mr. Thurston. I simply ran out of gasoline.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks. Nice looking place.
Best general store in Tolosa. Only one, as a matter of fact. Come on in.
Looks like somebody waiting for you on the bench there in front.
Must be an out-of-towner. Everybody here knows this is my day to close up.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
I assume you must be the proprietor of this driving establishment?
Yep, that's me.
My good man, I'm here to save you not only from bankruptcy, but also from... Huh?
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Why, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh.
I can see this is a very happy surprise for both of us, eh?
You need new glasses. Mr. Crumb, this character goes by the name of Zellschmidt. Better lock the cash drawer.
Howdy, Mr. Zellschmidt. Come on inside.
Pagon, I'm resigned to have you turn up in Africa, Asia, or even Australia. But when you follow me to a place like Tolosa, Oregon, that's the last straw.
But I didn't follow you, Mr. Thurston. I'm now a member of the ancient and honorary profession of traveling salesman.
Yeah? Selling what?
The Ahmed Zellschmidt double-headed hatchet.
The what?
Sure. Cuts all, fells all, patent practically applied for. Look.
Funny-looking axe. Head on both ends of the handle.
Cuts with both ends. Every lumberjack in the woods will want one. All you do is swing it.
Pagon, you almost cut your head off.
Uncle Ahmed forgot to give me the instructions.
Well, Mr. Crumb, thanks for the ride.
Now, I think I better look around for a room.
The hotel's right next door.
I'll show you, Mr. Thurston. I was going to check in there myself, only I didn't have any money.
You still don't?
Oh. Mr. Crumb, you wouldn't want to buy a gross of this hatchet, would you? A dozen? One little sample, maybe? Oh, well, I didn't think you would.
Here's your room key, Mr. Thurston. It's number 16. Best room in the house.
Wait, don't tell me that you're the...
Yep, I'm the hotel manager, too.
Wow.
Bye, Mr. Thurston.
It doesn't seem to work, Mr. Thurston. Hey, maybe it's the wrong room.
No. It's number 16.
Huh?
Maybe we try to turn
Why
it
don't you
up.
come in? The door's unlocked.
Hey, there's a girl inside, Mr. X.
Yeah. Well, so there is.
Hello. I'm Elaine. Come on in, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks, Elaine.
Boy, what a luscious little chipmunk.
Pagon.
But. All right, I'm going. You don't have to hint around about it.
I could be in the wrong room, of course.
You're not. I knew you'd get number 16. Out-of-towners always do.
And why are you here?
Oh, a couple of reasons. For one thing, I wanted to tell you not to believe everything you hear.
I seldom believe any of it. What's the other reason?
Let's say I just wanted to size you up.
Oh? And what's the verdict?
I think you might be pretty tough to handle, Mr. Thurston.
Uh-huh.
We'll find out as things develop.
You're not leaving?
Oh, we'll have plenty of time.
You know, only two people could have told you about me. McDermott or Gene Fox.
Well, I know both of them rather well. William McDermott in particular, since he happens to be my father.
Believe me, Mr. Thurston, we'll certainly cooperate with you Forest Service men in every way possible to get to the bottom of this thing. It's just about got me licked, and I'm willing to admit it.
You're in full charge of the construction work? That the setup, Mr. Hill?
That's right, and I'll probably run the plant if we ever get it finished.
Well, the deadline's still 3 months away, Mr. Hill.
A few more of these accidents, and it might as well be 3 years.
Suppose you don't finish, and the plant's sold at auction. Who'll be the most likely buyer?
Oh, I'd say McDermott. Chances are he'd move the equipment down and set it up in connection with his own mill. The rest of us are in up to our necks already.
What's your guess about these accidents, Mr. Hill? If we're still calling them accidents.
Mr. Thurston, I'll give you all the help you want on this, but I'm not doing any guessing. A ranger by the name of Ray Brown made that mistake.
Yeah, you may have something there. You happen to know a man named Gene Fox?
Oh, sure. Fox is the contractor who takes the log drives down the river.
Mr. Thurston.
What's the matter, Pagan?
A big animal or something's moving around out here in the dark. Maybe it's a bear.
What of it? You've got your double-headed axe?
Wrong time of the year for a bear to come down this far.
Well, suppose we have a look. All right, Pagan. Where's this animal of yours?
I think it was over that way. Or maybe this way. I get it all turned around in the country.
Wait.
Hear something?
Yeah. Over to the left. Get down.
Whoever it was must have beat it.
Yeah. Rotten shooting. That light from the door made us perfect targets. Well...
Mr. Thurston, I think they're coming back.
Huh? Steps coming this way, all right.
It's somebody in the path.
Here now, what the tarnation's all this ruckus about?
Oh, it's Howard Crumb.
Discharging weapons in the middle of the night, people hightail it down the path like they was crazy.
Oh? You saw somebody out there?
Yeah, Bill McDermott. Running full speed. Didn't even stop to say howdy. Middle of the night, too.
You're keeping pretty late hours yourself, Mr. Crumb. Even for the storekeeper, postmaster, and hotel manager.
Just you never mind, Mr. Thurston. Gotta get to the bottom of things. Gotta know what's going on. Ain't nobody that's got a better right to know. After all, I'm the constable around here.
now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
Pagon. Oh, come on, Pagon, wake up.
Oh, why, of course, Queen Victoria. I'll be only too glad to be the president of the Bank of England.
Oh, Pagon.
And I will also... What's the matter, Mr. Thurston?
Nothing's the matter, except you've only got 20 minutes to get on the job.
Well, in that case, I'd be better. Job? What job?
The one I talked Marty Hill into giving you. He's the man in charge of building this new plant, remember?
Mr. X, I don't feel so good this morning. I got pains.
Pagon, get out of that bed and start moving. I want you to talk to the workmen on the job. Keep your ears open. Find out if they've got any ideas.
About who's behind this dirty work? It's Mr. McDermott. He's the one who shot at us last night.
Maybe, but if McDermott is in it, he's not in it alone. Then, too, all we have is Howard Crumb's word that McDermott was even around.
Oh. Mr. Thurston, when you fixed up this job, I hope you considered my outstanding capability, my numerous talents.
I took all that into consideration.
Good. Assistant manager maybe at about $200 a week?
Pagon, the job pays 90 cents an hour. Digging ditches.
Hooray, then I'm... Oh, no!
Now, Mr. Thurston, she's quite a project.
Yeah. Nice view of the whole job from here, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, sure is. I come up here every day or so, just to watch other people working.
Not busy yourself right now, eh?
Well, it's off-season for log drivers. And I guess it'll be a permanent off-season when Marty Hill gets the plant operating. A big part of the drive is a 20-mile stretch of river between here and McDermott's mill.
I suppose there'll be some good jobs in the new plant.
Well, I got a little money saved up. I think I'll retire. Great retiring country up here, Mr. Thurston. Fishing, hunting, you know.
Yeah, yes. I did some hunting myself last night.
Any luck?
Not yet. Morning, Mr. McDermott.
Mr. Thurston, Gene. Hi, Bill. Understand you had a little shooting affair last night, Mr. Thurston.
Yes, that's right. You should have stuck around.
What do you mean, stuck around?
They might have had quite a discussion on night hunting. Silhouetted targets and so on.
If you're thinking I was the one behind that gun, Mr. Thurston, you better do some more guessing.
Oh, I thought maybe that was the same gun there on the seat beside you.
I've been taking too many chances for too long. From now on, I'm protecting myself. I'd advise you to do the same. Good day.
Mr. McDermott, I've never stopped doing exactly that.
Yeah, I heard about that shooting last night, Mr. Thurston. You got any ideas?
Better than that, Mr. Fox. I'm pretty sure who did it.
We are.
Hey, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon?
Not only I work my fingers to the bones, but now I gotta look all over the place for something nobody knows where it is. Have you seen Mr. Hill somewhere?
No, Pagon. Matter of fact, I was just going to look for him myself.
I reckon you'll find him at the scaling house over the other side of the ravine. You can walk across on the timber slide. It's not in operation yet.
Thanks, Mr. Fox. What do you want to see Marty Hill about, Pagon?
Everybody says since he's the boss that he's the only one that knows where it is.
Well, what is?
What the foreman sent me to look for. A left-handed shovel.
Watch your step, Pagon. This slide is pretty steep along here.
For me, Mr. X, it's nothing. Did I ever tell you about the time my Aunt Tallulah was a tightrope walker in the circus?
Yeah, you told me.
And she started to...
You told me. Yes.
Oh, I did? Hey, what is this timber slide we're walking on? Looks like a wooden sidewalk up on stilts.
When the plant starts up, the logs will come in at the far end back there, slide across the ravine on this wooden sidewalk, and go on into the plant.
Oh.
Now, what have you found out so far? Anything?
Uh-huh. I'm very glad you asked that. There's one guy down there that claims he... Oh, you mean about this sawmill? Oh, he was talking about a babe he used to know in Sioux City.
Great. That's a lot of help.
Anyway, it was a very interesting thing. He said...
Listen. Huh? Get over the edge there. Hang on to the brace underneath. Hurry up.
Mr. X, what is it?
Logs coming down this slide. Hang on. So the timber slide's not in operation yet. Well, come on, Pagon. That could have been a pretty close shave.
Nothing to it, Mr. X. We hear a noise, so we jump out of the way. Like the time my Uncle Ahmed was a bullfighter.
Pagan, take a look over the side of the trestle.
Huh?
300 feet to the bottom of that ravine.
Huh? Oh.
Pagan! Fine time to faint.
Are you lost, Mr. Thurston?
No, as a matter of fact, I was looking for you, Elaine, among other people.
Really? How did you happen to know where I was?
I saw you tie your horse over here in the trees. Knew you'd be around somewhere. Been hunting?
No, riding. I brought the rifle along in case I ran across anything worth shooting.
Anything or anyone?
Meaning?
That rifle's a little surprising. Judging by the empty cartridges I found, you used a pistol last night.
Well, that's quite an interesting opinion.
Oh, it's more than that, I'm sure of it. Who are you trying to kill, me or Marty Hill?
See that little stump about 75 yards up there at the edge of the path?
Oh, nice shooting, Elaine.
If I ever shot at anyone, I'd hit them, Ken. You can bet on it.
All right. So you meant it as a warning, then. Why?
If I did anything like that, it might be because I like you.
Maybe, but that's not the reason.
I do like you, Ken, a whole lot. That makes it worse.
Worse?
Oh, Ken, I'm scared.
Now, Elaine,
Mr. Thurston, are you all right?
I was.
Uh-huh. I see what you mean.
Fortunate.
I've been looking for you for the last half hour, Mr. Thurston, all over this forest.
Wish I'd known it, Pagan. I could have set a trap in the trail. Why aren't you working?
Oh, I got fired.
I see. How'd you manage it?
I wasn't doing anything.
That I believe.
I was only building a fire to cook some coffee. Trying to keep my body and soul together, you understand?
Oh, sure.
How should I know those little sticks I used marked the place for some kind of a railroad?
Railroad?
Uh-huh.
Railroad, Pagan. You may have dug up the answer to the whole business.
I did? Well, thank you, Mr. Thurston. What did I do?
I think it'd be a pretty good idea if we stop beating around the bush, Mr. McDermott. I'm not trying to frame you for anything you're not guilty of. All I want is some information.
All right, Mr. Thurston. What do you want to know?
Anything you can tell me about the new railroad.
There isn't one yet. Planned to build one over a year ago. Even surveyed the route. Then when this new plant came up, they decided to swing the route around and come in from the north.
I see. Wonder if you'd mind marking that on this map. Both routes, the old one and the new one.
Sure, glad to. It swings up through the canyon, then follows the river.
Where do you plan to get timber after the new plant starts operating?
Then runs due south. We've got plenty to keep going for years. There. Hope you get this straightened out.
I think I'm about to, Mr. McDermott. Thanks. And, don't do any prowling up around Toulouse tonight. This time the gun might be pointed the other way. So that seems to explain McDermott's angle in the thing pretty well, Mr. Crumb. He's been playing detective all by himself.
Well, could be, Mr. Thurston. Should have come to me, though.
He's too hard-headed. And he knew that sooner or later he'd be suspected.
That doesn't explain that daughter of his, you know.
She doesn't need any explaining. Boy, what a dish.
Mr. Crumb, is Gene Fox one of the timber owners?
Nope, you used to be. Sold out a year or so ago. Guess Gene's retired, you might say. Don't do much of anything.
It's got the right idea.
How about you, Mr. Crumb? Do you own any timberland around here?
Well, a little piece here and there. Nothing to speak of.
Oh, even a small tract might be a lot of trouble for a man with as many jobs as you've got.
Don't run 'em myself, Mr. Thurston. Got 'em leased out.
I see. Well, the way things stand now, all I need is one more answer.
Got any idea where to get it?
I think so, at the plant construction office.
Guess nobody's over there this time of night.
Oh, Marty Hill's probably there. He works pretty late. Suppose we go over and find out.
Well, I don't know. I got a lot of things to do.
What things, Mr. Crumb? The store's closed, post office closed. Nobody wants a hotel room.
Well, I ought to do some work on the book.
They'll keep. Come on, Mr. Crumb. Let's go look for that last answer.
I don't think anybody's here, Mr. Thurston. No sign of life.
Well, the light's on, though. Come on.
We going inside, Mr. Thurston?
Any reason why not, Mr. Crumb? Good evening.
Mr. Thurston.
Ken.
Didn't know you had company, Mr. Hill. How are you, Elaine?
Well, she...
I was just passing by, Ken. Stopped in to say hello.
You stopped in for the same reason you've been hanging around here for days, playing detective. Same as your father has.
But I thought Father
Relax, Elaine. He's not involved in this. I got a map here, Mr. Hill. I'd like to ask you a question about it.
Well, if it's anything about the construction here, maybe I can answer it.
You'll notice 2 lines marked there, the proposed routes for the new railroad. The old plan and the new one.
Yeah, that's right.
If your plant here fails and is sold at auction, McDermott will probably buy the equipment and set it up downriver. Chances are, in that case, the railroad will be built on the old route.
No doubt about that, Mr. Thurston, but what are you getting at?
Most of both lines are on public land, but one 7-mile stretch of the old route crosses a private tract. A 7-mile right-of-way might bring the landowner a pretty good price.
But Ken... Oh, nothing.
Wonder if you could tell me who owns that tract, Mr. Hill.
You own that yourself, don't you, Marty?
As a matter of fact, I do. It's too bad you found out.
Look out, Mr. Thurston. He's grabbing an axe.
All right, Hill. Drop it.
Oh, my arm!
I said drop it.
I'd have killed you.
Like you did Ray Brown, eh? All right, Constable Crum, take over.
Glad to, Mr. Thurston. He'll get life, sure as shoot.
You sound pretty sure of that.
Don't know why not. After all, I'm the judge. Come on, Marty.
It's a good thing for him he didn't have one of Uncle Ahmed's double-headed hatchets. He would have killed himself.
Pagan, that's exactly what he did.
Huh?
Anytime somebody starts out to cheat the people who trust him, he's picking up a double-headed axe. And while he's cutting out a profit for himself with one end, he'll cut his own throat with the other. There's no way he can keep from it, because there are 2 things put together exactly alike. A double-headed axe and a double cross.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Let me remind you of something. That everybody benefits when everybody gives to the community fund. Make your contribution now and make it generous. The money you give comes right back to you because the community fund helps make your hometown a better town for you and for everybody in it. Now, thanks for listening, and I'm sure you'll want to hear next week's story called No Greater Evil. For it's packed with suspense and thrills, so I think you'll enjoy it. As usual, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. In a government office in Washington, D.C., a moving picture is being shown to a select group of men. A top-secret film made at heavily guarded radar testing fields in the Arizona desert.
Important test of the electronic brain in this radar-guided airplane is the landing. No personnel was aboard during these shots. The electronic brain performed all functions.
Mr. Thurston, the possibilities of the electronic brain are almost limitless.
Yeah, Colonel. For both good and evil.
Why, what do you mean by that, Thurston?
I just think what might happen if that little device fell into the wrong hands.
The men you see now are some of the foreign scientists brought to this country to work with us in developing this remarkable invention. They, as well as our own experts.
That man in the film. Left at the end of the second road. You know that man?
Why, yes, Thurston. That's Professor Hosmer.
Hosmer?
A famous French scientist now working at the Arizona testing grounds.
Colonel, 3 years ago in France, I was caught in a bombing raid. So was Professor Hosmer. He didn't come out alive.
Well, of course Hosmer's alive, Ken. And his papers, when he came over here, were in perfect order.
Chief, I tell you, I saw his laboratory in Calais blown to bits. His death was never reported for security reasons.
Well, then who's the man you saw in that picture? The one supposed to be Hosmer?
That's just it. I don't know. That's why we got to check on this thing.
Yes, Ken, maybe you've got something there.
The electronic brain is our secret now, for use in peacetime aviation. But if it got into the wrong hands, it could be turned into a terrible weapon for destroying lives instead of saving them.
Ken, you're right.
Okay, then, Chief. I'm heading for Arizona.
Yes?
Well,
What is it you want, please?
they tell me Professor Hosmer lives here. I'd like to see him.
Who are you?
My name's Ken Thurston.
Ken Fit. Come in, please.
Oh, thanks. Well, looks like you're doing some packing. Photographic gear, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, pretty valuable stuff, too. That infrared equipment, for instance.
Mr. Thurston, perhaps you'd care to state your business here?
It's with Professor Hosmer. Maybe I better tell him.
He's not around right now. I'm Jean Alexander, his secretary. I'm sure I can handle it for him.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. I'll stick around till he gets back.
You'll have a long wait, Mr. Thurston. Professor Hosmer died last night.
Well, pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Very. Heart attack. There was nothing his physician, Dr. Brenner, could do to save him. It was a great shock to us.
Yeah, I can see it's still a tough way to talk about it. Took you long enough to tell me. At least I should pay my last respects. Where can I see him?
I'm afraid you can't, Mr. Thurston. According to the wishes of his sister, Evelyn Hosmer, the body has been cremated. The ashes were shipped to her in San Francisco this afternoon.
Oh. Well, thanks anyway. I'd say goodbye, only I think I'll be seeing you again. Quite soon, Miss Alexander.
Will you? I don't think I'd advise you to try it, Mr. X.
Attention, please. Flight 7 for San Francisco, now loading at Ramp 3. Flight 7, now loading at Ramp 3.
Mr. Thurston, wait for me.
Well, what?
Don't go, wait.
Oh, no.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Hey, Gonzalschmidt, what are you doing in Phoenix?
What a question. I'm here to stop you from taking that airplane to San Francisco. What else?
What?
Mr. X, it's positively official. The chief sent me.
That yarn's wearing thin, Pagon. Better get another.
But the chief did send me, Mr. Thurston. He learned that some professor kicked the bucket, so you didn't have to go hunting for him no more. And won't you back in New York?
Well, you'll have to wait a while, Pagon. I've got to help the poor bereaved sister, Professor Hosmer, bear up under her sorrow when she receives his ashes.
Huh? The chief won't take that for an excuse.
Well, I think he will, Pagon, when he remembers that electronic brain and the fact that our files show Hosmer hasn't got a sister.
Mr. Thurston, why are we flying to San Francisco? It's the wrong direction. New York is on the west coast.
If you don't think this is the right direction, ask Miss Jean Alexander.
You mean that cute little cookie sitting up the head there?
Yeah. See you later, Pagon.
Mr. Thurston!
Hello, Miss Alexander.
I was wondering if you were going to annoy me, Mr. Thurston.
If you want me to say that he stops annoying you, Jane.
That won't be necessary, Dr. Brennan. He's going away.
Dr. Brenner. Oh, yes, Professor Hosmer's position.
Well?
Must have bothered you quite a bit to sign his death certificate, or did it?
Rest assured, Thurston, there was nothing wrong with that diagnosis. I'd stake my reputation on it. A post-mortem would easily bear me out.
A pretty safe bet, isn't it, Doctor? I never have heard of a successful autopsy on a pile of ashes. Now, Pagon, you stay here while I go to see Evelyn Hosmer. If Dr. Brenner drives up and starts shooting, just holler, and I mean holler.
Don't you worry about the thing, Mr. Thurston, Albert. Huh?
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, you know me?
But of course. I have been expecting you. Come in, won't you?
I never refuse a lady's invitation when it's backed up by a cold automatic.
You are very sensible, Mr. Thurston. The living room is that way. You will go first, please.
I see your brother got here all right, Miss Hosmer.
You are referring to the urn containing his ashes, no doubt. It arrived quite safely.
Oh, so did that projection machine. For picture slides, isn't it?
Part of my dear brother's photographic equipment.
What's it doing here?
You do not have to answer that, my dear.
Hello. When did you come in?
A moment ago, my dear Thurston. But before we continue this conversation, you have seen my gun, no doubt. Lest you are tempted to indulge in foolish heroics, please turn your back to me.
Why not?
Thank you, Mr.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
My dear Evelyn, that's nothing for you to be alarmed about. I'm your dear dead brother, Professor Hosmer.
Brother?
I've merely dropped in to collect my ashes.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. It's a few minutes after the startling appearance of Professor Harzma in the apartment of his sister Evelyn. Ken Thurston is just starting to come.
Wake up, Mr. Thurston. Please wake up. Why do you have to lie there like a dead corpse?
Pagon.
That's right, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon. Where are the others?
That Evelyn Harsma came running downstairs a few moments ago with her grandfather, so I came running up and found you out like a dark light.
Yeah. Only that grandfather was Professor Hosmer.
But he's dead.
The real professor, yeah. He died in Calais 3 years ago. The man you saw was his half-brother.
Oh.
He came over here on the dead professor's papers and wangled his way into the electronic brain project.
Huh?
He was once suspected of selling military secrets to the enemy. Could be he's still at it.
Oh, corpses, half-brothers, electrical brains. Mr. Thurston.
Look there. See the metal tag on that projection machine?
Tag? Oh. Patterson's Golden Gate Photo Service?
Yeah. That's where we're going to answer your questions.
Thurston, there's no lights in the picture shop. Nobody home.
Patterson's delivery truck parked out there. So he's probably around somewhere. Try this back door. Come on.
It's dark like the inside of coal here.
This flashlight will help.
Look at this place. What a mess. Cameras. Hey! Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, that's Evelyn Hosmer.
Oh. But who did it? And why was she killed here?
Maybe that projector will tell us. Looks like she was operating when she was shot. Still a transparency in the film holder. Let's see.
Look. There's a picture on the screen. It's that luscious little lady who was on the plane with us.
Yeah, so it is.
And look at that lovely bathing suit she's wearing. Mr. Thurston, did you have to turn off this light so soon?
Let's switch on another one, Pagar. This one.
Huh? What's that?
An infrared tube attached to this projector. And I have an idea. Let's see.
Double feature's no good, Mr. X. This one's got nothing but squares and lines in it with funny figures.
That's an infrared photo of a blueprint, Pagar. A blueprint of part of the design of the electronic brain.
It is?
Yeah. Pasted between two identical ordinary transparencies. Takes infrared light to show it up.
Imagine that.
Hosmer made infrared photos of all the plans, then cooked up a fake death to clear himself of any suspicion. And the urn contained negatives instead of ashes. A perfect way to ship him safely.
It wasn't so safe for that Sister Evelyn.
She wasn't his sister. Just someone they'd hired, because she had the same name, to help him tripping up anyone who got suspicious and might have checked on him. Yes?
Mr. Thurston. Mr. Thurston, somebody's coming in the front door.
Yeah, quiet. Okay, I've got the negative. Now to the back door fast. Shh.
Oh, that fool. There's nothing in the machine. Hello, this is Brenner. I'm at the shop. There's no negative in that projection machine. All right, I'll look around. We haven't any time to waste. I'll drive the truck over as soon as I make a final check.
Okay, Pagon, I've heard enough. Let's go.
That's all right.
Pagon, I'm going to get into the back of the Patterson Company's truck. There's a chance I'll be hitchhiking a ride to where Hosmer is and the plans.
What am I supposed to do?
Call the chief. Tell him to send out a coast-wide arrest order for Hosmer and Brenner on a charge of espionage. Now, beat it.
Okay, Mr. Thurston, you can depend on it.
Yeah. No, it's too dark in here to see, but that perfume tells me I've got company in this truck. That right, Miss Alexander?
Yes, that's quite right. Won't you sit down and make yourself comfortable, Mr. X?
Go on, Jean.
Can Professor Hosmer plan this fourth step to protect himself from enemies? Foreign agents who'd known him overseas. They were after him because of his knowledge of the electronic plane mechanism. And I think Dr. Brenner is one of those enemies.
That's why you followed into the photo shop and hid in this truck?
Yes, I've got to find out the truth. For Professor Hosmer's sake.
What about me? How do you think I fit into the picture?
I'm not sure, but as long as we're both trailing Dr. Brenner, I'm willing to work with you. After that, Wait a minute. I think he's stopping at last.
Yes.
Ken, what if Brenner comes back here before we get out?
And somebody's liable to get hurt. We'll know in a minute. Looks like he's gone. Come on, G.
Fog out here. It's so thick you can't see 5 feet away. Where could we be?
An hour out of San Francisco. All this fog, surf, and the smell of pines. We could be somewhere near Half Moon Bay.
Quite right.
Professor Hosmer.
We are at Half Moon Bay. Unfortunately, the fog prevents you from seeing it, but I can tell you that it's a beautiful place in which to live. And even a beautiful place in which to die.
Have you had any luck with those ropes, Ken?
Not yet. It's so dark in this room, I can't even see if there's anything around that might help.
Do you think he'll keep us in this old house very long?
I doubt it. The films are no good to him until he gets them out of the country somehow to sell. If we... Listen.
What's that?
Shortwave radio set in the next room. Now listen.
Do you know what it means, Ken?
Yes, listen. Yeah. Rendezvous. South American freighter. Down the coast. At a place they're calling CR.
CR?
Yeah. He signed off.
And he's made his contact. He won't need us anymore.
Looks like it. Our only chance is to get out of these ropes before...
Ken, who is this?
Easy, Gene, easy.
Mr. Thurston.
There you go.
Mr. Thurston, then you are here.
How'd you... Oh, never mind. Save it for later. Get out your knife. Cut these ropes.
It's as good as done. You realize, of course, Mr. Thurston, I couldn't leave you on the perch that way. So I followed you. Believe me, that taxi cost a fortune. There.
Good. Now cut jeans.
Ah, the cute cook in a bathing suit. A pleasure.
What did the chief say when you called him?
When I called who?
So you didn't call him. I might have known.
But, Mr. Thurston, that Dr. Brenner was driving the truck right away. You wouldn't want me to desert me.
Come on. They came from the next room. Stay behind me, Jean. Well.
Professor Hosmer. Dead.
Yeah. Brenner didn't miss.
Brenner?
Sure. Hear that car? He's beating it. Come on, Pagon. We're going after him.
Sure. My taxi.
But, Ken, with all that fog out there, how can you tell where he's going?
That's not too tough, Jean. He's going to meet a South American freighter at a rendezvous called CR. Pagon, the Cape Cedar Lighthouse.
And you think that Brenner the Good is out here?
It figures. Down the coast from Half Moon Bay, CR for Cape Cedar, and there's his car. Yeah. Look out to sea. There, where the wind's lifting the fog.
You mean that little light out there? Blinking on and off?
Yeah. The freighter is signaling its position. And there, up in the tower, an answering light. That's where Brenner is. Come on, Pagon.
But, Mr. Thurston, we haven't got any guns. And he likes to shoot people. Why don't we go back to Half Moon Bay and join that lovely gin?
Quiet. We're going into this lighthouse.
There's no lights in here, except from the top of the place.
Yeah. The light tower. And that's where Brenner is.
Where's the lighthouse keeper?
This is an automatic light. Come on. Up the stairway.
But it's 2 stories high up there. I get dizzy in high places. A kleptomaniac, you understand? Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Who is it? Who's down there?
It's him. It's him. He's seen us.
Who's there, I said?
It's Thurston, Brenner.
Thurston?
That's right. I'm coming after those films.
You're wrong, Thurston. You'll never live to get them. You're a fool, Thurston. You can't climb those stairs and live. All right, you asked for it. You're mad, Thurston. Go back. All right, you've had your last chance. This time you're close enough so I can't miss.
Mr. Thurston!
So you wouldn't listen to me. All right, you see how you got paid off. You were a sucker, Thurston. You... No. No, you can't. That bullet struck home. I know it did. Thurston!
3 shots at Hosmer. 3 at me. Count 'em, Brenner. That gun of yours is empty. All right. Now let's have those films.
No. No, I've got an ace up my sleeve. The sea ladder out on the light walk.
Come back here, Brenner. You'll never make it down the ladder in that wind.
You haven't won yet, Thurston.
Brenner, that ladder's as slippery as ice. You can't make it.
Goodbye, Thurston. I've taken the last trick after all, like. Thurston! My foot slipped. Help, I'm going to fall. I'm going to...
Yeah. The last trick, Brenner. The very last.
Mr. Thurston! Mr. Thurston! Oh, there's blood on your sleeve.
No, I'm all right.
Oh, the Dr. Brenner. What happened to him? Where'd he go?
Into the sea, Pagon.
Then he's gone for good. And Professor Hosmer is gone, too. Ha! Nobody else left for us to worry about.
Oh, no, Pagan.
Huh?
As long as there are men on Earth like Hosmer and Brenner, there's plenty to worry about. It's not the film they killed for that matters. It's a more tragic film. The greed that covers the eyes of men like that. Blinded them to the fact that peace is the salvation of mankind. They've got to be made to see that. All of them.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Written in the Sands. It's packed full of excitement and mystery, and I think you'll like it. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return without a cold as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. And so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Ken Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there's mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And it is this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaire's in millions of American kitchens have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. No one else can make a Frigidaire. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Ken Thurston, care of the Bureau, and so on. Imperative you come to Algeria immediately. My assistant, Benali Yassaf, will meet you at Nadig. In old Roman ruins here have found thing we talked of once in Casablanca. Believe the peace of the entire world may be threatened if this thing falls into the wrong hands. If you fail to find me, then look for Gala. And it's signed Dr. Webb. Well, Chief?
Well, what's he mean, Ken? Thing we talked of once in Casablanca.
It's something he was planning to look for in Algeria after the war. He was in British Army intelligence then, but he had been an archaeologist.
Yes, but what the Sam Hill could be buried in an old Roman ruin that had threatened the peace of the world?
I don't know, Chief. But Webb thinks it was plenty important for him to find the thing before anybody else did.
Ken, I know Webb's a friend of yours, but I don't see how this affects us, the Bureau.
Chief, a lot of the food for all France comes out of Algeria.
Yes, Ken, you're right.
With Europe starving and this country trying to help feed them, no time to have any supply of food cut off. And one thing we don't need in this shaky world is another hot spot like Palestine.
But, Ken, Algeria, that sounds pretty far-fetched.
Sure it does. Sounded the same way in 1914. About a little town in Serbia. But in the next 4 years, because of that town, over 100,000 Americans died. Chief, I'm going to Algeria.
But it is no more than a day and a half since I sent you the message from Ain Sefra. Truly, Thurston Effendi, you have come with the speed of the wind.
Is, Dr. Webb here in Nadi?
No, Effendi. Our camp is on the desert by the old ruins of Timbuk, 10 kilometers from town. I have camels waiting to take us there.
Good. Then let's get started.
Well, you are a man of quick decision. I believe Dr. Webb counts on that. Come with me, Effendi.
Oh, I say there, this is a bit of a surprise.
Huh?
Thought I heard a plane come in. Hope you'll pardon my barging in. Bit unusual, you know, two foreigners in Nadig.
Yeah, I see what you mean. My name's Ken Thurston.
Llewellyn, George Llewellyn. Happy to know you, old boy. Over from London?
No, from the States.
An American, I say, you are a long way from home.
Well, we both are.
Oh, I live up in Algiers. I run an export business. I say, suppose we crack open a bottle of something. Nothing else to do here, you know.
I'd like to, but we're just leaving for the Timbuk ruins.
Oh, now, really can't do that. It's nearly dark. Man might run into this Arab bandit who's been prowling around. What's his name? Colomb Bechar.
Colomb Bechar?
You seem to have heard of the man yourself.
Oh, even the vultures have heard of him. But you are mistaken in two things, Effendi.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
Colomb Bechar is not an Arab. He is a Kabyle from the hill country.
Oh.
Nor is he a bandit. He is something a great deal worse.
Oh, now, son of 1,000 devils. This here way stop, brother of a turtle. Oh, now, up! Thurston Effendi, we have arrived.
Yeah, something's gone wrong at this camp, yourself. Look at that tent.
Why, yes, the ropes are cut. It lies up on the ground.
My word, appears somebody's really made a mess of things around here. Dr. Webb! Dr. Webb!
Never mind, Mr. Llewellyn. Webb won't answer.
Oh, I say.
Hold the flashlight, yourself.
Oh, I say.
Wheresoever a man may be, death shall overtake him, though he hide in lofty towers. Mechtub, it is written.
Only in Webb's case, it was written on his back with a bronze knife. Oh. Ever seen one like this before?
Yes, Thurston Effendi. Such knives are made by the people of the hill country, the Kabyles.
That's what I thought. Seen them in bazaars in Tangier and Tunis.
Wicked-looking little instrument.
By the way, yourself, you're not an Arab, are you?
No, Effendi. I am a Kabyle.
Halt, monsieur. You will please not to move.
Oh, I say now, really, this is too much.
Do not move in the name of the Republic.
So that's it.
Oh, the Foreign Legion.
Now, Captain, all is well. I have them covered.
Now, go, gentlemen. I order you hold and desist in the name of the Great White Father in Paris.
Pagan Zelschmidt, on now.
Whatever's going on has got to stop immediately. Mr. Thurston.
Nice uniform, Pagan. Where'd you steal it?
But I didn't. I only bought... Detachment. Retire 10 paces and look for clues or something.
Oui, mon capitaine. I shall keep everyone covered.
That's a cheerful prospect.
Mr. Thurston, you gotta help me shake this little character. He thinks I'm a captain, and he's not only follows me around like a bloodhound, he's also a nuisance.
Well, why don't you let him be captain a while?
Why, because say, maybe I could. It's very stupid. Hey, you, look, I want to talk to you.
Well, yourself, with Dr. Webb gone, I'd better try to find Dalla now.
Dalla?
Oh. The name seems to be familiar.
Seems I've heard of a dancer by that name. A girl up in Algiers.
Dalla, Effendi, is the most beautiful girl in North Africa.
Maybe I ought to go to Algiers.
Good idea, and if you have an extra seat in the plane, I'd like to go along with you.
Okay, I'm ready, Mr. Thurston. Let's go to Algiers.
Pagan, what in blazes did you do with your clothes?
Oh, I sold them for 10 francs. I told you he was stupid.
Merci, Monsieur Zelschmidt. Think of it. I am a captain with 2 uniforms. Brave new world.
And now, Mr. Thurston, if you would be so kind as to lend me one of your extra suits.
What extra suits?
Huh? You don't mean? Oh, no. Mr. Thurston, you can't let me go running around Algiers with nothing on but my ABCs. But, Mr. X, I'll be the laughing stock of Algiers walking the streets in a white nightgown.
Pagan, all the natives wear things like that. Now, get on up to the Kasbah, see if you can locate Dalla. When you find her, come back here to the hotel and let me know where she lives. You got it?
Hanging clear down to the ground, stepping on a hem every 10 feet, and falling flat on my face.
Well, you can stand around if you want until somebody recognizes you. In the Foreign Legion, they only shoot deserters.
Huh? Mr. X, which way is the Kasbah, huh? And so I walked on and on. Mr. X, up one dark, sinister alley after another. Mile after mile through the Kasbah, risking my life, facing terrible dangers on every side.
Pagan, did you find Dalla?
But I'm coming to
Yes
that.
or no?
Oh, I'm disillusioned. All the way back there, I kept thinking you would say, Pagan, you would say, you have risked your life in my service. Here is 1,000 francs.
Pagan, something's been turned loose around here that a pretty smart man thought might threaten the peace of the entire world. I haven't got a lot of time to waste. Did you find out where that girl lives?
Huh? Oh, sure I found out. Mr. Thurston, maybe I could have 200 francs.
All right, it's quicker than trying to bargain with you. Here.
Then maybe only 100 and... Mr. X!
You can faint later. Now, where is she?
Where is she? Mr. X, come with me to the Kasbah.
In just a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Think for a moment how you would design a new electric range. Well, Frigidaire engineers asked for the opinion of hundreds of women just like you. That's how they were able to match your ideas so closely. Knowing you have an eye for beauty, they gave the new Frigidaire electric range modern, free-flowing lines, gave it a finish of sparkling white porcelain and rich chrome, touched here and there with a golden gleam. They knew you wanted speed in your cooking. So this new Frigidaire electric range has radiant tube units that start getting hot the instant you turn the switch. The big oven is so fast heating, it's up to baking temperature in just 5½ minutes. Yes, and Frigidaire engineers knew you'd welcome anything to make cooking easier. So just see all these work-saving features. A deep well cooker that cooks a complete meal. A broiler that's waist high to save stooping. Automatic time and temperature controls.
most exciting of all, an automatic oven control that cooks an oven meal while you're away from home. Actually turns the oven on and later turns it off all by itself. Remember how Frigidaire engineers designed the new Frigidaire electric range to give you all the advantages you want. And remember, you're twice as sure with two great names. For Frigidaire is made only by General Motors. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
I am Dalla, Monsieur Thurston. And before you comment on the unusual combination of brown skin with blue eyes, I might tell you my father was French, my mother a Cabal. Sit down, please.
Thanks. Matter of fact, I was only going to say you're very lovely.
Merci. And is that why you came to see me?
It might have been if I'd known about it before. But let's just say Dr. Webb sent me.
You mean, of course, while he was still alive?
News travels pretty fast in Algeria. You knew him then?
I met him here in Algiers. He was sent to me by a friend.
Did he tell you what he was looking for?
Yes. And they found it. Would have been better if he had not.
Donna, it wouldn't by any chance be the seal of Boucaille.
The seal?
Yeah. And he told me to come to you.
You know a great deal, Monsieur Thurston. Perhaps too much. You have heard everything, Benali?
Yes, mademoiselle. I have heard everything. Good evening, Mr. Thurston.
Well, yourself, I thought I left you in Nadig.
If the wind goes where it wishes, may not a man do the same?
What is to be done, Benali? Do not forget, he's a friend of Dr. Webb.
There is only one course. In the morning, he shall be taken to the hill country.
Maybe I'll make some choice about that myself, yourself.
I have taken the liberty of making the choice for you already.
Oh?
Ismila.
Monsieur Thurston, you have known Benali Yessef as a driver of camels. It is well that you know now he is the chief of all the cabals. Out there in the hills, his word is the law for 1 million people.
I'm beginning not to like this so good, Mr. X. At least 24 hours now we've been prisoners in this little room.
What gives you the idea we're prisoners, Pagan?
If we're not, then why doesn't something happen? Isn't this Yusuf fellow the head boss of all those people? All right, then.
Relax. If Yusuf's right, we won't have to wait very much longer now.
Wait. That's all you have been saying. Mr. Thurston, I think I'm going to scrum out of the joint.
Sure, go ahead. Of course, if you do manage to get out of these hills, you'll probably still be shot as a deserter.
But I didn't join the Foreign Legion. You see, I was on this boat and I got kicked. I disembarked very suddenly at Algiers. Then I borrowed that uniform and started out...
He's arrived first and offended, just as I told you he would. He's out here in the Great Hall now.
All right, Joseph. Let's go.
You have a gun, Effendi?
Yep. Straight ahead.
Yes, come with me, please.
I say to you, the time is now. For 1,000 years we have lain in the hills and waited, shivering before the hearth fires, led by old men with water in their veins. The time is now!
Colombachar! One has come for you, Colombachar.
Well, so the daring Monsieur Thurston has come to the hills, walked into the lion's den.
Hello, Bechar. I'm taking you back to Algiers.
So, you hear this man? He comes to take me a prisoner to Algiers. He comes to destroy your leader, me, who will bear the seal of Boucaille. What say you to that? And what do you say, Monsieur Thurston?
I'm taking you back to Algiers, Bechar.
Men of Kabyle, silence! I am your chief. The light of your own counsel fires, you have made me so. And I say to you that Colombachar lies. He does not possess the seal and never will. His words bring only evil to the hills. Let no hand be raised to help him. This I command you. Yet your prisoner, Mr. Thurston.
Boy, what a highway. 60 miles an hour, this car hems like a billiard table. How much farther to Algiers, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, around 12 or 14 miles, Pagon. Maybe our friend Bechar knows exactly.
Yes, I do. And I would suggest you slow down for this next curve.
What for? It's a cinch. I can do it with one hand tied. Hey, there's a truck parked across the road.
It's a roadblock. Jam on those brakes, Pagon.
This is why I told you to slow down.
Hey, look. A whole gang of stick-ups.
The men with the rifles take their orders from me. I had no intention of going to Algiers, at least not under escort. I'll take your gun now, Monsieur Thurston.
At 10 to 1 odds, I'm not going to argue here.
Merci, monsieur. Au revoir, Effendi.
Not again. Please don't shoot me again. I'll pay you all my money, 100 francs. All right, 200 francs.
Pagon, come out from under that dashboard and shut up.
But I can't, Mr. X. I'm dead. They got me.
Those shots would have smashed the carburetor. From here on, we walk. Let's go.
But...
It's only 14 miles to Algiers.
Oh...
Hello, Darla.
Ken. Monsieur Zelsmith.
Nobody answered the door downstairs, so we came on up. Were you expecting somebody else?
No. Ken, no. I heard someone on the stairs. I did not know who it was.
Oh, I see. Yasef turned Colum Bechar over to us. He escaped while we were bringing him in.
Yes, I know.
That's why we lost no time coming here. One thing we can't do is to let Bechar get a hold of the seal.
The man who holds the seal of Boukail can command the Kabyles to his wishes, Ken.
Yeah. Yes, it's the old symbol of unity in the hill tribes, isn't it? Lost since the days of the Roman conquest. Until Dr. Webb dug it up.
They still believe in it, Ken. They would still follow the seal. The selfish, greedy ones, at least. The others, they would be drawn in.
Yeah. Again, civil war, death, disease, starvation here, and famine in France. And that's what Colum Bechar was planning. That's why he murdered Dr. Webb.
Yes, Ken.
Yes. All right, Bechar, come out of there with your hands up. You're covered.
The situation seems to be reversed again, Monsieur Thurston.
Permanently this time.
Ken, I tried to think of some way to tell you he was hiding here.
Yeah, I got the idea. All right, search him, Pagon.
Well, I'll be only too glad.
Oh, no, you don't.
Look out, Darla.
If you shoot, you kill her. I'm getting out of
here.
here.
Let me go.
You haven't got a chance.
Let me go.
All right, I will let you go.
He knocked her out, Mr. X. I got away.
Look, see anything out of the window?
I don't know. No? Nothing yet.
Oh, it's all right, Darla. Take it easy.
Okay.
Hey, there he goes, Mr. Thurston.
What did I shoot?
No, Pagon. He didn't get away.
Was there? He's in there?
Yes, Darla.
Oh.
Pagon, go down and find the commanding officer. Tell him I'll talk to him later.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. And say, what about that George Llewellyn guy, too?
Oh, he's just an old busybody with too much time on his hands.
You mean, I mean that...
On your way, Pagon. How do you feel, Dan?
All right now.
Why'd you do it? Why'd you risk your life to get mixed up in this thing?
Ken, I could not let Bechar have the seal. It is here, you know. Dr. Webb, he gave it to me. There was no one he could trust. He was afraid to keep it in camp.
Yeah, I thought you had it. There wasn't any other reason for Webb telling me to find you. But there's more to it than that, Della.
I told you my mother was a Kabyle, Ken. The hill people, they are my people. They have found a way of life that is good. They've learned to raise crops and sheep, to sing in the village at night. Colum Bechar would have given them only the sound of war in place of that. I have heard those sounds, Ken.
Yes, so have I. You said the seal was here, Della.
Yes. I hid it here in the charcoal brazier. There. It holds too much power for any man to destroy it.
Carved in obsidian, inlaid with gold. Huh? That's all there is to it. And a thing like that is the price of death.
The price of peace is even higher, Ken. I paid it.
What do you mean?
Colum Bechar was my brother.
The price of peace. How many times will that price be paid? How often has the world said never again and solemnly written the words in the sand? And how many times has the world stood by while the storm blew the words away? Must they always be lost? Forgotten? Are they being forgotten again? Now?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, the new Frigidaire automatic washer, electric dryer, electric ironer, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories. Our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Friends, there are millions of people in this world who need food. Men and women and children who must have food if they are to go on living. So let's all of us do all we can to help them by saving wheat and saving meat. Now, next week, our story is called Journey to XENOPHON. And if you know where the island of XENOPHON is, well, you're way ahead of me. Anyway, we have a real thriller lined up for you, and Leon Belasco, of course, will be along to complicate matters. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, came to you by transcription and returns next week at this same time over these same Columbia stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Now, Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
Now, just why did you come here to the Bureau, Mrs. Masters?
Because of my son, Mr. Thurston. He lives in Athens, in Greece, where I come from. He write to me he's sick, bad sick. He need medicine.
I see.
My friends tell me of a Greek business here. They will send him a wonder medicine. The name I have here.
Streptomycin. Ken.
Yeah, I see, Chief, yeah.
They ask $100. I have only a little money, but I give them. That is 2 months ago. Yesterday, I have a letter. My son is dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The letter also say medicine never arrives. I think there's something wrong, mister. So I go to company today.
What company, Mrs. Masters?
The Cedar Mercantile Company. But the man will not help. Only tell me, come here.
What do you think, Chief?
Ken, the Bureau has a report on 500 units of streptomycin shipped to Athens 60 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was lost overboard while being transferred to another ship near the island of XENOPHON. An unfortunate accident, that's all.
Is it? I wonder what 500 units of a rare drug like streptomycin would bring on the Greek black market.
Oh, probably $500,000. Ken?
Yes, Chief. I'm paying a visit to the Sador Mercantile Company. Pagon Zellschmidt, get your feet off that desk and wake up. Pagon!
No, I'll have your head for waking me up like this. Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston.
What are you doing at the Sador Mercantile Company?
Where? Oh, you mean here? Why, I'm vice president and general manager in charge of mercantiles and things.
Oh, so you're the one who sent Mrs. Mastos to see me, eh?
Of course. I didn't know what she was talking about. Besides, I wanted you to find out about my salary. That big fat man hasn't been back since.
What big fat man?
Well, the one who hired me 3 days ago. He hasn't been back since.
Oh, you said that, yes. Now, were there any phone calls, any mail?
Well, the telephone's unconnected, and the only thing in the mail was this. I opened it accidentally, understand?
Oh, yes, sure. Pagon, this is a shipping invoice. 3 days ago, 1,000 units of streptomycin was shipped air express via Rome to a Dr. Mitter of the General Hospital in Athens.
Dr. Mitter will see you now, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, thanks, nurse. Well,
You seem surprised, Mr. Thurston.
I am. I didn't expect Dr. Mitter to be so feminine.
Someone should have told you the name is Eleanor Mitter. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You wish to speak with me concerning streptomycin and the need for it here at Athens General Hospital?
That's right, dear. What can you tell me about it?
Mr. Thurston, with typhus and tuberculosis sweeping Greece like a plague, our need for it is desperate.
Wasn't 1,000 units shipped air express a few days ago?
Yes, but a special plane bringing it from Rome flew off course. It crashed off the island of XENOPHON yesterday morning. That is why we are desperate.
There's always the black market, Doctor.
Mr. Thurston, there is no black market in streptomycin.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks for the information, Dr. Miller. I'll see if I can scare up some for you. Bye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Thurston. Good luck. Sparta 2573, please. Hello, this is Dr. Mitter. We need 50 more units at once. Yes, the hospital will meet the price. By the way, Mr. Thurston was just here. He might possibly be taking the steamer to XENOPHON. It's also possible that Mr. Thurston is the man called X.
Mr. Thurston, how long do we have to travel on this dirty cattle boat?
Cheer up, Pagon. We'll be in XENOPHON in 24 hours. Now, this should be our cabin.
Uh-huh. Yes?
Hello, you must be Colonel Creighton.
And if I am?
Well, the passenger agent tells us we'll be sharing this cabin.
Miserable arrangement. The idea of a member of the King's personal guard being forced to share his quarters with strangers.
We're not complaining, Colonel. Why should you?
Well, just bear in mind, please, that this enforced proximity does not entitle you to any social amenities. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall leave for dinner.
Well.
What a stuffed shirt. Am I going to tell him a couple of things or two?
Oh, you're sure you are. Now, let's put our bags away. Yeah, come in. Yeah?
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Your pardon for this intrusion. My name is Demetrio Sador.
Mr. Thurston. It's him, the big fat man.
Oh, yes, you recognize me. My girth is difficult to disguise.
You crooked no good, cheating me out of my salary. I'll punch you black and blue.
My apologies, Zellschmidt. Cable from Greece, unexpected business emergency, no time to notify you. Perhaps this bill will suffice for back salary?
That measly little, a C note. $100?
Yes, exactly. Are we still enemies, my dear sir?
Well, how did you ever get such a silly idea, Mr. Cedar? My dearest friend. Now, if there's any little job...
All right, Cedar, let's have it. You didn't come in here just to settle up with Pago.
You have a keen mind, sir. Very keen mind. Now, I came here as a friend to warn you. There's someone aboard this ship, sir, who intends to take your life.
Yeah? What makes you think that?
My sources must remain a secret, sir. However, this much I can tell you. There is no one named Colonel Creighton connected with His Majesty's Guard. And at the moment, the Colonel is dining with a last-minute passenger, the lovely Dr. Eleanor Mitter of Athens. There you have it, sir, my gesture of friendship.
Yeah. You mentioned 2 names as homicidal suspects. How about adding a third?
A third, sir?
Yeah. Demetrio Sedor.
Demetrio... yes, my dear sir. You're quite right. Quite right indeed. Good night, my friend.
Mind sharing part of this rail, Dr. Miller?
The deck is free to all passengers, Mr. Thurston.
Thank you, thanks. Pretty lonely out here at this hour of night, isn't it?
That's why I chose it. I prefer quiet and solitude on the nights before I operate.
You going to operate?
Yes, that's why I'm traveling to Xenophon. The pilot of the plane carrying the streptomycin had his skull fractured in the crash.
There's a funny thing about that crash, Doctor.
Is there?
Yeah, I checked on it. The weather was calm and clear. The pilot reported no mechanical trouble. Too bad if he died during the operation and couldn't tell how it happened.
There are other things more dangerous to human life than a scalpel in the hands of a trained surgeon, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll retire. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Mr. Thurston, we're going to be killed, murdered, even die, maybe.
Now, whoa, Pagon. Who's going to commit all this mayhem?
Colonel Creighton, that's who. I saw him in the cabin just now, cleaning a cannon. Well, anyway, the caliber 88 automatic. He's going to kill us.
No. Get down. All right, Pagon, dig your nose up out of the deck. Whoever it was is gone in the shadows.
Who else could it be but that no good colonel?
Dr. Mitter left in the direction those shots came from.
Huh?
Look over there now. What do you see?
In that darkness? Nothing but a big shadow. Mr. Thurston, it's moving. It's coming towards us.
A pleasant journey, this one to Xenophon, isn't it, Mr. Thurston? Yes, a very pleasant journey indeed.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
Mr. Thurston, why don't we get off this floating cattle car?
Sometimes, Pagon, cargo's a lot more important than passengers. We've got to wait till they're through unloading.
But how come that Dr. Mitter sneaked out ashore?
Special priority. He's got an operation coming up.
Maybe if I play sick, too, we can... Mr. Thurston, look out! Somebody's jumping on us.
Relax. That's nothing but the shadow of the cargo net swinging overhead.
Imagine that. But why do they keep swinging it over our heads all the time?
Ah, my dear Thurston. Viewing the harbor, I see.
That's right, Sador. I was wondering where that plane of yours crashed.
Ah, yes, the unfortunate accident. Notice that mooring buoy in the bay and the ship anchored nearby? That marks the spot.
Looks like that boat has diving tackle rigged on it.
Your eyes are as keen as your brain, sir. Yes, that is a sponge diving boat, one of my fleet, Mr. Thurston.
So you're in the sponge business, too, huh?
Quite right, sir. I find it a dull venture, but quite profitable.
As profitable as selling wonder drugs on the black market?
You joke, of course, sir. No, I do not think the sponge business would be as profitable, but perhaps far less dangerous. That is my answer, sir. A good one, is it not? Yes, a very good one indeed.
What's so good about it? He didn't answer nothing.
That's why it's good, Pagan.
Huh? Well, anyways, with him and Dr. Mitter out of our way, we got nothing to worry about. Hey, Mr. Thurston, that cargo net stopped right over.
Jump, Pig, on the next. Slipping. Come on. Jump.
Mr. X, those crates fell right where we were standing.
Yeah.
They could have smashed the flattened flapjacks. Oh, what an accident.
I wonder if Colonel Creighton had caught it that.
Colonel Creighton?
Standing over there beside the donkey engine.
Mr. Thurston, that engine...
Yeah. It handles the load of cargo that nearly dropped on us.
So, Ken, you've come to the hospital to check up on me.
No, not quite, Eleanor. I want to talk to your patient, the pilot. That is, if he is still alive.
He's alive. The operation was successful. Come, I'll take you to see him. Ken, I hope this will end the suspicions you have. Here we are. This is his room.
Kind of drafty, isn't it?
That stupid nurse left the window open. She knows the patient's vulnerable to pneumonia.
Don't bother, Eleanor. He's not vulnerable to anything now.
What? Ken, it must have been post-operative shock. An embolism.
Yeah. Or that knife sticking out of his chest.
Yes?
Hello, Sado.
Ah, Mr. Thurston. Come in, sir. Come in, please.
Thanks.
A welcome surprise, sir. Most welcome. Though, I must confess I expected you to call.
Yeah, we've got a few things to talk over. Sado, you operate the black markets here in Xenophon. Why not admit it?
Why not, sir? Why not indeed? The airplane pilot is dead. There are no witnesses here. I don't mind speaking frankly.
Oh, good. Then tell me if I've got the record straight.
Certainly, sir.
You have a two-way racket, Sado, selling foreign-born Americans on the idea of shipping streptomycin to sick relatives in Greece. Overcharge them 100%, then seeing that some accident happens, so the drug will end up in your black market.
I said you were a brilliant man, sir. Your deductions are quite sound. But you overlook one little fact.
Do I?
Yes. Both shipments of the drug were lost at sea. I found it impossible to recover them. So you see, we have both lost. I have no drugs. You have no proof of crime. Our little contest ends in a draw.
Okay, Sado, that's that. Looks like I go back to Athens.
And I, sir, return to my sponge diving business. By the way, if you're not familiar with the process, why not drop around tomorrow? I'll take you aboard one of my boats. You might find it interesting.
Maybe I'll take you up on that, Sado. Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night. Well, my dear, did you hear it all?
You always were a talkative fool, Dmitro. Why did you mention the diving?
My dear Eleanor, it pleased me to be apparently frank, yet tell him nothing. Now he will leave Xenophon, and we have nothing further to worry about.
You mean I have nothing further to worry about?
Huh? Does that mean that I have? Don't be foolish, my dear. What could it possibly be?
Just this, Dmitro. Just this.
Mr. Thurston, I don't get it. You rush into the hotel room, rush me down here to go rowing, and don't even tell me what's cooking. What have you been doing, anyways?
Oh, calling on Dmitro Sado and Colonel Creighton.
Look, Mr. Thurston, I won't ask you about Colonel Creighton. Not even about that no-good Sado. Just answer me one thing, please. Why are we rowing in the middle of the ocean in the middle of the night, huh?
Pagon, we're going to dive for sponges. Hello. Hello, Pagon. How do you hear me?
Oh, clear like a shell, Mr. Thurston. Never believe you were 40 feet under the water. I hope that diving suit doesn't start leaking on you.
Don't you worry about keeping that air pump going.
Hey, there's a speedboat coming over here.
Speedboat? You see who's aboard?
In the darkness? Who knows? Maybe it's that Colonel Creighton or maybe, well, what do you know? Look who it is, Mr. Thurston.
How can I look, you idiot?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, it's nobody for you to worry about. Just that pretty little pill peddler, that Dr. Mitter.
Hello there. Is that you, Mr. Zellschmidt?
That's right, Mr. Mitter. That's right, Doctor. Welcome on board.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Thurston, where is he? I must speak with him at once. The air pump. The diving equipment is working all right, Zellschmidt.
Dr. Mitter, he got a gun. You, Mr. Thurston.
My hand is over the transmitter. He can't hear you, nor could he hear the sound of shots.
Of shots?
Move backwards quickly, please, and stay there. Ken? Ken, do you hear me?
Eleanor, what are you doing aboard?
I followed you from your hotel, Ken. I have important news.
Oh?
You were right. There is a black market here in streptomycin. Dmitro Sador is behind it. But if you're diving out here, you know his plan.
Yeah, that's right, Eleanor. Had his agents dump the drug into the sea to make the accidents look legitimate. Then he'd recover it with his sponge divers.
As you're trying to do now. Ken, I was so worried about you. Keep your distance, Zellschmidt.
Okay.
The streptomycin's right below the boat, Eleanor. Well marked. Any diver can get it in the morning and have it hauled up in the sponge net. So my work's almost over for the night. Ask Pagon to put in the lines, will you?
First, darling, I think you should know something. Dmitro Sador had a partner. I was working with him.
Were you, Eleanor?
But my percentage of the prices the hospital was paying was hardly enough. Now that Sador is dead, all the profits shall be mine.
Sador dead?
Yes, darling, yes. I disposed of him, as I did with the pilot, and as I'm going to do with you.
Pretty confident, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be? Flick of a switch, the gas motor stops, the air pump doesn't run. You'll find it rather difficult to breathe down there with your air supply gone. It's too bad it has to end this way, darling. Bye.
Dr. Mitter, the air pump, it stopped. Oh, Mr. Thurston,
Yes, Zellschmidt, and now it's your turn.
No, you can't do this to me. You, Mr. Thurston, help! She's going to shoot. Help, Mr. Thurston!
You fool, he can't help you now. He's dead.
Hello, Eleanor.
You?
Better get our gun, Colonel.
Let me have it, Doctor. All right, Thurston.
You? Alive? Colonel Creighton?
Colonel Creighton of the Greek Intelligence Service, Doctor.
I knew it all the time, especially after he helped me arrange things on this boat. You made a mistake, Dr. Mitter, not seeing the telephone wire going into the cabin.
No, Pagon. Her mistake was in renouncing a doctor's oath for a handful of money. She's going to pay for that mistake. Yes, and that goes for all the others who renounce principles for the sake of money. Someone said it long ago. It went like this. What is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called Report from the Arctic. And I think you'll like it because it's one of the most absorbing stories I've seen in a long time. Leon Belasco, of course, will be along as usual in the role of Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed by Johnny Green and conducted tonight by Al Sandry. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Oh, good morning, Ken. Been trying to locate you.
Yeah, that's what Miss Brooks said, Chief. I told her to go ahead and put that call through.
Oh, good.
Any idea what it's all about?
No, he wouldn't talk to anybody but you. And he sounded pretty excited. Who is he, Ken? I never heard of him.
Dr. Kupczynski, a scientist, Chief. Meteorologist. I met him a number of years ago. He's been up to the Arctic for the last 18 months or so in charge of an expedition.
Well, he's back now. He phoned from up the coast at Plymouth.
Plymouth, eh?
I can't figure any reason he'd have for calling us.
Nor can I, Chief, but I do know it takes something out of the ordinary to get Kupczynski excited. Wondering if this ties in with some of his theories.
What theories, Ken?
Well, he's thought for a long time that the Arctic region had possibilities of being kind of overlooked.
You mean as a strategic area?
Oh, more than that. He's always claimed that this frozen north idea is all wet. That actually the country up there has enough natural resources to support big industry. Colonization. Matter of fact, that's the reason it...
Just a second, Ken. Yes, Miss Brooks?
I have Mr. Thurston's call to Plymouth now.
Oh, fine. Here he is, Ken.
Thanks. Ken Thurston speaking.
This is Dr. Kupczynski, Mr. Thurston.
How are you, Doctor?
Mr. Thurston, you must come up here immediately.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Well, as you may know, we arrived back here from the Arctic this morning.
Uh-huh.
When I prepared to disembark, I discovered that all of our reports, all the data from a year and a half's work had disappeared.
Oh?
Furthermore, my geologist, Dr. Roberts, was found dead in his cabin. Mr. Thurston, I've not been able to determine the cause.
No. All right, Doctor. Where'll I find you?
I'm on board the Argonaut, berthed at the Old North Dock in Plymouth Harbor.
Okay. See you in about 4 hours. So long, Doctor.
Well, what's the story, Ken?
I'll know better after I've seen him.
Well, now wait. Maybe we don't even figure it is.
Nobody kills a man and steals scientific reports just because of the paper shortage.
Yes, but Ken...
So long, Chief. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Thurston?
Get me a plane reservation to Boston right away. I'll pick it up at the field. And have a car waiting the other end.
Yes, sir.
In case you want me later this evening, I'll be on board the Argonaut at Plymouth Harbor.
Plane to Boston, car there, Plymouth this evening. All right, Mr. Thurston.
All right. See you later.
But, I mean, you're not going to be out of town over Thanksgiving, are you?
I don't know. Why?
Well, I just wondered.
Oh. You're wearing your hair different, aren't you?
Well, yes, I am. I didn't think you'd notice.
Nice. I'll call you from Plymouth. So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Hey, wait for me, Mr. Thurston.
Hey, Gonzalesman, how many times have I told you...
Don't say it, Mr. Thurston. You'll only be sorry if you do.
I will I?
Because, after all, I only came here to invite you to lunch.
To what?
Oh, sure, I found a new place. Luscious food, wonderful martinis.
No, I've got to catch a plane. Some other time, maybe.
I would...
thanks anyway, Pagan.
But in this case, maybe you could loan me $5 so I... Mr. Thurston, wait! Oh, well. Wait a minute. Miss Brooks, what did you say was the name of that boat?
Hello? Anybody aboard? Laboratory C. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Never mind. Come on in.
Thanks. I was looking for Dr. Kupczynski.
Well, I'm not he.
Well, no. You're Miss,
Caldwell. Dr. Caldwell.
Oh, well, my name's Ken Thurston. Miss Caldwell?
Apparently you're one of those men who objects to a woman becoming a scientist.
Oh, no, I never object to any becoming woman.
All right, I'm sorry I was rude, Mr. Thurston. Dr. Kupczynski's ashore somewhere. He's due back any time now.
Thanks. Don't let me interrupt what you're doing there.
The microscope? Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I was running a flow gene count. I'll have to start over again anyway.
You've got a nice laboratory here.
Yes, it is. I'm a little tired of looking at it, though, after 18 months.
Oh, you one of the members of the expedition?
Official bacteriologist. I've worked with the Stedman Institute for the last 5 years.
Stedman, that's the layout that financed this trip, isn't it?
Yes. It's located here in Plymouth, a few blocks up on Water Street. I think that's where Dr. Kupczynski went.
Anybody else on board?
Oh, just the photographer, I believe, George Smith. Most of the scientists and the crew live here. They were anxious to get ashore.
Yes, except, of course, Dr. Roberts.
Yes. His death was most unfortunate.
Any idea what caused it?
I think you'd better discuss that with Dr. Kupczynski, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, I intend to. By the way, did Roberts have a laboratory of his own?
Yes, it's on the other side of the deck.
I see. Well, I'd better not bother any longer, Miss Caldwell. Maybe Dr. Kupczynski can come back by now.
Mr. Thurston, is there any special reason why you refuse to call me Dr. Caldwell?
Oh, sure, very special reason. Anybody can be a doctor, but only one person out of every 2 can be a woman. See you later, Miss Caldwell.
Hey, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagon, no.
Well, I've decided you will most likely need me up here, so I won't take no for an answer.
You never have yet.
Of course, I didn't want to intrude while you were making woo with that luscious little damsel.
Pagon, that luscious little damsel is a learned scientist.
Oh, she is?
Yes. In fact, the only one I've ever known learned enough to be able to use a microscope without attaching the eyepiece.
Shelves full of all kinds of bottles. Little hammers, steel plates. Hey, this is a very funny-looking joint, Mr. X.
It's a geology lab, Pagon. Dr. Roberts used these hammers and plates to break up rock samples so he could look at them under the microscope here, you see?
But why would the doctor want to break up rocks?
Different kind of doctor.
Oh.
Roberts was a geologist.
Oh.
Move over. You're standing in the light.
Oh. Hey, can you see anything yet through that little microphone?
Oh. I wonder if that...
Maybe we ought to blow out of here, Mr. X, before this Roberts guy comes in and catches us.
Wait a minute now. Sure, so that's it.
What's it?
Coal dust.
You mean like they burn in furnaces? Is that all?
That's all. But it may be enough.
Good. Well, then why don't we scram before...
Pagon, you can forget about Dr. Roberts. He was found dead in this room this morning.
Oh, well, in that case, we don't... Dead in this room? Now, I know I'm going to get out of here, but...
All right, you're both covered. Don't move.
Mr. Thurston, it's a ghost.
No, Pagon. I think it's just a photographer. You, George Smith?
Yeah, that's right. Suppose you give me a good reason for breaking into Robert's lab?
Oh, I got a good reason, Mr. Smith, but I think I'd rather tell Dr. Kupczynski.
Then why didn't you tell him in the first place? He's up forward in his cabin.
Good. Let's go make sure he's alive.
Huh? Any reason why he shouldn't be alive?
Well, but then, when you come right down to it, there's no reason why Dr. Roberts shouldn't be alive.
And so I really must apologize again for the way Smith acted, Mr. Thurston. But you can understand how overwrought all of us are.
Oh, sure, Dr. Kupczynski. Forget it.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. I've just talked with Dr. Stedman at the Institute. He has the results of the autopsy.
What did he find out?
Dr. Roberts was poisoned with cancidine.
Cancidine? Pretty unusual poison for an amateur to know about.
Well, this whole thing is unusual, Mr. Thurston.
Do you know of anything especially valuable that Roberts may have discovered on the trip?
I couldn't say. We each worked separately, took notes and data in our own branch of science. Dr. Roberts was not a very talkative man.
He collected rock samples, specimens, didn't he?
Oh, yes. They're stored in canvas sacks in the hold. They're useless without aerial maps, notes, data sheets. Those were all stolen with the rest of the report.
Would you say the expedition itself was a success?
Oh, beyond my wildest hopes, Mr. Thurston. Why, there's a whole new frontier up there.
Well, this overcrowded world could use a new frontier.
Yes, indeed. There are vast areas for agriculture, fishing grounds, water power, all kinds of possibilities. And it's ours, our country's. Or was, until these reports disappeared.
I know. Whoever has them could get a pretty fancy price for them from some other country, eh?
Yes.
And with Dr. Roberts poisoned.
That is what has been uppermost in my mind. What's that?
Let me in quick, Mr. Thurston. Somebody's shooting at somebody out there in the deck.
See anybody, Pagon?
That shooting was someone on board.
Why, Dr. Caldwell.
That woman, Mr. Thurston.
Wait a minute. Quiet, everybody.
Mr. Thurston, somebody's coming.
Quiet, will you? All right. Come on in. You're covered.
Oh, Thurston. They say we both have guns now.
Smith.
Mr. Smith.
What's all the shooting about, Smith? Stop shaking, man. You're as nervous as a cat.
I saw somebody coming out of my photo lab.
The poisoner.
I fired a couple of shots, but he got away. The lab's been turned inside out.
You didn't see who it was?
I'm not sure. He looked an awful lot like Dr. Stedman.
What?
Oh, no.
Stedman, huh? The head of the institute.
Everybody around here is doctor. Dr. this and Dr. that, but nobody's a real one.
If you mean a medical doctor, Mr. Zellschmidt, then Dr. Stedman does happen to be a real one. He's quite a well-known toxicologist.
Taxi what?
Pagan? A toxicologist is a man who specializes in the study of poison.
Continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Returning this morning from a year and a half's work in the Arctic, the scientists aboard the Argonaut found ill fortune awaiting them in Plymouth Harbor. The geologist of the expedition, Dr. Roberts, was found dead from poisoning, and all of the expedition's reports have disappeared. Now Lieutenant Pagan and Dr. Chukchinsky are on an expedition of their own down in the dark hold of the vessel.
That makes 14 sacks we've opened already, Mr. Thurston. And what do we find? Rocks.
Pagan, that's exactly what I expected to find. Now, drag the next one over.
It's just as I feared, Mr. Thurston. These sample sacks are identified only by code numbers. They're useless without Dr. Roberts' report.
Maybe not entirely useless, Dr. Krupinski. View of what I found in Roberts' laboratory.
Hey, this one is not as heavy as the rest of them.
Huh? Let's have a look. Hold the flashlight, Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, now we got black rock.
But that looks like...
Yeah. Looks like anthracite coal.
Right. That's the most valuable discovery of the whole expedition. Coal. Available for heat, power, smelting. As it is now, we know nothing of its location.
A little hard to understand why you didn't know about this sooner, Doctor. Weren't you in charge of the expedition?
Yes, but each of us worked individually, and each was to make his separate report to Dr. Stedman here at the Institute. My own particular field is meteorology. Dr. Caldwell's bacteriology, and so on.
And Roberts worked by himself?
Exactly. He flew one of the helicopters, took his own notes and samples, made his own maps. None of us had any idea.
Wait, quiet.
Yes?
I don't hear anything, Mr. Thurston. Just water dripping.
You be quiet. Behind these boxes, somewhere about here.
Sounds like a little clock.
Here. Grab the other side of that box. Now.
Right.
Mr. Thurston, look.
Yeah. An electric circuit and a timer.
It's connected to that drum of gasoline. Those briefcases beside it, the reports.
Just a second. Wait till I disconnect this. Is the Roberts report there, Doctor?
Just a minute. No, it isn't.
I see. Well, at least we know now what it's all about. Well, this timing gadget's pretty unusual. Any idea what it is?
Well, let me see. Yes, I know what it is, Mr. Thurston. It's an automatic control used in meteorology.
Mr. Thurston.
Hope you didn't get tired waiting, Pagan.
A whole hour you leave me alone in this dead man's laboratory. I was starting to get meebie-jeebies.
Here, unwrap that other package.
Where'd you get those bundles, Mr. X?
From Dr. Stedman, over at the Institute.
Stedman? Oh, you mean the taxi...
Quiet, you're not in Times Square.
Huh? I mean that poisonous guy. Well, did you make him confess, maybe?
No, not quite. Matter of fact, he says he didn't kill Roberts.
He's lying.
Maybe. But it's true that any one of this bunch could have taken the cancidine from the storeroom.
Hey, it's a brush and a can of paint.
Phosphorescent paint. Shines in the dark. I want you to paint this with it.
Oh, sure, just leave it to... Mr. X, take it away.
Yeah, it's not going to bite you. Hurry up and get it painted. I'll see you later.
Mr. Thurston, you're not going to leave me here alone with that thing?
Sure. What reason do you have to be scared of it? You didn't kill anybody this morning? So long, Pagan.
I don't get it, Mr. X. Already we've looked in 3 of these lifeboats, and all we find is the same thing. Nothing.
Well, what did you expect to find?
What? I don't know, but not just nothing.
Here, Pagan, let's have a look inside this one.
Besides, don't even know where we're looking for.
We are not looking for anything now. We found it.
Huh? Found what?
Dr. Roberts' report. Hold the light while I get a hold of the briefcase.
But, Mr. Thurston, why would anybody stick it out here in one of those lifeboats?
Why not? As long as they haven't had a chance yet to sneak it ashore. Okay, I got it. Turn off the light.
Good. The next crime. I'm getting the creeps.
Not so fast, Pagan. We've still got to substitute this thing for the briefcase.
Mr. X, do not rub that thing out here in the dark.
Be quiet. There. Doesn't look so bad when you know what it is.
I know what it is, and it still scares me.
Hold the canvas a second while I put it in the bottom of the boat. So. Well, that's that. Now I think it's about time you made a little social call.
Oh. On that Dr. Caldwell dame, I suppose.
Oh, no. I got a date with her later. Come on, Pagan. Let's go talk to Dr. Lubchinsky.
And as you can see, Robert's discovery would have given the final boost to any plan for colonization. So the loss is tragic. And the thief is not only clever, but utterly without scruple.
Oh, I'd say more ruthless than clever, Doctor. Ruthless enough to put a personal greed above the chance for thousands of people to open a new frontier, build a new land.
Wait, I think somebody's coming.
Yes, but how can such a person be exposed? What do you plan to do, Mr. Thurston?
Why, nothing at all, Doctor. I'm only going to sit back and wait till the guilty person decides to confess. Come on in, Miss Caldwell.
You mean her? Mr. Thurston, her.
Here's your coffee, Doctor. Sorry, I didn't know anyone else was here. I only brought 1 cup.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Caldwell.
I can make more if you'd like a cup, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, no. Perhaps Pagan might like some, though.
Oh, no, not me. I never touched the stuff.
Well, I hope you won't mind if I drink it in front of you. Coffee's one of my worst vices.
Stop, don't touch it.
Well, why not?
Mr. Thurston, you're not going to sit there and let her poison him right in front of our eyes?
What?
Pagan's got the goods on you, Miss Caldwell. You may as well confess.
Sure, start talking, babe.
Confess? Confess to what? I haven't anything to confess to.
I know, but it'll make Pagan happy.
Huh? But...
No, stay away from me.
That's what we've been waiting for.
It can't be you, Robert. You're dead. I didn't mean to kill you.
Who is it?
No, please.
Your high-strung photographer, George Smith.
Roberts.
The man who
Keep
killed
away from
Dr.
me.
Roberts.
Roberts!
Mr. Thurston, he jumped overboard. He's going to get away.
No, Pagan. I've had the police guarding the wharf for the last 3 hours. Well, that's that.
But what was the matter? What scared him that way?
You should have seen it.
It was mainly a guilty conscience, helped along quite a bit by a plaster death mask of Dr. Roberts.
Death mask?
Yeah, I got it from Stedman earlier this evening. Put it in the lifeboat where Smith had hidden the stolen report.
Oh, then you found it?
But why were you certain George Smith was guilty?
I wasn't certain. But since he did all the photographic work, he was the most likely person to have found out what Roberts was doing. Brought to Plymouth Harbor over 300 years ago. A belief in the courage of human freedom and in the dignity of the human spirit. Belief in the right of a man to dream and to sow and to reap what he's sown. And in the right of free choice in the God to whom he offers thanksgiving.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week is a special occasion for us because it will mark the 100th broadcast of our sponsor. The 100th consecutive week the Frigidaire has enjoyed bringing radio entertainment into your home. Our story will be Checkmate in Tahiti, and I feel sure you'll enjoy it. As usual, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, for our 100th broadcast next week when I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed by Johnny Green and conducted tonight by Al Sendry. The story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. Friends, have you ever wished that you could send food or clothing to help some family in Europe live through the winter? CARE will do it for you. That's CARE, the Cooperative Relief Organization endorsed by President Truman, Herbert Hoover, and General Eisenhower. Ask about CARE at your local Western Union or Railway Express office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
There you are.
Ken Thurston, New York, huh? Right. I, Monsieur Savadell, welcome you to Papeete, Tahiti.
Thanks, Salvador. By the way, what's this mine accident I heard about? Somewhere in this vicinity, wasn't it?
Terrible tragedy, Monsieur, terrible. An explosion. One of our most welcome guests, Monsieur Robert Sullivan, was lost in it. Oh, such a nice gentleman, too, so quiet, so refined, so hard-working, so...
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Where'd Sullivan usually hang out, you know?
Well, frequently at the Café Chinois down on the waterfront. But I do not think that you would care to patronize a place like that.
Café Chinois, huh? This the key to my room?
Oui, monsieur. Room 25. It is quite comfortable, I assure you, and if there is anything
I'll see you later, Salvador.
Oui, Monsieur Thurston, oui.
Howdy, Salvador. Looks like we've got a new homesteader around these parts.
And of just what concern is this to you, Monsieur Cook?
Let's see. What brand he put down for himself in the register? Ken Thurston. Well, that just goes to show.
To show what, Monsieur Cook?
Sabadell, I'd have swore that hombre would have signed that register just by making a X.
Master, your drink, so.
Not for some mistake, waiter. I didn't order any. Martini. With an onion in it. Wait a minute. Who ordered this for me?
Number one gentleman over there. Yes, excuse, please, excuse.
Number one gentleman. Oh, no, not again.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan Zelsman. I thought I'd give you the brush in Singapore.
Oh, I followed you down here. Special chartered job aeroplane. We even got here ahead of you. So here I am ready to offer you my invaluable assistance.
No, thanks, Pagan.
But, Mr. Thurston...
Bonsoir, monsieur. You are enjoying the pleasures of Chinois, oui?
I wasn't, but things are beginning to look brighter.
Hello, baby. Sit down and converse with us. Even talk, maybe.
Yes. Majda would like to talk. About phosphate mines, Mr. Thurston.
Phosphate mines?
The door to your right. It leads to a small garden. I shall meet you there in 2 minutes' time.
Mr. Thurston, you surprise even me. Such a fast worker I never saw. Well, shall we go out to the garden?
See you later, Pagan.
Huh? But, Mr. Thurston... Oh, well. Waiter, take back this martini.
Okay, Naja. What's this all about?
Monsieur Thurston, Bob Sullivan had said to me many times, if anything should happen to him, I was to get in touch with you.
Did he tell you why he thought something might happen to him?
No, monsieur. I only know he was worried about the phosphate mine. And I am certain he did not die by accident.
Well, so am I. Who else might know something about this?
There was one man. Bob would speak with him quite often at Chinois. Professor Powers.
Powers? Who's Professor Powers?
He owns a plantation back in the hills, near the mine. They had many long talks together. Perhaps he knows something.
That all?
No. There is another. A man who comes from...
No, hold it, Nasha. Something moving over there. Quiet now. Down. No. Nasha, you hurt.
Sure. That man. The man.
Yes, Nasha. What man?
Tall man.
Texas.
Hey.
Nasha. Wow. Looks like the gal got killed, don't it? Reckon maybe those shots were meant for you, Mr. X?
Mr. Thurston, why do we have to ride through this jungle anyway?
This is the road to Professor Powers' plantation and the phosphate mine.
But why do we have to go to these places tonight?
That Texan wasn't hanging around just for the fun of it. There's something big going on around here. We got to find out what it is fast.
Mr. Thurston, you got this Johnny Cook all wrong. You wouldn't do.
All right, Pagan, let's have it. What do you know about him?
Well, it was like this. I wanted to come to Tahiti to help you. You understand? But I had a little problem.
Yeah, you were broke. Go on.
Yes, well, there was this seaplane at the docks. And I heard Johnny Cook say he was flying here. So?
I see. How much is Cook paying you to keep an eye on me?
Mr. Thurston.
All right, Pagan. Now, there's the mine entrance up ahead. We'll go the rest of the way on foot.
But, Mr. Thurston, I don't get it. Why should we... Oops!
Stop right there, gentlemen.
Well, a little late in the season for manhunting, isn't it? Who are you?
You can forget about my name. If you're thinking of entering the mine tonight, forget about that, too. Go on, get away from here. And if you think I don't mean that...
The mine! It's gone.
Yeah, Pagan, buried. Under hundreds of tons of rock.
Look, that girl. She's coming towards us. Mr. Thurston, with that cannon in her hand.
Well, gentlemen, the mine is completely destroyed. Bob Sullivan is dead. Najda is dead. Somebody's guilty, and somebody's going to pay.
Any idea who?
Yes, a very good one. And I'm looking at him right now. Mr. X.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With Europe in desperate need of phosphates to help ease the critical world food shortage, Ken Thurston's in Tahiti investigating a series of so-called accidents occurring to a big phosphate mine.
Well, anyone else you'd like to blame for this mine explosion, Mr. X?
No, it looks as though I'd better come up with someone. Yes, just as soon as I take that rifle away from you.
Oh, that door.
Yeah, that's better.
I should have killed you first and asked questions afterwards.
Uh-huh. That Johnny Cook's advice?
Johnny told me that I suppose you think you're pretty smart.
Who are you?
Maida Boyd. I'm Professor Powers' niece.
What's that supposed to tell me?
Everything or nothing? Any other questions?
A couple. But they can wait.
And if you're quite through with me, I think I'd like to leave.
Sure, anything you say.
Thanks. All right, boy. I'll be seeing you around, Mr. Thurston. The next time I won't take any chances.
Why, it is Monsieur Thurston. Come in, please. Come in.
Thanks, Sabadell. What are you doing here, Professor Powers?
Well, my nightly chess game with the professor, monsieur. It is delightful relaxation after my trying days at the hotel.
What is it, Sabadell? Guest?
Mais oui. Monsieur Thurston, Professor Powers.
Huh? Sorry to interrupt your game, but I thought you'd like to know about the phosphate mine next door to you. Someone blew it up a little while ago.
Blew up the... Oh, monsieur, what are you saying? This is unbelievable.
Well, don't tell me you didn't hear the explosion.
Well, we did hear it, monsieur, but we mistook it for thunder. A storm brewing in the hills.
Yes, yes.
There's a storm brewing, all right, Sabadell. Only it isn't in the hills. It's among the hungry people in this world. By the way, you're a physics professor, aren't you, Powers?
Yes, I was before I retired. But how'd you know?
The door to your laboratory is open. I see you have a cathode ray tube and a Geiger counter in there. Oh, sorry to disturb your game, gentlemen. I'll let you figure out your next move in peace, Professor. Though even a child could tell that almost any move you make would put him in checkmate. Good night, Sabadell. Go straight to the hotel, Pagon. If the chief calls before I get back about a cablegram I sent him, you take the message for me, see?
Can always depend on Mr. Zelschmidt.
Oh, yeah.
But where are you going?
Down to the harbor.
Harbor? There's nothing down there but boats.
And Johnny Cook's seaplane. Strange kind of safe to have aboard a seaplane.
Well, howdy, Thurston.
Hello, Cook. I didn't expect you back so soon.
Yeah, I reckon.
Some time since I've seen a safe made of lead instead of steel.
Yeah, that's right. Now, why would a man want a safe made of lead, you reckon?
If you'll put down that 45 for a minute, we can talk it over.
I don't know if I rightly should, Thurston. What do you think, Maida?
Maida?
That's right, Mr.
Oh, that was right neat, honey, right neat.
Johnny, what was he doing here?
I'll tell you later, sugar. Got a little old job to do first.
Job?
Yeah, wait till I tote him over to the cargo door. Yeah. There. Mighty peaceful out yonder in the harbor, Thurston. I reckon maybe you could sleep right comfortable out there.
Mr. Thurston residence, a hotel room, that is.
A call for Monsieur Thurston from les États-Unis. Go ahead, please.
Hello? Hello, that's you, Ken?
Oh, hello, Mr. Chief. How's the weather in New York?
I'll take that call, Pagan.
Huh? Oh, sure, Mr. Thurston. Hey, you're so slopping wet. What happened?
I was lucky. Miss Boyd didn't hit hard enough.
Huh?
Hello, Chief. What have you got for me on Johnny Cook?
Ken, he's a former pilot of the 8th Air Force, Thunderbird Squadron.
Thunderbird. That's the one Bob Sullivan flew in. That may explain a lot of things.
Not to me, it doesn't. Anyway, since the war, he's been flying a freelance cargo plane out of Tahiti. That's about all I have right now. What about you?
Things are plenty hot here. Sounds like we've got listeners, Chief. I'll call you later. So long. Pagan, what do you know about that lead safe Johnny brought back from Singapore?
Safe? Oh, you mean the one Professor Powers wanted?
Powers? Sure, I should have known. It all ties in.
Huh? What ties in with what?
Phony chess games, Geiger counters, phosphate mines. Come on, Pagan. We're going back to that plantation.
Let's go back to the hotel, Mr. Thurston. Nobody's home here.
With all those lights burning, maybe the door. Yeah. Let's go in.
Joint's empty.
Let's try the laboratory.
Look at all this junk. Tubes, bottles, gas burners. What a mess. I never... Mr. X, there's the old shoe lying under the bench. There's a foot in it.
Yeah. Professor Powers' foot. He's dead, Pagan.
But who killed him and why?
Maybe that gray powder on his shoes can tell us.
So that's where all those dusty footprints came from. But why are you tasting it, Mr. Thurston? It's only dust.
Phosphate salt. Powers was in that mine tonight.
But the entrance was blown to pieces. How could he get in?
That wouldn't be tough if there was another entrance from this plantation. Now, if we can follow those footprints. Wait till I take this gadget with me. Okay, let's go.
Mr. Thurston, what are we going to do with that little box?
Pagan, we're going to play detective.
Why did we have to come down in this hotel underground? Anyways, just because we found a tunnel in the hillside doesn't mean we have to... That sound, what was it? What was that? It's coming from that box you're carrying. A time bomb. You're carrying a time bomb. It's going to explode.
Hey, Gomez, this is a Geiger counter. Fixed that way in the presence of radioactivity. And it's done its detecting job for us. I'll shut it off.
Detecting job? What did that thing detect?
Take a look at the walls of that crosscut opening into this tunnel.
Okay, Mr. X, I'm looking. So what?
That's pitchblende. The ore that contains radium.
Radium?
That's why the Geiger counter clicked. And that's why somebody sabotaged this mine.
It is?
To gain control of that ore. And that's the reason for Professor Powers' lead safe. It's the only way you can handle that stuff. He was... Quiet, Mr. Quiet.
Mr. X, somebody's down here with us. He's coming this way.
Yeah. Turn off that flashlight. Hello, Maida.
Ken Thurston.
That's right. What are you doing down here? Trying to find out why your uncle was so interested in this mine?
Yes, I was. What difference does that make?
It don't make any. We caught you cold-handed looking for this radio. She's the guilty one, Mr. Thurston. Let's take her away.
Not so fast, Pagon. She's not guilty of anything.
Huh? But at the mine where she shot us and knocking you out. And now...
She was trying to protect the mine and her uncle.
Huh? Well, then it's like I said all the time, Johnny Cook.
Wrong again, Pagon. Mr. Sabadell.
What?
Sabadell, the hotel clerk?
That is quite correct,
Mr. Sabadell, what are you...
Mr. X, it's him.
Do not move, any of you. You will notice I have a gun in my hand. I can shoot quite straight with it, I assure you.
Not down Professor Powers found that out.
Quite so. But then Powers had outlived his usefulness to me.
Yeah. After he'd analyzed the pitchblende for you and discovered it held more than radium.
Then you know what else it contained, Monsieur Thurston?
Sabadell, pitchblende's just a common name for oxide of uranium.
Uranium?
That's right, Nita. That's why I was willing to kill for it. Bob Sullivan, Najda, Powers.
Oui, monsieur, and now it is your turn.
Not this time, Sabadell. This thing's too big to let you get away with it. Let's have that gun.
Do not be an heroic fool, Thurston. You'll be dead long before you reach me.
Well, I'm going to try. Let me have it, Sabadell.
Well, monsieur, but not the way you wish. Now that you are close enough so I cannot possibly miss.
Well, howdy. Looks like I potted me a genuine ring-tailed skunk.
Yeah. Thanks, Cook. That was good shooting. I figured Maida wouldn't be down here alone.
Huh? Mr. Thurston, you're alive. It's that Sabadell who's there.
Ain't it the truth?
Then you heard, Johnny. We were wrong about Mr. Thurston. Wrong all the time.
We sure were, honey, but Bob Sullivan told me to keep an eye open for Ken Thurston, the man called X. How was I to know he meant a pure blood? Instead of being the maverick I figured had murdered him.
So you took things in your own hands. Made your own rules. Just like Sabadell did. That's no good, Johnny. This world of ours has got too small and shaky for any man to play the game his own way, according to his own rules. Whether the stakes are food or uranium, there's only one way a game that it'll end, Johnny. In a checkmate for all of us.
Before introducing our star, Herbert Marshall, once again, I'd like to read a telegram which is addressed to him from the head of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Bart, I'm sure you won't mind my reading it on the air.
Of course not, Wendell.
It says, Dear Bart, heartiest congratulations to you and your sponsor,
Frigidaire division of General Motors Corporation on the completion of 100 consecutive Frigidaire shows. May I say to you personally and to everybody connected with the man called X that I think you're doing a grand job. Best proof of that is the millions of people who listen to you every Sunday night at this time. Now, as you start on your way to the 200th Frigidaire show, all of us at CBS send our very best wishes to all of you on the man called X. Signed, William S. Paley, Chairman of the Board, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Wendell, what can I say in answer to something like that except thanks, CBS. Thanks on behalf of our sponsor, Frigidaire, with whom we are celebrating this 100th broadcast. And thanks to you of our listening audience for your loyalty week after week. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall, and so, until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.